Ling Yun saved Ling Yu, the second master of the Ling family. This Qin Jiangui was indeed smart enough, but he was shocked, but he didn't express his judgment immediately, because there were many things that he hadn't thought through thoroughly. If this is true, it would be amazing, but the problem is, it is simply impossible. Qin Jiangui was instantly confused again. What are you still figuring out? Hurry up. Qin Jianjia saw that Ling Yun turned out to be such a master. He was extremely excited. He didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to fight Ling Yun as soon as possible, and kill Ling Yun in his own hands. That masked man is very powerful. His Excellency the Marquis was ignored by Qin Jianjia. He is a noble blood, so he was very dissatisfied with Qin Jianjia's attitude, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, no matter how powerful you are, you can't escape death. Qin Jianjia fought back proudly. He asked where Ling Yun was leaving, stretched out his tall figure, and plundered towards the east with his iron gun in hand. Second brother, shall I fly you there? Qin Jiangui also moved his body, but he was only at the 6th level of innate cultivation. He was pulled away by Qin Jianjia for 100 meters in an instant, so he shouted from behind Qin Jianjia. No need, you are too slow. Qin Jianjia gave a cold snort of disdain, and stretched out his figure again. The figure had disappeared into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, without any trace. Your second brother is so proud, even more proud than our noble blood. Your Excellency the Marquis said angrily, but he hoped that Qin Jianjia would suffer a big loss at Ling Yun's hands. With a flapping sound, Qin Jiangui changed his wings and flew into the sky. Suddenly, the flattery and respect from just now disappeared from his mouth, and he said lightly, Your Excellency, Marquis, you'd better think about it carefully. Do you want to ask Grand Duke Dracula to send another team? Come over here. If you pay such a high price and you can't catch the prey back, we won't lose face. If you think it over, I am willing to serve you, and I will send a summons to my Lord Father immediately. Qin Jiangui is an unscrupulous person. In his eyes, there are only benefits and results. He doesn't care about the process, nor does he care about shame or not. But the Marquis in front of me. It must have been scrapped. Naturally, it was not worth his deliberate pretending to respect. Oh, shit. His Excellency the Marquis suddenly changed his tone when he saw Qin Jiangui. He was suddenly so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke, but he had no choice but to fly up and fly side by side with Qin Jiangui, while seriously thinking about Qin Jiangui's suggestion for him. His Excellency the Marquis lost his troops. Duke Dracula would at most frown, but if the prey could not be caught, Duke Dracula would be furious. Grand Duke Dracula, who traveled thousands of miles to China, came here for Chao Shanshan. Otherwise, just relying on Qin Jiangui, how could he invite the incomparably noble him? Pierce was flying at a low altitude, almost clinging to the undulating thick treetops. At this time, he had climbed over 4 mountains and came to the top of a large canyon. It rained heavily. Water flows everywhere, pouring down from the mountains on both sides of the canyon, turning into countless white waterfalls and flowing into the canyon, and the whole canyon rumbled. Into that canyon. Ling Yun had already put away the dark blood demon knife, and he wrapped his arms around Chao Shanshan's wet and cold waist to shield her from the wind and rain. Inject soft and warm pure yang qi into her body. Although in Qingshui City, Chao Shanshan was thoroughly washed by Ling Yun, her body was completely reborn, and her physique was far superior to that of ordinary people, but she hadn't started to practice after all, and she was walking through the wind and rain in such an alternation of extreme cold and extreme heat. Ling Yun was afraid that she would get sick. This canyon, actually called Miyun-Jidaowan Grand Canyon, is a famous scenic spot, and as long as it is about 3 kilometers to the east, it is the Miyun Reservoir. This canyon is extremely deep, the scenery is majestic and beautiful, and the scenery is pleasant. It is definitely a good place to travel, but now it is late at night, and it is raining so hard, naturally, there will not be even half a person. The place where Ling Yun and the others are located is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, like an upside-down trapezoid. As long as they fly down, not only is it concealed, but it is also very suitable for Ling Yun to kill and rob. After flying for a period of time, Ling Yun continued to recover the Zhenqi he consumed, and now he has recovered 20% of it. There is no way, the speed at which his powerful Dantian can generate yin and yang Zhenqi is really astonishing. Pierce tried his best to keep his body parallel to the ground, and then he fell slowly. After falling 30 meters in the canyon, he flapped his wings and rushed straight into the waterfall. Behind the water curtain was a sloping cliff, and the rain couldn't get in at all. Ling Yun immediately used the yin-yang formula to dry his and Chao Shanshan's clothes at the same time. The canyon was 100 meters deep, and when it was more than 20 meters away from the bottom of the canyon, Ling Yun jumped off Pierce's back with Chao Shanshan in his arms and landed floatingly. The location is great. Ling Yun smiled slightly. The canyon was 100 meters deep, and the upper part happened to be covered by his spiritual consciousness. No matter who entered this canyon, he also entered the range of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness. He had nothing to fear. From this point, it can be seen that Ling Yun's every battle is not blind. He is very particular about the right time and place. Even though he knows that he is strong and looks fierce and arrogant, he is actually very smart in his heart. If you don't do bad deals, the same goes for fighting. They've entered the Grand Canyon, I can't see them. High in the sky, 12 blood clansmen gathered together, drenched in the torrential rain, and communicated using Blood Clan secret language. The two worlds looked at each other, and one of them immediately issued an order, "You three, fly in and take a closer look to see where they are, so we can report to the Marquis." The 3 viscounts are very distressed. They are loyal to their master's orders and will naturally carry them out unconditionally. But they also have their own souls, fear and timidity. They know that this trip may never return. The 3 viscounts braced themselves, flapped their wings, and landed quickly, cautiously, swooped down at the fastest speed, and rushed into the Grand Canyon. Whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp silver arrows tore through the rain curtain, and the rain turned into ice where they passed, and penetrated the bat heads of the 3 blood viscounts with incomparable accuracy. The 3 bats each let out a shrill howl, and fell into the wide torrent below. The small corpse was immediately sucked into the torrent, and disappeared in a whirlpool. The 3 sharp arrows were not exhausted, and they all shot high into the sky, scaring the 2 earls and 7 viscounts to shrink their necks at the same time, and fled in panic. There they are, at the bottom of the east side of the canyon. These 3 sharp arrows naturally exposed the hiding place of Ling Yun and others. "You stay here, I'll go back and report to the Marquis." A count immediately turned around and flew away. The other earl thought the same way, but he took a step too slowly and couldn't help but feel like crying. Canyon bottom. Haha, 3 more unlucky ghosts were shot to death, and there are 9 more. Counting the Marquis, there are only 10 of them left. Ling Yun held the golden longbow in his right hand, and the bowstring trembled, he said proudly. In the darkness, Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly. She twisted her graceful waist, stepped forward softly, raised her pale delicate hands, and gently wiped the rainwater off Ling Yun's face. "Be careful," Chao Shanshan said softly. This extremely gentle movement fully expressed the tenderness in Chao Shanshan's heart. At this moment, there is no one else in her heart except Ling Yun. She is sweet, happy, full of tenderness, and infinitely proud, just because the big boy in front of her is fight for her. TSK, this reward is not enough. Ling Yun put his left arm around Chao Shanshan's soft waist, teasingly pretending to be disappointed, with a very smelly fart. Chao Shanshan pursed her lips lightly, with a smile on her lips, her arms gently wrapped around Ling Yun's waist, and she tiptoed to give him a light kiss. Then he relaxed his body with great reassurance, leaned his delicate body back, stared at Ling Yun's face with a pair of beautiful eyes in the darkness, and said tenderly, "Is this enough?" Ling Yun Beast's blood boiled, he smiled and said, "Although it's not enough, but it's more or less enough, hee. Spit." Chao Shanshan was immediately ashamed, her face turned red, and she scolded Ling Yun. For a moment, she dared not speak any more. Cui Lao laughed, while Pierce kept twisting his waist, moving his injured back, a pair of purple eyes fixed on Ling Yun, all kinds of admiration and excitement in his eyes. Last night, Ling Yun's display of strength was enough to shock Pierce, but tonight, Ling Yun's performance made him dumbfounded, and he couldn't express it in words. "Pierce. Dear boss." Pierce quickly agreed. According to the current situation, the enemy must not have given up. If there are many enemies coming soon, you have to find a chance to send Chao Shanshan and Cui Lao away. Don't worry, as long as your flying height is less than 100 meters from the ground, I will definitely have a way to stop any enemy who wants to chase you. Ling Yun decisively issued an order to Pierce. As soon as the words came out, Chao Shanshan and Cui Lao immediately became anxious. "I won't go." "Let's go together." Chao Shanshan immediately refused. She finally reunited with her lover, let her leave Ling Yun and run away. It was definitely more painful than Chen Jiangui catching her again. Just as Ling Yun was about to speak, he suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart. He pushed Chao Shanshan away suddenly, and said to Cui Lao, "The real opponent is coming, protect Shanshan." While speaking, Ling Yun had already bent his bow and set his arrow. He listened to the sound of piercing through the air erupted by the enemy's extremely light kung fu on the opposite side of the Grand Canyon. His face was solemn, and he silently counted 1, 2, 3. Buzz. Whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp arrows shot out fiercely. "Well done." There was a loud shout, and the tall black shadow shot out from the top of the canyon, and the spear in his hand swept wildly, and the 2-meter-long thick gun barrel turned into a stick. Dang, dang, dang. In the rainstorm, 3 crisp jingle sounds were loud and pleasant, and Chen Jianjia swept away all the 3 sharp arrows shot by Ling Yun. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brush. After Chen Jianjia swept away Ling Yun's 3 sharp arrows with one shot, he suddenly used a jackhammer. His tall figure fell rapidly, and he reached the bottom of the canyon in the blink of an eye, and his figure fell lightly into the torrent. Raised smooth rock tops. A real master. Ling Yunjun narrowed his eyes slightly, his stern gaze pierced through the rain curtain of tens of meters, and fixed on Chen Jianjia, who was directly in front of him. His face was solemn, and he couldn't help but let out a secret praise in his heart. This is the second top expert that Ling Yun has encountered since he started to practice, besides the demon sect saint. Looking at the other party's appearance, he should be one of the 3 strongest experts in the Chen family. Within the time of Chen Jianjia's fall, it was enough for Ling Yun to shoot 3 arrows at him, but Ling Yun didn't do that. He knew that although his arrows were fast, it was difficult to cause substantial damage to such a master. Even the opponent's guard, you can't break your true energy, it's just a waste of time and weapons. The Chen family, Chen Jianjia, is here, the friend on the opposite side. Do you dare to come out and fight? Ling Yun's consciousness and eyes fixed on Chen Jianjia, and Chen Jianjia also kept his eyes on Ling Yun. As soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately announced his name without hiding it. Experts stretch out their hands to know if there is one. After Chen Jianjia swept away Ling Yun's 3 arrows, he immediately knew that he had encountered a strong opponent this time. His eyes immediately became excited, his fighting spirit was burning, and he couldn't wait to call out. Ling Yun didn't speak, he just smiled faintly, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sky above the canyon. Chen Jiangui, His Excellency the Marquis, and his remaining 2 earls and 7 viscounts have also arrived here. It must be done quickly. Old Chui, Pierce, you two must protect Shanshan and prevent other enemies from sneaking up. Ling Yin secretly transmitted voices to Chui Lao and Pierce. After speaking, he silently took 2 steps forward at the same time, and then performed the phantom fish dragon step, turning his figure into an afterimage. Directly towards Qinjianjia on the opposite side, shoot away. What a quick move. Qinjianjia saw Ling Yin's speed. His gaze immediately became more solemn. Although Ling Yin rushed over with bare hands, he knew that Ling Yin had a black sword and a soft sword that cut iron like mud, and he could transform it at any time. Qin Jiangui had already used Ling Yin's various magical abilities. I told Qin Jianjia, although Qin Jianjia is very fierce, but not at all rough. Although the desire to fight and compete in his heart is so strong that he and Ling Yin both know that this is definitely not an ordinary martial arts competition, but a battle of life and death. This is a battle of whoever loses and who dies. Ever since Ling Yin beheaded hundreds of ancient martial arts masters of the Qin family in one go, the two sides have been in an endless situation. Ling Yin shot wildly, and with a thought in the rush, the dark blood demon knife appeared in his left hand. Ling Kong raised his saber with both hands, and with a sound of woo, he slashed at Qin Jianjia with one blow. The black knife curtain was like a wall, tearing apart the white rain curtain in an instant. Humph! Qin Jianjia yelled violently, pouring powerful innate qi into the iron gun, and raised the gun flatly with both hands above his head. Forcibly blocked Ling Yin's shocking strike. Clang! Swords and guns clash, sparks fly in the dark. It's so majestic and infuriating. With Ling Yin's slash, even Qi Songsuk's protective qi couldn't be broken at the early stage of the 7th innate level. Of course, he wouldn't imagine that he could cut Qin Jianjia's iron spear in half with a single slash. So much strength? Qin Jianjia was also extremely shocked. He blocked Ling Yin's knife. However, he was also shocked by the force of Ling Yin's fall, making his tiger's mouth numb, and he almost couldn't hold the gun. Qin Jianjia was born with supernatural power, and he used a heavy black iron spear. As long as Ling Yin could not stop his weapon, Qin Jianjia would take advantage of the weapon. The black iron spear was more than 2 meters long and extremely heavy. As the saying goes, an inch is long and an inch is strong. Of course Qin Jianjia took advantage. But just now, when the two of them gave a no-frills punch, Qin Jianjia didn't gain any advantage at all, and even suffered a small loss in strength, which made him immediately feel like he was beaten. Frenzied marksmanship. Qin Jianjia yelled violently, holding the gun barrel in both hands, and swung it around rapidly. He saw the long gun turned into stick shadows in his hands, like a violent wave, and swept towards Ling Yin. Dang, 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 dang. Countless sounds of gold and iron clashing resounded. Ling Yin did not retreat half a step, and his moves took aim at the oncoming force of the opponent's gun, and he did not give an inch. Since there is no way to kill in seconds, we can only fight a war of attrition. Two people will fight hard, whoever runs out of true energy first, and whose strength is exhausted first, will lose. The weapons kept clashing, and the two quickly hit the air from the boulder, and then hit the water from the air, each with their own unique moves, and for a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. To be honest, with this style of play, Ling Yin is at a disadvantage, because he has to take care of Chao Shanshan and the three of them. After all, Qin Jiangui, the Marquis, and the two earls are not good friends. Seeing that Ling Yin was completely entangled by Qin Jianjia, they secretly rejoiced and flew lower and lower, looking for a chance to rush down to catch Chao Shanshan. Moreover, although Ling Yin's dark blood demon knife can cut gold and cut iron, it only weighs 100 caddies, so it doesn't have any advantage at all when it is shaken head-on with a big iron spear that is twice as heavy as it. Too light. As long as he can't cut off the opponent's weapon, Ling Yin will suffer more and more. Ling Yin has long seen that the other party's crazy spear technique is actually an evolution of a stick technique. Qin Jianjia almost gave up the spear point and did not use it. The moves he used most were smashing, sweeping, chopping, hanging, and wrapping, twist, block, throw. It's all stick. Qin Jianjia is very smart, he fully knows where his advantages lie, he is full of true energy, he has been pouring full of true energy into his big iron gun, and smashed and swept at Ling Yun's body, forcing Ling Yun to either float away and dodge, or confront him head-on. Humph. Ling Yun saw that Qin Jianjia had finished using a set of wild wave marksmanship, and started playing it from the beginning again. He couldn't help being a little annoyed, snorted secretly, and flew away to avoid the head-on blow from Qin Jianjia. He retreated and flew back directly. The eastern shore of the Grand Canyon. This is the side where Chao Shanshan and the others are. The reason why Ling Yun flew back to this side was to prevent the enemy from attacking in the air. Haha, I haven't hit enough yet. Qin Jianjia played vigorously. With a wild laugh, he followed closely like a tarsal maggot, raised his gun with both hands, and slammed at Ling Yun fiercely. I haven't hit enough. Ling Yun proudly responded. The dark blood demon knife was suddenly handed over to his right hand, and his body flicked slightly to one side. Boom! The heavy gun barrel slammed down on Ling Yun's feet just now. Smashed a huge boulder there, and the gravel splashed everywhere. Dang dang dang. Cui Lao swung his knife and knocked away a few broken rocks that were splashed. Protecting Chao Shanshan behind him, his face was extremely solemn. Cui Lao was very worried about Ling Yun. He could tell that Ling Yun had really met his opponent in this battle, and he fought very hard. Ling Yun sideways dodged the opponent's gun, stepped into the palace, and the blood demon knife slashed at Qin Jianjia's face. Qin Jianjia raised the butt of the gun with one hand, and easily stopped Ling Yun's magic knife. Hee hee. It turns out that you haven't even reached the midinate stage, but you are so powerful. Boy, no matter who you are, you must not be kept. Ling Yun smiled coldly. Really? Brush. With a thought of Ling Yun, a round thing with a big belly suddenly appeared on his left hand. He took out the Xuanhuan cauldron. Woo sound. Ling Yun held a tripod leg in his left hand, and swung his arm wildly. The Xuanhuan Ding's body was immediately filled with wind, and it hit Qin Jianjia hard. If you want to take advantage of Ling Yun on weapons, there is no way. Ling Yun was a fierce man who used the Xuanhuan cauldron to demolish 2 villas in a row. Damn, what the hell is this? Qin Jianjia was shocked, but the big tripod had already hit the door. In a hurry, he could only use all his strength, hold the gun barrel with both hands, and block it fiercely. When? Crack! The big iron gun in Qin Jianjia's hand was broken in two. Without any suspense, the Xuanhuan cauldron weighing more than 2,000 kilograms was rounded by Ling Yun and smashed on the big iron spear weighing more than 200 kilograms. Even if Qin Jianjia used his innate qi to protect him, he still couldn't escape the fate of being smashed. Cutting and smashing are two different kinds of power. Cutting relies on sharpness, while smashing relies on pure strength. No matter how full the true energy is, no matter how strong the force is, the big iron spear should be broken or it must be broken. What's more, Ling Yun was intentional and unintentional. He deliberately didn't use all his strength for the knife just now, so that Qin Jianjia could resist it effortlessly, and then he smashed down the Xuanhuan cauldron with lightning speed, forcing Qin Jianjia to force it down in haste. Block. The big iron spear broke from the middle, and the tip of the spear was directly blown away. Ling Yun let out a long roar, and instantly put away the Xuanhuan cauldron. A phantom fish dragon shot towards the sky, facing half of the long spear, and slashed 7 times in succession. Knife. Clang. Ling Yun kicked the tip of the spear into the torrent, and landed lightly in front of Chao Shanshan and the others. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the stunned Qin Jianjia. Qin Jianjia's face became ugly and ugly. He stared at the half-length gun in his left hand in a daze, and his eyes couldn't believe it. What was that thing just now? How could it be so heavy, and so heavy that it broke my tiger's mouth? Qin Jianjia couldn't hide the horror in his heart. Ling Yan's methods were really too many. Suddenly his heart moved, he stared deeply at Ling Yan, and asked in a deep voice, "Shen Nong Cauldron?" Ling Yan remained silent. "Are you one of those two people from Shenongjia?" Qin Jianjia suddenly yelled and asked, "So you killed Jianren? What are you asking so many for? If you want to fight, just come. You will die today." Ling Yan finally opened his mouth and said lightly. The other party was a formidable enemy and a big fish caught by Ling Yan. Of course he would not let Qin Jianjia go. Ha 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 ha. What a big tone. You think that if you break my weapon, you can kill me. You think Qin Jianjia is too simple. New hatred plus old hatred. Never die. To be continued. P.S. Sorry, the upload was a bit late today, and I will make up for it on the 7th. Thank you for the 30,000 rewards from the Old Horses Sky Alliance, and thank you Brother Bear and Sister Cece for your rewards. Ben from Reading Net. Before Qin Jianjia finished speaking, Ling Yan saw very clearly that Qin Jianjia's figure began to become blurred in the pouring rain, very illusory. This is a body technique Qin Jianjia used. Because he moved too fast, he turned into phantoms. Sen Luoyin. Qin Jianjia's tall figure was erratic, and his footwork was ghostly. Except for Ling Yan's gaze that could keep up with Qin Jianjia's speed, Elder Cui, Pierce, and the others lost Qin Jianjia's figure at all. Ling Yan's face became very serious, and he immediately sent a voice transmission to Cui and the three of them. Shanshan is close to the stone wall. Pierce spreads his wings to block Shanshan. Cui is on guard to prevent the enemy from sneaking in. As he spoke, Ling Yan stretched out his figure, held up the dark blood demon knife in his right hand, and used the phantom fish dragon step to fly up, aiming at Qin Jianjia's real body. Look at the knife. Ling Yan rushed up without saying a word, and slashed at Qin Jianjia's head, cutting the world with the knife. The pitch-black blade cut through the bright white rain curtain like a black lightning, and slashed at Qin Jianjia's right shoulder obliquely. With a sound of woo, the sound of the air piercing the wind brought by the fierce saber air was even more air-piercing than the rumbling torrent around. Dang lang. Qin Jianjia's eyes turned hard, and he didn't dodge or evade, allowing Ling Yan's shocking knife to slash his right shoulder firmly. Iron shirt. Of course Qin Jianjia was there to serve him. He poured all the powerful innate qi into the black and purple night clothes. On the golden stone, there was a pleasant impact sound. Qin Jianjia laughed strangely. Through the fight just now, he had already tested most of Ling Yan's strength, and he knew that Ling Yan's realm was too low to break his protective energy. Pick me up and try. Boom. Qin Jianjia also raised his left hand high. Swinging the only half of the thick gun barrel in his hand with all his strength, he smashed it down on the top of Ling Yan's head. This was actually at the same time as Ling Yan swinging the knife. The speed of the two of them was about the same. Ling Yan hit Qin Jianjia, so naturally he couldn't dodge Qin Jianjia's stick. But of course, it was impossible for Ling Yan to be hit on the head by Qin Jianjia, so he swung his head to the left. Let Qin Jianjia's gun hit his right shoulder. Die in gathering star treasure. The two each received a solid blow from the other. The body shook violently at the same time, and they all felt that their tiger's mouth was numb, the knives and sticks were intertwined, and they could be separated by a short touch. The peak of the 8th level of congenital. Under the effect of the powerful internal force, the strength is not lost to me. Ling Yan accepted Qin Jianjia's blow forcefully, and naturally tested the depth of Qin Jianjia's strength. The two are now fighting to the death, whoever loses will die. If you can attack the opponent, you will naturally not keep your hands. You are dead. Qin Jianjia yelled violently, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After the iron rod in his left hand hit Ling Yun's shoulder, his wrist shook violently, and half of the gun barrel came out of his hand immediately. Brush. The half-broken end of the gun shot at Pierce, behind Ling Yun. That was too fast. In such a close-range situation, there was no room for Pierce to react at all. Is it a dream? Ling Yun was always on guard against Qin Jianjie, Qin Jiangui, Marquis, and others, and launched a sneak attack on Cui Lao and the other three. The strongest opponent in front of him was naturally no exception. With a flick of Qin Jianjie's wrist, he immediately sensed the opponent's purpose. Phantom Ichthyosaur. Ling Yun left a real afterimage on the spot, his body transformed into 7 bodies like lightning. The place where the battle was fought was less than 14 meters away from the canyon cliff, and within this distance of 14 meters, everyone could see it. Ling Yun's figure turned into 7 real figures, with an average of every 2 meters, there was a figure of Ling Yun. A figure raising a hand and waving a knife. Swipe, 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 swipe. A total of 7 knives. The half of the gun shaft, which was less than 1 meter long, was cut into 8 sections by Ling Yun's 7 knives in an instant, and 7 sections were sent flying. The last section was caught by Ling Yun's lightning strike and caught in his left hand. Yang shot at Qin Jiangui, who was about to fly down at any moment in the air. Such a strong body, so fast speed, such a fast knife, so fast reaction speed. This is Qin Jianjie's evaluation of Ling Yun in his heart at the moment of the move. I wipe. Qin Jiangui in the air saw that Ling Yun had turned into 7 afterimages. He was shocked by Ling Yun's speed when he saw a black thing more than 10 centimeters shooting towards him. Fly. Honestly, just stay up there for me. Ling Yun snorted disdainfully, and at the same time tried his best to run the Dian Gathering Stars treasure, and took Qin Jianjie's strongest blow firmly. Boom. Qin Jianjie used the method of attacking east and attacking west, encircling Wei and saving Zhao. He shot half of the gun barrel, of course not to kill Pierce, but to force Ling Yun to return to defense, so he took the opportunity to attack Ling Yun. Heavenly Killing Claw. After Qin Jianjie threw out the discarded half of the gun barrel, he held his hands in the shape of claws, cast Sun Luoyin, and his figure floated like a ghost, like a tarsal maggot, flying close to Ling Yun's 7 afterimages until Ling Yun stopped. Next, he finally made the most violent blow to Ling Yun. In comparison, Qin Jianjie's speed was a little bit slower than Ling Yun's. But in a master's move, this little speed actually didn't even take the blink of an eye. Ling Yun scared off Qin Jiangui in the air, and he was also hit by Qin Jianjie. With a sudden stagger, Ling Yun's figure was tilted, and he slammed into Pierce in front of him fiercely. He only felt a surge of energy and blood, and a sharp pain spread from his back to his whole body, and he almost vomited blood. Backhand swing. Reverse triple wave. The moment he was hit, Ling Yun's right hand twisted into an unbelievable angle, and the blade of the dark blood demon knife was running rapidly, with a very high-frequency vibration, slashing hard at the man who was too late to retreat. Qin Jianjie's body. Chi-chi twice. Qin Jianjie's clothes were finally cut open by Ling Yun. Hiss. Qin Jianjie took a deep breath, and quickly cast Sun Luoyin to float away from his body. Ling Yun touched the ground with his toes, and his figure flew away. Slash the world with one move. Ling Yun suffered a dark loss just now. This made him very annoyed, and in a rage, he finally stopped keeping. Not good. Looking at the splashing rainwater, Qin Jianjie could even hear the sound of Ling Yun's blade cutting through the raindrops. Frightened by the momentum of Ling Yun's knife, Qin Jianjie was terrified for the first time. Sun Luoyin, who cast the ghost again, flew out of the way. Boom Kerala. 2 loud bangs. Ling Yun's knife fell on the rocks on the ground of the canyon, creating a huge crack more than 3 meters long, and the broken stones shot out. Originally, this Dao Gongli Dao could at least cut tens of meters of cracks, but now Ling Yun focused on attacking a little bit, and he locked all his true energy within a 3-meter radius of Qin Jianjia, in order to achieve a powerful attack effect. Qin Jianjia is definitely Ling Yun's rival, if it was Qin Jiangui just now. He absolutely cannot dodge Ling Yun's knife. Thunder legs. Qin Jianjia didn't jump too far, he turned back after a pause, and charged towards Ling Yun again. His left leg was raised violently, wrapped in a gust of wind, like a big windmill. He slammed at Ling Yun, smashed past. I'm pestering him. Hurry down and arrest him. At the same time, Qin Jianjia said to Qin Jianjia in the air through sound transmission. After several fights, Qin Jianjia understood that it was impossible for him to kill Ling Yun in a short time, even though Ling Yun's realm was low. But the combat power and aura he showed were far superior to Qin Jianjia, so he could only find a way to catch Chao Shanshan first. At the very least, he must destroy Ling Yun's smooth and comfortable state of mind. Only by making Ling Yun anxious can he have a better chance of winning. Swipe. The remaining 2 earls and 7 viscounts are under the command of His Excellency the Marquis. He swooped down desperately from the sky, and the target was exactly where Chao Shanshan and the others were. At the same time, Qin Jiangui and His Excellency the Marquis have been circling in the air looking for opportunities, waiting for the moment when Ling Yun really panicked and made a mistake. But, will Ling Yun panic? Just kidding. In the big world of comprehension, Ling Yun has experienced too many situations of life and death under siege. Wind Thunder King Kong legs. Ling Yun saw Qin Jianjia's thunder kick coming, and he also kicked it like lightning, and the two's calves collided fiercely in the air, splashing countless rainwater. Boom. Infuriating, the rain is flying. Kill. At the same time, Ling Yun gave a violent shout, and flew back with his strength, and returned to pierce like lightning, swiping the dark blood demon saber wildly in his hand. Chi 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 chi. The sound of cutting things was heard several times, and a knife gang infused with yin and cold energy slashed sharply and fiercely at the 9 blood races that flew down. Six or 7 miserable howls broke out almost at the same time. The 7 viscounts were all chopped off by Ling Yun's knife. 2 earls also had 2 deep wounds where the bones could be seen. Ling Yun's left hand was always empty. Just to prepare for this moment, he took out 6 fire talismans. A strange scene appeared. The torrential rain was like a beating, and 6 dark blue flames directly enveloped the 2 blood counts who had become slow due to serious injuries. Oh my god! Qin Jianjia was extremely shocked, and wondered how many tricks Ling Yun had. However, this was the best opportunity. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and he leaped up like lightning, and threw 2 fists at Pierce, who spread his wings to protect Chao Shanshan. Qin Jianjia is also impatient. Now he is showing his full strength. Even if Pierce is a mutated blood earl, he can't bear it. Same moment. Qin Jiangui and His Excellency the Marquis who were in the air also swooped down, and they performed the blood explosion secret technique at the same time. Their figures were hidden in the blood mist, completely ignoring the illumination of the 6 fires. Court death. Ling Yun yelled violently, and at the most critical moment, he finally displayed his secret technique, Dragon Elephant Power. 5 times the combat power. Suck, gong, da, fa. The miraculous dantian was reversed, the vortex of yin and yang was spinning rapidly, and a violent vortex of true energy formed around Ling Yun's body in an instant. With Ling Yun as the center, flying sand and rocks, mixed with dense rainwater, formed a bigger and bigger tornado vortex. The 2 fists that Qin Jianjia blasted at Pierce, the burning bodies of the 2 earls, and Qin Jiangui and His Excellency the Marquis, who swooped down in the form of small bats. All involuntarily and uncontrollably, they were drawn to Ling Yun's side. Daitami is not finished yet. The first unlucky ones were the two earls surrounded by flames. Suddenly, on Ling Yunkong's left hand, there was a big black sword, Dark Storm. This is a magic sword. The length of the sword is more than 1.5 meters, it is as wide as the palm of an adult man, and the whole body is dark. Ling Yuni holds it in his hand, the texture of black metal, and the chilling and cold air, immediately filled the whole body. Chi. Ling Yun waved the magic sword lightly in his hand, effortlessly across the bodies of the two earls, slashing them in half, ending their pain of being burned by the flames. Not good. Qin Jiangui, and Your Excellency the Marquis saw that Ling Yun had performed such a terrifying and frightening technique, and the three of them were awe-inspiring at the same time, and in a hurry, they each performed their own life-saving skills. What? It was too late for Qin Jianjia to attack Pierce again. He shouted violently and used all his innate qi in his body to force them out of his body. The almost substantive innate qi, under his exertion, quickly turned into an illusory object turned into a big clock with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 2 meters. Admiralty. Qin Jiangui also reacted quickly. He transformed from a small bat into a human form in an instant. At the same time, he raised his hands together and violently punched out a crimson blood wall in the shape of a full moon, blocking in front of his body. Blood Moon Shield. Your Excellency the Marquis didn't transform at all, and he didn't dare to transform, because the 6 flames were still dancing and burning in the rainstorm. He quickly concealed his figure with the help of the blood mist around him. At the same time, in the terrifying tornado vortex formed around Ling Yun's body, he frantically rushed left and right, desperately dodging Ling Yun's 2 sharp-bladed demon soldiers. The Dark Blood Demon Knife and the Dark Storm, even if they were as powerful as the Marquis, could not escape the fate of being killed in one blow, so he could only hide. Humph! Ling Yun snorted coldly, moved his body, and rushed to Qin Jianjia's side like lightning. Qin Jianjia had the strongest skill. He was hardly affected by the power-absorbing method, and his tall figure was not attracted by Ling Yun. Dang 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 dang. The swords in Ling Yun's hands came out together. Facing the Zhenqi bell outside Qin Jianjia's body, he slashed wildly, and his hands slashed out 9 knives and 9 swords like lightning. Break it! In the end, Ling Yun let out a loud shout, and with his left hand, Dark Storm cast the shocking God Kill in the 9-kill sword technique. The Blood Demon Knife in the right hand casts the knife to cut the universe, and the sword cuts down at the same time. With a bang, the golden bell cover outside Qin Jianjia's body was abruptly broken. Under the secret method of Dragon and Elephant's magical power, this is 5 times the combat power of Ling Yun. What? Qin Jianjia was terrified. He suddenly felt a terrifying palpitation in his heart. This is a sign that only appears in the heart of creatures and human beings when they are on the verge of death. Sun Luoyin. At the moment of life and death, Qin Jianjia desperately used Sun Luoyin, and his figure burst back without hesitation, in order to get out of Ling Yun's attack range. However, Ling Yun's speed was more than 5 times faster after using the secret technique of Dragon Elephant power. How could he let Qin Jianjia escape? Brush. Ling Yun's figure was like a tarsal maggot, following him like a shadow. He rushed to Qin Jianjia's side again, and raised his sword again. Cut it down. This time, Qin Jianjia finally couldn't dodge anymore, and was hit by Ling Yun's sword at the same time. Chi. The blade of the Dark Blood Demon Knife directly cut into Qin Jianjia's shoulder, penetrating 2 inches into his flesh. The magic sword Dark Storm also slashed into Qin Jianjia's right chest, drawing a huge bloody mouth half a foot long. Ah! Screamed. 2 streaks of blood burst out from Qin Jianjia's body. If it weren't for the powerful body protection of innate qi, Ling Yan's 2 strokes would have sent Qin Jianjie to the gate of hell a long time ago. Second brother. After Qin Jiangui unleashed a blood moon shield, he found that Ling Yan didn't look for him at all, but injured his second brother in a short time. He was angry and anxious, and let out a yell. Exercising the blood demon heavenly skill, he hit Ling Yun with the most ruthless 2 palms. As the saying goes, a brother who fights a war is absolutely true. Bang bang. Qin Jiangui's 2 palms worked, and they were firmly imprinted on Ling Yun's back, but Ling Yun didn't suffer any real damage except for the sway of his body. Brush. Ling Yun's body didn't even move, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, he turned sideways slightly, twisted his body, and the magic sword in his hand slashed at Qin Jiangui. Ling Yan's reaction and attack are really too fast, even if it's a 1-on-3 fight now, it's more than enough. Not good. With a wild roar, Qin Jiangui once again cast out a blood moon shield to block in front of him, and at the same time, his figure flew back. However, the fatal attraction caused by Ling Yan's yin and yang vortex made Qin Jiangui's figure slow down by half a beat. Since it's hard to come down, don't even think about going up again. Ling Yan said lightly, a phantom fish dragon step caught up with Qin Jiangui, and the sword in his hand drew 2 extremely mysterious tracks, like a black dragon dancing wildly, covering Qin Jiangui's whole body in an instant. What? Qin Jiangui uttered a stern scream, even though Qin Jiangui had tried his best to dodge, he was still slashed twice and stabbed twice by Ling Yan. These are all wounds that cannot be recovered in a short time. A wound that cannot be healed within a short period of time has the same effect no matter on the vampire or on any creature. Of course, Qin Jiangui cried out in pain. Third brother. Qin Jianjie was injured just now, and in the blink of an eye, he saw that Qin Jiangui was injured worse than him, and he was impatient. He roared and flew over, his right hand stretched out like lightning, and immediately knocked Qin Jiangui out of the black chi curtain wall formed by Ling Yan's sword. Among them, he was caught. Ling Yan smiled coldly, and didn't stop him at all. He took the opportunity to stab Qin Jianjie again, cutting a huge wound on his back, and then concentrated on dealing with His Excellency the Marquis. If Ling Yan wanted to kill Qin Jianjie, he would have killed him a long time ago, there is no need to wait until now. At this moment, as Ling Yan's yin-yang Zhenqi vortex rotates faster and faster, the yin-yang Zhenqi tornado formed around him is also getting bigger and bigger. Your Excellency the Marquis is just a little bad at this time, even if he wants to escape, cannot escape. Eh? No. Ling Yan quickly discovered the problem, because although he used the secret magic dragon and elephant power, his combat power increased 5 times in a short period of time, but the vortex of yin and yang true energy would not become so powerful and terrifying. It seems to be. Ling Yan tried his best to run his yin and yang eyes, catching the figure of His Excellency the Marquis around his body. But first a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but his eyes suddenly realized again. It was after Ling Yan took out the magic sword Dark Storm that the tornado vortex around his body suddenly became so powerful. This is the effect of the Dark Storm. The name of the magic sword Dark Storm is of course not for nothing, but Paul said that if the person holding it has enough power, with just one wave, it can set off a dark tornado. Can make the space around him form the most terrifying dark tornado, sweeping everything, forming a real dark storm, that scene is like the end of the world. Thinking of this, Ling Yan decisively let go of his consciousness, and he immediately discovered that there was an extra gray-black air flow in the tornado of yin-yang true energy formed around his body. It is precisely the existence of this gray-black airflow that the mighty Marquis can't escape with all his might. This is also true, because His Excellency the Marquis is cursing crazily in his heart. Damn it, how can he exert the power of the Dark Storm now? This is incredible. Ling Yan has been holding the magic sword Dark Storm as a sharp blade. He still doesn't dare to try to control the power sealed in the magic sword, he is afraid of being backlashed. After all, Ling Yun hasn't even reached the Qi training period. Besides, Ling Yun doesn't know how to use this sword at all. But today, Ling Yun performed the power-absorbing method first. He took out the magic sword again, and by mistake, his yin and yang Qi vortex resonated with the dark storm. This matching point is naturally the yin-yang Qi in Ling Yun's dantian, and the huge yin-yang vortex formed outside his body. Haha. This is fun. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he quickly spotted the figure of His Excellency Marquis, who was desperately rushing left and right. Now, he needs to make a decision. Should this Marquis be killed with one sword, or give him a first embrace? Without hesitating for a moment, Ling Yun stabbed out decisively with his sword, and the target was the small bat body of His Excellency Marquis. Thunderbolt kill. The speed of this sword cannot be described. Laugh. Ouch. His Excellency the Marquis's body was pierced by the magic sword, and he immediately couldn't help shivering lingling. His body became extremely sluggish as if struck by lightning. It was too late, but it was too soon. Ling Yun cut his index finger with his nails, forced out a drop of blood, and flicked his finger lightly. That drop of blood fell into that little wound on His Excellency the Marquis with incomparable accuracy. Then, Ling Yun no longer cared about the Marquis, and let him accept the wonderful first embrace here. As soon as he lost his true energy, he quickly flew backwards, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Qin Jianjia and Qin Jiangui again. Suck, gong, big, la. Ling Yun yelled again, put the sword in his hand into the space ring at the same time, aimed at the injured part of Qin Jianjia's back with both palms, and imprinted it directly. Not good. As soon as Ling Yun's palms touched his back, Qin Jianjia felt the innate Qi in his body rushing towards Ling Yun's palm through his wound. This is an opportunity Ling Yun created for himself. This is his long-planned plan from the beginning of the battle. Hey, this innate Qi is too thick and pure, no wonder Qin Jianjia is so strong. Ling Yun absorbed the true energy very quickly, and within a few seconds, all the true energy he had consumed during the repeated battles just now was replenished, and there was still a surplus. Isn't this the legendary method of attracting stars? Qin Jianjia almost pissed in terror. Walk. Qin Jianjia threw his right hand high into the air, and threw Qin Jiangui in his hand into the air. At the same time, he twisted his body crazily, letting his body get rid of Ling Yun's palm. In mid-air, Qin Jiangui, who had just recovered from the extreme horror, immediately turned into a bat, dragged his injured body, and shot towards the sky. Ling Yun bent his bow and set an arrow, and with a sound of whoosh, a sterling silver arrow pierced through Qin Jiangui's bat body fiercely, causing Qin Jiangui to let out another mournful howl. Quickly escaped from Ling Yun's attack range. Putting away the golden longbow, Ling Yun took out the dark blood demon knife again, stared at the extremely ugly Qin Jianjia with a playful face, and said lightly, "Have I broken your body's true energy? Take me a few more tricks, try?" Qin Jianjia's face was red and white, and he stared closely at Ling Yun's eyes. After a long while, he asked, "Who are you?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you are going to die soon. Ling Yun stared at Qin Jianjia's eyes, cold and calm, and said with a hint of regret and pity. Frankly speaking, this is the first time Ling Yun and Qin Jianjia have met tonight. There is no personal enmity or personal grudge between the two of them. Qin Jianjia can be regarded as a genius and hero when he can cultivate to such a level in his 30s. Moreover, when Qin Jianjia showed up just now, when he was fighting with Ling Yun, it was more of a sparring and a test. It was really a pity that Ling Yun killed him with such a knife. However, Ling Yun and the Qin family, the Ling family and the Qin family, until now, the two sides have long been in an endless situation, and this has nothing to do with personal grudges. If Ling Yun wants to destroy the Qin family step by step, Qin Jianjia will have to die, and Ling Yun will never have any kindness of women, so he will be soft-hearted towards him. Ling Yun knew that if he lost, Chao Shanshan and others behind him would end up worse than Qin Jianjia. Qin Jianjia can understand Ling Yun's meaning, and he naturally understands this, but he is also extremely proud, so he covered the knife wound on his shoulder, and smiled arrogantly. I admit, you are indeed stronger than I expected, it's even more mysterious, but if you want to kill me with your current means, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Edward Marquis, thank the Honorable Master for giving me a wonderful rebirth, and I am willing to dedicate my everything to you. Behind him, Ling Yun's first embrace to His Excellency, the Marquis, has already been completed. Because he is a Marquis, the process of giving him the first embrace will obviously take longer. It turns out that your name is Edward, you go with Pierce and protect that girl, don't ask anything else, don't care about anything else. Ling Yun turned his head slightly, looking shocked and excited. Edward, who had a slightly embarrassed and frightened expression on his face, didn't say anything, and asked him to protect Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun is not a first-time embracer. After he has 2 viscounts and 2 earls, he doesn't want to play this kind of first-time embrace game anymore. He doesn't have the hobby of staying with a group of bats all day. But Edward is different. The reason why Ling Yun didn't kill him just now was because he saw his combat command ability. He was in love. Through the wonderful and shocking first embrace just now, all the injuries on Edward's body were gone. Not only was he completely reborn, but he also received huge benefits. However, now is not the time to talk about it, so it is important for Ling Yun to let him go to do business first. On Ling Yun's side, he immediately gained a formidable combat power. Now, Ling Yun's enemy. After being seriously injured, Qin Jiangui, who was scared to hide in the sky, and Qin Jianjia in front of him, the Qin family, were in trouble. Qin Jiangui couldn't kill him, and there was no need to kill him. Ling Yun didn't bother to kill him at all, so he deliberately let him go over and over again. But Qin Jianjia is different. This is a great enemy. Ling Yun never does anything like cutting grass without eradicating the roots. Ling Yun and Qin Jianjia looked at each other at the same time, silently responding. Suddenly, Qin Jianjia's pupils shrank. Suddenly, his tall figure flickered, and he rushed towards Ling Yun. Xian Leibu, destroy the heaven seal. Qin Jianjia is still protecting his body with his innate qi, stepping on the mysterious thunder step, one step at a time, as if a mysterious thunder sounded under his feet. The momentum shook the sky, and both palms danced rapidly, as if a powerful seal was struck, shrouded in Ling Yun. Between life and death, Qin Jianjia finally showed his kung fu of pressing the bottom of the box. Be careful. Qin Jianjia was so powerful that old Chui was terrified when he saw it. He hurriedly shouted and told Ling Yun to be more careful. Useless. Ling Yun said indifferently. He also did not use any weapons. He also stepped on the mysterious footwork, displayed the Tiangang subduing magic fist, and the sky silence palm, and challenged Qin Jianjia hard. If Qin Jianjia wanted to escape, Ling Yun would definitely kill him on the spot with the demon blood sword and dragon-marked sword without hesitation, but Qin Jianjia did not retreat and chose to fight him, which Ling Yun appreciated very much. Bang bang bang. The two fought fast, and the 2 tall figures fought close to each other. Only 2 phantoms remained, and they slammed into each other dozens of times like lightning. Ling Yun took advantage of everything, and he continued to take advantage of it. During the confrontation with Qin Jianjia, he kept turning his dantian around, constantly absorbing Qin Jianjia's fists and palms, which were all Qin Jianjia's innate qi. The more he fought, the stronger he became, but Qin Jianjia became weaker and weaker. In the end, he was completely powerless. Qin Jianjia clearly felt that his strength at the peak of the 8th layer innate seemed to have fallen to the middle stage of the 8th layer innate. Through this fight, Ling Yun not only became more and more fierce and brave, but also felt once again that he was about to break through the qi training period. But even so, with a pair of fleshy palms, Ling Yun was still unable to kill Chen Jianjia on the spot in a short period of time. What a powerful innate 8th layer! Ling Yun was secretly shocked. While fighting, Ling Yun was also repeatedly testing Chen Jianjia's strength and making various comparisons. Now Ling Yun knows what he has in mind. If he doesn't have the Blood Demon Sword, the Dragon Pattern Sword, the Dark Storm and other heaven-defying treasures, with his bare hands, he will barely be able to compete with the masters in the middle stage of the 8th layer of the innate. Quite. The 8th level of innate power is already so powerful, so what about the 9th level of innate level? What about the innate 9th floor and above? The real ancient martial arts masters in this world will never be weak, on the contrary, they are very strong. This is the judgment made by Ling Yun during the battle. Suddenly, Ling Yun's heart moved, and he noticed that many people came to the edge of the Grand Canyon. Go down and protect my second brother. Chen Jiangui's hoarse voice came down from the rainstorm and reached Ling Yun's ears. Yes. More than a dozen black figures jumped and rushed down from the canyon. The Chen family has another expert coming. Ling Yun's face changed. He couldn't waste any more. If this fight continues, who knows when it will end. If the Chen family keeps sending people over, if someone stronger than Chen Jianjia comes, then Ling Yun will die. Second brother, stop fighting, that person is too mysterious, let's leave this place first. Chen Jiangui was not afraid that Ling Yun would hear. He flew to the edge of the Grand Canyon. Guaranteeing that Ling Yun's bow and arrow would not hit him, he roared towards the bottom of the canyon. After being ruthlessly trampled by Ling Yun many times, Chen Jiangui finally understood that this masked man in black was his special nemesis, no matter how powerful he was or how many ways he could think of. None of them are the opponents of Ling Yun below. He is as cunning as a fox, and he doesn't care how many blood races die. But Xia Xia is his own second brother, and one of the pillars of the Chen family, so nothing will happen to him. Therefore, Chen Jiangui's goal tonight was directly reduced from robbing and killing people to saving his life. Second young master, let us help you. 3 figures jumped down from the air first, and rushed towards the place where Ling Yun and Chen Jianjia were fighting. Don't come here. Chen Jianjia already knew how tough Ling Yun was. He knew that although none of the experts sent by his father to protect him was weak, they were far from being Ling Yun's opponents. The Earl and Marquis of the Blood Clan are useless. In Ling Yun's eyes, these innate masters were naturally even more unbearable. But Chen Jianjia's reminder was late, and these people who came were the masked dead soldiers of the Chen family. Even if Chen Jianjia reminded it was useless, he still kept rushing. The dozen or so masters locked down with divine sense looked at the various cold weapons they held in their hands, rushed over with chilling eyes. Ling Yun smiled. With a sound from the secret channel, Ling Yun used a move called Silence of the Sky, and attacked Chen Jianjia with more than a dozen palms. Forced, he retreated again and again, almost retreating into the turbulent torrent behind him. Ling Yun's figure flashed violently. He cast his shape-changing shadow, transformed himself into 9, and slashed wildly with the blood demon knife in his hand, and the black knife gang made the sound of piercing the air one after another. Chi chi chi. 13 people came down, 9 of them were chopped to death by Ling Yun in just such a short time, and they were sent to the gate of hell by Ling Yun before they even had time to let out a scream. Second brother, run away. Chen Jiangui at the top of the canyon screamed wildly when he saw this, and he finally yelled out the word escape. Your second brother can't leave. Ling Yun answered Chen Jianjia indifferently. He left and returned suddenly, and flew towards Chen Jianjia again. However, this time, Ling Yun's left hand held the dark blood demon knife. Send you on your way. Ling Yun unleashed his dragon roar, shouted violently, and stunned Chen Jianjia for a moment. At the same time, he was rushing wildly, holding a knife in both hands, and slashed wildly at Chen Jianjia, who was stunned in front of him. This is an ecstasy strike. This is a strike in which Ling Yun used the dragon elephant's magical power to 7 times its combat power, and it is the most amazing and powerful strike he has made so far. Tens of meters in front of the black blood demon knife fired by the blade, the air is flowing rapidly, not even a drop of rain can fall in. Admiralty. Ling Yun's movement was astonishingly fast, and Qin Jianjia didn't even have time to react. He was startled by Shenlong's roar, and then he was dazed again. In such a trance, Ling Yun's saber wind had already slashed head-on. It was impossible to hide, so Qin Jianjia could only use the golden bell cover to protect himself, and at the same time raised his 2 long arms suddenly, and issued 2 violent palm winds at the same time, trying to miss Ling Yun's powerful and fierce knife. Boom! Brush! Qin Jianjia's golden bell cover already had a flaw. Of course, it was impossible to block Ling Yun's knife. His golden bell cover was blown apart by Ling Yun's knife. The speed of the blade remained unchanged, and it easily cut off Qin Jianjia's raised hands, and then hit his forehead. After a dying groan, a terrifying red vertical line appeared on Qin Jianjia's tall body. Remember, on the road to Xuanhuan, the person who killed you was the 4th young master of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood still suddenly, retracted the knife, and then used sound transmission to enter the secret, sending these words into Qin Jianjia's ears. Puff. Boom. Blood surged violently, and Qin Jianjia's body was split in half by Ling Yun's knife, and he fell to the left and right sides. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The genius Hao Xiong at the peak of the 8th floor, the second son of Chen Haipeng, the head of the Chen family, Qin Jianjia, was split in half by Ling Yun. Second young master. In the end, the 4 dead soldiers of the Chen family rushed down from the cliffs of the canyon. When they saw Qin Jianjia being instantly killed by Ling Yun, their eyes turned red all of a sudden. Chi 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 chi. Ling Yun didn't turn his head back, and with the silver needle in his hand, he violently beat the Chen family's dead men who rushed towards him, killing 1 person instantly, and the other 3 were shot at the vital acupuncture points. Crying again and again. Swipe. Ling Yun performed the phantom fish dragon step again, turning into 3 in 1 body, and displayed the 9-kill sword technique with the dragon patterned soft sword in his hand, just like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. Thunder kill. Kill without shadow. Destroy the heart. The 3 swords easily ended the lives of 3 innate masters. Second brother. Above the canyon, Qin Jiangui felt something was wrong. He poked his head out and looked down the canyon with all his might. His eyes turned red immediately, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet. One of the 2 geniuses of the Chen family, his second brother Qin Jianjia, was killed just like that? How can that be? However, the facts were right in front of his eyes, and Qin Jiangui couldn't believe it. At this moment, he was also struck by hatred and lost his mind. He swung his wings and swooped down directly from the top of the canyon. No matter what, Qin Jianjia's body must be snatched back. Pierce, Edward, you 2, quickly lead them out of the canyon and get out of here. Ling Yun ignored Qin Jiangui, who swooped down, and said calmly to the 2 blood servants Pierce and Edward. Qin Jiangui flew down. Ling Yun smiled faintly, put away the dark blood demon knife, and greeted him with bare hands, a phantom fish and dragon step. Finally, it's your turn. Ling Yun said coldly. The tall and elegant figure had already arrived in front of Qin Jiangui. Boom. With a punch, he raised his hand and hit. He wants to take this opportunity to capture Qin Jiangui alive. Only Qin Jiangui was caught alive. There is hope to save Chao Shanshan's family members and transform them from vampires to human beings again. I fight with you. With a roar, Qin Jiangui circulated the Zhenqi in his body to the limit, and also threw out both fists. Bang bang. The 2 pairs of fists collided fiercely, and only 2 clicks and clicks were heard. Chen Jiangui's 2 arms cut off at the sound. Chen Jiangui, who was already seriously injured, was no match for Ling Yun, who had unleashed 7 times the power of the dragon elephant. Ah! Chen Jiangui let out a howl of the beast's serious injury. His tall figure was blown away more than 10 meters by Ling Yun's punch, but he endured the severe pain and spread his wings unwillingly, wanting to spare Ling Yun and snatch Chen Jianjia's body. Humph! Ling Yun snorted coldly, stretched out his figure again, and caught up with Chen Jiangui with a slight sway, chi, pointing like the wind. Hit several acupuncture points of Chen Jiangui one after another. Chen Jiangui froze suddenly. He flapped his black wings with all his strength, trying to continue to charge forward, but because of his acupoints being hit, he finally fell limply and fell to the ground with a bang. Your brother died in a fierce battle, so it's not shameful. But, don't try to run away again. Ling Yin came to Chen Jiangui's side, and issued a few strong fingering winds, making Chen Jiangui unable to move, and said at the same time. This time, Ling Yin did not change his voice. He used his original voice to speak. Chen Jiangui had already been captured alive by him, there was no need for him to pretend. Ling Yin beckoned for Pierce to come over. At the same time, he took out a Wujing demon silkworm rope and handed it to Pierce. Tie him up and take him away. Elder Cui said to Ling Yin via sound transmission, "Fourth young master, what shall we do now? We are divided into 2 groups. Hurry up and get out of here." Next, Ling Yin and Chao Shanshan all the way, Cui Lao, Pierce, Edward, the 3 of them, grabbed Chen Jiangui as the way, and left the Grand Canyon in 2 directions. As for the countless corpses on the ground, Ling Yin didn't do anything to deal with them, and kept them as they were, to deter the Chen family, and then give the Chen family a blow. Ling Yin rushed out of the Grand Canyon with Chao Shanshan in his arms, headed east, and quickly bypassed the Miyun Reservoir, and found his parking place. The rain has stopped again. Shanshan, get in the car, we are going home. Kindness. Chao Shanshan agreed obediently. After coming out of the canyon, Chao Shanshan was surprisingly silent along the way and didn't say much. Ling Yin carefully checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and after finding nothing wrong, he got into the car, slammed down the accelerator, turned around and drove towards the capital. Call. It wasn't until the car drove 7 or 8 kilometers that Ling Yin breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves, which had been tense all the time, finally relaxed. His face was very pale. This is the sequelae of using the dragon elephant power. Although the secret method of dragon elephant power will not cause any side effects to people no matter how it is used, it still has a shortcoming. That is, once it is cast, the caster will enter a relatively weak period. After all, this secret technique is a secret technique that overdraws a person's potential in a short period of time. That's how it got several times more combat power. Otherwise, if you keep using the dragon elephant divine strength, your strength will be directly and permanently maintained at several times the level, and there will be no such thing as secret techniques. Ling Yin is quite opposed to using this kind of secret method, and he will never use it unless it is absolutely necessary, because cultivation is against the sky, and using this kind of secret method is tantamount to being lazy, which Ling Yin doesn't like. But if he wanted to kill Chen Jianjia, who was at the peak of the 8th level congenital, Ling Yin had to use this set of secret techniques. His level was too low. Even with the help of various magic weapons, he could only slightly suppress Chen Jianjia. It is simply impossible to kill Chen Jianjia. Don't forget, Chen Jianjia has legs, he really can't beat him, won't he run away? If Chen Jianjia concentrates on escaping, Ling Yin will really be in vain. It seems that I have to rest for a few days. Ling Yin thought to himself. Strength belongs to strength, and overdraft belongs to overdraft. These are 2 concepts. After Ling Yun came to the capital, he saved the Chao family, saved his second uncle Ling Yu, and saved Chao Shanshan. He went through 3 battles in a very short period of time. He had killed hundreds of people, including the blood race, and he really needed a good rest. In order to avoid accidents, Ling Yun drove the car very fast. He turned his head and looked at the silent Chao Shanshan in the passenger seat. After a while, she smiled gently and said, "The rain has stopped, Shanshan. Why don't you speak?" Chao Shanshan blushed, her eyes flustered, and she said, "No way, I was thinking." "What are you thinking?" Ling Yun asked immediately. Chao Shanshan was indeed thinking about many things, with thousands of thoughts at once, but there was only one central point of all thoughts. That is, the current Ling Yun is too strong. Ling Yun's strength has even far exceeded Chao Shanshan's imagination and her expectations for Ling Yun's development. Chao Shanshan finally turned her head, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Yun's face. She suddenly said, "Ling Yun, can you teach me martial arts?" Faint. Ling Yun smiled wryly after hearing this, and said to Chao Shanshan, "If I don't teach you martial arts. When you were in Qingshui City, why did you spend so much effort washing your tendons and cutting your marrow?" With a leisurely smile, Ling Yun pretended to be unfathomable and said mysteriously, "Here, I can teach you martial arts. It's not impossible, but it must be approved by my master." Then how can your master agree?" Chao Shanshan was very anxious, because she found that Ling Yun was stronger, no matter whether she admitted it or not, the distance between her and Ling Yun. The farther away, even if the two are stuck together heart to heart, there is still a vague gap between the two, and this gap is becoming wider and wider, gradually separating the two. If it was back in April, Ling Yun's strength at that time was only surpassed by most ordinary people. Chao Shanshan thought to herself that her beauty, her grades, her family background, etc. the qualification to keep pace with Ling Yun, but now the current Chao family needs Ling Yun to save them. Also, Ling Yun, that elder Cui, just now, why did I hear him calling you fourth young master? Ling Yun frowned slightly. This was related to his real identity. Sooner or later, his real identity would be announced to the world. But now that Chao Shanshan was rescued, if he said it directly, Chao Shanshan might have a lot of unnecessary thoughts. "Shanshan, I will tell you about these things later. What you need to do now is to take a good rest and recuperate. Think carefully about how to face your family. Let me tell you." Ling Yun changed the topic, and while driving, slowly told Chao Shanshan what happened to her after Chao Shanshan left Qingshui City, trying to be as concise as possible. "What? Sister Mei Feng was taken away? Ah? Sister Xiao Mimi is also missing? Xiao Bai, turned into a human? A fox, a vixen?" However, for this point, Chao Shanshan's ability to accept is obviously much stronger than others. After all, she has come into contact with the mysterious blood race. After passing Huairou district, it is the capital city, and after passing Xuanhuan district, Ling Yun drove the car to the 5th Ring Road, and then walked west along the 5th Ring Road. The target, his courtyard. "Shanshan, people in your family, your brother Chao Tianlong is fine, you are safe now. As for the others, we can only face the things that have happened. You have to be more open-minded. If we need to save people, we will save people, and if we need to take revenge, we will take revenge. We need to do these things one by one. Don't worry, I, Ling Yun, have sworn that I will destroy the Chen family with my own hands." Ling Yun knew that as soon as she entered the courtyard, Chao Shanshan would see her relatives. He was afraid that Chao Shanshan would be too sad, so he comforted her in advance. "Ling Yun, I understand. Actually, I have known these things for a long time. That damn Chen Jiangui tells me these things every day. I figured it out a long time ago, Ling Yun, thank you." In 3 months, Chao Shanshan had already figured it out, but Ling Yun's faint, distressed care and comfort made Chao Shanshan's heart flutter and tender. By the way, Tang Meng is also in the capital, and you can see him later. Ling Yun thought of Tang Meng. He took out his phone with a smile, and then received countless reminders, all of which were missed text messages and missed calls. Why is it so much longer? Ling Yun was a little dazed, and just as he was in a daze, another call came from his mobile phone, and it was Tang Meng who called. After connecting without hesitation, Tang Meng's angry and anxious voice came from the phone. Brother Yun, something serious happened. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Something big? Ling Yun was overjoyed. What could be greater than Ling Yun beheading more than 200 blood clans in one night, slashing Qin Jianjia, capturing Qin Jiangui alive, and successfully rescuing Chao Shanshan? Tell me, what's the big deal? It's worth your panic? Is it because the acquisition of the logistics company has not been negotiated? Ling Yun said slowly and happily. They succeeded in one fell swoop and successfully rescued Chao Shanshan. The most important thing was that Chao Shanshan was safe and sound, and Ling Yun was in a surprisingly good mood. It's not about the logistics company, that logistics company, I bought it when I got there today. What I'm talking about is really a big deal, Brother Yun, it's about yourself. The college entrance examination results are out. The college entrance examination ended on June 9th, and now 3 weeks have passed. It is already the beginning of July, and the college entrance examination results can already be checked on the internet. Tang Meng on the other end of the phone was obviously in a hurry, and there was a burst of anger that could not be vented in his voice. Oh? The results of the college entrance examination are out? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment. After the college entrance examination, he had already left the college entrance examination out of the blue. For Ling Yun now, the college entrance examination and going to university are not much different from wasting time, wasting youth and wasting life. After Ling Yun was stunned, he turned his head and glanced at Chao Shanshan at the side. Sure enough, he noticed that Chao Shanshan's face was a little strange, and he asked plainly, when did the results come out? How did Ling Yu and the others do in the exam? Although thousands of miles away, Ling Yun is most concerned about his sister, Ming Ling Yu. Of course, he is indifferent to his own grades. Because there is no need to care about it at all, even if Ling Yun's grades do not get full marks, they are definitely not far behind the full marks in the college entrance examination. Tang Meng was even more anxious. Brother Yun, don't ask Ling Yu for now. Ling Yu's grades are the first in the school, only 3 points away from full marks, but you. Tang Meng paused at this point. Obviously angry, he said angrily, your college entrance examination score is 0, 0. Hearing that Ling Yu's grades were the first in the school, Ling Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking that Ling Yu's hard work in the past 3 years was not in vain, and that he was not as good as her in the exam. But when he finished listening to Tang Meng's second half after the sentence, I couldn't help being surprised for a while. 0 points? Is the sun out in the west? What? 0 points? How is this possible? Tang Meng's voice on the phone was very loud. Almost yelling. Chao Shanshan was sitting next to Ling Yun, so she could hear clearly. Just as Ling Yun was stunned, Chao Shanshan's expression changed drastically, her voice also raised an octave, and she began to shout angrily. Are you kidding me? Not to mention the drastic changes in Ling Yun since the end of March, even the original Ling Yun, every mock exam, at least a few points for each subject. After all, as long as you answer the questions on the test paper, you will get points, not to mention that Ling Yun is studying liberal arts. After all, there are a lot of multiple-choice questions in the exam papers of each subject, even if you give up the exam. Choose one answer for all, as long as you are not too unlucky, at least about a quarter of the multiple-choice questions can be answered correctly. Ling Yun, what should I do? Didn't you just say that when the college entrance examination is approaching, you also studied for half a month and surprise, how could you score 0 in the exam? Chao Shanshan blushed anxiously, and said with her breasts heaving violently. Ling Yun, on the other hand, acted calm and composed. After a little bit of astonishment, he tilted his head and thought for a while. His expression seemed to be thinking about something completely unrelated to him. It seems that Xie Zhenyan and Go Jun sent them. They haven't given up on the 100 million yet, hee. Otherwise, the Sun family should be behind the scenes. Except for these two groups of people who are behind the scenes, it can't be anyone else. In the end, Ling Yin smiled leisurely, and said calmly, 0 score in the college entrance examination? It's a bit interesting, okay, I get it. While Ling Yin was talking, he saw another incoming call notification on his mobile phone. It was Ning Lingyu calling. In order not to make Ning Lingyu worry, Ling Yin quickly said to Tang Meng, Lingyu is also calling, I will hang up, I'll call you later. Without any explanation, Ling Yin hung up Tang Meng's line and immediately connected to Ning Lingyu's call. Brother, what on earth have you been doing? Why can't you get through on your mobile phone all night? I'm so anxious. Ning Lingyu's sweet but anxious voice came from the phone. Ning Lingyu was the first to inquire about Ling Yun's college entrance examination results. Her own results were normal, and even because of her different mood, Ning Lingyu performed super level and did very well in the exam. But Ning Lingyu was more concerned about Ling Yun's grades. Before she even checked her own grades, Ling Yun's grades were the first thing she inquired about. Ning Lingyu remembered Ling Yun's ID card number and exam admit card number better than Ling Yun, and he had a computer network at home, so it would take minutes to check the results of the college entrance examination. Hey, I've been tossing around all night tonight, but Lingyu, don't worry, brother is fine, everything is fine, you don't have to worry about me. Ling Yun knew why Ning Lingyu was in a hurry, so he first smiled and comforted Ning Lingyu. It's fine, brother, you. When Ning Lingyu heard that Ling Yun was fine, she felt a little relieved, and opened her mouth to say about Ling Yun's 0 score in the college entrance examination, but she was afraid that Ling Yun would be furious, so she opened her mouth several times, but she never said it. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and took the initiative to say, Lingyu, do you want to talk about your brother's college entrance examination results? 0 points, Tang Meng told me just now. Ah? Tang Meng already told you? Brother, what the hell is going on? Did you forget to fill in your exam information on the exam paper? Otherwise, how could you score 0? In the evening, Ning Lingyu checked the results of the college entrance examination and found out that Ling Yun's score was 0. He threw the phone into the space ring, and of course it was impossible to receive anyone's call. Ning Lingyu couldn't get in touch with Ling Yun, so he called Tang Meng directly. After all, when Tang Meng went to see Ling Yun in the capital, he definitely wanted to say hello to Ning Lingyu. Therefore, besides Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue, Tang Meng was the first to know this information. Ling Yun smiled, Lingyu, don't worry, you got a 0 score in the college entrance examination, it's not a big deal, just calm down and listen to me tell you slowly, you will understand after I finish. First stabilized Ning Lingyu's mind, Ling Yun smiled leisurely, and said lightly, it's not that my brother forgot to fill in the name and admission ticket number on the exam paper, your brother is not that stupid yet, it's because someone is behind the scenes to deal with it. And me? Ling Yun sneered in his heart, isn't it just a college entrance examination, a Yenqing University, even if Ling Yun is admitted, whether he is willing to enter Yenqing University or not depends on his mood, I didn't expect the enemy to use such a boring tricks. Brother, I've thought about this too, but the college entrance examination is the biggest event in China's education sector every year, and it is under the unified jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. Who dares to play tricks here? Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng and others, they are extremely smart people, of course they have already analyzed it before Ling Yun answered the phone, but they don't know if there is something wrong with Ling Yun himself, so they can't be sure. Now, Ling Yun personally confirmed that it was not his fault, so Ning Lingyu immediately understood that it must be his brother's enemy, playing tricks behind his back. However, although Ning Lingyu has a noble status now, she is the biological daughter of Qin Chuyue of the Qin family, but in just 2 months, with her small, pure heart, she still believes that the college entrance examination is sacred, and it is difficult to accept it as a fact that some people can even make troubles about things like the college entrance examination. Ministry of Education? Hee, rules are dead, people are alive, sister, don't take these rules too seriously, the college entrance examination is not as pure and flawless as you think. The invigilator needs people, the marking is done by ordinary teachers, and the score statistics still need people. As long as someone can get through one of these joints, it is enough to make Ling Yun's college entrance examination score 0. It is really very simple. But what should we do? Brother, why are you not in a hurry? Ning Lingyu still stomped her feet anxiously. For a top student who has worked hard for the college entrance examination for many years, the weight of the college entrance examination and the college entrance examination results in Ning Lingyu's heart can definitely crush 3 mountains. Ling Yun could feel Ning Lingyu's urgency, he smiled warmly in his heart, and said lightly, the grades have already come out, it's no use worrying, Lingyu, don't worry, my brother will assure you, how should we go to college, or how to go to university, and definitely Yanqing University. Even if the college entrance examination scores 0, this Yanqing University, if you want to go to it, you can still go to it. Who is Ling Yun now? The 4th young master of the Ling family, regardless of other things, with this identity, he can easily get the admission notice from Yanqing University. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun asked Ning Lingyu again, Lingyu, Aunt May and Aunt May, are you all at home now? Are they all okay? On the other end of the phone, Qin Dongxue took the mobile phone from Ning Lingyu's hand with a smile, pursed her lips, smiled sweetly, and said coquettishly, Stinky boy, I finally remembered your aunt. How are you doing in the capital these days? Did you eat well? Did you sleep soundly? Did you fight with anyone? Qin Dongxue is an ancient martial arts practitioner, her identity and realm are all there, and her disdain for the college entrance examination is definitely comparable to Ling Yun's. Therefore, knowing that the results have come out, she is equally calm and doesn't take it to heart at all. What Qin Dongxue was more concerned about was Ling Yun's diet and daily life. As for asking Ling Yun if he had fought with others, he had something to say. Ling Yun could naturally understand Qin Dongshue's voiceover, and he said with a smile, Hey, Auntie, I'm pretty healthy in the capital, I eat delicious food, I fall asleep when I fall asleep, and I've had a lot of fights, but I don't even have a hair on my head. It's all gone, don't worry. Qin Dongxue laughed coquettishly when she heard it, she knew that Ling Yun was telling her that she was safe and not to worry her, so she didn't mention it again, but changed the subject and talked about another matter. Stinky boy, my aunt has something serious to tell you. The demon subduing conference in Fenglei Valley in Longhu Mountain will be postponed. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Postponed? Why? Ling Yun stayed on Daogui Island for more than a month, and when he returned to Qingshui City, it was already late May. He had just returned to Qingshui City, when he met Lu Suifeng, a genius disciple of the Hidden World sect, Xinjian Villa. Because of Lu Suifeng's rude words, he always took advantage of Qin Dongxue intentionally or unintentionally, and even spoke rudely to Ling Yun. In the end, Ling Yun severely taught him a lesson. He just shook hands with Lu Suifeng for more than 10 minutes. The hand of Lu Suifeng, who was born on the 5th floor, was crushed. Lu Suifeng was so embarrassed that he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Before leaving, he told Qin Dongxue that a month later, the world's martial arts are going to be held in Fenglei Valley in Longhu Mountain. Ling Yun has forgotten about the college entrance examination results, but he has always kept in mind the matter of the Fumo conference, because he wants to take this opportunity to meet the heroes of the world and see the large gathering held in the ancient martial arts world. What is it like? Of course, there is another more important reason, and that is Zhuang Meifeng. As soon as Ling Yun arrived in the capital, he fought one after another and rescued Chao Shanshan in the shortest possible time, so as not to delay going to Longhu Mountain to participate in the Demon Conference, because there, he might meet the woman he misses most in his heart. If it wasn't for the practice of Yiqi Yinyang Ju, Zhuang Meifeng would be the first woman to give her icy and clean body to Ling Yun. Moreover, although the two of them never broke through the last obstacle, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng had already been in harmony with each other in the rental house in Qingshui City, and they were inseparable from each other. If you want to say that you have a clear eye, a bold mind, a daring to love and hate, Zhuang Meifeng can definitely afford it. She is 3 years older than Ling Yun. At that time, Ling Yun was still a big fat man. Night. After experiencing life and death together, now she has been taken away by the Taoist nun of Jingxi Nunnery for 3 months, and there is no news at all. Ling Yun doesn't miss her. Who does he miss? Qin Dongxue said that Jingxi Nunnery can be regarded as being in the ancient martial arts world. The most self-proclaimed right way, but also the most nosy. In short, it is one of the sects that love to pretend to be the most. There is no reason for Jingxi Nunnery not to participate in grand events such as the Fumo Conference. Come out and show off, that's called hell. Ling Yun pointed out that he saw Zhuang Meifeng at the meeting of subduing demons, and now he heard that the meeting of subduing demons will be postponed. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, there is more than one Zhuang Meifeng, and Bai Xianer, Bai Xianer escaped from Longhu Mountain. Ling Yun also promised her that she would definitely take Bai Xianer with her when the time came. By the way, he helped her kill the drought mango, and avenged Bai Xianer together. The last point, since it is the Demon Subduing Conference, Wulin Jingdao holds this grand event, and of course the one to deal with is the demon sect. Although Ling Yun didn't care about the life and death of Mazong, there were so few people, he cared very much. It is now confirmed that the previous generation of the demon sect saintess is Ling Yun's own mother. The status of the demon sect saintess in the demon sect is needless to say, if it is April or May. The bloody storm in the rivers and lakes was caused by his own mother, so of course Ling Yun wanted to spoil this event. Ling Yun has no objection against the demon sect, but if he wants to deal with his own mother, Ling Yun can only put right and wrong aside, according to his character or style. Even if the demon sect saintess kills all martial arts people in the world, anyone who dares to look at their mother is unhappy, even if they just make irresponsible remarks, then there is only one end for them, that is, death. Killing the family is easy. The key issue now is that Ling Yun still doesn't know whether the bloody storm in April and May in Jianghu was caused by his own mother. Ling Yun has been to Lingjue Temple in Qingshui City, and he already knows that the Mazong is currently divided into 2 factions that are almost opposite. One faction is the mother's side, and the other faction is naturally Sikon Tu's group. Of course, the people on the side should be killed, but the people on my mother's side must be helped. This is Ling Yun. As long as he is offended, right and wrong will be put on both sides first, and personal grievances will be resolved first. Because of these reasons, Ling Yun is very much looking forward to this demon subduing conference, but Qin Dongxue suddenly said that it will be postponed. How could he not be in a hurry? Qin Dongxue could naturally hear the meaning of urgency in Ling Yun's words. She sneered and teased casually, "Why, are you in a hurry? Wouldn't it be good to postpone the event? Isn't it good to enjoy life in this bustling metropolis? So, do you have to be willing to drill into the ravine?" Ling Yun could only be speechless after hearing this. Enjoying life? Ever since he came to this world, Ling Yun started from dealing with the pursuit. Except for training and fighting, he didn't have a serious day off at all. How could he have time to enjoy life? Chao Shanshan was rescued, but the whereabouts of her father Ling Xiao is unknown. The two mothers, Qin Qiuyue, went to Tianshan Tianjianzong, and there has been no news so far. Where is the previous generation of demon sect saints? Known. Xiao Mimi went straight to nothing. Zhuang Meifeng was waiting for him to get out of the sea of suffering, and her family was still in jeopardy. There are so many things, one after another. I'll have to wait for Ling Yun to do it. He enjoys a life of shit. Pfft. Seeing that Ling Yun was silent for a long time, Qin Dongxue chuckled and explained the reason directly. According to the news my aunt got, the demon sect disappeared after a while in April and May, and they just came and went without a trace. Without the demon sect, there is no need to hold the demon subduing conference. Disappeared again? Ling Yun murmured and repeated, feeling that things were a bit weird, but he thought about it, and it was true. When he was in Qingshui City, the saintess of the demon sect had been making trouble for him, but ever since he found the foothold of the demon sect, after beheading more than a dozen masters of the demon sect in one breath, the saintess of the demon sect never appeared again. Then when will it be held? Will the demon subduing conference not be held? Ling Yun followed closely and asked another question. Qin Dongxue sneered and said, "Look at how anxious you are. Don't worry, the demon subduing conference has been prepared for 2 months, and it will definitely be held. If there are no accidents, it should be in mid-September, which is the Mid-Autumn Festival in the lunar calendar. Night of the full moon." Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is actually very simple, 3 words, strong momentum. It seems that the righteous way of martial arts, no matter what you do, you must do it with great momentum and full of domineering, just like there are no more heroes of martial arts in the world except them. They have to occupy the commanding heights of morality and rules, otherwise how can they be high-sounding? And even if it spreads out, there are gimmicks, such as the night of the full moon, the meeting of subduing demons. It sounds very tyrannical and cool, and it can lead the coquettish for many years. Well, I see. Ling Yun sneered, said something casually, and then asked, "Auntie, is there anything else? If not, I will hang up first," and a new call came in. Silence. After a short silence, only listening to Qin Dongshue's quiet tone, he asked in a calm tone as much as possible, "Ling Yun, this trip to the capital, the person you should meet, have you met?" Qin Dongxue asked, of course, whether Ling Yun had met anyone from the Ling family, and whether he had recognized his ancestors. Ling Yun was driving the car, lowered his head slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "I have seen it, it is true." Silent again. This time, Qin Dongxue was silent for a longer time, and after a long time, she said quietly, "Boy, my aunt congratulates you, but you must not forget Auntie and Ling Yu." Qin Dongshue's voice was fierce and domineering, but Ling Yun could hear the reluctance and panic in that voice. "Hey, little aunt," Qingshui Lakeside, "have you forgotten what we said? Don't worry, the most important thing now is..." When Ling Yun said this, he purposely made a fool of himself and kept silent. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Qin Dongxue secretly rejoiced, but Ling Yun said that there was still a key point, but she didn't go any further. She was extremely anxious, and hurriedly asked, "What is the key point?" Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Auntie, the most important thing now is, while I'm not in Qingshui, hurry up and practice your cooking skills with Aunt May. To be honest, your cooking is really not flattering." Before Ling Yun finished speaking, Qin Dongshue's nephrite voice turned into the roar of the Hedong lion in the blink of an eye, "Stinky boy, I will kill you. Haha. I'm not afraid, because you can't catch me." Ling Yun laughed, and before Qin Dongxue could speak again, he quickly hung up the phone. In Qingshui Bay No. 9 Villa, Qingshui City, Qin Dongxue, who was wearing a snow-white V-neck tunic dress, blushed with embarrassment, bit her delicate lower lip, clutched her phone and thought angrily for a long time, and suddenly said madly, "I'm furious. Aunt May, I want to learn how to cook from you." Embarrassed, Qin Dongxue directly called out her latest great goal. On Ling Yan's side, because he and Qin Dongxue hadn't interrupted the call for a long time after the new call, so the phone rang after a few rings and hung up, so he had to call back again. This call was from Ling Yan's homeroom teacher, English teacher, Kong Xiuru. She was also very anxious. As soon as Ling Yan answered the phone, she asked what was going on. Ling Yan was still only guessing about the reasons for everything. He also couldn't explain clearly to Kong Xiuru. He only said that he was performing normally and got a 0 score in the college entrance examination, so there must be something wrong, and he will definitely investigate clearly. Kong Xiuru was even more anxious than Ning Lingyu. She said eagerly, Ling Yan, if you want to find a way, you should investigate as soon as possible. This is a big matter, you must not take it seriously. Kong Xiuru knew that Ling Yan's heart was big enough and wild enough, and she didn't care about the bullshit college entrance examination, but she did. She is now the grade director of the 3rd grade of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and one of the 4 vice principals of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Her best student scored 0 in the college entrance examination. It is no wonder that she is not in a hurry. What's more, the student who scored 0 in the college entrance examination is Ling Yun. I see, don't worry, the results will be found out soon. Ling Yunqin said, Mr. Kong, you are finally in a hurry. Ling Yun, I have booked a plane for tonight, and I will be able to arrive in the capital early tomorrow morning. This matter is very serious, and I want to investigate it with you. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It is good. Ling Yan readily agreed, and then asked with a smile, Mr. Kong, do you have a place to live in the capital? If not, I'll help you arrange it. Yes, no. On the other end of the phone, Kong Xiuru first said yes, and then said no in a panic. Kong Xiuru also has parents, and her home is in the capital. Moreover, Kong Xiuru's family background is very good. If she wants to come to the capital, she can directly live in her own home. However, since the incident that hurt her a lot 6 years ago, Kong Xiuru has rarely returned to the capital. Even if she occasionally came to the capital for business trips, she still lived in a hotel and returned directly after the work was done. In Qingshui City, he didn't even return to his own home. That's why Kong Xiuru subconsciously said yes, and then immediately changed her words. Ling Yun didn't think much about it. He heard that Kong Xiuru had no place to live in Beijing. He was secretly happy, and said with a leisurely smile, that's fine, then I will arrange everything. You tell me the flight, and I will pick you up at the airport tomorrow. After graduating, the results of the college entrance examination have also come down. Although the two of them still have a teacher-student relationship, the current teacher-student relationship has undergone a qualitative change from the teacher-student relationship before Ling Yan's college entrance examination. It has nothing to do with the thousands of teachers and students in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. On the other end of the phone, Kong Xiuru's fair face blushed inexplicably. She bit her rosy lower lip with her white teeth, thought for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Here, Ling Yan grabbed the phone and still didn't hang it up. He turned his head to the right and looked at Chao Shanshan in the passenger seat with an inquiring gaze. The meaning was obvious. It was asking Chao Shanshan if she wanted to say a few words to the teacher in charge. Facing Ling Yan's gaze, Chao Shanshan simply shook her head and waved her hand again, expressing that she did not want to talk to the class teacher for the time being. Directly refused. Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan was still in shock, and she definitely hadn't thought about what to say to the head teacher, so he stopped pushing and chatted with Kong Xiuru for a few more words before ending the call. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan immediately called Tang Meng again. Ask him which hotel he is staying in, and then say something when we go back and meet. Just hung up the phone. Shui Mining, Zhang Ling, Zhuang Meina, etc. Anyone who is concerned about the college entrance examination and the results of the college entrance examination will call Ling Yun, but Ling Yun is driving a car, so he doesn't bother to reply one by one, in order not to be troublesome. He threw the phone into the space ring again, and the world was finally completely quiet. Ling Yun turned his head again, stared at Chao Shanshan with a complex expression for a long time, finally laughed and said with a smile, "That's it, we both have 0 points, and we are on the same starting line again." Chao Shanshan knew that Ling Yun was comforting her heart. Her heart was full of emotion and sweetness, but she said anxiously, "Can we be the same? I have no chance to take the college entrance examination, but you. Although you only reviewed for such a short time, I believe that you 1000% can be admitted to Yanqing University." How could it be 0? Ling Yun was actually very indifferent to the matter of 0 marks in the college entrance examination. He smiled indifferently and said, "Shanshan, didn't I say that just now? This must be caused by someone behind the scenes. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will completely deal with it. Check it out." At the end, Ling Yun's tone turned cold, and the cold light in his handsome eyes disappeared in a flash. The score in the college entrance examination really doesn't matter to Ling Yun now, but whoever wants to deal with him behind his back is absolutely impossible. "We're almost there, Shanshan, you'll see your family soon, are you mentally prepared?" Turning another intersection, Ling Yun's courtyard will be here soon, and he is still uneasy, so along the way, he has been thinking of ways to relax Chao Shanshan's nerves. Although Chao Shanshan is strong enough, her heart can no longer withstand any blows. People will collapse if they are too sad. Hearing Ling Yun's question, Chao Shanshan's eyes darkened, she clenched her fists, tried to take a few deep breaths, and tried to calm herself down, then gritted her teeth and said, "Ling Yun, you don't have to worry about me. I have made enough mental preparations to face everything that happened in my family." Ling Yun nodded silently, didn't say anything more, just stepped on the accelerator slightly to speed up the Land Rover. In one's life, there are some things that should be faced, and they must be faced after all. No one can replace this kind of thing. It's hard to say, from Ling Yun's failure to cross the catastrophe, to being reborn on Earth, from losing weight, to the present, who is more difficult than him? Who has a more complicated and difficult experience than his? Who is more difficult than the enemies and things that Ling Yun has to face now and in the future? But he has been working hard and struggling, whether it is silent and boring cultivation, or facing powerful and countless enemies. He only has 2 words, face. Face bravely. In Ling Yun's dictionary, there has never been such words as difficulty and impossibility. Land Rover soon came to the gate of the courtyard. Ling Yun didn't drive the car in, but stopped directly. "Shanshan, come down." Ling Yun got out of the car first, and said to Chao Shanshan, who was getting more and more excited and nervous, her face was pale and her delicate body was trembling. Ling Yun had already told her that besides Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong, there were only 10 living people left in the Chao family, and these 10 people were half-human blood-sucking bloodsuckers. Although Chao Shanshan is the little princess of the Chao family, she has seen a lot since she was a child, and the education she received is very different from ordinary people, but she is only 18 years old after all, and she still can't face such a tragic scene all of a sudden. Except. "I'll accompany you in, Shanshan, don't worry, I'm here for everything." Ling Yun didn't say much, he just said this, and then stretched out his powerful arms gently, encircling Chao Shanshan's willow waist, and gently wrapped his arms into his arms. At this moment, Ling Yun is Chao Shanshan's greatest reliance, and he wants to give her enough sense of security. This one sentence, this one action can surpass thousands of words in ordinary times, surpass all vows in the world, and surpass any declaration of love. Without any resistance, Chao Shanshan huddled in Ling Yun's arms, her stiff body gradually softened, then she raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Staring closely at Ling Yun's face, he suddenly said, "Ling Yun, thank you. Ling Yun just smiled softly and said calmly, "Let's go." He said to go, but Ling Yun was too lazy to write any more ink. He put his arms around Chao Shanshan's waist and locked the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Seeing no one around, he swayed twice. Came to the courtyard, the entrance to the basement. Chao Shanshan could only feel the sound of the wind, and closed her eyes involuntarily. After landing, she opened her beautiful eyes, but found that there was a white mist in front of her, and she couldn't see anything at all. This is naturally the effect of the cloudy sky puzzle. "They're inside, I'll take you in." Ling Yun smiled slightly, and took Chao Shanshan's plain hand. He took a step and walked into the white mist, and soon passed through the cloudy sky maze, and came to the basement. It is not yet midnight, which is the best time for blood clan activities. Chao Tianlong is talking with his grandfather, father, and others in the basement. He told Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng all the good news that Ling Yun told him during the day. Hearing that, the people of the Chao family were surprised and excited, and sighed again and again. Especially when Ling Yun killed hundreds of ancient martial arts masters, many oriental ninjas, and more than a dozen blood clansmen in the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs. Everyone in the Chao family was excited. When I heard Chao Tianlong say, when Ling Yun captured Chen Haiken, the boss of the Chen family, and finally slaughtered him, Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, and the others couldn't help raising their arms to the sky, shouting that the sky has eyes. Ling Yun is so powerful and tough, the Chao family is naturally saved. Who? Chao Tianlong was very vigilant as soon as Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan came in. He immediately asked in a deep voice, and flew out at the same time. Younger sister? Elder brother? Chao Tianlong rushed out from the small room in the basement, and saw Chao Shanshan in Ling Yun's arms at a glance, and Chao Shanshan also broke free from Ling Yun's arms, rushed over in 3 steps at a time, and threw herself directly into Chao Tianlong's arms. The brother and sister reunited after their respective life disasters, hugging each other and crying. Their shoulders shrugged violently, and they couldn't help crying. Not only Chao Shanshan, but also Chao Tianlong, during this period, his strings are also tense. If Ling Yun can't rescue Chao Shanshan, he will be the only normal person in the Chao family. He will take care of these 10 people by himself and feed them every night. Blood, one can imagine the pressure Chao Tianlong was under. Cry, cry, you will feel better when you cry. Ling Yun watched the scene silently. He didn't try to dissuade him, but looked at the 2 siblings who were crying with pity, and cursed the Chen family secretly in his heart. At the same time, he was not idle. As soon as he entered the cloudy sky maze, he immediately locked the entire basement space with his spiritual sense, and then he was determined. The effect of refining the God Taishu stone is definitely not a cover. Ling Yun can directly see that the 10 members of the Chao family, the spiritual heads, are completely different from when he just rescued them. Their state is amazing, it is good. For the blood race, they are immortal. Their bodies need not be mentioned for the time being. The state mentioned here mainly refers to their minds. Everyone in the Chao family is very clear-headed. Although their eyes are inevitably dark red, their eyes have regained their spirits, and they are no longer so dazed. It's Shanshan? Is Shanshan back? In the storage room, Chao Tianlong rushed out of. A woman's voice full of worry and eagerness sounded. It was Chao Shanshan's mother. Mother? Hearing her mother's anxious call, Chao Shanshan immediately raised her head, looked around blankly with tears in her eyes, and cried out. It's really Shanshan. Shanshan was rescued. Shanshan is back. Chao Juanxiong's and Chao Xingcheng's voices sounded almost at the same time, and at the same time, the 2 of them had already flew up and floated outside the door. Except for the night when they were rescued, after that, Ling Yun never tapped their acupoints again, but in order to take care of Chao Tianlong's safety, he still bound them with the black gold silkworm rope. However, the binding of ropes did not affect the actions of these two innate masters. Except for their arms being tied and immobile, they could move freely. Grandfather! Dad! Chao Shanshan was about to rush into the house, but saw two figures flashing in front of her eyes. She took a closer look and immediately exclaimed in pain. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Shanshan. Chao Juanxiong, with messy gray hair, wrinkled but extremely pale face, and a pair of dark red eyes, revealed endless sadness. After he confirmed that Chao Shanshan was safe and sound, his voice was hoarse, and he called Chao Shanshan's name again. Thank goodness, Shanshan, my precious daughter, you are finally out of danger. Chao Xingcheng's arms were bound, and he was staring at a pair of dark red eyes. His tall and icy body was shaking violently, his lips were trembling, and he tried to take 2 steps forward. He instinctively wanted to give Chao Shanshan a father's hug. But he suddenly thought of his own situation, stopped his figure abruptly, and said with a sob. Dad. Chao Shanshan couldn't control herself anymore, she rushed forward frantically, threw herself into Chao Xingcheng's arms, and burst into tears. Good girl, just come back, just be safe, don't cry, don't cry. Chao Xingcheng is also a tough guy, but at this moment, no one can describe the excitement in his heart. Although he persuaded his daughter not to cry, 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his eyes. In the entire Chao family, the person who loves Chao Shanshan the most is Chao Shanshan's father, Chao Xingcheng. Chao Shanshan never liked living in the capital since she was a child. She yearned for life in the south of the Yangtze River. It was her father, Chao Xingcheng, who allowed her to study and live in Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. Grandfather. Chao Shanshan cried bitterly in Chao Xingcheng's arms for a while, then twisted her delicate body, threw herself into Chao Juanxiong's arms, and cried bitterly again. My dear granddaughter, it's a good thing that Ling Yan rescued you, let's not cry, be careful, crying hurts your vitality. Chao Juanxiong also had tears streaming down his face, but in his heart he was worried that Chao Shanshan's mood would fluctuate too much, and his vitality would be seriously injured. His arms were tied and he couldn't wipe Chao Shanshan's tears. I could only sob and comfort. Daughter, my daughter, you are worrying your mother to death. Mom thought she would never see you again in this life. Chao Shanshan's mother, Lu Chongfeng, also rushed out of the basement frantically. Mother! Chao Shanshan finally saw her mother. She got into Lu Chongfeng's arms desperately, mother and daughter. Hug my head and cry. Shanshan! Shanshan is back. Just for a while, the Chao family members in several other small rooms. They rushed out of the room one after another, each exclaiming excitedly. There was a gloomy cloud and mist, and the whole basement was crying loudly. At this point, after the Chao family experienced a huge catastrophe that was almost wiped out, the whole family was finally able to reunite. The whole scene was extremely miserable, filled with endless pain and sorrow. Even a hard-hearted person like Ling Yun could watch it with embarrassment. After a long time, the crying in the basement gradually became smaller. In the end, only the sobbing of Chao Shanshan's mother and daughter, and the other 3 female family members of the Chao family were left. Ling Yun thought about it. Chao Shanshan had just met with his family, and it was not the case for them to stay in this basement all the time. He sent a voice transmission to Chao Tianlong to say hello, and he left the basement in a blink of an eye. Came to the courtyard. Letting go of his condensed spiritual sense, he carefully checked around the courtyard and found that everything was normal. Ling Yun nodded slightly, and returned to the entrance of the basement again, sending out a palm wind. It directly broke the cloudy sky maze. The vast white mist in front of me disappeared. Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, I'm really sorry, I've really wronged you by keeping you in this small basement for the past few days. Ling Yun stood at the entrance of the basement, looking at the Chao family members who were forming a group in the narrow underground passage. Said to Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong with an apologetic face. Qin Jianjia died. Qin Jiangui was captured alive by Ling Yun, more than 200 blood servants sent by Grand Duke Dracula, except Marquis Edward, who was first embraced by Ling Yun. All other blood servants were beheaded by Ling Yun. No need to ask, if the Qin family knew about the situation, it would definitely be a complete mess. At least tonight, the Qin family will definitely not care about Ling Yun's side. As for the Chao family, the 10 people embraced by Qin Jiangui have completely escaped the control of the evil eye under the influence of the god-refining Taishu stone in the past few days. The Chao family was finally reunited. Of course Ling Yun wanted to give them a normal speaking environment. As soon as Ling Yun spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Chao family. He is now the great benefactor of everyone in the Chao family. Seeing that Ling Yun was so thoughtful, Chao Tianlong first glanced at Ling Yun gratefully, and then immediately turned to look at his grandfather and father. Okay, let's go out and talk. Chao Juanxiong agreed directly. Although the 10 members of the Chao family were embraced for the first time, they still possessed humanity, and they all longed for a normal life in their hearts. After holding it in for so long, they were already bored to death. Therefore, the old man of the Chao family was straightforward. Ling Yun didn't say much, his figure flashed, and he quietly walked aside, watching the Chao family members. They filed out from the basement, and all came to the courtyard of the courtyard. Shanshan, don't be too sad, it's important. When Chao Shanshan walked past Ling Yun and gave him a grateful look with her beautiful eyes swollen from crying, Ling Yun gave her back a look of everything belongs to me and said via voice transmission. In the entire courtyard, there were no lights turned on at all, only the faint light from the high-rise buildings near the courtyard. This kind of light could not affect the members of the Chao family. Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, I still have something to say. Let's all go into the living room and rest for a while before talking. Ling Yun was thoughtful. He said something respectful to Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong again, and then gave Chao Tianlong a wink. It can be said that the lives of the entire Chao family were saved by Ling Yun alone. Such a great kindness cannot be passed by just saying a few words of kindness and repayment. Therefore, Chao Juanxiong did not care about these things. Not being polite to Ling Yun, he directly greeted everyone from the Chao family to enter the north room. Only Chao Tianlong stayed outside temporarily. Ling Yun, what's the matter? Chao Tianlong asked Ling Yun. Shanshan is safe and well, everything is fine, she is much stronger than we imagined, you don't need to worry too much. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Chao Tianlong, giving him a reassurance first. Then, Ling Yun went on to say, now that Shanshan is back, the most stressful and sad days are over. I think your family members are recovering well. When you go in later, greet them first. Freshen up, I'll go and watch at the door, and when they finish cleaning, come out and call me. Although the Chao family suffered a catastrophe, it is still one of the top families in the Chinese pyramid. What they care most about is face. What Ling Yun said to Chao Juanxiong and his son just now was about repairing. In fact, it was to give their family enough time to clean up and tidy up, but he couldn't say that in front of everyone. By the way, let me tell you something. Tonight, when I was saving Shanshan, I killed Qin Jianjia from the Qin family and captured Qin Jiangui alive. You can tell them about it after you go in later. Now, for the Chao family, the most important thing is to boost their morale and let everyone in the Chao family regain their confidence, which is very important. What? Killed Qin Jianjia? And captured Qin Jiangui alive? Chao Tianlong was stunned. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and said through voice transmission, Shanshan knows about the specific situation. You can go in and ask her, I'm going out first. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun flew out of the courtyard, and handed over the courtyard to the members of the Chao family. The courtyard of the Ling family. Located in the northwest corner of the capital, close to the Fifth Ring Road, surrounded by Baiwang Mountain, Xiangshan, Xishan and Beijing Botanical Garden and other major parks, the mountains are undulating and the trees are lush. I can't say that the environment is good. After coming out, Ling Yun wandered around the courtyard twice at a leisurely pace, observed the surrounding environment carefully, then found a secluded place, and called Tang Meng. The content of the call was very simple, to ask Tang Meng to wait for him in the hotel. No matter how late he was, he would come over. After Tang Meng came to the capital, he hadn't seen Ling Yun since he met him during the day. Now that he knew that Ling Yun's college entrance examination results had been slandered, he was furious, and of course he would wait for Ling Yun to pass by. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to be calm and calm down, saying that it was to discuss this matter in the past, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun casually found a bench and sat down, staring at the hill not far away, meditating silently, thinking about various things quickly in his mind. Trouble, bloody trouble. After contemplating for a long time, Ling Yun sighed silently in his heart, just not to worry. Ling Yun got a 0 score in the college entrance examination, which actually made Ling Yun really upset. He is a cultivator. Although he tried his best to conceal it in the city, it was because he didn't want to rely on such a shocking thing as cultivation to gain the limelight. The main reason was that his own realm was not enough, and he was still in the stage of self-protection, so it was a matter of course. After all, the earth is too mysterious. However, Ling Yun didn't pay much attention to the mere college entrance examination. According to his own heart, he studied so hard for more than half a month. In fact, subconsciously, he also wanted to compare with many learning geniuses in Huaxia. To put it bluntly, Ling Yun's goal in the college entrance examination is to get a perfect score. And every homework gets full marks. Unless it is a composition in Chinese, it depends on the meaning of the marking teacher, and he has no choice. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of countless ordinary families in Huaxia, the extremely sacred college entrance examination, he was actually being tricked by others. When Brother Yun thought of this, he felt like he had eaten a fly. If you have the ability, don't be found out by me. If you are found out by me, you will die. In the darkness, Ling Yun raised his eyebrows, a cold light flashed in his handsome eyes, and a mysterious sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. However, the top priority is to find a way to completely rescue the 10 members of the Chao family. After quietly contemplating for a while, Ling Yun muttered to himself again. The reason why Qin Jiangui was captured alive was to save the members of the Chao family. Just now, when Chao Shanshan looked at the pained eyes of her own blood relatives, Ling Yun was inexplicably heartbroken. After more than half an hour, Chao Tianlong came out and found Ling Yun. Ling Yun, my grandfather invites you in. To be continued. P.S. I'm sorry, my hand is a little raw, so the upload is a bit late, and it will start to explode tomorrow, so stay tuned. Ben from Reading Net. There was no accident, did it? Ling Yun stood up from the bench with a smile. Jin's face was full of calm, naturally showing a strong self-confidence. The Qin family was completely in chaos, and the Chao family began to be safe. The 10 members of the Chao family whose hands and feet were bound finally got a chance to breathe. They could walk out of the safe but suffocating basement, and they were able to move around freely. But this was the first time after all. Ling Yun was still worried, so he didn't go far, and he didn't deliberately cover up his aura, so Chao Tianlong found his position as soon as he came out. Chao Tianlong understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words. He smiled gratefully at Ling Yun. It's okay, I made them drink blood before you came back. When Chao Tianlong talked about his family drinking blood, his tough and masculine face was somewhat unnatural. After all, the 10 people in the yard were all his close relatives, including his grandfather and biological parents. Chao Tianlong has to personally take care of his relatives, drink the blood of animals, take care of their food, drink, sleep, etc. every day, and always be on guard against which one of them, in case he can't help but attack him, I have to carefully tie them up with ropes before I rest. This in itself is a kind of inhuman torture, a heart-wrenching torment, and the greatest pain in the world. But Chao Tianlong is a real man, he survived. It's not easy, bear with it, it will pass soon. Between real hot-blooded men, there is no need to talk too much. Ling Yun knew what Chao Tianlong was thinking when he saw Chao Tianlong's expression. Shoulder. In the past few days when he returned to the capital, Ling Yun has been fighting almost all the time, experiencing life and death battles every day, and he has to count as exhaustive. Step by step, until Chao Shanshan was successfully rescued. Ling Yun was fighting, and had been silent all the time. Chao Tianlong, who was staying in that small basement, wasn't fighting another battle? The battle of the heart, the baptism of the soul. When Ling Yun's big hand patted Chao Tianlong's shoulder, Chao Tianlong couldn't help his nose sore, and the corners of his lips were tightly pursed. She wrinkled the bridge of her nose suddenly, took a deep breath, and forced back the hot tears welling up in her eyes. It's really not easy for you. I can't imagine at all, how did you do those things alone? Was Chao Tianlong shocked? Absolutely shocked. When he went to Qingshui City to look for Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong just had an attitude of making a fool of himself, to be honest. It's just luck. In other words, when his family was destroyed and he was isolated and helpless, Ling Yun was the only support he could think of, at least, in such a critical moment. It's good to have someone who can give him advice and listen to his bitterness, and can make Chao Tianlong hold on. To deal with the Chen family? To deal with blood race? Save the Chao family? Even if the entire Dragon Group or Sky Group is dispatched, it is almost the same, relying on Chao Tianlong and Ling Yun. That's a joke. But what Chao Tianlong never expected was that when he begged for a drop of water, Ling Yun gave him a sea. When he asked for a blade of grass, Ling Yun gave him a prairie. In just a few days, they faced difficulties and pressures that ordinary people could not bear, and faced numerous and powerful enemies. With his own strength, he saved the entire Chao family. This kind of kindness is indeed not something that can be repaid in just a few words. Therefore, whether it is Chao Juanxiong or Chao Xingchong, including the current Chao Tianlong, they feel embarrassed to say thank you to Ling Yun. The most important point is that after Ling Yun has done so much, he has not asked the Chao family for anything. So far, he has not asked for anything. Really, just because of my sister Shanshan? In the past few days, reports of Ling Yun's victory have spread frequently, and Chao Tianlong asked himself this question countless times. At the beginning, Chao Shanshan praised Ling Yun like a flower on the phone, and Chao Tianlong also teased her younger sister. He is also a key person cultivated by the Chao family. He has his own advantages and strengths. I will believe that a classmate in my sister's high school class can be better than him. But when he actually saw Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong understood that comparing him to Ling Yun was like a candle competing with the sun, the distance between cloud and mud, the gap between sky and earth, the difference between the two was 1,000 miles. In the simplest terms, there is no comparison at all. Ling Yun gave Chao Tianlong a sincere smile again, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and said seriously, some things, as long as you work hard, there will be good results, at least, things will develop in a good direction. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't speak anymore, he took big steps and walked towards the gate of the courtyard first. Chao Tianlong was stunned for a moment, recalling Ling Yun's words repeatedly in his mind, just work hard. After being stunned for a while, Chao Tianlong raised his sword eyebrows, nodded heavily, his eyes became extremely firm, and he caught up with Ling Yun in a flash. Walking into the courtyard side by side with Chao Tianlong, Ling Yun was startled by the situation in front of him. I saw 11 members of the Chao family, including Chao Shanshan, standing quietly in the yard. Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng were in the front, and the 9 people behind had washed and dressed neatly. Standing for a long time. All of them looked solemn, as if they were participating in the National Day military parade, and they were waiting for Ling Yun to come in. What are you doing? Make it so serious. Ling Yun couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ling Yun was startled, and couldn't help turning his eyes to Chao Shanshan, trying to see a clue from her face, but he never thought that what greeted him was Chao Shanshan's eyes of joy and anger, which were too beautiful to behold. Chao Tianlong, come here. Before Ling Yun could react, Chao Juanxiong had already spoken, and he let Chao Tianlong go over. Chao Tianlong already knew what the old man was going to do. He responded, and in a flash, he came to his grandfather and father. Stand upright. Old man, we have something to say in the house, you are. The expression on Ling Yun's face was like looking at a western scene at the moment, or as if Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden and saw something weird, a little confused. Kneel. Chao Juanxiong didn't answer. His expression was solemn, his eyes and expression were filled with an indescribable excitement and gratitude that couldn't be concealed, and he knelt loudly. Swipe swipe. The sound of thud 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 sounded at the same time. Without exception, all 12 members of the Chao family were kneeling on the ground, kneeling straight, facing Ling Yun. Hey, this. Seeing the sudden arrival of the old man, Ling Yun immediately panicked. In his haste, he quickly performed a phantom ichthyosaur step. His body floated 18 meters horizontally, and his whole body instantly floated away from the original place, and came to the high wall of the courtyard. Sighed. At the same time, Ling Yun exclaimed in shock, Old man, what did you do? I can't afford it. Kan, Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, Lu Qiongfeng, Chao Tianlong, Chao Shanshan, etc. Ling Yun could not be called by name. The 12 members of the Chao family all knelt on the ground. How could Ling Yun bear it? Chao Juanxiong's gaze was like a torch, and he was the only one who managed to catch Ling Yun's figure. He knew that everyone in the Chao family was moving too slowly. Before their knees touched the ground, Ling Yun had already reached the edge of the wall. They only knelt down, an afterimage of Ling Yun left in place. The old man became anxious immediately. Ling Yun, no matter what, you must accept this kneeling from all our Chao family. This time, your kindness to our Chao family is really too great. Mr. Chao Juanxiong knelt on the spot, twisted his neck and looked at Ling Yun, who hid far away. His pale old face blushed in a hurry, and said incoherently. There is nothing to repay. What else can I do except this kneeling? The old man really can't help it. Ling Yun is a majestic 7-foot man, full of passion. To be honest, he has never experienced such a scene, whether in the world of cultivation or in this world. Even shyer than a shy little daughter-in-law. After a while, what the old man did is really too much. Old man, get up, let everyone get up. Ling Yun, can't stand up to your kneeling, this is going to break me. Ling Yun was in a hurry. He huddled in the corner, waved at Mr. Chao Juanxiong repeatedly, and said. Ling Yun can't be in a hurry. Among the 12 people on the opposite side, there are Chao Shanshan who he just rescued, as well as Chao Shanshan's grandfather, parents, and elder brother. This problem is too serious. It's a pity that Ling Yun said nothing. Chao Juanxiong was at the front, he knelt down, and everyone in the Chao family behind. Which one would get up? What's more, the members of the Chao family now all know that it was Ling Yun who single-handedly saved their entire Chao family. They are willing to thank Ling Yun. There is no need for the old man to say anything. Ling Yun didn't accept it. Everyone in the Chao family was alone. The two sides froze there, and the atmosphere in the courtyard became extremely subtle. Ling Yun, now is not the time to consider the dignity of the old and the young, nor is it the time to discuss any other ethical concepts. Now I am a member of the Chao family. I am grateful to you and thank you for your life-saving grace. If you don't accept it, we can't do it. Peace of mind. The old man was still kneeling there, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. This is a fact. This. Even if Chao Juanxiong broke his tongue, Ling Yan couldn't accept it. He almost couldn't help but jumped over the wall and ran away. After thinking for a long time in his heart, Ling Yan said helplessly, "Old man, I appreciate your wishes. It is my duty to save you, and it is just a little effort, and it is not as troublesome as you imagined. We still have a lot of trouble. There are important things to discuss. Even if you want to thank you, there is no rush for a while, right?" As he spoke, Ling Yan knelt quietly on the ground, without blinking her beautiful eyes, staring at Ling Yan's Chao Shanshan closely, even winking. The meaning was obvious, so Chao Shanshan quickly persuaded her grandfather not to mess around. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. For Ling Yan, who has always eaten meat without spitting out his bones, and never took any losses, since he saved the Chao family, he will naturally take what he deserves, and he will definitely take what he deserves, not less. Although the high-sounding words in Ling Yan's mouth were effortless, and he looked indifferent. What Ling Yan wanted, Ling Yan would still want, but what Ling Yan wanted was not the bowing down of the members of the Chao family, which had no practical significance. Ling Yan only wanted practical benefits, let alone now, it was not the time. But the knees of the 12 members of the Chao family seemed to be nailed firmly to the ground at this moment. No matter what Ling Yan said, they couldn't get up. Ling Yan had no choice but to ask Chao Shanshan for help. However, when Ling Yan saw Chao Shanshan responding to him with those bold, fiery, and affectionate eyes, he was completely defeated and completely gave up the idea of asking Chao Shanshan for help. There is no other way. Ling Yan flashed his thought for a while, and then directly sent a voice transmission to Mr. Chao Juanxiong. His tone was very serious. "Grandpa Chao, if you think that I have been worshipped by your Chao family, it will be regarded as repaying me for your life-saving grace, then I will immediately accept your obeisance." It can be said that Ling Yan's words are extremely tough, and to the ears of ordinary people, Ling Yan would think Ling Yan is very arrogant, because the meaning behind the words is that he is clearly seeking benefits and favors from the Chao family. But what kind of person is Ling Yan, and how sharp is his diction? Moreover, Chao Juanxiong is not an ordinary person, he is the head of the Chao family, and he immediately recognized the true meaning of Ling Yan's words. Ling Yan saved the entire Chao family. Chao Juanxiong had nothing to repay, so he could only lead the whole family to bow down to Ling Yan. He just wanted to express his gratitude first, so that he could feel at ease. Ling Yan refused to accept it, and the two sides froze. When there was really no other way, Ling Yan gave Chao Juanxiong a choice. The real meaning of Ling Yan's words is, "I can accept your Chao family's kneeling, but as long as I accept it, my kindness to you is equivalent to that you have repaid them. From now on, the two will not owe each other. If you give me any favors, I, Ling Yan, will not want it." Another subtext is, he can take whatever favors the Chao family offers him. But kneeling is not acceptable, Ling Yan will not accept it. In Ling Yan's heart, there is gold under a man's knees, and he attaches great importance to kneeling. Otherwise, when he recognizes his ancestors and returns to his clan, he won't just kneel to his grandfather, Ling Lai. For Ling Yan now. Does he really care what benefits the Chao family gives him? Joke. This. Mr. Chao Juanxiong, although he has been hugged for the first time for nearly 3 months, he is not stupid after he regained his sanity. Ling Yan, using this seemingly arrogant statement, is giving Chao Juanxiong a step down. Ling Yan is definitely a master of pretentious realm, just a simple sentence. It forced old man Chao to get up. "Grandpa Chao, I understand how you feel." It's still the same sentence. "I, Ling Yan, understand your thoughts. There are many important things waiting for us to do now. Get everyone up. Look, most of you are my elders, but you all kneel there, how can this make me feel at ease? Seeing that his trump card finally worked, Ling Yun struck while the iron was hot and said consolingly. Brush. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, Chao Juanxiong immediately stood up. He turned around and said to everyone in the Chao family, you all get up. Chao Xingcheng got up immediately, and he looked at Ling Yun with a little more appreciation and praise, and he was very satisfied with Ling Yun's performance. Although Ling Yun really accepted the Chao family's kneeling, it was a matter of course, but no matter what, the father-in-law and mother-in-law knelt down to their future son-in-law, no matter what. Fortunately Ling Yun didn't accept it, otherwise, how would Chao Xingcheng and Lu Qiongfang raise their heads in front of Ling Yun in the future? As for the marriage between Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun, that's not the lice on the bald man's head. Go to Ling Yun's bed. This child is really sensible. Lu Qiongfang stood up supported by Chao Shanshan, glanced at Ling Yun who was still hiding in the corner, and was full of praise for Ling Yun. Mom, are you satisfied now? Chao Shanshan's beautiful eyes had been staring closely at Ling Yun in the dark, without blinking, as if she was afraid that Ling Yun would fly away. If the whole family was not here, Chao Shanshan would have rushed to Ling Yun's arms long ago. Well, my precious daughter is not mistaken, if our Chao family is not like this, we will directly arrange the marriage between the two of you. No matter when and where, the toughest person is always the mother-in-law, this is not just a joke. Lu Qiongfang didn't deliberately lower her voice, she even told Ling Yun and everyone present on purpose, so everyone listened to her. When everyone in the Chao family heard this, they all couldn't help laughing, and subconsciously nodded in agreement. After the Chao family experienced death and suffering, the whole family reunited. Although everyone's heart is still shrouded in gloom, the dead are gone, and the living have to look forward. Mom, what are you talking about, daughter, people? Chao Shanshan was embarrassed, extremely shy, and as beautiful as a crabapple after rain. Why, you don't want to marry? Lu Qiongfang seemed to be very happy, and deliberately gave Chao Shanshan a look, and then teased her daughter. No. Chao Shanshan blushed even more, anxious to defend herself. I'm afraid that even if you don't want to marry now, it's up to you. Lu Qiongfang said with a smile. Chao Shanshan's mother and daughter made jokes about Ling Yun as if no one was around, and Ling Yun could naturally hear them clearly. At this time everyone in the Chao family had already stood up. Beside Tianlong. Bowing to Chao Juanxiong, Ling Yun suggested with a smile, Grandpa Chao, let's stop staying in the yard and go into the house to talk. Chao Juanxiong stared at Ling Yun with a pair of dark red eyes, stared at Ling Yun seriously for a long time, and then said, okay. Immediately afterwards, Chao Juanxiong turned his head and ordered, Xingcheng, Tianlong, you two come into the house with me, and the others go to the basement first. Yes. Everyone in the Chao family knew that the third patriarch of the Chao family was about to discuss important matters with Ling Yun, so they didn't linger and walked towards the basement one after another. Grandpa, I want to listen too. Of course, it was impossible for Chao Shanshan to go to the basement. Okay, Grandpa is so confused, he forgot about you girl. Chao Shanshan is the jewel in the palm of the Chao family, the old man is particularly fond of her, and she has just been rescued by Ling Yun, so Chao Juanxiong is obedient to her. Besides, it doesn't make any sense to ask Chao Shanshan to avoid her. The relationship between her and Ling Yun is still at stake. Chao Shanshan stayed, and Lu Qiongfang naturally wouldn't go to the basement, so Ling Yun and Chao's family of 5 returned to the living room of the main house. The 6 people sat down as guest and host, and began to discuss the important matters in front of them. Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense. After glancing at the crowd, he went straight to the point, Grandpa Chao, I thought about it outside just now. The most important thing right now is to cure you. This is indeed the most important thing. Everyone in the Chao family was rescued, but except for Chao Tianlong and Chao Shanshan, no one else can see the light at all, and they can't do anything at all. How can it be done? Cure us? Ling Yun, you really have a way? Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, and Lu Qiongfeng, as soon as Ling Yun spoke, they said that they would be cured and let them return to normal people. They were all so excited that they asked questions at the same time. Listening to the trembling voices of the three, Ling Yun knew that the time to test his immortal doctor had finally come. Under the scorching gaze, Ling Yun was very calm, and he said slowly, Shanshan must have told you just now that Qin Jiangui has been captured alive by me. There is no accident. He has been brought back now. To a very secret place. He is the one who gave you the first hug. As long as I catch him and use his blood, I can try to develop some medicines and see if it works. Paul and Jester said that there are only two ways to make the blood race that was first embraced become a normal person again. The first is to kill the blood race that was first embraced by Qin Jiangui. It is to use Qin Jiangui's blood to try to develop a drug formula, and use the drug to remove the blood toxins in the Chao family's blood. The first method, for Ling Yun, is simply a fantasy. Let alone whether Ling Yun is capable enough, even if he has enough strength to kill the first-generation blood clan of Qin Jiangui's line, he must first know who he is, find out where he is. It's harder than reaching the sky, you can just give up. Therefore, from the very beginning, Ling Yun deliberately spared Qin Jiangui's life just to wait for this day. However, even if Ling Yun is an immortal doctor, he can turn the newly embraced blood race back into human beings. This is also a difficult task for him, and it is a brand new field. That mysterious formula doesn't mean that it can be prepared by mixing it. He has to go through countless experiments and incomparably complicated attempts before he can successfully research it. It's just possible. Therefore, for the first time, Ling Yun didn't say what he said so deadly, he could only do his best. Ling Yun, are you really sure? Chao Shanshan asked anxiously. All the relatives present were Chao Shanshan's close relatives. Seeing her grandfather and parents, who were so miserable after being embraced for the first time, she was heartbroken. How could she not be in a hurry? Shanshan, don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, I will try my best to save Grandpa Chao and Uncle Chao from this state. Ling Yun couldn't bear to watch Chao Shanshan anxious, he said firmly. However, things like dispensing medicine can't be rushed, you can only take your time. Chao Juanxiong finally spoke, Ling Yun, you don't need to worry, our Chao family has such a big incident, so many people survived, it is God's favor, as long as Tianlong and Shanshan are well, I can see them with my own eyes. In the future, I will be satisfied to avenge our Chao family. After finishing speaking, Chao Juanxiong glanced at Chao Xingcheng and Lu Qiongfeng. It doesn't matter whether we are humans or ghosts. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Grandfather. When Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong heard what Chao Juanxiong said, they couldn't help but exclaimed in grief. The old man Chao Juanxiong showed kindness in his eyes, and he glanced at his grandchildren. In his dark red eyes, there was a look of regret and regret. It has a lot to do with Grandpa taking the wrong path and leading the family development in the wrong direction. After so many days, Grandpa also figured it out. For a family, especially a top secular family like ours, if it wants to be stable and achieve long-term development, the strength of the core members of the family is the most important thing. The elements of just relying on control of power, obsessed with various secular affairs, and power struggles, although it seems very beautiful, once the enemy targets us and wants to deal with us, we don't even have a chance to fight back. The whole family is destroyed. Because power is controlled by people. When a person dies, no matter how great the power is, it will be seized by others immediately, and everything will no longer belong to us. No matter how prosperous the society is, no matter how advanced the world is, strength is the most important thing. This is the fundamental truth that is not easy throughout the ages. Power, money, and all kinds of resources are just accessories of strength. Once you have the strength, everything will follow naturally. Ling Yun nodded secretly while listening, and said in his heart that the old man has finally figured it out, and it is not too late to mend it. Ling Yun is the person who respects strength the most, and he naturally understands this truth better than anyone else, so from beginning to end, the only thing he pursues is strong strength, which is to improve his realm, and ensure that the stronger he is, the better. Of course, Ling Yun knew that even though Mr. Chao Juanxiong said that now, it didn't mean that he just understood this truth now. This truth is the law of the jungle, and any elementary school student can understand it. The problem lies in the degree of attention. Born in sorrow, died in peace, in the past 20 years. The old man of the Chao family is obsessed with political games and all kinds of power struggles. But it just ignored the most fundamental problem. It must be said that the catastrophe suffered by the Chao family today is directly related to Chao Juanxiong's thinking. Just imagine if Qin Jiangui returned to China, even if there was such a strong man with a 7th level innate among the core members of the Chao family, it would be difficult for Qin Jiangui to succeed. Strength is the most respected. Mr. Chao Juanxiong clenched his fists fiercely. Tianlong, Shanshan. You two are now the direct relatives of the Chao family. The last two normal people. Grandpa wants to make a request to you today. No, this is not a request, this is a task that must be completed. Start from today. The two of you must devote yourself to cultivating ancient martial arts and pursuing the strongest martial arts. At the very least, you must reach the realm above the 7th innate level. You two, answer Grandpa now, do you have the confidence? Mr. Chao Juanxiong finished what he wanted to say in one breath. Then he stared at his grandchildren expectantly, waiting for their answer. Chao Tianlong's tiger's body trembled, and Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled. The brother and sister clenched their fists at the same time, looked at each other, nodded solemnly. Then they got up at the same time, left their seats, walked to the open space, and knelt down on the ground facing Chao Juanxiong. Grandpa, please don't worry, even if your grandson and granddaughter go through all kinds of hardships, they will definitely live up to your grandpa's expectations. Huh. Chao Juanxiong let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this, and then said kindly, good boys, get up. Not waiting for Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong to return to their seats, Chao Juanxiong finally turned his head and looked aside with a smile, looking at his nose and heart, sitting upright like an old monk in meditation. Although Ling Yun didn't lift his eyelids, but his spiritual sense enveloped the audience, Chao Juanxiong's every move naturally fell into his eyes, and he felt the cunning of an old fox in the eyes of the old man looking at him. Ling Yun felt an inexplicable shock in his heart. There was a sudden. Tianlong, Shanshan, you too, Grandpa is very happy to have this ambition. However, for our secular family, if we want to learn ancient martial arts, the most difficult thing is not our own problems, but the difficulty of finding famous teachers. However, fortunately, we now have a peerless master here, Tianlong, Shanshan, you don't want to learn from him immediately. Of course Chao Tianlong understood Chao Juanxiong's meaning in an instant, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment, first glanced at Ling Yun, and then immediately turned to look at his sister, Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan glanced at her beautiful eyes, giggled coquettishly, looked at Ling Yun, her smile trembled wildly. My lord, please pay respects to my disciple, Chao Shanshan. As she spoke, Chao Shanshan was unceremonious and was about to bow down to Ling Yun first. After Chao Tianlong was taken aback, he naturally frowned and knelt down. AI Ling Yun was completely speechless, it was too late to get up, he hurriedly raised his hand in the void, and sent out a gentle palm wind towards Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong, flicking across the air. Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong naturally couldn't bow down anymore. They were directly dragged straight by Ling Yun's palm. Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong, who were watching this scene, were secretly horrified and shocked. The true energy is separated from the body and controlled incomparably exquisitely. It is like a commanding arm. What kind of state is this? Ling Yun was chased by the old man Chao Juanxiong, forced to lead the army, but had nothing to say. He could only stare at the funny Chao Shanshan first, and then said to the old man Chao Juanxiong with a wry smile, "Grandpa Chao, that, in terms of martial arts, I will definitely help Tianlong and Shanshan. As for apprenticeship, between us, there is no need, really no need." One was the woman he had rescued just now, and the other was his uncle. If he really worshipped Ling Yun as his teacher, it would be a lot of fun. Okay, then my old man won't force you, don't force it. Chao Juanxiong asked Ling Yun with a smile on his sly eyes, full of complacency. Hey, what did Grandpa Chao say? He didn't force it, not at all. The old fox, definitely the old fox, Ling Yun said in his heart. Don't look at Chao Juanxiong's inability to fight, but these decades of political games and power struggles are really not for nothing. Ling Yun has made a big profit in just a few words. Now the 12 members of the Chao family know that Chao Shanshan will definitely be Ling Yun's woman sooner or later. Even a fool understands this, but Mr. Chao Juanxiong didn't stop there. He was also pursuing the maximization of benefits. Up to now, the old man has tied Ling Yun firmly to the boat of Chao's family without talking about the serious business. Well, it's fine if you don't force it, then I will continue to talk about other things. Seeing Ling Yun's straightforward agreement, Chao Juanxiong was so happy that his gray beard curled up, and he said immediately, Ling Yun, now, there is nothing about my Chao family that I need to hide from you. If you want something, you have to pay. Chao Juanxiong understands this better than anyone else. The first thing he gave Ling Yun was trust from the bottom of his heart. Of course, if there was no such thing, Ling Yun wouldn't be bothered to take care of the Chao family's affairs. To tell you the truth, our Chao family, including the big families at the top of our Chinese pyramid, are all aware of the fact of the existence of blood races. Ling Yun thought about it. When Shui Lao heard about the blood race for the first time, he really didn't show any inconceivable, extremely surprised expression. He was just slightly surprised and accepted it instantly. Also, when Ling Yun brought Pierce and Joyce to the Ling family to save people, the members of the Ling family did not express much surprise or shock to the 4 blood clans under him. These two things all illustrate the fact that the top big families in China have long known that there are blood races in this world. Of course, if you don't even know this, then you can't be regarded as a real top Chinese family. Chao Juanxiong knew that Ling Yun had already killed 100 people with the blood clan, so he just mentioned one sentence without explaining too much, and went on directly. Shanshan didn't know about it in the past, but Tianlong has known about the blood race since he was a child. As for me, Shanshan's father and I know more about the blood race. Since Chao Tianlong was a child, he had been the successor of the family that the Chao family focused on training. He would naturally know this, so when he returned home from the army and discovered the abnormality of the members of the family, he immediately knew that his family was controlled by the blood clan. In time, he made the most correct decision to go to Qingshui City to find Ling Yun. Really, no one would have imagined that the Chen family dared to use this method against our Chao family. Even I can't guess until now why the Chen family dared to be so arrogant and blatantly introduce Western forces to participate in the Huaxia high-level game. When Chao Juanxiong said this, he looked at Ling Yun again, and asked intentionally or unintentionally, Ling Yun, the wind outside should still be calm now, right? Ling Yun smiled slightly, and said lightly, the old man is right. There is no wind or waves in the capital, and the weather is very good, but the Chen family should be excluded. Of course, the Chen family had to be excluded. In just a few days, everyone in the Chao family was rescued. He killed more than 100 ancient martial arts masters. With such a heavy loss, it's strange to be able to calm down. Chao Juanxiong nodded, his eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "One hand covers the sky, so it seems that the backstage of the Chen family has a lot of background. Ling Yun has been fighting with the Chen family, so he naturally has a deep understanding," so he nodded and smiled and said, "Grandpa Chao is absolutely right. Jiang is still old and hot. Ling Yun saved the Chao family first. This move was the right one. No matter how weak the Chao family is now, Chao Juanxiong is still there. As long as he is sober, there are too many places that can help Ling Yun in the capital or even in China. In this way, many things." Ling Yun thought about it. He only needs to charge forward. This is his strong point. "Old man, in your opinion, what should we do next?" To be continued. Mr. Chao Juanxiong didn't answer Ling Yun's question directly, but changed the subject and asked Ling Yun a question with a smile. "Ling Yun, I heard from Shanshan and Tianlong that your medical skills are very good, right?" Naturally, medical skills are Ling Yun's strong point. He smiled and said without any humility, "The old man has praised me. To tell you the truth, I am the head of the fairy doctor school. How much do you care about our fairy doctor's medical skills?" I still have a little bit of confidence. For many people around Ling Yun, it was already an open secret that he came from the Immortal Doctor sect. After Ling Yun decided, he would use the Immortal Doctor sect to name himself. As the saying goes, if your name is not right, your words will not be right. To be famous as a teacher, you have to tell people where you are from. Chao Juanxiong was slightly astonished when he heard the School of Immortal Doctors. After thinking for a long time, he said blankly, "Sect of Immortal Doctors? Which hidden sect is this? Why has no one heard of it? I have only heard of Valley of Immortal Doctors, but I've never heard of the Immortal Doctor School." Ling Yunxin said, "Old man, I created the School of Immortal Medicine. Of course you have never heard of it, but this school will soon become very popular. You can hear it even if you plug your ears." He began to pretend, "Hey, Grandpa Chao, you don't know that the School of Immortal Medicine is indeed a hermit school, but it is rarely born in the world. Our school has always been adhering to the great responsibility of saving the dying, helping the needy, and paying attention to doing good deeds without leaving a name. Therefore, even when my master was walking in the world, very few people knew about him. However, although the Immortal Doctor School has never been well known, the Miracle Doctor Valley in your eyes is simply scum in the eyes of our Immortal Doctor School. Well, what does it mean to pretend to be bluffing and never have to draft? Brother Yun is." Chao Shanshan giggled coquettishly when she heard it from the side, covered her lips with her bare hands, and leaned forward and back when she smiled. Regarding the Fairy Doctor School, Chao Shanshan had never heard Ling Yun talk about it, and she was bluffed when Ling Yun bluffed. But Chao Shanshan didn't believe what Ling Yun said about saving lives and helping the wounded, the great responsibility of helping those in need, and paying attention to doing good deeds without leaving a name. Do good deeds without leaving a name? It will never be Ling Yun's turn. Chao Shanshan knew better than anyone present that Ling Yun was not Lei Feng. However, seeing Ling Yun talking in a calm and unrestrained manner in the mottled shadows, Chao Shanshan felt so sweet that she couldn't describe it. Because it started with Ling Yun saving her. Chao Shanshan finally saw Ling Yun's unique style again. Laughing and cursing, wild and unruly, domineering. No matter who the other party is. This is what Chao Shanshan likes. And deeply in love with Ling Yun, who is fascinated by him, misses him day and night, and dreams about him. So, Chao Shanshan listened to Ling Yun chattering there. She doesn't break it at all. Well, immortal physician, I, an old man, have lived most of my life, and finally gained some insight. Needless to say, Mr. Chao Juanxiong was really intimidated by Ling Yun. After all, Ling Yun's performance was against the sky. He has seen it all. However, those of us who know the blood clan know that the first embrace of the blood clan is an extremely domineering inheritance of the blood clan. It can even be said that the first embrace of the blood clan is the most fundamental part of the entire blood clan. It is impossible for human beings to become normal again. After talking about it, Ling Yun finally understood, even though Ling Yun said just now. To develop the formula, no matter what, the 10 members of the Chow family must be turned back to normal people. The old man did not refute on the spot, but he did not believe that Ling Yun could do this at all. So, the next thing, the most important thing for you is not to break Chen Jiangui's first embrace for our Chow family. Don't waste too much useless effort for these trivial things. Although what Chao Juanxiong said was very euphemistic, he actually wanted to tell Ling Yun not to spend his mind on us newly embraced living dead. When Ling Yun heard this, black lines filled his forehead, and he frowned secretly. Be despised. What is being despised is still his most powerful medical skill. How can this be? The dignified immortal physician sect master has not waited for the official name to be established, has not established a sect yet, and is about to be strangled in the cradle. How can this be possible? Ling Yun frowned and said, Old man, you don't know, the first embrace of the blood race is actually injecting some mysterious substance into the body of a normal person. Indeed, you are right, this mysterious substance extremely domineering, not only can completely control the first-time embracer, but also allow the first-time embracer to obtain all kinds of incredible abilities. Of course, the price is that they can no longer be normal humans. For these inconceivable abilities, some people desperately pursue them, such as Chen Jiangui, and some people are extremely repulsive. They don't want to survive by sucking blood and live in darkness forever, such as your old man. However, what caused this was the mysterious substance injected into the human body through the blood of the vampires when they were first embraced by humans. Let me call this mysterious substance a kind of toxin. This toxin exists in the blood of every vampire. My master said that everything in the world has something that can interact with it. In other words, in the eyes of our immortal doctors, there is no poison that cannot be cured. That is to say, now that I have captured Chen Jiangui, I will study and analyze his blood to find out the toxin, and based on the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint, I will develop a certain targeted drug. Using this drug, I will find a way to kill Chen Jiangui's blood. Blood, turned into normal human blood. This targeted drug, which is what I just said, needs to be developed. So, although the first embrace of the blood race sounds mysterious and terrifying, it is only because humans and the blood race have had too little contact with each other. However, as long as you analyze it carefully, the first embrace of the blood race is nothing more than that. Ling Yun talked eloquently. This time he didn't brag, on the contrary, he said very seriously, don't forget, Brother Yun has a wide range of interests and is extremely curious. Once he encounters something he doesn't understand, or a problem that is difficult to overcome, will choose to face up to difficulties, and will not stop until the problem is thoroughly studied and solved. When he was in the big world of comprehension, it was because of this that Ling Yun became a master of immortal medicine and a wonderful genius in the world of comprehension. The reason why Ling Yun has such confidence is not unfounded. He knows that in this world, where there is yin, there is yang, and where there is right, there is wrong. Everything is mutually generated and restrained. Not to mention the blood race, even a cultivator who ascends in the daytime, after becoming a Deluo Jinxian, still has to deal with his own catastrophe with deliberation. First blood embrace? At least, counting Chen Jiangui, Ling Yun has 6 ready-made blood clans, ranging from Viscount to Marquis, and he has plenty of opportunities to study. Of course, after accepting Ling Yun's first embrace, Mr. Marquis Edward, Ling Yun doesn't know whether his level has improved. Ling Yun was rarely so serious. He frowned and carefully analyzed the appearance of the blood clan's first embrace. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, and Chao Tianlong were all a little astonished. Especially Chao Shanshan and Ling Yan's calmness, thoughtfulness, and calm and eloquent demeanor when facing things and difficulties, directly made Chao Shanshan confused and trembling. What kind of man is the cutest? When a man is doing things seriously, it is often the time when he is the most charming and the most attractive to women. Grandpa Chao Juanxiong was really shocked when he saw Ling Yan's serious expression unconsciously. This kid is amazing. I just said it casually. I didn't expect him to become so serious all of a sudden. Shanshan said that he has grown from an ordinary person to such a level in just 3 months. It is definitely not just because of his background, mystery. Including Chao Shanshan, Ling Yan is extremely mysterious in the hearts of everyone in the Chao family, but no one of them has said this. Because the time has not come. Chao Juanxiong understood that there was no need for him to ask what he wanted to say. Ling Yan had already said it himself. With this attitude of doing things, the angle and thinking of analyzing problems, this child's future is also boundless. Chao Juanxiong was secretly surprised, but he didn't show much on his face. After hearing Ling Yan's words, he suddenly smiled. Good, good, good. Chao Juanxiong said 3 good words in a row, and then continued, that's my slip of the tongue, I apologize to you, since you are so caring, then I will not say more now. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Chen family, you should hurry up and prepare the medicine. Out of his love for Ling Yan, Mr. Chao Juanxiong seriously apologized to Ling Yan face to face, and then said, however, it has been more than 2 months since I drank fresh blood, and Tianlong and his father's blood clan's ability has gradually begun to grow. In other words, I was still thinking, taking advantage of these abilities, I would find an opportunity to kill a few more members of the Chen family to relieve my hatred. Although he was in adversity, Mr. Chao Juanxiong still thought of a side that would be beneficial to him. Now that he has become a vampire, he naturally began to have the initial abilities of the vampire, such as immortality, faster increase in strength, extremely strong recovery, etc. With these abilities, his strength is equivalent to directly raising it by at least 1 level. Innate 5-level masters can already do a lot of things in China and the capital. Ling Yan's heart was dark, and he thought that it's no wonder that Mr. Chao Juanxiong was not very anxious about whether Ling Yan could develop the formula. It turned out that he had thought of this. Ling Yunqing said, if you really want to do this, come to me, I will give you a new first hug for your whole family, which will directly increase your strength, and I will save you trouble. But Ling Yan knew that he wouldn't be able to say this even if he was killed. After all, it's no problem for him to give the Chao family members the first hug. The problem is how to restore them in the future after the first hug? Could it be that Ling Yan himself was slaughtered? Moreover, not to mention that Ling Yan did not agree, Chao Shanshan would not agree either. Let her family be Ling Yan's servants, although it is only in name, but that is absolutely not allowed. In that case, among the women around Ling Yan, Chao Shanshan would never be able to raise her head again for the rest of her life. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yan could see a trace of killing from the dark red eyes of old man Chao Juanxiong. He knew that next, Mr. Chao Juanxiong was going to lead the members of the Chao family to fight back against the Chen family. This is the first ally that Ling Yan obtained in the capital for himself and the Ling family, in the real sense. And they are hardworking allies. There is one thing that Tianlong's father and I don't know. Through the evil eye secret method of the blood clan, the Chen family knows how many secrets our Chao family has from us. The evil eye can hypnotize, develop to a certain extent, and even control people's thoughts and behaviors, completely obliterate the human soul and will, and become servants and puppets of higher blood races. Under the control of the evil eye, the caster will become confused, his mind will be completely controlled by the caster, and the power of life and death is in the hands of the other party. The caster had no idea what he had said or done during this period. Mr. Chao Juanxiong finally expressed his biggest worry in front of Ling Yun. Fortunately, with the help of your stone, all of us have escaped the control of the evil eye and regained our sanity. I'm afraid it's too late now. Chao Juanxiong must have thought about these issues many times after he woke up. When he said these words, his thinking was clear, his logic was strict, and his eyes became complicated and difficult to understand. So, no matter what to do next, I need some time, I need to understand some bright things outside. Between Chao Juanxiong's brows appeared the calmness of Mount Tai collapsed in front of him and said slowly. Until this moment, Ling Yun finally saw the other side of Mr. Chao Juanxiong, old and hot, steady and calm, not panic when things happen. This is the tolerance that a real superior should have. Grandpa Chao, how long will it take you? The so-called listening to string songs to no elegance. As soon as Ling Yun heard Chao Juanxiong's words, he understood that Chao Juanxiong said he wanted to understand the outside world, but in fact he wanted to summon the forces of the Chao family. The Chen family's approach to the Chao family is to exterminate the family, and to all the key figures of the Chao family. It was Qin Jiangui who first embraced them, and then took the emperor to order the princes. During this period, Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng and others must have passively revealed a lot of Chao family secrets, including some key places, passwords, family background, and various unreasonable and unimaginable orders. Of course, these orders are harmful to the Chao family but not beneficial to them, while they are only beneficial to the Chen family. Because it's not convenient for me to come forward in person. All things can only be handled by Tianlong on my behalf. To investigate, and to avoid the eyes and ears of the Chen family, it can only be done in secret. There are too many uncertain factors in it, so it will take a week at the fastest, and if there are no accidents, 10 days should be enough. Regarding Ling Yun's question, Chao Juanxiong really answered every question, without any concealment. Fighting and killing are just the last cards. For all kinds of high-level games in the capital, everything still depends on the strategizing behind the scenes. After Chao Shanshan was rescued by Ling Yun, Mr. Chao Juanxiong finally had no scruples, and he was about to start a real counterattack. Ling Yun, I have to ask you one more thing. From being rescued to now, Chao Juanxiong has never put on airs in front of Ling Yun. The helm of the top secular family, the superior who secretly manipulates a part of the state apparatus. An elderly man in his 70s, Chao Shanshan's grandparents. Chao Juanxiong seems to have forgotten all these identities and statuses. When he talked to Ling Yun, it was as natural as two ordinary friends chatting together. He said what he had to say, asked what he wanted, and did not create any embarrassment or restraint for Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun won't be embarrassed or restrained, he saved the entire Chao family, what a fart of restraint he is. Even if nothing happened to the Chao family, when Ling Yun faced Chao Juanxiong, or even anyone in the world, he would do what he should, calm and composed, neither humble nor overbearing, laughing and cursing, with ease. This is Ling Yun's heart, the way of the strong. I am invincible, looking at the whole world, unless Ling Yun is willing, there is no one who can restrain him. From this point, Ling Yun also saw Chao Juanxiong's brilliance. Obviously, through observation and hearing, Mr. Chao Juanxiong has basically understood who Ling Yun is. In front of Ling Yun, he did not deliberately pretend to be false. Grandpa Chao, it's okay to say, Ling Yun said with a smile. Since you have captured Qin Jiangui, and the Chen family is in chaos, they must not care about us 10 living dead. As for the 10 of us, our sanity has returned to normal now, and we have enough blood supply, so we don't need Tianlong and Shanshan to take care of us, we can take care of ourselves. So, in the next few days, Tianlong and Shanshan will be active outside, and this old man wants to invite you to protect their safety. As soon as Ling Yun heard Chao Juanxiong finished speaking, he thought that he was the master of these two people just now, but in the blink of an eye, he became their bodyguard. Don't you just want me to be their bodyguard, old man? You can just say what you have to say. It's so hard to beat around the bush. Grandpa Chow, this is my job. Don't worry, I can guarantee the safety of Tianlong and Shanshan. Although Ling Yun secretly murmured in his heart that the old man is smart and sophisticated, but he shouted loudly, and he responded very simply. If you don't agree, you can't do it. Chao Shanshan on the opposite side, with a pair of beautiful eyes shooting hot eyes, is staring at Ling Yun without blinking. Look at that posture. If he dares to refuse, don't even think about going to Chao Shanshan's bed in the future. I don't even know the name of a big brother. Chao Tianlong stood aside, extremely aggrieved, and said resentfully, seemingly very dissatisfied with Ling Yun calling him by his name. After chatting for so long, the business was almost done. After Chao Tianlong relaxed, he finally thought of his identity, Ling Yun's future serious uncle. In a word, everyone present laughed. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed. There was no way. Anyway, Chao Tianlong's identity was there. Everyone got along every day in the future, and it was necessary to do it to save face. Ling Yun is not a vegetarian either. He did not show any weakness. Hey, do you want to be my uncle? You have to agree with Shanshan. Chao Shanshan glanced at Ling Yun charmingly, and said coquettishly, you are so beautiful. Everyone laughed again in unison, and the heavy atmosphere in the room finally changed. After laughing, Chao Juanxiong turned his head and looked around, looked through the window into the dark night around, and suddenly asked lightly, intentionally or unintentionally, Ling Yun, I heard from Tianlong that this place is in the northwest corner of the capital, near Shongshan Mountain? Yes. You have just arrived in the capital, right? This house is. Ling Yun said in his heart that he finally came, and he replied with a smile, Grandpa Chao, this is an outhouse of my family. Oh. Chao Juanxiong didn't ask any more questions, and immediately closed his mouth, acting like an old monk. Ah? Your house, an outhouse? Chao Shanshan exclaimed. Didn't Ling Yun just arrive in the capital from Qingshui City not long ago? Where did he come from in the capital, and where did he come from a foreign house? Chao Shanshan suddenly remembered that old Chui called Ling Yun fourth young master in a hurry. In the current Chao family, including Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong, no one knows that Ling Yun has transformed into the fourth young master of the Ling family. Chao Juanxiong's words just now seemed to be calm and casual gossip. He wanted to know where he was, but in fact he was making sidelines about Ling Yun's identity. If Chao Juanxiong asked one more question, Ling Yun would have to face a choice, that is, whether he should reveal his current identity. In fact, according to the current relationship between Ling Yun and the Chao family, it doesn't matter if Ling Yun says it or not. However, the Chao family is in a state of complete collapse after all, and it is in danger, even worse than the current Ling family. Well, Ling Yun is afraid that if he reveals his identity now, if he is chased here by someone with a heart, if someone from the Chao family is caught, and he asks him again, then Ling Yun will be in trouble. At least until he finds out the whereabouts of his father, Ling Xiao, Ling Yun is not going to announce his true identity to the public. There are too many connections here, all kinds of forces compete with each other, and it is impossible to tell whether it is an enemy or a friend. Ling Yun doesn't want to take advantage of the moment and put his missing father Ling Xiao in a dangerous situation that will never be restored. The Chao family had no worries anymore, but Ling Yun still had concerns, many of them, and he had a lot of worries, so he threw himself into the trap. Where is Ling Xiao? In the days to come, this is also the most important thing that Ling Yun needs to investigate secretly. Chao Juanxiong stopped asking, and Ling Yun naturally wouldn't say any more. He smiled calmly and said, Grandpa Chao, do you think it's inconvenient here and want to stay in another place? Chao Juanxiong raised his eyelids again, smiled and said, No, that basement is good, just stay here. Before everything is found out, none of the Chao family's own place is safe. The capital is huge, but there is no place for the Chao family to go, so the old man can only say so. What do you plan to do with Qin Jiangui? Ling Yun nodded and asked again. Qin Jiangui was the sworn enemy of the Chao family. The Chao family wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. If Ling Yun wanted to deal with Qin Jiangui, he naturally had to ask Chao Juanxiong for his opinion. Qin Jiangui's name seemed to have a special magical power. When Ling Yun mentioned it, Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, and Lu Qiongfeng couldn't help their eyes wandering. They frowned at the same time, obviously trying their best to restrain and resist. Against the heart, the sense of surrender to Qin Jiangui. Let's talk about this matter after you figure out the formula. Chao Juanxiong said with difficulty. It is obvious that he is the biggest enemy of his family, but he has to surrender to the enemy from the bottom of his bones and blood. This has to be said, it is the tragedy of the Chao family. How domineering the blood race is, how defiant is the first embrace. It can be seen from this. These three of you are doing things outside, try to keep a low profile, try to avoid the Qin family's eyes and ears, and pay more attention to safety. Our Chao family can no longer afford any mistakes. Finally, Chao Juanxiong gave the advice that an old man should have. To be continued. P.S. There is a small outbreak today, 3 more, and 2 more later. Originally from Reading Net. Shanshan, are you feeling better now? Just after midnight, Ling Yun took Chao Shanshan out of the courtyard, got into the Land Rover directly, left Ling's courtyard, and went to see Tang Meng in the hotel. After discussing the important matters with Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong had to discuss with his grandfather and father carefully because there were still many details about the family affairs, so he took the initiative to stay. The Chao family wanted to launch a counterattack against the Qin family. Before doing anything, the Chao family needed to know themselves and the enemy first, and the task of investigating secretly and summoning the family forces naturally fell on the youngest head of the Chao family, Chao Tianlong. This task is very arduous and complicated. It requires Chao Tianlong to test repeatedly, and then to peel off the cocoons to condense the remaining power of the Chao family little by little. But Chao Shanshan is different. First of all, she is only an 18-year-old girl after all. Another is that she does not have any martial arts. In this turbulent capital, the role Chao Shanshan can play is almost negligible. Instead of letting her intervene in the affairs of the Chao family, it is better to let Chao Shanshan follow Ling Yun and learn Ling Yun's martial arts as soon as possible. Before leaving, Ling Yun rearranged the cloudy sky maze to ensure the safety of everyone in the Chao family, so he can go out with confidence. Chao Juanxiong had already returned the god of refining Taishu stone to Ling Yun with his own hands. After the people of the Chao family recovered their sanity, putting the god of refining Taishu stone in their place would no longer have any effect. The effect of the god refining Taishu stone on the evil eye technique is beyond imagination, but its effect on the blood alliance power that the blood clan first embraced is actually very limited. As long as you are by my side, I won't be afraid even if the sky falls. Although Ling Yun was driving the car, Chao Shanshan still held Ling Yun's right arm tightly, and she was not willing to let go at all. Her tenderness was like water. With a trace of apology on Ling Yun's face, he said distressedly, Shanshan, this time, you have suffered a lot. Actually, it's all my fault. If it wasn't because of me, I didn't say a word and rushed into the Tianqing rashly. Let the Sun family take advantage of the opportunity and cause chaos in Qingshui City, and you will not return to the capital at that time to ask your family for help. At first, Ling Yun did not expect that he would stay under the sinkhole for so long. Originally, he thought that he would be able to come out in at most one night if he practiced the Qi Yinyang Ju, hit the 4th level of body training, and found some treasures by the way. Even if it really doesn't work, if there is an unexpected discovery under the Tianqing, he can also go out first, and then go down at any time, but who knows, God will trick people. It only took a few days and nights to hit the 4th floor of body training. As a result, so many things happened in Qingshui City on the ground. So far, there has been no news of Qin Qiuyue going to Tianjianzong, Zhuang Meifeng is trapped in Jingxi Nunnery, and Xiao Mimi's whereabouts are unknown. Fortunately, Chao Shanshan was rescued successfully. The Jade Man was safe, and the Chao family got rid of the fate of being controlled by the Chen family for the time being, and got a respite. Seeing the self-blame rarely shown on Ling Yun's face, Chao Shanshan's heart trembled. She bit her lower lip lightly with her neat white teeth, because she was anxious. A blush appeared on his pale face, and he said faintly, "Ling Yun, don't think that way. I know what kind of person you are in my heart. You have things to do, and everything is bigger than the world. Most mortals are more important." Chao Shanshan is one of the few people who witnessed Ling Yun's 9-dragon bodyguard with her own eyes. The shock of that scene will never be forgotten by Chao Shanshan. You must not become restrained because of us, and look forward and backward. I will do my best to help you solve and deal with those mundane trivial matters. For you, everything is worthwhile, too. I am willing. Chao Shanshan was emotional, her tone was quiet, and she tried her best to express her heart. From being rescued by Ling Yun to meeting her family, Chao Shanshan's mood finally calmed down. She began to behave as before, just like when she was in Qingshui City. 3 months later, Ling Yun has changed, becoming more mysterious and powerful. Chao Shanshan has also changed. After experiencing the pain of purgatory on earth, she has become truly mature and extremely strong. When they got together again, after seeing Ling Yun's performance against the sky, Chao Shanshan realized that the gap between the two had become a difference between clouds and mud, and she needed to make up for this huge gap as soon as possible. Of course, the relationship between the two has not changed. Not only has it not changed, but it has deepened, but Chao Shanshan just feels that there is an insurmountable gap between her and Ling Yun. To put it bluntly, this gap is actually caused by Ling Yun's rapid growth and strength. People like Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who are by Ling Yun's side every day and can't wait to meet 8 times a day, can feel what Ling Yun brings to them. This kind of invisible pressure that can overwhelm people, not to mention Chao Shanshan, who hasn't seen Ling Yun for 3 months. Ling Yun is firm in his heart, unaware of these things, or he is consistent with the people around him, and has not changed any attitude towards them because of his rapid improvement in strength. But Ling Yun's progress depends on the people around him. In my eyes, that's not the case at all. No matter who it is, if they want to catch up with Ling Yun, they can only grit their teeth and chase desperately. There is no other way. What Chao Shanshan is going to do now, what she is trying to make up for, is precisely this point. She wants to bring the relationship between the two of them, or the feeling, back to 3 months ago in Qingshui City, in Chao Shanshan's boudoir, to death lingering time. Chao Shanshan wants to chase Ling Yun crazily again like in the past, when she is in love. It might sound weird, but that's the real situation facing Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun turned his head with a smile, stared quietly at Chao Shanshan for a while, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Shanshan, you have lost a lot of weight. From now on, you should eat more good food. You must eat delicacies from mountains and seas every day, so as to restore your vitality as soon as possible." Seemingly finished speaking in a serious manner, Ling Yun moved his eyes down and landed directly on Chao Shanshan's towering chest, and said with a smirk, "Of course, the most important thing is to restore your original figure." Frankly speaking, Chao Shanshan's breasts haven't shrunk at all. They are still big, tall, and straight as Ling Yun said, and because of her thin body, they look more prominent and attractive. However, Ling Yun was still not satisfied. His own woman, of course he hoped that Chao Shanshan would eat more, eat better, so that her breasts would become bigger, taller, and firmer. Chao Shanshan was stared at her chest unscrupulously by Ling Yun. She couldn't help blushing, gave Ling Yun a sideways look, and said coquettishly, "Where are you looking?" Ling Yun laughed loudly, "Look where you should look. There is no shrinkage at all. Very good, very good." Chao Shanshan was extremely ashamed. she lightly covered her towering chest with her right arm, and said shyly, "Fuck you." Actually, I saw it in the mirror just now. Although it is true that I have lost some weight, but the proportion of my body, I feel better than before. In fact, what Chao Shanshan said is true. In the past, Chao Shanshan's nutrition was very good, her body growth and development were excellent, her pearls were round and jade-like, giving people a feeling of wealth and glamour. Her beauty is that kind of noble, glamorous goddess type. Now, due to objective reasons, after Chao Shanshan has lost weight, she has a skinny beauty that she never had before. In addition, she has not seen the sun for a long time, and her beautiful oval face has a sickly paleness, which makes me feel pitiful. But Chao Shanshan misunderstood what Ling Yun meant. Ling Yun asked Chao Shanshan to eat and drink well, of course not just to make Chao Shanshan gain weight and make her breasts bigger, he had a more important purpose. Let Chao Shanshan recover her vitality as soon as possible, and the two of them will go to Wushan together to have a joy of cloud and rain. Ling Yun is already preparing to eat Chao Shanshan and have a double cultivation with her. Chao Tianlong is now at the peak of the 8th level of innateness, and Chao Shanshan is far away from him, which seems to be very high, but once he really wants to practice, Chao Shanshan can immediately surpass Chao Tianlong by more than 10 blocks. Why? Because Ling Yun can do double cultivation with Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan's aptitude was already extraordinary, but she was completely reborn by Ling Yun's cleansing and cutting. Moreover, several immortal auras that Ling Yun had infiltrated were sealed in her body. So far, Ling Yun ate Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, but Ling Yun didn't eat any of the girls who had been washed by him and infused with fairy spirit energy. Ling Yun knew that he could use the fairy spirit energy in Chao Shanshan's body during the double cultivation period. This was the greatest expectation for Ling Yun, who had already stepped into the threshold of Qi training period with half of his foot. Except for the last obstacle, the bodies of the two have already collided and communicated in a real sense. As long as Chao Shanshan regains her vitality and reaches her peak state again, Ling Yun will eat her. Undoubtedly, they will not only blend in each other, enjoy the joy and sweetness of love to the fullest, but also, both of them will get huge benefits through double cultivation. Looking forward to double cultivation, this is Ling Yun's real purpose. On Ling Yun's body, there is the Qi Yao pill that he made by himself, plus many spiritual herbs that can be eaten immediately. With the help of this double cultivation, Ling Yun is absolutely sure that he can break through the Qi training period in one fell swoop. If this is the case, let alone the Sun family and the Chen family, even the Yi family and the Long family, Ling Yun dared to challenge them openly. I want to be invincible, I want to defy the sky. Thinking of this, Ling Yun's face couldn't help but burst into joy. Seeing in the eyes of Chao Shanshan, who was on the sidelines, she thought that Ling Yun had thought of some unsightly scene, and she blushed even more with embarrassment. Because what Chao Shanshan is thinking now is to hand over her body to Ling Yun as soon as possible. She was terrified. If it wasn't for Qin Jiangui's fear of the pure yang fairy energy in Chao Shanshan's body, how could Chao Shanshan keep her innocence? That is simply a fantasy. Although the two people were thinking about the same thing, they were still thinking about the same thing. The atmosphere in the Land Rover instantly became extremely ambiguous, subtle, and unspeakable. Hey, here it is, so it's here. The Land Rover turned a corner, and a resplendent hotel stood at the northwest corner of the intersection with bright lights. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Crack. Crack. Ping. Pong. Ding. Boom. The ground, which was originally as clean as a mirror and could reflect people's shadows, is now a mess. Shui mining almost smashed all the things that could be broken in the living room. Hey, my little ancestor, you can't drop this one. Seeing Shui Mining's incomparably sturdy holding up a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain with both hands, Divine Dr. Xue, who had been sitting quietly on the bamboo chair in the yard, moved. DODTW. Divine Dr. Xue showed his lightning-like figure, and his tall figure rushed into the living room like an arrow. He stretched out both hands, and caught the fallen Yuan Qinghua in his hand. His palms and back were covered with cold sweat. Carefully put Yuan Qinghua back to its original place. Miracle Dr. Xue stepped on countless shards of glass, looked down at the porcelain shards all over the floor. The muscles on his old face twitched. It took only a short while for the little demon girl to return home, and the things worth several million in the living room of Miracle Dr. Xue turned into a mess all over the floor. No matter how rich you are, you can't do such a bad thing. Can't you make it through this day? However, when Lao Xue saw that the little demon girl's face was livid, her delicate lips were trembling with anger, her silver teeth were gritted to pieces, and her big heroic eyes shot out an angry look, like a raging lion cub. He took the girl just now. When the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. This is the first time that the little demon girl has lost her temper. There is only one reason: Ling Yun scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Brother Ling Yun scored 0 in the exam? Impossible. Xue Mining stood there angrily, and shouted at Divine Dr. Xue. The decibels were high enough to knock down the roof of an ordinary house. Fortunately, Miracle Dr. Xue lives in Qingxi Villa, and the quality of the house is not bad. That's all? As for being so angry? Come on. Dr. Xue shook his head helplessly, his eyes were calm and his tone was peaceful. He stretched out his big hand, grabbed Xue Mining's little hand, and held her arm. Took her into the yard. I said silently in my heart, "Stinky boy, old man, my loss today must be counted on you. You must pay me." Humph. Brother Ling Yun is so powerful. How could he score 0 in the test? He should have a full score in the test. It really pissed me off. Xue Mining's anger has not yet finished, and she still has something to say, talking to herself. Then Miracle Dr. Xue sat back on the bamboo chair. He looked up at his precious granddaughter with piercing eyes. He said a little funny, "Ling Yun scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Someone wants to kill himself. Why are you angry?" Woo. In anger, Xue Mining raised her jade hand and made a chopping movement, which brought a sharp palm wind. She gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, if you let me know who did it, I will kill him with one blow." Divine Dr. Xue said with a smile, "I guess you won't be needed." While talking on his lips, Lao Xue was really surprised in his heart, because Ninger is now. With the help of Ling Siju, he has already reached the 4th level of Ho Tian, and those who practice fast can only be described as the speed of entering the realm. Huh? Where's my sister? I remember she came back with me. Xue Mining was almost out of anger, only then did she realize that Miao Xiaomiao was no longer at home. Divine Dr. Xue smiled with his beard. "Your sister is not like you, she took Xiao Jin out." Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. In the middle of the night, in a dense forest on Nangqi Peak in Qingshui City. There are few people here, and an extremely powerful phantom formation has been arranged by the masters against the sky. From the outside, only an ordinary dense forest can be seen, but the explosion inside has already exploded, as if countless landmine bombs have been detonated together. In the jungle, the green trees with a radius of 100 meters were all devastated and engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Countless fireballs with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared out of thin air. With the sound of bang bang, the thick trunk was exploded, and the big tree Kerala fell. Then it was attached by a fireball and burned blazingly. This momentum is even more powerful and amazing than the effect of Ling Yun's 5th-level fire talisman. Surrounded by countless flames, an extremely graceful and seductive figure was shuttling around in the sea of flames. Palm winds were blowing, and every palm wind hit a terrifying huge fireball. Firefox's Flame Jew. Baixianer has a pretty face, her eyes are frosty, and she is venting her boundless anger here. This scene is much more shocking than the one xuanhuan created at home. Of course, this does not cost money, and it is only this dense forest, with a radius of 100 meters that is unlucky. At this time, Baixianer was wearing a long black dress, which was one of the 2 sets of clothes that Ling Yun made for her with the fabric woven from Wujing demon silk before she left. As Baixianer's graceful figure shuttled back and forth like lightning, her skirt fluttered, her jade legs danced, and her silk ribbons curled up, that peerless figure, in the sea of fire, was like a fire fairy from the sky descending into the mortal world. After Baixianer came out with 3 tails and transformed into a form, no one knew her current state. With the day and night practice of Tianhu flying immortal art, Baixianer had already grown to an unknowable state. "Give me all to die." Baixianer screamed, and sent out 2 sharp palm winds again, and the 2 dazzling fireballs suddenly hit 2 huge tree trunks with a diameter of more than half a meter, and there was a bang. Bang bang. Kerala. The 2 giant trees broke off in the middle and fell into the boundless sea of flames. Kindness? Baixianer suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky, only to see a chubby golden silkworm with fleshy wings hovering and dancing at a height of 100 meters, as if shocked by the sea of flames below, she did not dare to dive down. Brush. Baixianer swayed a few hundred meters, and rushed out of the dense forest. Then, she saw Miao Xiaomiao, who was wearing a long emerald green dress, graceful and smiling. "Sister Xiaomiao, how did you find this place?" Baixianer and Miao Xiaomiao have been acquainted for a long time now, because Miao Xiaomiao has a little gold, so she has a natural kindness towards Miao Xiaomiao. "Sister Xianer, if I don't come again, the entire Nangqi Peak will be burned by you, and the fire station in Qingshui City will all be mobilized." Miao Xiaomiao looked at Baixianer, who had a pretty face covered in frost, and teased with a smile, then raised her hand, and Xiao Jin in the air swooped down like lightning, and landed on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder in an instant. Xiao Jin fluttered a pair of small pale golden eyes, the eyeballs rolled around in a very humane way, staring at this vicious girl who was even more stunning than her master, obviously with lingering fear. "Why, are you still angry?" Miao Xiaomiao asked Baixianer with a smile. "Humph." Except for Ling Yun, Baixianer rarely talked to anyone, and often used expressions instead of words. "It's useless to just get angry here, Sister Xianer, can you get someone to tell the truth?" In Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes, a flash of sincere appreciation, accompanied by a trace of unique cunning, asked Baixianer. What Miao Xiaomiao likes the most is Baixianer's purity, which is a kind of purity that has not been affected by any filth in the world. "Yes." Baixianer's charming eyes lit up, and her eyebrows raised slightly. "That's all right, come with me." Miao Xiaomiao hadn't finished speaking, her incomparably slender figure flashed, she jumped up to the top of a tall tree, tapped the branch with her toes, drew a graceful long arc from the air, and fell straight down 100 meters away. On the night of the Qingming festival, the immortal aura of the Renhuang pen was reversed, and Miao Xiaomiao was also one of the beneficiaries. She also had the immortal aura infiltrated by Ling Yun in her body. Under the frenzied practice, Miao Xiaomiao has now reached the peak of the acquired 9th level, and is a half-step innate master. Baixianer didn't move her body, her shoulders didn't shake, she just took a casual step, as if walking in the void, and caught up with the galloping Miao Xiaomiao in just one step. "Sister, where are we going?" "Go to meet someone first, ask for an address, and then talk." Miao Xiaomiao galloped towards the city of Qingshui. The target location was the home of Li Yifeng, secretary of the municipal party committee. Miao Xiaomiao comes from the holy land of Miaojiang in the 100,000 mountains. She practices gu, poison, and medicine. She has the same pure heart. She has been in the same class as Ling Yun for so long, and she knows Ling Yun's ability. Ling Yun scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Things have completely irritated her. Qingshui City, in an exquisite and elegant villa in the northwest mountainous area. Qinglong's current head of the family, a Bing, is standing in the living room of the villa honestly, with a low eyebrow and a pleasing look like a spoiled daughter-in-law, not even daring to breathe. There was also a mess under his feet, and the horror scene was even worse than that of the poor miracle Dr. Shue's house. Long Wu was wearing a sleeveless off-the-shoulder round-neck t-shirt, and a pair of extremely hot denim shorts on his lower body, exuding a kind of overflowing heat all over his body, youthful and invincible. Her words are even more invincible. Qinglong is known as a younger brother with several hundred numbers, and has penetrated all walks of life in Qingshui City, from high-ranking officials and dignitaries, down to traffickers and pawns. You can't even find out why Ling Yun got a 0 score in the college entrance examination, so what do you want you, the boss of Qinglong, to do? Say it, say it. Long Wu put his left hand on his hip, pointed at a Bing with his right hand and yelled curses. His voice could be heard 2 miles away on a quiet night. Long Jia, this is the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is a matter of the Ministry of Education. Gangs like our Qinglong have nothing to do with the college entrance examination marking. It's beyond our reach. Bing suffered an unreasonable disaster, but he was secretly cursing Tang Meng in his heart. Why did he go to the capital at this time? Otherwise, it must be Tang Meng who stood here and was scolded, not himself. In other words, at least Tang Meng was with him, and it was better for the two of them to be scolded than to stand here alone. I don't care about the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Education. In short, Ling Yun took the college entrance examination in Qingshui City. The papers were also read in Qingshui City, and the results were also counted in Qingshui City. He now has a 0 score in the college entrance examination. What do you think should be done? Although the college entrance examination is planned uniformly by the Ministry of Education, the examination papers and admission scores are different in each province and city. In fact, it is a matter of a province. Qingshui City is the capital city of Jiangnan Province. Ling Yun took the college entrance examination in Qingshui City. Exams, marking papers, and score statistics are all Qingshui City's affairs. Bing has been scolded for several hours, and he hasn't eaten dinner yet. He really has no choice but to scratch his head and say, "Sister, what do you think should be done?" Long Wuqia's face was pale. She pondered for a while, then snorted coldly and said, "What can I do? Send someone tomorrow to block the entrance of the Education Bureau, and I need to explain." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. A law graduate student who graduated from Harvard University in the United States, the jewel in the palm of Qinglong's former boss's former boss, actually asked a Bing to arrange someone to block the door of the Education Bureau. How angry is this? Yes. A Bing inherited his father's fine tradition of iron-blooded soldiers, and he never sloppy in his words and deeds. It's more or less. Long Wu said in a deep voice, then lowered her head. Her long black hair slanted to one side of her clean and beautiful face, and she said again, "Send someone to clean up this place tomorrow, and replace everything with new ones." After finishing speaking, he no longer cared about a Bing, and went to the second floor of the villa by himself, and returned to his boudoir. "See Ling Yun, you don't even answer my phone, let's see how I deal with you." A Bing looked at Long Wu talking as he went upstairs, stuck out his tongue out of fear, and finally understood, what is meant by a tough life does not need to be explained. Shaking his head helplessly, a Bing had no choice but to act as a coolie and clean the first floor with his own hands. At this moment, a figure flashed, and a thin, tall middle-aged man appeared in front of a Bing. With a smile on his face, Long Kuan looked at a Bing quietly, nodded slowly, and thought that the boss Qinglong chosen by Ling Yun was good. He suddenly said, "You don't have to worry too much, just do what Long Wu said. In Qingshui City, as long as it is about Ling Yun, no one dares to say a word." However, the matter on the surface should not be too big. lest the official people are difficult to deal with and it is too embarrassing. Long Wu only cared about getting angry, but Long Kuan knew it well. After Ling Yan's college entrance examination results came out, it was definitely not Long Wu who was angry. Some people took action, and Qinglong's power was not needed at all. Yes, Uncle Long. A Bing stood upright with his hands down, and said respectfully. Of course A Bing knows who created the Azure Dragon he is currently in charge of. In front of this real Qinglong boss, A Bing only respects and admires him. It's getting late, you don't need to worry about it, I will find someone to clean up here. Remember, if there is anything, you have to talk to Tang Meng first. Tang Meng is amazing now. Playing with both black and white in Qingshui City, the aura is amazing. That was Ling Yan's real right-hand man, and Long Kuan admired Tang Meng very much. After Ah Bing left, Long Kuan stood with his hands behind his back in the messy living room, stood quietly for a while, then shook his head helplessly and laughed dumbly. Stinky boy, Qingshui City is thousands of miles away from the capital, and Qingshui City wants to fry pots for you. You can really do it. Then Long Kuan started to tidy up the broken homes of the mountains and rivers himself. Long Kuan has nothing to do, just such a small matter, why do we need others to take care of it? Sister Lin, don't be angry anymore, the room is going to freeze to death. Qingshui City Fuhua Manor, Hot Spring Villa, on the sofa in the living room. Yao Rou was running the xuanhuan to Wanggong with all her strength, and the earth-yellow air flow slowly moved through her meridians, fighting against the boundless cold air that filled the room, looking at the white mist in the yard, and said quietly. The scorching heat is unbearable, and the high temperature in Qingshui City is at least 36 degrees tonight. But in Lin Minghan's small villa, there was an astonishingly cold air, and the indoor temperature was more than 10 degrees below zero. There was a hot wave outside the courtyard, but as soon as the heat entered the courtyard, it would be turned into tiny water droplets by the cold air, and the entire villa was filled with white mist. God knows. After Ling Yan left Qingshui City, Lin Minghan and Yao Rou, the two women whose bodies were broken by Ling Yan, unexpectedly got along so well, and now they talked about everything. In other words, the two became close sisters, that is, legendary girlfriends. Lin Minghan is now half a step in the innate state, and Yao Rou is already close to the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian. The strength of the two is not much different. Huangquan to Wanggong is the most important defense. Therefore, Yao Rou can completely resist Lin Minghan's promised mysterious ice art. The amazing cold air that comes out is not disturbed by the cold air. The two stunning beauties sit and stand, and move quietly, with a coffee table in between. The high-end and exquisite coffee table is full of beer cans. It's just that I can't drink it anymore. When Lin Minghan took it out of the refrigerator, those soda cans were turned into ice cubes by her. The beer inside had already turned into ice cubes. Lin Minghan was dressed very tough, with a loose white casual t-shirt on her upper body, no underwear inside, no bra restraints, two big white rabbits with astonishing heights, plump and astonishing as she kept walking, trembling, shaking around. Even if any man sees her, he can't help but drool. Lin Minghan's lower body was even simpler. He only wore a pair of black hollow lace underwear, which was extremely sexy. Fortunately, it was covered by the hem of the wide t-shirt. Seductive and sexy, Yao Rou, who is also a woman, is heartbroken. They are so bold, they pissed me off. They really pissed me off. While walking back and forth, Lin Minghan gritted his teeth, opened his beautiful eyes, and kept cursing and yelling fiercely. No, I have to call my father. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. After Ling Yun left, Lin Minghan went crazy thinking about Ling Yun, full of anticipation, hoping that Ling Yun would go back to Qingshui City after knowing the results of the college entrance examination, so as to have a reunion with his husband and wife. With such a result, how could she not be angry? Yao Rou's eyes dimmed inadvertently. These women around Ling Yun are all wealthy and have extraordinary backgrounds. When Ling Yun is in trouble, each of them can use the power behind them to solve Ling Yun's troubles, but Yao Rou is the only one who can't. She was born in poverty and came from a small valley in a remote village. Before she met Ling Yun, her family was poor and had nothing. Everything she had was given to her by Ling Yun. Apart from guarding Ling Yun's ordinary clinic like her life, she could not do anything for Ling Yun. Anything. Also because of her status, Yao Rou's thinking was more thoughtful. With her bare hands resting on her cheeks, she pondered quietly and said, "Sister Lin, I heard from Tang Meng that this matter can only be done with the help of Qingshui City's staff. Strength is enough. Ling Yun's 0 score in the college entrance examination, at most, involves the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. The college entrance examination has a certain authority in China. If an ordinary person has a problem in the college entrance examination, no matter how unreasonable the score is, no matter what the problem is, there is absolutely no way to find the back. I want to get my grades back. If the investigation is clear, it will definitely be difficult to reach the sky. But Ling Yun is not an ordinary person, and everyone around Ling Yun is not an ordinary person. Even if it was before, it is not now. But that guy who doesn't care about the heights of the sky and the earth doesn't answer the phone or text messages. It's like a person who has nothing to do, and doesn't know how to worry at all. We can't just wait and stare like this. Do nothing?" In Lin Minghan's words, no matter how they sounded, there was a resentment of a young woman in a boudoir, and she had already secretly scolded Ling Yun, that cruel thief, countless times in her heart. Holding her cheeks, Yao Rou chuckled, "Sister Lin, I don't think you're angry, you're more like Sikhun." Lin Minghan's pretty face flushed suddenly, and she quickly stopped her steps. She turned her head and looked at Yao Rou with strange eyes. After a long while, he just smiled the same way. The thief shouted to catch the thief, "I think you are the girl who is thinking about spring. Please don't tell me, you don't want him?" "I think." Yao Rou didn't deny it, her heart beat faster, but her face didn't change, she admitted it directly. The eyes of the two extremely beautiful women met. They looked at each other quietly for a long time, and then laughed at the same time. We all know that Ling Yun doesn't really care about the college entrance examination results. After laughing, Yao Rou rationally analyzed to Lin Minghan. Of course she was also anxious about Ling Yun's grades, but now she had to comfort Lin Minghan in front of her first. Lin Minghan's temper was much bigger than hers. "Sister, do you really not understand, or are you pretending to be confused with your sister?" Lin Minghan scolded Yao Rou coquettishly. A proud and moving brilliance suddenly flashed on the beautiful melon-seed face. There was undisguised admiration in his eyes, and he said in a leisurely voice, "Of course I know that bad guy doesn't care. There is almost nothing he really cares about in this world. However, no matter what that guy does, he seems to be very casual, with a face full of indifference, but he has one thing, that is, as long as he is serious about doing things, there is nothing he doesn't want to do. In fact, he cares about perfection the most in his bones. People. I don't know anything else, but I do know that Ling Yun takes the college entrance examination seriously. He once said that he must get the best grades in the exam to repay Aunt Qin's kindness in nurturing her and live up to her expectations. Now, the score of the college entrance examination turned out to be 0. Even if that guy really doesn't care, he will definitely be very upset. It has to be said that the love in bed is not for nothing. Lin Minghan's understanding of Ling Yun has gone deep into his bone marrow now, and the two of them are like one and the same heart. Unexpectedly, Lin Minghan could say such words. Yao Rou was finally moved, she was shocked. "Sister, I am Ling Yun's woman, and you are also Ling Yun's woman, we are all with him, that, what he really thinks in his heart, I know you also understand." As he spoke, Lin Menghan gradually withdrew the icy air from outside, and the temperature in the room rose slowly. Ling Yun went to the capital this time. Although he didn't tell us what we were going to do, we all knew in our hearts that Ling Yun must be doing something big. Now that the backyard is on fire, if we can't handle his affairs well, then what qualifications do you have to say that she is his woman? Even if Ling Yun really doesn't care, then I do, as long as Ling Yun suffers. Finally, after Lin Menghan finished speaking decisively, her figure fluttered, and she sat directly on the sofa opposite Yao Rou, with a pair of human breasts on her chest, and there was another turbulent wave. Seeing that Lin Menghan had finally calmed down, Yao Rou smiled sweetly. "Sister Lin, Tang Meng sent me a text message. He said that Ling Yun would come to him soon to discuss this matter. He told us to wait until later." This time it was Lin Menghan's turn to stare and be jealous. That brat Tang Meng deserves to be beaten. He always tells you first if Ling Yun has anything to do. Indeed, besides Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining, when Tang Meng informed Ling Yun, Yao Rou was always ranked third. This has a lot to do with Tang Meng and Yao Rou, who once co-founded Ling Yun's ordinary clinic. On another level, Tang Meng felt that among all the beauties around Ling Yun, Yao Rou was the most difficult one. After being taught by Ling Yun once, Tang Meng naturally took care of Yao Rou. "Sister Lin, maybe Tang Meng thinks your status is too high, and he is afraid to communicate with you." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. To use a very inappropriate analogy, if Ling Yun is Qianlong, then Tang Meng's current status is comparable to that of He Shen. Ling Yun Shenlong could not see the beginning and the end, disappeared all day long, and it was difficult to get in touch with the phone. The goddesses around Ling Yun were now gradually noticing the importance of Tang Meng. Because Tang Meng is Ling Yun's right-hand man, he is the one who handles all kinds of trivial matters for Ling Yun. Ling Yun rarely finds a woman to solve his problems, so these matters all fall on Tang Meng's head. Ling Yun is hard to find, but Tang Meng is easy to find. If you want to pay attention to everything about Ling Yun, it is definitely the most reliable to ask Tang Meng. It can be said that none of these goddesses around Ling Yun is a fuel-efficient lamp. If Ling Yun has any small troubles in this ordinary city, he can basically find a woman to solve it. Beautiful, guaranteed to be clean and neat. But yes, it is a well-known fact that Ling Yun is a pure man. Brother Yun only relies on his brothers, not on women. Once Ling Yun starts to practice or start doing things seriously, it is easy to ignore these goddesses around him, even if they are all charming and beautiful. This has something to do with him being a cultivator. If there is no special important matter, Ling Yun rarely takes the initiative to call a woman. Even Lin Menghan and Yao Rou are the same. Dao heart surpasses human heart. This is a cultivator. Ling Yun has human desires and Dao heart. He has been pursuing his own Dao. Putting other things aside, he is not ruthless, but let nature take its course. Of course, Ling Yun enjoys it, but it will hurt many goddesses around him. All of them are charming, but it is a pity that they can't stay by Ling Yun's side for a long time day and night. Therefore, Lin Menghan will complain, and so will Yao Rou, but she has always covered it up very well and will not show it easily. Tang Meng is living so arrogantly now, how can he see my status? Lin Menghan did not listen to Yao Rou's persuasion, but still said angrily. The resentment of the boudoir's dissatisfied wife soared to the sky, and Tang Meng suffered an unreasonable disaster. Tang Meng, who was far away in the capital, suddenly couldn't help shivering, only feeling a chill down his back. I don't know which god I offended. Yao Rou sneered coquettishly. Can't help but say, Sister Lin, Tang Meng dare not. This sentence has a lot to say. Forgive him, he doesn't dare. Lin Menghan also laughed, like a spring flower in full bloom. She paused, then raised her hand to tidy up the skirt, and pulled the skirt that was deeply caught between the two tall breasts from the deep ditch. Pulled out. It caused the towering huge chest to tremble wildly. Then he said, "Sister, tell me, Ling Yin will be at Tang Meng's place soon?" N. Yao Ro replied in a firm tone. Lin Menghan turned his anger into joy. The brows were slightly raised, and the beautiful eyes smiled and cursed. "Humph, call Ling Yin later and see if he still answers, otherwise, I will fly directly to the capital and scold him face to face." Yao Ro chuckled and said, "I'm afraid I kissed him face to face?" Lin Menghan was ashamed. He directly grabbed a soft pillow beside him and threw it at Yao Ro. "Zhang Ling, don't turn around, my mother's head is dizzy." "Mom, I want to go to the capital." Qingxi, Suiyuan International City Garden, the 17th floor of a certain unit. 1701. Zhang Ling was wearing a rose-red silky nightgown, anxious like ants on a hot pot, circling around in her living room. Liang Fengqin, who was dangling, was almost dizzy. Liang Fengqin's mood was very unusual, mixed with joy and sorrow, and there was a tired feeling of relief on her face. Today, Zhang Ling, who was inexplicably excited just because she got a high score in the exam, didn't know that her parents were going to get a divorce tomorrow. As the name suggests, Liang Fengqin is an excellent piano performer. She looks stunningly glamorous, and her figure is mature and hot. No matter how you look at it, she is seductive and sexy. She also has a pair of slender and beautiful hands, which are white and flawless. Her 10 fingers are as slender and beautiful as spring onions, and they are extremely flexible. Her ring finger is almost more flexible than other people's index fingers. But such a woman with flawless face, body, and temperament, 1 in a million, suffered the most painful blow more than 10 years ago. Her husband, Zhang Hanliang, Zhang Ling's father, met a third party and cheated on him. The most ridiculous thing is that the woman who stole her husband is far from her in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. If that woman is compared with Liang Fengqin, she is like a straw chicken meeting a phoenix. Perfect women rarely have perfect marriages. Just as the saying goes, home flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. No matter how red the red flag at home is, it is not as attractive to men as the colorful flags outside. The third person who snatched away Liang Fengqin's husband was Zhang Hanliang's colleague and also Zhang Hanliang's work assistant. Zhang Hanliang is a geologist who is engaged in geological exploration and scientific research. He is away all year round, and often stays outside for half a year. The total time at home in a year will not exceed 1 month. At that time, Zhang Hanliang and Liang Fengqin happened to be experiencing the 7-year itch. He was out all year round, sleeping in the wilderness. One night, a female assistant who admired him very much got into his tent, and then went to work vigorously. This is the most normal thing. Then Zhang Hanliang used his busy work as an excuse and hardly ever went home. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Liang Fengqin soon found out about this, and from that day on, the husband and wife fell into a 10-year Cold War. The reason why Liang Fengqin has not divorced Zhang Hanliang is because she is worried about her daughter. She has endured for 10 years. Today, Zhang Ling's college entrance examination results came out, more than 40 points short of the perfect score. Even if Yanjing University and Huaqing University could not pass the exam with this score, it is definitely more than enough to get into Huaxia Communication University. Seeing that Zhang Ling got such excellent results in the exam, Liang Fengqin was naturally overjoyed. She just felt that the hard work of more than 10 years was finally not in vain, and finally came to an end. The feeling of being a widow is definitely not good, let alone for more than 10 years. Just when Zhang Ling was cheering, Liang Fengqin left home silently, found a secluded place, called her husband who had already settled down outside, and agreed to go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. Zhang Hanliang went out of the house, and his daughter was brought up by Liang Fengqin. This was an agreement between the two 10 years ago. This marriage that has long existed in name only will end tomorrow, but both husband and wife are very calm, even indifferent, like strangers. After letting go of the big stone in her heart, Liang Fengqin drove to the supermarket again, bought fresh seafood, chicken, duck and fish, and called her younger sister Liang Fengyi to come over, ready to celebrate Zheng Ling. But when she came home again, she found that her daughter was throwing things angrily and venting crazily. Liang Fengqin was shocked. She thought that Zheng Ling knew about their divorce, but after asking, she found out that it was because of Zheng Ling's boyfriend who had scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Zheng Lingqi became like this, and the celebration was naturally in vain. After wandering around the house anxiously for a long time, and after making numerous phone calls, it was finally confirmed that Ling Yun had indeed scored 0 in the test. Therefore, Zheng Ling, who knew nothing about his parents' divorce, proposed to Liang Fengqin to go to the capital tomorrow. "What are you going to do in the capital?" "He got 0 points in the college entrance examination, so it's useless to go to the capital." Liang Fengqin absent-mindedly tried to persuade her daughter, and said casually. Zheng Ling stopped in his tracks, turned around and pouted and said to his mother, "Mom, Mr. Kong will arrive in the capital early tomorrow morning, and Tang Meng is also in the capital. I also want to see Ling Yun." Ever since Liang Fengyi blocked her at home and Zheng Ling brought back a big carp one night in May, the relationship between Zheng Ling and Ling Yun was no longer a secret to Liang Fengqin. Ling Yun is Ling Yun all day long. It has been more than 20 days since the college entrance examination. The name Ling Yun almost makes my ears tingle. Liang Fengqin thought to herself, why does this Ling Yun have such a great charm, so he has become so fascinated by her own daughter? You think about him so much, but you don't see him calling you, saying that he came to the house after the college entrance examination, and he never came. The mother-in-law was suffocating in her heart, and there was an unexplained anger in her words, and Ling Yun was unlucky. "Mom, Ling Yun came to our house before the college entrance examination, but at that time you went to perform in other places, and Dad was away all year round, so." Zheng Ling argued for Ling Yun in a hurry. Zheng Ling felt that her mother's behavior was very strange. At any rate, she also exceeded her goal and was admitted to the ideal Huaxia Communication University. Why did her mother speak so angry? "I knew about the incident before the college entrance examination, but what about after the college entrance examination? Why didn't you come after the college entrance examination? Is there any boyfriend like this?" Liang Fengqin's own marriage failed, so she was naturally very concerned about her daughter's relationship issues. Therefore, although she heard her daughter and younger sister talk about Ling Yun's excellence, she expressed extraordinary vigilance and dissatisfaction because of Ling Yun's indifferent attitude towards her daughter. "Mom, you don't know, Ling Yun is very busy, he has too many things to deal with." Just speak well for him. You will suffer emotionally by then, but don't blame Mom for not reminding you. Then will you let me go to the capital? I don't worry if you go alone. Who said I went alone? Don't worry, some people will accompany me. Besides, even if there is no one to accompany me, my aunt will definitely accompany me. Just go crazy with your aunt. I'm wondering, what is your aunt messing with you all day about your affairs? Okay, since this is the case, then you go and book a ticket, and pay attention to safety on the road. Thanks, Mom. When Zheng Ling was happy, she threw herself into Liang Fengqin's arms excitedly. The mother and daughter, with 4 balls of snow-white plump and soft flesh, collided violently through 2 silky and soft nightdresses. Liang Fengqin put her arms around her daughter's back, patted her back twice, but said silently in her heart, "It's fine to go to the capital, tomorrow, my mother will divorce that heartless man, so I don't have to worry." A decade of hard work, all of these, on this night, finally ended at the same time. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Villa number 9 in Clearwater Bay Villa area. In the villa, in the spacious and bright kitchen, Qin Dongxue, who is wearing a snow-white dress, is fighting with all his strength against the fish, meat and vegetables in the kitchen with a sharp weapon in his hand. Well, the sharp weapons in the kitchen are of course pots and pans, as well as the most important shovels, kitchen knives, and frying spoons. The kitchen was filled with oily smoke and the heat was overwhelming. Qin Dongxue was in a hurry and was sweating profusely. The reason why Qin Dongxue endured the smog and worked so hard in the kitchen, her greatest motivation was of course because of Ling Yun's words, "To be honest, the food you cook is really not flattering." Aunt May was naturally on the sidelines to guide carefully. "Second miss, you have to put the oil in first, wait for the oil to warm up, and then start the pot. It is good." So Qin Dongxue grabbed the somewhat greasy oil can and started pouring oil into it. "Second miss, you poured too much oil, please use the right amount of oil." "Oh." Qin Dongxue responded, grabbed the handle of the pot with her slender right hand, and poured half of it into the trash can next to her, watching Aunt May frown. "It's time to heat up." So Qin Dongxue turned on the fire, and waited for the oil to heat up. Aunt May glanced at the heat and said with a smile, "It's almost done." At this time add chopped green onion, garlic cloves, and other ingredients, and start cooking. Qi la. The chopped green onion and garlic cloves were thrown into the pot by Qin Dongxue. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the shovel and violently stirred in the pot. The speed of his hand was comparable to that of Ji Lei Sha, who used the 9-kill sword technique. Aunt May wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. She couldn't help but said, "Second miss, you just need to stir it a little bit. The dishes are not ready yet, so there is no need to stir them like this." "But I'm afraid it will be blurred." Qin Dongxue immediately stopped what she was doing, and stared at the pot without blinking, not even daring to breathe. Her expression was extremely cute. "It can't be pasted, because the oil temperature is just hot. At this time, we need to pay attention to the temperature of the oil. Wait a moment, as long as the aroma of chopped green onion and garlic are cooked, the prepared dishes can be put into the pot. Then stir again." Under the guidance of Aunt May, everything was carried out in an orderly manner, and soon, a plate of the most common shredded potatoes came out of the pot. Chi-chi-la-la sound began to sound. "Fry this dish. You need to weigh the spoon and pay attention to the heat. If the heat is too old, the shredded potatoes will not be crispy. If the heat is not enough, the shredded potatoes will not be cooked, and it will taste too arrogant. I still have to hold the spoon." Qin Dongxue spit out her lovely tongue. Of course, she has seen Ning Lingyu cooking, and she also received Ning Lingyu's careful guidance when she went to the kitchen to cook for Ling Yun, but she is afraid of being cooked in oil. "Never hold a spoon." "Humph, I'm going to fight." Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth, became ruthless, picked up the frying spoon and began to weigh it, but after weighing it, the shredded potatoes in the pot fell like rain, flying around. Qin Dongxue was so frightened that he threw the frying spoon and performed his peerless lightness kung fu, almost flying out of the kitchen. When I looked again, the shredded potatoes in the pot were less than 1/3 of the original size. I'm so angry, isn't it just cooking? Why is it harder than practicing martial arts? Qin Dongxue pouted depressedly, and the fairy turned into a cute cook, and finally understood the difficulty of being a housewife. "Second miss, you used too much force just now. This is cooking with a spoon, not killing people with a sword. You have to be like me." Aunt May shook her head with a wry smile. Once again, she personally demonstrated to Qin Dongxue that Aunt May's action of holding a spoon was definitely better than that of any chef in a big restaurant. Qin Dongxue was discouraged, and couldn't help but back down again. For Fairy Qin, who never bothered to go into the kitchen, this thing was really too difficult. Stir-fried over high heat, the shredded potatoes are so finely sliced that they are easy to cook. Although Qin Dongxue is not good at cooking, I have to say that her sword skills are definitely top-notch. After all, the sword skills of more than 20 years are not for nothing. At this time add salt in moderation. When it is about to come out of the pot, pour a little more vinegar. All of these must take into account the taste of the food eater. Some people don't like it too salty, and some people don't like it too sour. Every time Qin Dongshui hears some culinary vocabulary, such as a little, moderate amount, etc., it is when her head is at its biggest, and Bingshua's clever mind immediately becomes full of paste. Let her want to break the sky, but she doesn't know how much to put in a small amount, an appropriate amount, etc. Stop. Qin Dongshua's head was completely dizzy, and he finally called to stop. Well, Aunt May, let's call it a day, it's too late, I have to go see Lingyu. Before she finished speaking, Qin Dongxue took off her apron, threw it away, and returned to her bedroom as if fleeing for her life. She took off the white dress full of oily smoke and changed into another white long skirt. The long sword flew out of the living room and went straight to the sea at the foot of the mountain. Lingyun, you brat, wait until I see you, and see how I deal with you. The slender figure went away, and the hateful fairy voice came. Aunt May could only smile wryly and shake her head. Miss Eyre has never been in a kitchen since she was a child, so let her learn how to cook. It's better to count on the sun to come out from the west. Standing quietly at the door for a while, Aunt May suddenly remembered Ling Yun's college entrance examination results. She couldn't help shaking her head and sighing, then turned and went back to the kitchen to clean up the mess. Qin Dongxue soon came to the seaside. She knew where Ning Lingyu practiced every day, so she flew directly along the seashore to the east. Because the villas in Qingshui Bay are all built against the mountains, this seaside is not all flat sandy beaches. On the contrary, except for the beach directly in front of this villa, the coast is directly connected to the two sides. Mountain ranges naturally have many cliffs of varying heights. Of course, these cliffs cannot be compared with the cliffs in the big mountains. The highest one is only about 20 meters. Below the cliffs, there are turbulent waves crashing on the shore, which looks extremely dangerous. Qin Dongshui galloped 5 kilometers in 1 minute, and soon came to the bottom of a concave-shaped cliff. With a flash of her figure, she bypassed the protruding cliff, and then saw the girl sitting upright with her eyes closed, concentrating on cultivating Xuanhuan, the secret Ning Lingyu. There are few people here, and ordinary people will never see Ning Lingyu practicing here unless they come to the top of the cliff and look down. Of course, in the middle of the night, it is impossible for someone to come here to enjoy the scenery, unless that person wants to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff. Ning Lingyu practiced the Xuanhui immortal art. The reason why she chose to practice in this place is because there is plenty of water and aura, and she can get twice the result with half the effort when she practices. Today's Ning Lingyu has already crossed the important training threshold of the 7th floor of the acquired day, broke through the 8th floor of the acquired day, and stabilized at the middle stage of the 8th floor of the acquired day. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation. It can only be described in 4 words: entering the country very quickly. This kind of cultivation speed. I'm afraid even Ling Yun will be shocked when he finds out, because the speed of his cultivation is already comparable to Ling Yun's. The body of a fairy is extremely rare in the big world of cultivation. Naturally, it is not an ordinary cultivation genius and can be compared with it. As I said before, for cultivation, aptitude, and comprehension. Cultivation techniques, these 3 are the most basic, and then it is best to have a famous teacher to guide them, and add various panacea as a supplement. As for the above, Ning Lingyu has all of them. She has everything that others have, and she also has what others don't have. Nothing else compares. Only in terms of physique, Ning Lingyu is just a fairy body, and she has already killed most of the cultivation geniuses in the world. As Qin Chuyua's daughter, her understanding is not to mention. As for the exercises, Wanchuixian Ju is similar to Ling Yun's Qi Yin Yang Ju. A famous teacher, Qing Dongxue, a master who has already broken through the fifth level of the innate, teaches hand in hand every day, coupled with Ling Yun's careful teaching. This is not against the sky. Not to mention panacea, millennium ginseng, millennium fleeceflower root, Tianshan snow lotus, century-old Ganoderma lucidum and ambergris. These are not counted, and Ling Yun has prepared for Ning Lingyu the spirit-gathering talisman, the water talisman, the waterwood talisman, and Ning Lingyu's fairy body that can absorb any aura. Peaceful state of mind, solid foundation, heaven-defying physique, heaven-defying exercises, enough panacea, etc. Before Ling Yun left Qingshui City, in order not to delay Ning Lingyu's cultivation, he was taken by Ning Lingyu. What you do is more than what you have prepared for yourself, and you have to be more careful. Needless to say others, even Qing Dongxue was secretly jealous of her little niece, because no one in the ancient martial arts world that Qing Dongxue knew could do this for her own descendants, with such cultivation resources. Ning Lingyu is the only one. What is being blessed by nature? Of course, this is only among the Guwu family and the hermit sect. As for the sect of the level where Ning Lingyu's biological father Ning Tianya is, it's hard to say. So fast Qing Dongxue took a look at Ning Lingyu's entry, and found that she was approaching the peak of the 8th layer of Ho Tian, and couldn't help but exclaimed, and quickly covered her delicate lips in fright. Qing Dongxue didn't disturb Ning Lingyu, who was concentrating on cultivating, but stood on a rock protruding from the sea, her skirt fluttering, watching quietly. Ning Lingyu still sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, silently performing the Wanshui immortal art. Soon, she raised her hands on her knees, drawing mysterious and complicated tracks in the air. Crash! There was a sound of water, and then Qing Dongxue noticed that the sea water under his feet began to gradually rotate, and the rotation became faster and faster, and soon formed a huge vortex, and Qing Dongxue felt an inexplicable suction. The sound of wu-wu is endless. Wanshui Shinjue can control Wanshui, this is not a joke. As Ning Lingyu speeds up to consume the true qi in her body, the water aura that is not abundant in the world naturally gathers towards Ning Lingyu's body, and penetrates into her body without any hindrance, replenishing her. Suddenly, Ning Lingyu stopped dancing with both hands, stretched forward at the same time, pressed down heavily in the void, then turned her hands, with the snow-white palms facing upwards, and suddenly lifted them together. Boom boom. Following two loud bangs, two astonishing white water columns rushed out of the sea, soaring directly into the sky and shooting upwards. Amazing momentum. Qing Dongshua's graceful and delicate body flew across, avoiding the water droplets splashing everywhere like knives, but she couldn't help showing a gratified smile on her beautiful face. To be continued. P.S. It's the end of the month, I'm not asking for a monthly pass. If you have a monthly pass, don't waste it, just vote. Thanks. Brush. The long eyelashes fluttered. Ning Lingyu, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder the size of a millstone, suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes were like a dream, and they shot out a divine light. The two soaring water jets. Her wonderful delicate lips are tightly pursed, the corners of her lips are slightly raised, her appearance is peerlessly beautiful, and her two snow-white and slender catkins are waving mysterious and complicated trajectories again. The speed of her hands is so fast that even Qing Dongxue is dazzled for a while. Ning Lingyu is not only waving her hands, but at the same time as her hands are waving, the 10 slender jade fingers are also changing rapidly, forming complex and inexplicable handprints one by one. Those two jets of water did not immediately fall into the sea. If so, this Wanshuixianju is really weak. Following Ning Lingyu's rapid dancing of his hands, the two jets of white water began to twist and change into various incredible shapes, like two white dragons rushing out of the sea, entangled in one place, but it is self-contained, and it does not mix into a water column. Wanshuixianju, this is water control. At this moment, Ning Lingyu seemed to be struggling a little. Her smooth forehead was dripping with sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Seeing this scene, Qin Dongshua's gratified smile froze on her face. She was dumbfounded. Infuriating out of body. Moreover, Ning Lingyu can also control her off-body true energy, and use her own true energy to control the 2 half-meter thick white water columns, allowing them to transform into shapes according to Ning Lingyu's wishes to defend against the enemy. In short, the 2 water jets that Ning Lingyu is controlling now are the same as the demon sex Saintess controlling her 2 heavenly demon belts. Here, the silk belts are replaced by water jets. Of course, although the reasoning is the same, this is the first time that Ning Lingyu has tried her best, and it is her limit to be able to do this. Thousands of miles. Therefore, although the 2 water jets are moving in the air, but it looks very awkward and stiff, and it looks a little ridiculous. But it's definitely harder. Because there is still a distance between Ning Lingyu and the 2 water jets she is controlling from the air. This is naturally the beauty of Wanchuixinju. Otherwise, how can it be worthy of the word Xianju? Duh. Ning Lingyu suddenly yelled, her hands instantly connected several handprints, and then she slammed to the left. Woohoo! The 2 entangled encircling water columns engulfed countless water drops. He rushed towards Qin Dongxue fiercely, soft yet strong. Fierce and fierce. Seeing that she was about to be hit by 2 fierce jets of water, Qin Xianzi smiled slightly, calmly. She lightly waved her jade hand, and issued 2 silent palm winds, smashing the 2 jets of water directly, dispelling them lightly. Ning Lingyu's move. Crash. The 2 streams of water finally fell back to the surface of the sea. Ph. Ning Lingyu was completely exhausted, her breasts rose and fell violently, and her delicate body trembled. Sitting there panting violently, Qin Dongxue landed on a nearby reef like a fairy out of dust. She swept her beautiful eyes and noticed that Ning Lingyu's 10 fingers were still shaking uncontrollably. It was like strumming a non-existent piano into the air. Qin Dongshue's beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows slightly frowned. Sighing slightly in her heart, she didn't speak, she stood there quietly, waiting for Ning Lingyu to recover. 3 minutes later, Ning Lingyu's breathing finally returned to calm, and her graceful body no longer trembled. Only his hands trembled slightly. Lingyan said that after exhaustion, you can't let it go. It is the time when you can break the limit and make progress most easily. Therefore, Ning Lingyu made some adjustments and immediately began to use the exercises. Let the remaining weak Shinchi swim in the body for a big circle, and I really feel that my realm has improved again. It is getting closer and closer to the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. Little ant. Ning Lingyu floated up, and her graceful body stood on the boulder. Her long hair has reached her waist, and she still wears a long ponytail. Her black and thick hair flutters in the wind. Her upper body is a snow-white shirt, her lower body is a pair of sky-blue jeans, white sneakers, and her breasts are towering. The waist is like a willow, standing there, exuding an astonishing beauty, surpassing that of a fairy. Qin Dongxue did not show a smile to Ning Lingyu, her voice implied reproach. Lingyu, you are impatient. What are you doing so desperately? It's just nonsense. Auntie just broke through the innate realm when you were your age, and you have only practiced for less than 2 months, and you were already close to the peak of the acquired 8th level. If you don't reach the peak of the 8th level of Ho Tian, you want to use the moves of the 1st level of Xian Tian. Are you going to die? A blush appeared on the face of Ning Lingyu's pink and tender melon seeds. She bowed her head, and said with an unnatural expression, Auntie, I just want to try. I know what I know. In terms of cultivation, Qin Dongxue can definitely be regarded as a strict teacher to Ning Lingyu, and she will not treat Ning Lingyu just because she is her own niece. She snorted coldly and said, Do you know? Fortunately, you are not hitting the threshold of the Great Realm just now. If so, Auntie guarantees that you will go crazy. This is cultivation. Go against the sky. You have to do it steadily, and step by step. Ning Lingyu stopped talking, she bit her delicate lower lip, lowered her head again, but soon raised her head again, turned her head slightly, and looked stubbornly at the north, the direction of the capital. Although Ling Yun didn't say what he was going to do in the capital when he left, the clever Ning Lingyu already knew that his elder brother was in the capital, fighting alone, bloody and desperate. How could the Chao family be so easy to save? Enemies enough to destroy the Chao family, the powerful and mysterious blood clan, would be so aggressive? Ling Yun left, and never said why he left so suddenly, but Tai Xiaohu stayed in Qingshui all the time. Ling Yun left Qingshui in the middle of the night without saying hello. According to Fairy Qin's way of doing things, of course, Tai Xiaohu had to come over specially to report everything to her clearly. Fairy Qin knew about it, and Ning Lingyu naturally knew about it at the same time, of course, except for Ling Yun's going to the capital to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors. After the college entrance examination, Ning Lingyu practiced desperately day and night, just so that she could stand by Ling Yun's side as soon as possible and fight side by side with him. Hey! How could Qin Dongxue not know what Ning Lingyu was thinking? Whenever she saw this scene, she could no longer calm down and could only sigh in her heart. No longer reprimand Ning Lingyu. Follow me up. With a sway of her tender body, Qin Dongxue came to Ning Lingyu's side, gently held her hand, and flew her up the cliff. When the two came to the cliff, Qin Dongxue let go of Ning Lingyu's little hand, and she also looked towards the north for a long time. Yu said, Lingyu, you don't have to worry about him. That brat is fine. Ning Lingyu was spoiled by her aunt, her beautiful face instantly turned red. Qin Dongxue said with a smile, Lingyu, my aunt understands your feelings, but the most important thing for you now is to lay a good foundation. The stronger your foundation is, the faster your cultivation speed will be after breaking through the innate realm in the future. If that brat comes back and finds that your foundation is weak, he will blame my aunt. You have also seen that all the exercises that brat taught us are unimaginable. They are not ordinary ancient martial arts at all. Even my aunt has to explore slowly and devote herself to practice, but you practice if something goes wrong. How will my aunt explain to your mother and that brat? Ning Lingyu's heart beat like a deer. She withdrew her north-looking gaze, turned her head to look at the deep sea, and said suddenly, but, brother's affairs in the capital haven't come to fruition yet, and this incident happened again in his college entrance examination. Qin Dongxue smiled, and smiled disdainfully, silly boy, you don't have to worry about this. It's not a problem at all. Auntie asked the two of you to take the college entrance examination, to fulfill my sister's wish. After all, you two have studied for so many years, and there must be a result to draw a successful conclusion to this matter. However, if you want to go to university, as long as my auntie says hello to your grandfather, let alone a 0 score in the college entrance examination, even if you don't take the college entrance examination and don't know a single word, you can choose any university in Huaxia. Sturdy. Domineering. Don't forget, the Qin family is also one of the top big families in China. If they want to send Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu to Yanjing University, it will only take a phone call at most. Ning Lingyu understood and smiled, that bright smile could light up the night sky. Don't worry, that brat can settle such a trivial matter by himself, we don't need to worry about him at all. This time, there must be many people who are going to be unlucky. Qin Dongxue said it lightly, she knew that after Ling Yun recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, his status had undergone earth-shaking changes, but Ling Yun's dive into the abyss, all this has not yet begun to show. When all this surfaced, Ling Yun was the flying dragon in the sky. Come on, let's go home. Aunt May should have prepared supper for you now. The two peerless performers each performed the phantom fish dragon step, and quickly left the cliff, heading towards Villa number 9. Qingshui City Antique Market, Zutang. It's evil, Ling Yan's phone has been unable to get through. Song Jingyang threw away his phone in frustration, his brows were wrinkled, and his eyes were fixed on a contract on the coffee table. This is naturally the bet that Ling Yan made with Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa before he went down to the Tianqing. Song Jingyang is the witness of this bet. Now that Ling Yan's college entrance examination results came out, Song Jingyang naturally received the news immediately. Song Jingyang, who was full of confidence in Ling Yan, was a little dumbfounded by this result. But within half a minute, Song Jingyang figured out the key point. He didn't show anything, he just thought it was a little funny. Using such a cheap method to deal with the current Ling Yan? It's pure courting death. Opposite Song Jingyang, there were two people sitting, of course they were Morong Wencher and Morong Feishue. I'm really anxious. He got 0 marks in the college entrance examination. He doesn't care about such a big matter. Ever since she found out about Ling Yan's college entrance examination results, Morong Feishue was so anxious that she didn't eat for a whole day. Song Jingyang raised his thick eyebrows, looked up at Morong Feishue, who was burning with anxiety, and said with a chuckle, "Niece, don't worry, I can't get in touch with Ling Yan, can I still get in touch with Tang Meng? That kid Tang Meng is in the capital right now, maybe he'll be with Ling Yan." To be continued. P.S. I'm sorry, Kevin was very stuck today, so I finally wrote it. Thank you for the monthly pass on the last day of November, thank you. Ben from Reading Net. When Song Jingyang said this in Qingshui City, Ling Yan had just driven to the door of the hotel where Tang Meng was staying in the capital city. This is a 5-star hotel, resplendent and resplendent. Although it was past midnight, the lights are still bright. There are all kinds of luxury cars parked in front of the hotel, most of which have license plates from other places. The Impark Grand Hotel is here. Ling Yan was shrouded in consciousness, and immediately saw the name of the hotel, but instead of rushing to find a place to park, he lowered his head and looked at the clothes he was wearing. He spent the whole night bloodied and killed the enemy, how could Ling Yan have time to change his clothes? He was still wearing the same black gold demon silkworm night clothes. You need to change your clothes. Before Ling Yan finished speaking, Chao Shanshan was already extremely caring. She pressed the button to control the windows, and the windows on both sides slowly rose. It was a hot day, even though the rain had just stopped, but Ling Yan would not drive with the windows closed, it was too stuffy, he didn't care, Chao Shanshan needed fresh air. Letting go of the steering wheel, with a thought, Ling Yan took out a brand new set of clothes from the space ring. A snow-white shirt, straight blue trousers, and a pair of high-end leather shoes. This is the rhythm of changing clothes in the car. Chao Shanshan in the co-pilot's face was slightly hot, and her breathing became short of breath. Ling Yan didn't care about that, he gave Chao Shanshan a nasty smile, the dimple on his left cheek was fascinating. He raised his hand and took off all the night clothes on his body, leaving only a pair of underwear on his body. Although Chao Shanshan was shy, she couldn't help sweeping her beautiful eyes towards Ling Yan's body. After just one glance, her breathing suddenly stopped, her heart beat faster, and she could hear the sound of drums beating. What a perfect body it is. Ling Yan has a slender figure with perfect proportions. He is already cultivated to the waist of a monkey. The fat on the body has completely disappeared, and the sturdy and sexy tendon flesh does not protrude like a horned dragon, but is smooth and natural, more like an elegant and agile cheetah, full of indescribable masculinity. Ling Yan's exposed skin surpassed the delicateness of marble. White and crystal clear like an egg that has been peeled off its shell, under the light of the flickering lights outside. Reflecting a dazzling luster. The 8-pack abdominal muscles in the lower abdomen form a perfect gossip figure, and with Ling Yan's movements, it looks radiant and brilliant. 9 levels of physical training peak. Since Ling Yan practiced his body, the One Qi Yin Yang Ju has really achieved some success, and the Dian Gathering Stars Ju has reached the peak of the second largest realm. The yin and yang true energy, and various 5 elements spiritual energy in his body are endless. This body. Not afraid of cold and heat, not afraid of water and fire, not invaded by 10,000 poisons, it is a real treasure body. Ling Yun, you are really thin. Chao Shanshan pointed out that she and Ling Yun were 3 months ago. At that time, Ling Yun weighed at least 95 kilograms, and there was still a lot of fat on his body. But the current Ling Yun weighs at most 80 kilograms, by visual estimation. Super sexy, right? Ling Yun purposely didn't rush to change into his clothes, with a smirk on his face. Asked Chao Shanshan naively. Kindness. Chao Shanshan didn't dare to look directly at Ling Yun's body, but she couldn't control her beautiful eyes, secretly staring at Ling Yun's perfect body, unable to stop. Ling Yun had a good time talking, and asked, "Do you like it?" Smelly. I'm ignoring you. Chao Shanshan blushed. The towering chest rose and fell violently, and she only felt hot and hot all over her body, and she no longer dared to respond to Ling Yun's teasing. She was dazzled, her emotions were surging, she was afraid that if she couldn't control it, she would throw herself into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun was secretly happy in his heart, he laughed, and then began to change his clothes in a leisurely manner. Chao Shanshan wanted to help Ling Yun get dressed, but the space in the car was small, one of them was in the driver's seat and the other was in the co-pilot's seat, she couldn't help it all, so she had to take the night clothes Ling Yun took off and put them on her legs, stack him neatly. It's really awkward, I have to tell Tang Meng to change to a big car, so that I can stand up directly in the car, I think the bus is good. The driving position is so small. Although Ling Yun's body is extremely flexible, he still feels aggrieved and complains casually while putting on his pants. Chao Shanshan sneered coquettishly, "What bus? Let's buy an RV tomorrow." Ling Yun smiled lightly, and said softly, "Buying a car is a trivial matter, but buying some clothes for you tomorrow is a serious matter." Well, Brother Yun's casual words can always poke the softest heart of a beautiful woman, and Chao Shanshan is emotional again. With the advancement of cultivation and improvement of realm, Ling Yun said less and less, but he said less, but he saw everything in his eyes and kept it in his heart, and he was always able to notice the most subtle things in places. One sentence is often better than thousands of sweet words, directly hitting a woman's Achilles heel. After changing his clothes, Ling Yun checked himself a bit, and then put the Wu Jing Demon Silkworm night clothes into the interspatial ring. At the entrance of the hotel, the doorman on duty at night had already been quietly waiting outside the car. "Sir, do you want to stay?" As soon as Ling Yun lowered the car window, the doorman bowed politely and asked politely. Ling Yun's Land Rover is worth several million. Even in the capital where there are many luxury cars, it is not bad. The doorman is naturally very polite. "Looking for someone?" Ling Yun simply said Tang Meng's room number. "Okay, sir, please stop here." After the car was parked, Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan both got out of the car. His shirt was as white as snow, his trousers were straight, his leather shoes were shiny, his long hair flaunted to the point of arrogance, coupled with his slender figure with perfect proportions, he casually walked there. Standing there, he looked at the male doorman dumbfounded. "Gao Fu Shui, absolutely." The doorman envied secretly. Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly, and naturally stood beside Ling Yun, and took the initiative to take Ling Yun's arm gently, with a noble and elegant appearance. "By Fume. TSK, this face, this figure, this temperament." The doorman was even more dumbfounded. "Let's go in, Tang Meng should be waiting impatiently." Ling Yun was suave and walked calmly, leading Chao Shanshan directly to the magnificent hotel lobby. "Brother Yun." How could Tang Meng wait for Ling Yun to wait for him in the hotel room? He had already been waiting for Ling Yun on the casual sofa in the hotel lobby, sitting facing the door for more than an hour. Of course, he has not been idle for more than an hour. The phone calls from Qingshui City came one after another, all of them were asking about Ling Yun, and the calls almost ran out of battery. Seeing Ling Yun coming in, Tang Meng jumped up from the sofa as if his butt was on fire. He was about to rush over, but he suddenly stopped his steps and opened his mouth to the maximum. My God, Chao Shanshan? Tang Meng was immediately stunned. Chao Shanshan returned to the capital after the Qingming festival and disappeared without a trace. No one could contact her. Unexpectedly, she appeared by Ling Yun's side tonight. Hi Tang Meng. The hotel lobby is magnificent and bright as day. After Chao Shanshan was rescued, she appeared under the dazzling lights for the first time. She felt like she was a human being in 2 lifetimes. Now, Chao Shanshan knew that Tang Meng was Ling Yun's life and death brother, and even Ling Yun's right-hand man. When she first saw Tang Meng, she felt very kind and cheerful, and waved to Tang Meng. Oh, my little aunt, you finally showed up. Brother Yun misses you so much. Tang Meng was laughing and joking. He rushed over to say hello to Chao Shanshan, and he didn't forget to flatter Ling Yunquang every now and then. Okay, if you have something to say, go to the room and say. Ling Yun chuckled, took Chao Shanshan in his arms, and went straight to the elevator door. After entering the elevator, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng directly, where are the 5 people you brought? Ling Yun asked, of course, the 5 Qinglong boys Tang Meng brought. They're all living in this hotel. In other rooms, I didn't let them down, so as not to be inconvenient to talk. Tang Meng laughed. Ling Yun joked with a smile, I said you're fine, now there are countless attendants, and the places you go in and out are all 5-star hotels. When Tang Meng heard that Ling Yun's words had other meanings, he was so frightened that he quickly raised his hands and waved wildly, Brother Yun, I didn't spend money recklessly, I don't need to pay for this hotel, someone else will pay for it. Oh? Only then did Tang Meng chuckle and said, didn't I talk about a logistics company during the day? The purchase contract has already been signed, and the purchase price is 80 million. Naturally, the other party is responsible for things like meals and lodging. So that's the case, what kind of logistics? Extremely fast logistics. Tang Meng said the name of the logistics company, and then explained, the company is not too big, but although the Sparrow is small and well-equipped, the business is developing very fast. I think we will need this in the future, so before coming to the capital, we will get in touch with them. Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng couldn't suffer from his work, so he smiled and nodded in praise, well, this matter is well done. Tang Meng could think of this level, and Ling Yun could feel that he really put his heart into it, and he was very satisfied. It is difficult for ordinary people to be rich without arrogance, greedy for enjoyment, and stagnant. After a few words, the elevator had reached the 18th floor. The 3 of them walked out of the elevator while talking. Room 1858 is the presidential suite. While leading the way, Tang Meng was talking to Ling Yun while blinking at Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan blushed, bowed her head and said nothing. Ling Yun and Tang Meng are so in harmony now. Tang Meng's meaning is obvious, if Brother Yun wants to eat Chao Shanshan here tonight, he will take the initiative to give up the presidential suite. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, and secretly said to the thoughtful Tang Meng, you boy, please stop coming, there are a lot of business tonight, and I don't have time to do those things. Tang Meng was scolded, so he stuck out his tongue and gave up, not daring to bring up the matter again. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The 3 of them soon arrived at the door of room 1858. Tang Meng swiped his card to open the door. Ling Yun embraced Chao Shanshan and walked in first. Tang Meng took off the Do Not Disturb sign from behind the door, hung it on the door, and then closed the door and came in. This is the capital city, the luxurious presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Of course, the furnishings in the room need not be repeated, they are absolutely high-end and upscale. Magnificent lights, soft and comfortable carpets, large clean beds, super large LCD TVs, high-grade soft leather sofas. Sit casually, both of you, and I'll pour water for you. After Tang Meng came to the room, he was busy for a while, making tea and water for Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun was fighting and reigning in the first half of the night, and he spent so much time talking, his mouth was already parched, so he didn't stop him. He drank several cups of tea to quench his thirst, and Chao Shanshan was no exception. Seeing that the pot of tea soon bottomed out, Tang Meng had no choice but to refill the pot with water, and then sat across from the two of them. Chao Shanshan, are you okay? After Tang Meng sat down, he looked at Chao Shanshan with a pair of tiger eyes showing concern, and asked, naturally. Chao Tianlong went to Qingshui City to ask Ling Yin for help, and the first person he saw was Tai Xiaohu, so Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yin came to the capital to save Chao's family and Chao Shanshan. Since Tai Xiaohu knew, there was no reason for Tang Meng not to know. Although Tang Meng and Chao Shanshan have very different identities, on the night of Qingming Festival, these few people lived and died together, and the friendship between them is naturally incomparable to ordinary people. Thank you, I'm fine. Chao Shanshan smiled at Tang Meng, turned her head to look at Ling Yun, her eyes were full of questions. The meaning was obvious, it was to ask Ling Yun and tell Tang Meng about the Chao family. Appropriate or not? Ling Yun smiled slightly. Shanshan, you don't need to look at me, Tang Meng already knows that he is my life and death brother, and all our family's money is held in this guy's hands. Ling Yun told Chao Shanshan Tang Meng's current status with an understatement. Life and death brothers, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Chao Shanshan is now an absolute husband and wife. She was obedient to Ling Yun, she understood Ling Yun's meaning, immediately turned her head, and said to Tang Meng sincerely, hey. I never thought that so many things happened to you after I left Qingshui City. Tang Meng, listen. Ling Yun said, you also suffered a lot, right? Maybe it's because of the catastrophe in the family, in Chao Shanshan's words. Somehow there is a sense of embarrassment. On the way to the hotel, Ling Yun also told Chao Shanshan that Tang Meng's limbs were broken by Xie Zhenyan. This made Chao Shanshan feel an unknown fire in her heart, and her hatred for the Chen family deepened. If it wasn't for the Chen family, Chao Shanshan would have gone home to rescue soldiers. With the support of the Chao family, why did these people around Ling Yun suffer so much? Unexpectedly, Tang Meng acted very indifferently. Hey, the little hardship we suffered is nothing, you don't know, as soon as Brother Yun came back, all the troubles were solved in less than a day, until now, Xie Zhenyan Go Junfa's gang of grandsons don't know where they are hiding. The Sun family doesn't dare to do anything. Hearing this, Ling Yun burst out laughing, and said to Tang Meng, okay. If you don't flatter me, will you die? Those things are over, now the things in front of you are important. After Ling Yun finished speaking, the three couldn't help laughing at the same time. Whoever laughs last can laugh the best. After Tang Meng laughed, he suddenly remembered something and stood up. Brother Yun, I have something, let's see if it's useful to you. After speaking, Tang Meng walked to the bedside, came to his bedside table, and came back with a thick stack of documents. This is when I was free in Qingshui City, and I searched for some information about blood races on the internet. You bastard. Ling Yun smiled gratifiedly, and raised his hand to take the document from Tang Meng's hand, scanned it with his divine sense, and then placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Some of the content is right. It seems that some things on the internet are not groundless. However, this thing is no longer necessary for me now. Tonight, when I was saving Shanshan, just 2 hours ago, I killed more than 200 blood clans in one go, all of them were earls and viscounts. I also took in a marquis. Now, I have a total of 5 blood servants, 1 marquis, 2 earls, and 2 viscounts. If I want to know about the Blood Clan, I just need to ask them. Ling Yan talked eloquently, and briefly told Tang Meng about saving Chao Shanshan tonight, in a flat tone, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. This time it was finally Tang Meng's turn to be dumbfounded. When did the mysterious Blood Clan, the powerful Blood Clan, become so rubbish? Killed more than 200 in one go? What a tough record this is. Chao Shanshan thought of the thrilling battle just now. Ling Yun was invincible like a god of war. She was also ecstatic and dazzled, and worshipped Ling Yun's heaven-defying strength from her heart. The Strigoi is so rubbish? And took in 5 Strigoi servants? Tang Meng asked, in disbelief. Ling Yun said with a chuckle, "It's not blood crap, but I happen to have a lot of exercises that can restrain them. Their mysterious abilities are useless in front of me. As for the blood servant, it's a long story, I'll explain it to you later." Chao Shanshan's own family has 10 blood clans who were first embraced. He didn't want to say in front of Chao Shanshan that he was able to survive the dark storm. After the shock, Tang Meng nodded speechlessly and sat down again. In the past 3 months, he has long been numb from the shock of Ling Yun's various performances against the sky. With a strong immunity in his eyes, it is only natural that Ling Yun will fly to the moon to sleep with Fairy Chang'e one day of. After the 3 exchanged pleasantries, they finally talked about the most important thing in front of them. Tang Meng turned on the laptop on the coffee table, clicked on the page of the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination system, and entered Ling Yun's ID number and admission ticket number. "Brother Yun, take a look, all of them are 0. Although it had been a long time, Tang Meng was still extremely upset when he saw Ling Yun's results. Chao Shanshan immediately moved the laptop in front of her eyes, stared at it for a while, blushed with anger, and cursed angrily, there must be someone behind the scenes." Ling Yun just scanned it with his divine sense, and didn't care anymore. He wasn't angry, but said lightly, "They really dare." Tang Meng said angrily, "Brother Yun, tell me, did the 2 grandsons Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa do this together?" In order to win the 100 million bet, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were the biggest suspects in Ling Yun's college entrance examination score of 0. They had this motive, and Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang, was the director of the Qingshui City Education Bureau. If these 3 families joined forces and deliberately made troubles, it would not be so difficult to get Ling Yun all 0 points. Ling Yun was the calmest. He smiled slightly. "Don't jump to conclusions, I have so many enemies, they obviously can't deal with me, anyone may use this kind of trick." To be honest, in Ling Yun's heart, he didn't think that Xie Zhenyan and Go Jun sent them to play tricks, let alone whether they had this ability. The most important point was that the 2 grandsons were scared away. Ling Yan came out of the Tianqing and rushed back to Qingshui City. After celebrating Shui Mining's birthday, it only took 1 night plus 1 morning to turn the whole situation around, causing Sun's family to return home with heavy losses, and Qingshui to return home. The chief of the city's public security bureau was sent to prison. The deterrent power that Ling Yun erupted at that moment, I believe that anyone in Qingshui City who pays attention to this matter will definitely be stunned by shock. Whoever wants to deal with Ling Yun must weigh whether his house is strong enough, and he has to think carefully about it. Is it possible for one's own power to win a chief of the Public Security Bureau at the department level? Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing are not blind or deaf, nor are they fools. After seeing the strength displayed by Ling Yun, they are too busy to take care of themselves. How could they touch the tiger's butt for 100 million? Still think the face is not swollen enough? It can be said that if Ling Yun doesn't bother them, they are already burning high incense, thankfully. Think about it, who else have we made enemies with? Ling Yun said with a smile. He has too many cards now, the Ling family, the Chao family, and the Qing family. Even without these 3 big families, Ling Yun can solve this small matter by relying on his own strength. Tang Meng was speechless. Who else has an enmity with? Assassinate Ling Yan's instigator, Tiansha, Xiangxi Lauer, Tian Buotao, Luo Zheng, Qingyun Film and Television, Xie Family, Go Family, Sun Family, Chen Family, Long Tianjiao, Lu Suifeng, Dongyang Ninja, Demon Sect. And later, the 5 apprentices of the god of gamblers Zheng Liuji, and so on. The question Ling Yan asked was really too big, and Tang Meng's head got dizzy when he heard it. That. Brother Yun, our enemy, that, hee. Ling Yan's enemies are countless. Even Chao Shanshan, whose chest was heaving violently, was amused by Ling Yan's words, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ling Yan also knew that the question he asked was too broad, so he could only scratch his head with a wry smile, and changed the way of asking, well, what I mean is, besides Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, is there anything else? People have made enemies with us, and they want to deal with me for passing the college entrance examination? When Ling Yan asked this question, the scope of the question was narrowed down too much. Tang Meng frowned, and his thoughts flashed. Suddenly, a little inspiration appeared in Tang Meng's mind. Brother Yun, I don't know if you still remember, before the college entrance examination, when we went to the examination room, we once beat up a boy named Li Tian in order to save a female student? Li Tian? Ling Yun was overjoyed. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Oh, I can't think of it. In Qingshui City, you have staged heroes saving the beauty many times? Chao Shanshan didn't hear right, she blinked her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she laughed, but there was a sour taste in her tone. Ling Yan stopped talking. Tang Meng knew he was in trouble. He quickly shook his head like a rattle, his hair shorter than Ling Yan fluttered, and hurriedly explained that. Shanshan, it's not what you think, it's me and Tai Xiaohu, accompanying Brother Yun to the examination room. I saw a dude humiliating a female student there in broad daylight. You know, I've always been the type to do what's right. While Tang Meng clarified for Ling Yun, he still did not forget to praise himself. He said righteously, at that time I was so angry that I went up and beat up that dude and the 5 bodyguards who were protecting him, saved that female classmate. Chao Shanshan covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, and asked, and then? Tang Meng tilted his head, then violently tossed his long hair, and made a chic look. Then that kid was scared by me, and knelt down to beg for mercy, so I told him the names of Brother Yun and me. Chao Shanshan glanced at Ling Yan charmingly, and said with a smile, I'm afraid there is someone else who scares that kid? How clever Chao Shanshan was, Tang Meng was so excited that he overplayed his head. The other party had 5 bodyguards, and Tang Meng's 2 blows, even Chao Shanshan couldn't beat her, let alone 5 professional bodyguards. Tang Meng was taken aback, rolled his eyes, and said with a sneer, hey, of course, Tai Xiaohu also helped knock down one, just one. Brother Yun didn't make a move at all. Although Tang Meng was bragging, he finally told the ins and outs of the matter to the same extent. After he finished speaking, he paused, and suddenly his expression became serious. Said in a deep voice, it can't be that this kid is really playing tricks. Ling Yan smiled coldly and said, whether it's him or not, you can find out if you check. I remember I asked you to investigate the origin of this kid, have you checked? Of course Tang Meng checked, and he was very impressed. Brother Yun, I really checked, that Li Tian is from Qingshui No. 9 Middle School, his father is the deputy mayor of Jiangkou City, and his uncle. Just now, not long after he took office in the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, he was the head of the department and a deputy provincial cadre. Finished speaking. Tang Meng's eyes lit up suddenly, his eyes and Ling Yan's eyes met in the air, and they said in unison, it's definitely him. Whether it is the deputy mayor of Jiangkou City or the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, any one of these 2 positions. With just one sentence, it's as easy as pie to make Ling Yan a big loser in the college entrance examination. Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and he said with an absent-minded smile, no wonder this kid has nothing to say after he suffered a big loss. So he is here waiting for us. Ling Yun remembered clearly, after Li Tian was beaten up by him. He didn't take the college entrance examination, and he didn't find Ling Yun and others to blame him afterwards. However, according to the brat's arrogant behavior, it is absolutely impossible for him to suffer such a big loss for nothing. Tang Meng frowned suddenly, and said in thought, "No. Brother Yun. Even if Li Tian wanted to use this method to deal with us, his uncle would not be able to do it so easily. If there is no active cooperation, it will be difficult to give you 0 points. After all, Li Tian's uncle has only been in office for less than half a year. He was transferred from other provinces. In such a short period of time, it is difficult for him to make the education department he is in charge of a monolith." Ling Yun nodded, but asked indifferently, "What if the people from the Education Bureau of Qingshui City cooperate?" The head of Qingshui City Education Bureau is Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang. Ling Yun caught and raped Lu Guanwang's sister-in-law Qiu Fenghua in bed, let that woman get out of the education field completely, and then let her head teacher easily replace her, and sat on the throne of the vice principal of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. The revenge of slapping the face, plus the hatred of seizing the position. They are all educated. If they join forces, their energy will be enough to easily kill a high school student who is normally taking the college entrance examination. Tang Meng stopped talking, because after Qiu Fenghua had an affair and was caught by Ling Yun on the bed, the one who happily ran to record the video was him, Tang Meng. If nothing else, things have basically come to light. However, Ling Yun didn't stop there. He turned his head and asked Chao Shanshan, "Shanshan, do you know that Huashao's Ministry of Education is in charge of which family in the capital?" Chao Shanshan thought for a while, then suddenly pursed her lips, and said angrily, "Huashao's Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education are both in the hands of the Sun family, and the leaders of those 2 departments are all from the Sun family." Ling Yun sneered, shrugged his shoulders calmly, spread out his hands and said, "Look, pull up the radish and pick up the mud, and slip out a bunch of them all at once, and it's all here." Down to Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang, in the middle is the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, and at the top is the Sun family. This is a naked ban in the legend. Ling Yunhua stood up, and his figure was so fast that a burst of air blew up. He said coldly, "Humph, if it wasn't for saving Shanshan, the first person I would have to deal with when I came to the capital this time would be the Sun family. If it wasn't for Chao Shanshan and her second uncle, it would be impossible for Ling Yun to come to the capital to confront the Chen family directly. He and the Chen family didn't have such a big enmity. It was the Sun family who really made Ling Yun feel angry. Because of Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng was forced to swallow the Wangqing Jingxing pill. She forgot her love for Ling Yun, and was forcibly taken away by the Taoist Miyu Shirtai of Jingxing Nunnery, and there has been no news of it until now. All of this is thanks to the Sun family. Not only Zhuang Meifeng, but also Ling Yun's disappearance of Xiao Mimi and the accident of Chao Shanshan, almost all of these grievances are blamed on the Sun family. Moreover, he and the Sun's family had long been on the same page. It was only because of Chao Shanshan's affairs that they were busy dealing with the Chen family, so they didn't spare time to deal with the Sun family. Unexpectedly, before Ling Yun had time to think about the Sun family, people from the Sun family had already attacked him. Although all of this is still Ling Yun's analysis and judgment, but now Ling Yun doesn't even want to investigate at all. According to his style, the Sun family will be destroyed sooner or later. The difference is only 1 day earlier or 1 day later. If you want to die, you can't blame me. Ling Yun's face was livid. He said something in a deep voice, and then sat down slowly. Do you still have Qi Xiaoqing's phone number? Give her a call and ask how she is doing in the exam? Ling Yun clearly remembered that except for the Chinese and English compositions, the exam papers of the 2 were almost exactly the same, and Ling Yun used his spiritual sense to read Qi Xiaoqing's 2 college entrance exam compositions, and he felt that his composition was better than Qi Xiaoqing's. Green is good. That is to say, if the marking teacher's nerves were not severe, Ling Yun's college entrance examination score should be only higher than Qi Xiaoqing's. Qi Xiaoqing? Tang Meng was at a loss. He didn't have Ling Yun's amazing memory, but Tang Meng's brain was not slow. He immediately remembered that Qi Xiaoqing was the stunning girl they rescued from Li Tian. Beauty. After saving Qi Xiaoqing, in order to prevent Li Tian from retaliation, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to arrange Qinglong's people to protect Qi Xiaoqing for 3 days. Of course, Tang Meng had Qi Xiaoqing's cell phone number. Tang Meng immediately picked up the phone, but just after calling out Qi Xiaoqing's phone number, he immediately hesitated. Brother Yun, it's already 1 o'clock in the morning, isn't it appropriate to call someone like this? It's nothing inappropriate, try to fight. Ling Yun didn't think there was anything abrupt about it, he didn't have time to waste time on such trivial matters. Tang Meng immediately made a call, but soon the standard service tone of mobile customer service came, reminding the other party to turn off their mobile phone. Shut down. Ling Yun frowned slightly, he thought for a while and said, "Where are the Qinglong brothers you arranged to protect her? They should know the address of her home, right?" Tang Meng replied, "They know." Ling Yun said decisively, "That's how it is. If her cell phone still doesn't work tomorrow, you can ask those younger brothers to go to her house tomorrow to see what's going on with her." Ling Yun scored 0 in the college entrance examination, and he can completely solve it, but what if Qi Xiaoqing was also harmed by Li Tian? 1 sheep is driven, and 2 sheep are herded. Li Tian can definitely do this kind of thing. There is one more thing to check. Since the number 1 scholar in science in Jiangnan province is known to be Ling Yu, let's find out who the number 1 scholar in liberal arts is. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was about to make a move, his blood began to boil, and the small universe was blazing. Tang Meng couldn't get in the way of Ling Yun's battle with the Blood Clan. He could only do Ling Yun's logistics, but Tang Meng was very good at this kind of thing. After Ling Yun's simple analysis, the matter was dealt with like a storm, and then he said to Tang Meng, "By the way, my head teacher will arrive in the capital tomorrow morning, and Shanshan and I will go to the airport to pick her up. Don't forget, let's open another room." Tang Meng agreed wholeheartedly, and at the same time secretly gave Ling Yun a wink, which was full of ambiguity. Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng still had something to say to him alone, so he just wanted to use voice transmission to remind Tang Meng to go out later, when Chao Shanshan said coquettishly, "Oh, Tang Meng, what, do you still have something to say?" Ling Yun talking alone? "It seems that I am here for you to hinder your affairs." "That's fine, then I will go out now, you two have something to say," slowly. Chao Shanshan twisted her waist while talking, Ying stood up, and was about to walk towards the door. "She is jealous." Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng fiercely, and said in a deep voice, "You are afraid that the world will not be chaotic, right? Chao Shanshan was just rescued by me. She has experienced ups and downs in her life tonight, and her emotions are very intense. Do you have any questions? What can't we talk about later?" Ling Yun scolded Tang Meng, and at the same time floated up and grabbed Chao Shanshan's snow-skinned wrist. "Hee, Shanshan, you're overthinking, it's not that complicated." Chao Shanshan couldn't move, her eyes were red, her shoulders shrugged, and she was about to cry. Of course it would be fine for Tang Meng to be scolded by Ling Yun a few times, but he felt extremely helpless in his heart. He said, "My brother Yun, if you know that Qingshui City is completely blown up now, and how many people will come to the capital tomorrow, I'm afraid you wouldn't say that." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan, I really didn't mean that. Brother Yun, this. Tang Meng didn't know that Chao Shanshan's mood would be so unstable tonight, and he didn't expect her reaction to be so violent, so he stood up in panic and stood there bewildered. "Get out!" Ling Yun pretended to be bored and annoyed and scolded Tang Meng, at the same time winking at him. The eyes told Tang Meng accurately, "Brother, I'm sorry, I can only sacrifice you at this time." Tang Meng is such a delicate and transparent person, he understood it, ran to the door without raising his head, and left the presidential suite of number 1858, and at the same time, he did not forget to carefully close the door. After coming out, Tang Meng didn't go away immediately, he tiptoedly put his ear on the door, with a big smile on his face, wanting to listen to the wall. It's just that the sound insulation effect of the presidential suite is so good, once the door is closed, it is impossible for ordinary people to hear any sound in the room, and Tang Meng is of course no exception. This goddamn sound insulation, the next thing will definitely be full of passion. Tang Meng cursed secretly, he could only give up listening to the wall, and walked towards the elevator entrance shaking his head. He went straight to the 10th floor, came to room 1068, raised his foot and kicked the door. "Open the door, open the door." The door opened soon, and a young green dragon boy stood at the door with his upper body naked and only a pair of big underpants. He had a lifelike green dragon tattooed on his body, and he looked very eye-catching. When the younger brother saw that it was Tang Meng, he was taken aback immediately. "Young Master Tang, why are you here? Come and play with you guys, can't you?" Tang Meng said casually, and walked into the room swaggeringly. When he saw the scene in the room, he was immediately overjoyed. At this time, the 5 Qinglong boys brought by Tang Meng were gathering in this room, sitting around the bed and playing cards to gamble. They were playing fraudulent gold flowers, and the 4 of them sat cross-legged, each with a pile of cash in front of them, ranging from 10 yuan to 2,500. One of them was dealing cards. When they saw Tang Meng rushing in suddenly, they got up quickly and were about to jump out of bed. Tang Meng directly pressed with both hands. He smiled and said, "No, let's continue." "Continue. How big is the bet?" "The bottom of 10 yuan. It's a big game." "Count me in, what are you dawdling in there, come here quickly." Tang Meng had long forgotten about the matter of listening to the wall, happily took off his shoes and went to bed, took the initiative to grab the cards in his hand, and began to shuffle the cards. "Humph. This kid Tang Meng is getting more and more lost, wait and see how I deal with him." After Tang Meng left, Ling Yun regained his energy. He let go of Chao Shanshan's wrist, pointed at the door of the room with his index finger, and cursed angrily through gritted teeth. Of course this was posturing, and Tang Meng did not make a mistake. There were only 2 people left in the room. Chao Shanshan bowed her head, pinching the hem of her clothes with her bare hands, her pretty face was hot red. "You said, what did you do to clean him up? He didn't make any mistakes." Ling Yun snorted coldly and said, "Humph, it's not considered a mistake to make my baby so angry, so what is a mistake?" Chao Shanshan blushed even more, she felt that her reaction just now was too big. So Bei Teeth bit her delicate lower lip, turned her back to Ling Yun and said, I am not angry with Tang Meng, but I am actually angry with myself." "Angry at yourself?" Ling Yun knew that Chao Shanshan would not be able to get off the stage anytime soon, so he flashed from behind Chao Shanshan in front of her, with his hands clasped together. He hugged Chao Shanshan's willow waist, and gently pulled it into his arms, making the 2 of them stick tightly together. He hooked the corner of his mouth, showing a wicked smile, and said softly, "Shanshan, tell me, why are you angry with yourself?" "Hot." Chao Shanshan was suddenly embraced by Ling Yun, her back suddenly tightened, her heart was pounding like a deer, she was inexplicably nervous. A strange feeling rushed from Chao Shanshan's lower abdomen to her forehead, like a scorching electric current, which made her feel uncontrollably hot. The environment determines the mood. This is not the Yunming Mountain where the cliffs and rocks are craggy and the rain is pouring. This is the presidential suite of a magnificent 5-star hotel. The lonely man and the widow were in the same room, and Chao Shanshan felt her heart beating wildly like never before. By coincidence, back then in Qingshui City, in her boudoir villa, the scenes of the two of them flashed before Chao Shanshan's eyes like a camera replay, making her short of breath. Chao Shanshan's face was hot red, even her ears were hot, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. She missed, longed for Ling Yan's embrace. This kind of solid, warm, and heart-pounding sense of security was what Chao Shanshan had been thinking about and dreaming of day and night during the 3 months of imprisonment. At this moment, although Ling Yan embraced her with soft jade and warm fragrance, it was obvious that the beauty in her arms would let him be frivolous, but Ling Yan's big hands were always honest, wrapping around Chao Shanshan's soft waist in an orderly manner. Limbs without any movement. Shuang and Xiao can do it, but Chao Shanshan's current emotional and physical condition is not right. It is not the right time. Shanshan, you haven't answered my question yet? Ling Yan asked, with a gentle tone, smiling again. Hey. Chao Shanshan sighed softly. Chao Shanshan's figure is really beautiful. She was slightly plump at first, with the noble and rich beauty of a noble daughter, radiant and glamorous, but now, she has lost no less than 10 caddies, with a slender waist like a willow, protruding clavicle, and a bulge on her chest. The 2 balls looked more plump and round, slightly upturned. She let Ling Yan hold her in her arms at ease, her delicate body leaned back slightly, and matched with the sickly paleness of Chao Shanshan's face. Ling Yan almost couldn't bear it and was about to use his dragon claw hand, but he still held back. Chao Shanshan didn't dare to look into Ling Yan's eyes, but she could feel where Ling Yan's fiery eyes were focused. She was full of emotion, but in fact, she was always looking forward to Ling Yan giving him a fiery long kiss, or he played against her badly, but unfortunately, Ling Yan didn't. Ling Yan, although I don't want to admit it, but I think the gap between the two of us is so far away. I can't see you through the distance, and I dare not think about it. You are right in front of me. But I always feel that all this is like a dream, and my heart is empty. This feeling, I am very scared. After Chao Shanshan finished speaking, the room immediately became extremely quiet. Except for Chao Shanshan's slightly rapid breathing, the needle could be heard. At any rate, Ling Yan has memorized all the Chinese dictionaries, copied all the contents of high school Chinese textbooks in his mind, and recited tens of thousands of test-taking essays. Chao Shanshan's words, he naturally heard understand. What Brother Yun is best at is pretending to be confused. What? It's still far away? Then how can it be considered close? Can this work? As he spoke, Ling Yan moved his right hand upwards, directly from Chao Shanshan's slender waist to her back, and then suddenly grabbed her into his arms, so that their bodies were tightly pressed together. So soft, so firm. Ling Yan felt secretly refreshed. Without any further hesitation, Ling Yan lowered his head, and immediately held Chao Shanshan's delicate lips, pushed open Chao Shanshan's teeth with the tip of his tongue domineeringly, poked inside, and tasted the fragrance of Chao Shanshan's mouth to his heart's content. Woo! Chao Shanshan has been looking forward to it for a long time, so she naturally responded enthusiastically. After a long time, my lips parted. Huh. Chao Shanshan's cherry lips parted wide, breathing in oxygen rapidly, and after a while, she dared to open her beautiful eyes slowly. What catches the eye is Ling Yan's gentle smile. The most conspicuous, of course, is the charming dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek, which is getting deeper and deeper, enough to instantly kill countless stunning goddesses, making them prefer to drown in it. What? A gust of wind blew by, and Chao Shanshan felt herself flying, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The next moment, Ling Yan hugged Chao Shanshan and sat back on the sofa just now. Just laying Chao Shanshan on her lap, Ling Yan said mysteriously to Chao Shanshan, "Hey, close your eyes." Chao Shanshan stopped being angry, Her almond eyes were full of spring and her cheeks were smiling, and she obediently closed her eyes. With a thought, Ling Yun took out 2 things from the interspatial ring, placed them lightly on the tea table in front, and then said to Chao Shanshan, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Chao Shanshan's heart beat like a drum, and with a groan, she quietly opened her eyes a crack, her long eyelashes fluttering, and looked towards the coffee table. After only one glance, Chao Shanshan was stunned. The 2 items Ling Yun took out were very common and not expensive, and Chao Shanshan was very familiar with them. Because it's all her own. One is Chao Shanshan's Oxford Dictionary, the other, of course, is Chao Shanshan's diary. What kind of character is Brother Yun? These 2 things, no matter how full his space ring is, he never thought of throwing it away. This. Chao Shanshan's delicate body began to shake slightly, and her eyes became blurred with tears. Ling Yun, have you always carried them with you? Chao Shanshan was so moved that she was pleasantly surprised. Undoubtedly, for the current Chao Shanshan, the 2 things Ling Yun brought out were enough to completely kill Chao Shanshan's emotions in an instant. That's what I want. Ling Yun smiled and said affectionately. What is romance, what is surprise, what is invincible in picking up girls? Brother Yun used practical actions to perform perfectly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What's in Brother Yun's space ring? Shenong Ding, Dark Blood Sword, Dragon Sword, Dark Storm, Golden Bow and Silver Arrow, Golden Needle and Silver Needle. Bodhi Seeds, Magical Gourds, a string of Buddhist beads, a green lantern. Dragon Saliva, Qiao Dan, 1000-year-old Ginseng, 1000-year-old Fleece Flower Root, Tianshan Snow Lotus, century-old Ganoderma. The Priceless Treasure Emperor Greenstone King, Super Candied Haws, several blank checkbooks, tens of millions of cash. As well as the 2 sacred willows of the Ling family, the xuanhuan scriptures. In addition, there are Ling Yun's daily life, the clothes, shoes, and socks that he habitually carries, and the guy who eats in the wild, a complete set of pots and pans, plus various seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. In the future, the space ring will continue to be upgraded. If the space becomes large enough, according to Ling Yun's style, he is even going to put a luxury car in it. As long as it is convenient and comfortable, there is nothing Ling Yun can't do. But these are all necessary for Ling Yun, and only the necessary is placed in his space ring. Moreover, Ling Yun had already memorized the Oxford Dictionary when he was fishing on Turtle Island, word for word. However, Brother Yun didn't give up, he was waiting for this day. In the beginning, Chao Shanshan asked her homeroom teacher, Kong Xiuru, to change her seat in order to chase Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan was amazed by Ling Yun's incredible memory, and once teased him by asking him to memorize the Oxford Dictionary. But the good times don't last long. As soon as the 2 established a relationship, Ling Yun entered the Tianqing, and an accident happened in Qingshui City. Chao Shanshan returned to the capital, never to return. Ling Yun didn't lie, he really missed Chao Shanshan's affection for him from the bottom of his heart, including Chao Shanshan's diary, which he had already been familiar with. Although the content of the diary is not much and the length is not very long, Ling Yun can read between the lines. Experience Chao Shanshan's blazing love for him. This is the most fundamental reason why Ling Yun went to the capital for thousands of miles, regardless of life and death, without asking for rewards, and wholeheartedly wanted to help and save the Chao family. Chao Shanshan was so emotional that she burst into tears. With her blue hair surging, she plunged into Ling Yun's arms, weeping bitterly. Sometimes, delicacies from mountains and seas, gold, silver, and jewelry, wealth and splendor, luxury cars and mansions are all inferior to a man's careless, caring greetings, and gentle hugs. Especially for Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan doesn't care about all the above, but Ling Yun thinks about her all the time, thinking about her all the time. This is Chao Shanshan's greatest satisfaction. Can she not be excited? Okay, Shanshan, it's over. Don't think too much, you are still you, I am still me, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to hurt you. Ling Yun patted Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulder lightly, and only said this softly. Just never speak again. Needless to say, Chao Shanshan was no longer strong, she burst into tears, wantonly venting all her emotions in the past 3 months, her tears, and snot-wet Ling Yun's snow-white shirt. In fact, Ling Yun is also very moved now, just for one thing. Chao Shanshan has been imprisoned for so long, and she has been fighting wits and courage with Chen Jiangui, who is thousands of times stronger than her, not only retaining her own innocence, but she has not revealed Ling Yun's biggest secret from the beginning to the end. What a strong woman, what a powerful soul, and how much love she has for Ling Yun, to be able to do this. Half an hour later, until Chao Shanshan had vented enough, she finally gradually stopped crying. Ling Yun gently wiped away the hot tears on her face with his hands, and then explained with a smile, actually, I know what that guy Tang Meng wants to say. This time I came to the capital, it was your brother who went to Qingshui City to find me. We rushed here in the middle of the night, without stopping. I didn't say goodbye to anyone except Tai Xiaohu. So, Ling Yu and Ninger have been worried about me all the time. They call me every day, but they rarely get through. This time they scored 0 in the college entrance examination, so they definitely won't be able to stay in Qingshui City. Ling Yun had already captured Chao Shanshan's heart, so of course he struck while the iron was hot, and told Chao Shanshan the ins and outs of the whole matter in a few words, without any concealment. It's still somewhat concealed. For example, Ling Yun has already eaten Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, such as Kong Xiuru, Long Wu, and Zhang Ling, etc. This is absolutely unacceptable, as it will definitely destroy the atmosphere. Ling Yun, thank you. Chao Shanshan turned her head, she took her diary first, held it in her hand, gently stroked the cover, her pretty face suddenly turned red again. Ah! How dare you peek at someone's diary, you are dead, you know everything about him. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and finally his right hand started to slowly move around Chao Shanshan's body. He said carelessly, even if I don't read your diary, I know everything about it. Chao Shanshan was uncomfortable being touched by Ling Yun for a while, her delicate body twisted like a snake, panting, but she let Ling Yun move, she was ashamed but did not refuse. Ling Yun's eyes were not idle either, with a pair of handsome eyes staring at the snowy white of Chao Shanshan's neckline, and said with a smile, Shanshan, you are much whiter. Fuck you. Chao Shanshan coquettishly yelled, but wondered in her heart, when did Ling Yun become so honest? Those hands should have been pressing on her chest long ago, really. In fact, it's not that Ling Yun has become honest, it's that Ling Yun knows that Chao Shanshan is in a difficult situation. He is afraid that if he teases Chao Shanshan a little bit, Chao Shanshan will completely lose control. Don't forget, in order to practice the Shenwu Chunyang Shanjue, Brother Yun has never touched Lin Menghan and Yao Rou since half a month before the college entrance examination. He has not touched a woman for nearly 50 days. Wang. In order to practice qi, Brother Yun had no choice but to recite the Qingxin formula crazily and silently, always sitting still. Shanshan, should you be hungry? Ling Yun stopped all movements and asked, suddenly. Ling Yun didn't play cards according to common sense, which made Chao Shanshan, who was almost completely out of love, startled suddenly. She glanced at Ling Yun suspiciously, gave Ling Yun a coquettish look, and suddenly gave a snort. Bad guy, you're just a bully, forget about the necrosis. Chao Shanshan bit her delicate lips and scolded, then nodded and said, I'm hungry. How can it be possible not to be hungry? When Ling Yun was saving Chao Shanshan, she almost vomited out her bile. When she came back, she saw her family. She was so excited that she had long forgotten about eating. Reminder, Chao Shanshan can hear her stomach growling. She is so hungry now that she thinks she could swallow an elephant. Ling Yan fought again, and he hadn't eaten since the afternoon. He wasn't hardcore, and he was already hungry. Go take a hot bath first to relieve fatigue, and I'll ask the waiter to bring the food. Yao Ro once lived in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Ling Yun knows all the facilities here and knows that meals are served 24 hours a day in such a hotel. But they don't have any clothes to change. Chao Shanshan was eager to take a hot bath, but she only had this body. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Fool, have you forgotten where this is?" "Clothes, I'm sure they'll be there soon. I'll ask the waiter to bring them along. You can make do with it tonight. Let's go to the mall to buy it tomorrow." "Then, that's fine, but you're not allowed to peek." Chao Shanshan stood up, deliberately covering the towering twin peaks with her arms, and warned Ling Yun ferociously. Ling Yun laughed straight. "I can understand that. Is this reminding me? Bad luck." Chao Shanshan stomped her feet shyly, twisted her waist, and ran directly to the large bathroom. "Hey, it's finally over. It's not easy, it's not easy." Ling Yan shook his head and got up, flew to the place where the service was called, and pressed the service button. Soon, there was the sound of rushing water in the bathroom, but Ling Yan really didn't peek. He didn't need to peek at all. Because Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan had only concealed the bathroom door and hadn't locked it at all. The waiter knocked on the door, and Ling Yan went to tell her that he needed a table of the best food, and asked her to bring it right away, and asked the waiter to help her send some sets of women's clothes. The beautiful waiter obviously heard the sound of rushing water in the bathroom. She smiled shyly, looked at Ling Yan with ambiguous eyes, and almost forgot to be polite. It's really rare to see such a handsome guy. It was the first time in her life that she saw this beautiful waiter. She felt that the night shift was really worth it. "I'm sorry, handsome guy." No, I'm sorry, sir. There is no problem with the supper you asked for, but as for the clothes, we only have pajamas in the hotel." "Pajamas are fine too. Pajamas are just pajamas. Please, this is your tip." Ling Yun was very generous, casually took out a stack of 100 yuan bills, no matter how many there were, and handed them to the beautiful waiter. "This." The beautiful waitress blushed and was afraid to take it. "Take it." Ling Yun smiled brightly, winked at her, and waved her away. God knows how that beautiful waiter left, but Ling Yun knew that when she left, her eyes were reluctant, her steps were light and fluffy, and her breathing was rapid and trembling. "Hey, my brother's charm is definitely not hidden." Shanshan was so nervous just now. It seems that it is not unreasonable. These days, being handsome and rich, just one of them is enough to instantly kill many beauties. Half an hour later, the door was knocked again. The beautiful waitress just now came back, and there were several waiters who delivered food with her. Soon, sumptuous meals and bowls and chopsticks were served on the dining table, filling the room with fragrance. Ling Yan asked the beautiful waiter to put some high-end sexy women's pajamas on the bed. He ignored the woman's constant discharge of electricity, and sent her out of the room with a smile. "Ling Yan, help me get a pajamas." Just after closing the door, Chao Shanshan's shy voice sounded from the bathroom. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Coming. Ling Yun replied lightly, and flew back to the bed to get the pajamas. When holding a pink silk pajamas in his hands, Ling Yun's expression was a little tense. Jun's face flashed a bad, evil smile, and his eyes were full of gratitude. It's said that money can turn ghosts around. It seems that a huge tip is really not for nothing. Of course not in vain. Ling Yun took a closer look and saw several neatly stacked nightdresses beside the bed, which were pink, rose red, lavender, and light yellow. Although their colors were different, but they all have one characteristic in common. Or three characteristics: thin, exposed, transparent. And each piece is high grade, silky and smooth. No matter whether it is held in the hand or worn on the body, it is absolutely light as nothing, and it can be seen at a glance. In fact, this can't be blamed on the beautiful waiter. After all, it's hot summer now. It's just entered July, and it's the sauna day in Beijing. Such pajamas are cool, sexy, and eye-catching. I believe no one will reject. Just imagine, whether it is before or after the Passion, a beautiful woman wearing such pajamas and walking around in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel can definitely bring her partner an amazing feeling of beauty. The problem is that Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan have not broken through the last layer so far, and they have reunited after a long absence. All feelings need to be cultivated and brewed again, which will take time. It will also take time for Chao Shanshan to recover herself. Which one should Shanshan wear? Ling Yun secretly imagined the sexy look of Chao Shanshan wearing pajamas of every color, standing there feeling sad, really happy, and sad. The rose-red one will definitely make Chao Shanshan shine, the goose-yellow one will definitely make Chao Shanshan sexy and elegant, and the pink one will be full of an indescribable charm. Ling Yun, what are you doing? I finished washing. Chao Shanshan's shy voice came from the bathroom again. Ling Yun grabbed the lavender silk pajamas, and flew to the door of the bathroom. Shanshan, open the door, here you are. No peeking. Chao Shanshan exclaimed softly. The door of the bathroom was gently opened a crack by her, revealing a jade arm as white as lotus root. There were still wet drops of water on his arms, and he shyly stretched out from behind the door. Ling Yun's breath was stagnant when he saw it. Chao Shanshan just has one hand, which is better than the faces of countless women with heavy makeup. Give it to me quickly. Chao Shanshan stretched out her hand and scratched, but found that Ling Yun hadn't handed her the pajamas at all. Thinking that Ling Yun was up to something, she was very shy. Here. Only then did Ling Yun come back to his senses. He put the lavender pajamas into Chao Shanshan's hand at once, and he didn't forget to squeeze Chao Shanshan's unparalleled slender hands. Ah. Bad guys. Chao Shanshan thought that Ling Yun was going to pull her out, so she let out a high decibel scream in fright. Ha ha. Ling Yun laughed, and silently recited the Qingxingju. Restraining himself, he floated away from the bathroom door. If he wanted to make trouble, he would have already broken into the door, and there was no need to wait until now. Naturally, Chao Shanshan wanted to get dressed next, while Ling Yun flickered and came directly to the French windows of the presidential suite, looking through the bright French windows. Enjoy the bustling night view of the capital. Call. Up to now, Ling Yun finally let out a long breath. A big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Chao Shanshan was rescued. From now on, it doesn't matter whether it is for the Chen family or the Sun family. Ling Yun no longer needs to be wary, he can attack as he pleases. What came into view were countless high-rise buildings, thousands of lights, bright and gorgeous. Ling Yun gradually became engrossed in thinking about it. Very good. Very prosperous. Very powerful. All of this is mine. Ling Yun's slender figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing still like a mountain, his hands behind his back were gradually clenched into fists. His eyes were like lightning, and he stared through the void. On the corners of his lips, which were as sharp as knives and axes, there was a stern smile. This is a powerful self-confidence, this is a peerless powerhouse, the declaration in the heart. The bathroom door opened shyly, and Chao Shanshan, who was wearing a lavender nightgown, her face was hot red, her small snow-white hand was covering her high chest, and the other hand was holding the hem of her nightgown tightly. She came out of the bathroom on tiptoe. The beauty Chao Shanshan came out of the bath, her wet long black hair, still braving hot mist, was casually scattered behind her back. Chao Shanshan's long hair reached her waist. Humph. See, Ling Yun, you must have done it on purpose, to only prepare such a nightdress for others. Chao Shanshan's smooth oval face had a seductive blush, a little bit secretly happy, but also a little shy and angry. Poor classmate Chao Shanshan, she only has this translucent lavender pajamas all over her body, without any strands of clothing inside. It is absolutely cool and thorough. Ling Yun turned his head when he heard the sound. Then he was immediately dumbfounded. Chao Shanshan is 1.72 meters tall, with long black hair reaching her waist, slender and straight legs, and a pair of snow-white feet standing there. She is wearing a folded deep V-neck, lavender translucent pajamas, which can wrap her delicate body, with a slender waist like a willow, reveals her white and rosy skin under the light, which can be broken by blowing bombs, combined with her shy and coquettish eyes that are eager to speak. The lavender nightdress was originally synonymous with mystery and obscurity. Chao Shanshan is so beautiful. Ling Yun couldn't help shaking his Adam's apple violently, and swallowed hard. Being watched by Ling Yun's lecherous eyes, Chao Shanshan was even more shy, but she couldn't help but secretly rejoice, but she refused to let go, and roared fiercely, "Ling Yun, what are you thinking? You didn't hear me when I called you for a long time." You called me just now?" Ling Yun was in a daze for a while just now, but he didn't hear Chao Shanshan calling him. "Bad guy, I asked you to prepare clothes. Where are the underwear you prepared for others?" Chao Shanshan gritted her teeth and shouted. "Underwear?" Ling Yun was stunned. He was stunned and said, "Aren't you wearing all of them? I'm really going to be mad at you." Chao Shanshan wanted to cry but had no tears. When she was taking a shower just now, she threw all the clothes she took off into the trash can. This set of clothes was bought by Qin Jiangui for Chao Shanshan. The weather is getting hotter and Chao Shanshan has to wear it. Now that Ling Yun has rescued her, even if Ling Yun's clear water talisman can clean the clothes, Chao Shanshan will not keep them. She wanted to completely forget about the past 3 nightmarish months. Hee. Ling Yun smiled, and he came to Chao Shanshan in a flash, leaned slightly, took a few deep sniffs at Chao Shanshan, and then praised intoxicatedly, "It smells so good." Suddenly he swung his hands together and hugged Chao Shanshan up to her waist. "Ah. You, what do you want to do?" Chao Shanshan shouted shyly and panicked a little bit, but there was a look of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. "It's a hot day, what kind of underwear are you wearing? Besides, it's not like I haven't seen what I should see. Why are you reacting so violently?" Ling Yun said with a smile on his lips, strode away, and walked towards the restaurant. It can be said that Ling Yun has tasted a lot of good fortune along the way. Chao Shanshan was so shy, she couldn't take it anymore. She closed her eyes tightly, and directly put her head into Ling Yun's arms. It takes so long to eat and put on clothes, the food is almost cold. When he came to the table, Ling Yun reluctantly put Chao Shanshan on the chair, and then went to sit opposite Chao Shanshan by himself. "Look, lobsters, sea cucumbers, birds' nests, shark fins, Buddha jumping over the wall, everything is there. Our task now is to kill them all. Brush." After Ling Yun finished speaking, with a thought, he took out the magic gourd from the space ring, leaned over to the Buddha jumping wall in front of Chao Shanshan, and poured a few drops of dragon saliva. The ambergris is full of aura, and the intoxicating aroma permeates the air. "Wow, it smells so good." Chao Shanshan was immediately stunned by the scent. She had never smelled such a good scent. Ling Yun put away the magic gourd, and stared at Chao Shanshan's chest with a pair of thieves' eyes without blinking, thinking that Shanshan's breasts really got bigger. Attracted by the aroma of ambergris, Chao Shanshan didn't notice Ling Yun's gaze. She exclaimed in shock, "What is this? Why is it so fragrant?" After finishing speaking, Chao Shanshan couldn't help but picked up the golden spoon, took a mouthful of soup, and put it into her mouth. "This is dragon saliva, it has a super breast enhancement effect." Ling Yun was talking nonsense there. Breast enlargement may not be necessary, but it is definitely a great tonic. Whether it is restoring vitality or calming the nerves, dragon saliva has a very good effect. beautiful and delicious. The bastard had long forgotten about hunger. Oh, don't look at it. Chao Shanshan noticed Ling Yun's gaze now, and she blushed coquettishly and said coquettishly, Shanshan is so beautiful, why can't I look at it? Ling Yun smiled triumphantly, retorted casually, then picked up the chopsticks, and began to feast. Chao Shanshan is only coquettish, but she will never be angry. After all, when they were in Qingshui City, the two of them had already done everything they should do except the last layer of window paper. She was indeed starving. Seeing that Ling Yun had already started eating, she immediately buried herself in eating. The people are beautiful and the food is delicious. Ling Yun's meal is really wonderful. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Wind and Clouds. The so-called sexuality of food and sex also means that when you are full and warm, you think about sex. Food is in front of sex, and fullness is in front of warm sex. It can be seen how deep the Chinese ancestors understood eating. When people are extremely hungry, apart from finding ways to fill their stomachs, all other problems are not a problem at all. Shanshan, drink saliva, pay attention to chewing slowly. The main purpose of eating is to supplement the energy needed by the human body daily. Ling Yun, who is at the peak of the 9th level of physical training, has all kinds of spiritual energy in his body, and there is a steady stream of yin and yang true energy. He does not lack energy at all. It doesn't matter if there is no water or rice for 5 days. It can be said that Ling Yun's hunger is just a habitual feeling of hunger. He eats just to fill his stomach, or just to fill his stomach. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't actually eat much of this meal. Almost all of the sumptuous and exquisite dishes went into Chao Shanshan's stomach. Ling Yun's main job, besides appreciating Chao Shanshan's sexy beauty, is to keep trying to dissuade Chao Shanshan, telling her to eat as slowly as possible, and not to hold on. Belch. Even so, Chao Shanshan still burped. She was full. Shyly lowering her head, looking at her obviously protruding belly, Chao Shanshan was satisfied, and secretly glanced at Ling Yun opposite. It's all your fault. Ling Yun spread his hands. Look, are you full? Get up and move around in the room. As the saying goes, after a meal, you can walk 100 steps and live to 99. It's an activity. Up to now, Chao Shanshan's advantages have been taken up by Ling Yun. She is not afraid of Ling Yun watching. She just gave Ling Yun a charming look, twisted her body, and stood up. Ling Yun also stood up immediately, and murmured, well, you go for a stroll first, I'll ask the waiter to clean up the table. Chao Shanshan was shocked when she heard that. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, you bastard, he's dressed like this. Are you asking someone else to come and see? My fault. Ling Yun glanced at the incomparably cool Chao Shanshan, admitted his mistake straightforwardly, and immediately dismissed the idea of cleaning the dining table. Naturally, only Ling Yun could appreciate Chao Shanshan's appearance. If others dare to take a look, Ling Yun guarantees that he will immediately dig out his eyeballs and use them as marbles to play with. This room is really not small, at least 38,000 a night. Chao Shanshan is barefoot. Stepping on the soft carpet in the room, he paced slowly and walked around twice. Finally came to the window. She stood where Ling Yun had stood, her beautiful eyes looking towards the far south. Chao Shanshan said in a low tone, is our head teacher okay? It is good. Where is Zhang Ling, is she okay? I don't know how she did in the exam. She's doing well. I know her college entrance examination results. She sent me a text message. It's more than 40 points short of a perfect score. Chao Shanshan's heart trembled. She really wanted to ask how Ling Yun and Zhang Ling were doing now, but finally held back from asking. Experienced surprise and grief, experienced confusion and hesitation. After experiencing shyness and excitement, Chao Shanshan finally calmed down completely after she was full. She has been able to control her emotions very well, and her state of mind is developing in the direction that Ling Yun guided and hoped for. There is no doubt that this is of course a state of mind suitable for cultivation. After Ling Yun drove Tang Meng away, he seemed to have done so much for Chao Shanshan carelessly and seemingly badly, but it was all for the sake of it. Can make Chao Shanshan really calm down. Ling Yun, there is no one else here, tell me, are you really sure that you can turn my family back into normal people? What? Don't believe in my ability? Ling Yun teased, with a pun. Chao Shanshan blushed, but did not turn around. After a while, he asked again, then, when will you teach others martial arts? Chao Shanshan doesn't want to be left too far by Ling Yun, and is also worried about her family. She is very eager to learn martial arts. After half a month, wait until you recover for a while. Chao Shanshan was very puzzled, but I haven't suffered any injuries. I just lost a little weight. Ling Yun smiled and said, Shanshan, my kung fu is different from those people you know. My kung fu focuses on the state of mind, and your mood is unstable now. Don't worry, when you really calm down, I can guarantee that you will surpass your elder brother Chao Tianlong and even your father in an instant. Chao Shanshan has been completely cleansed by Ling Yun, and there are still several immortal auras sealed in her body. Ling Yun is full of absolute confidence and expectation for the double cultivation of the two. He was confident that after the two of them practiced together, Chao Shanshan would be able to break through at least the third level of innate. As for whether she could directly break through the fourth level of innate and enter the mid-innate stage, that would depend on God. So fast? Chao Shanshan was stunned and couldn't believe it. Ling Yun smiled and said, yes, it's that fast. He purposely made a fool of himself, and didn't directly mention the double cultivation. I have another question for you. Chao Shanshan thought for a long time, and finally decided to go all out, and asked, with a blushing face. In a flash, Ling Yun came directly behind Chao Shanshan. He wrapped his arms around Chao Shanshan's waist, pressed his chin on one of her shoulders, and said softly, ask. When we were in Qingshui City, it was already that. Why are you so honest from the beginning to the end today? You're not still practicing your child's skill, are you? At the end, Chao Shanshan almost buried her head between her chests, her voice was low, like a mosquito humming. Ling Yun was secretly happy in his heart. He also lowered his voice, put his mouth next to Chao Shanshan's ear, and said softly, fool, you will be mine sooner or later, what's the hurry? With a shy exhortation, the lips of the two touched each other passionately again. Chao Shanshan fell into a strange state of excitement. She was very tired, but because she was with Ling Yun, she was inexplicably excited and didn't feel sleepy at all. What Chao Shanshan needs most now is to rest. This will not work. Ling Yun had no choice but to resort to some tricks and hit Chao Shanshan's sleeping point. He gently hugged the drowsy Chao Shanshan to the bed, covered her with a blanket, and floated back to the sofa. Sitting there alone, meditating quietly for a long time, Ling Yun suddenly noticed that Tang Meng's cell phone was blinking on the coffee table. This is Tang Meng leaving the house in a hurry. He forgot to take his mobile phone. The mobile phone was turned on silent, and he didn't know how many missed calls. Ling Yun didn't want to answer it at first, but he saw that the phone kept flashing, so he just picked it up. It was Tang Meng's extremely ambiguous voice that came over the phone. Brother Yun, what's going on with you? Have you settled it? Ling Yun was speechless. He frowned and asked, where is your kid now? Whose cell phone are you using to call me? Of course, Tang Meng used the mobile phone of little brother Qinglong. Shanshan fell asleep. Come up to me quickly, kid. Okay. 2 minutes. After hanging up the phone, sure enough, Tang Meng appeared at the door of the presidential suite in less than 2 minutes. Seeing Tang Meng arrived, Ling Yun flew directly to the door, closed the door behind him, and said to Tang Meng, let's talk to the elevator. The two came to the elevator entrance. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, and the night was quiet, and there was no one around. Hey, Brother Yun, how's it going, did you get it? Tang Meng asked first. Without further ado, Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder. Ask again? I said, what are you thinking about all day long? I just rescued Chao Shanshan. Didn't you see how thin she is now? Speaking of this, Ling Yun suddenly looked at Tang Meng suspiciously, and said in surprise, I said, should you find a girlfriend now? I think you have excess hormones. Tang Meng didn't expect Ling Yun to make a miracle, and he burst into tears. Touched, Brother Yun finally realized that I am also a man, I am also a leader, I am also in the prime of youth, I also need women and love. After voluntarily giving up on Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng experienced a brief emotional injury. He was soon overwhelmed by all kinds of trivial matters, brought about by the rise of Ling Yun against the sky. For the time being, he really can't care about women. However, everyone is 18 years old, and Tang Meng is even taller and mightier. He is proud of himself now, and of course he also desires women. Now that Ling Yun raised this point unintentionally, how could Tang Meng not be moved? However, Tang Meng had his own plans, and he was not in a hurry. Hey, Brother Yun, this is a trivial matter, a trivial matter. These days, with money, power and status, there is absolutely no shortage of women. The two chatted for a few words, and soon got down to business. Without Ling Yun asking, Tang Meng looked solemn, and said to Ling Yun in a low voice, Brother Yun, it's not just your head teacher coming over tomorrow, Xianer, Ninger, Sister Lin, Long Wu, Zhang Ling and her aunt. They will all come over. What? Ling Yun was dumbfounded. All over? Even if Ling Yun has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't keep up with it. However, Ling Yun immediately thought of a more serious question, then my aunt and Ling Yu, will they come over? Tang Meng scratched his head, frowned, and said, I don't know about that, only they didn't call me tonight. This reassured Ling Yun a little. He stroked his forehead, and said a little depressed, since they are coming over, what did you say? The main reason why Ling Yun didn't answer the phone or text messages was because he was afraid that these women would come to the capital. One Chao Shanshan was enough for him to protect him. If they all came, then he wouldn't do anything. Tang Meng spread his hands and said helplessly, Brother Yun, just tell me, Xianer, Ninger, Sister Lin, Long Wu. Which one of these can I afford to offend? Ask for a monthly pass. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Well, I can't afford to offend. Ling Yun admitted straightforwardly. After finishing speaking, the two brothers shut their mouths at the same time, looked at each other with big eyes for a few seconds, and laughed at the same time. However, I think there are still people who can take care of them. After pondering for a while, Ling Yun smiled again and said, Brother Yun, who is it? Tang Meng was shocked. My little aunt. Who else? Qin Dongshui. The group of goddesses Ling Yun stayed in Qingshui City, except for Qin Dongshui, who can suppress it, no one else even thinks about it. Where is Qin Dongshui's identity and seniority? Tang Meng slapped his thigh, that's right, why did I forget Aunt Qin? In fact, it's not that he forgot, but that Qin Dongshui's status was too high. Tang Meng was shocked as a fairy, and he didn't dare to go to Qin Dongshui's place if he had nothing to do, unless it was Ling Yun's important business. The atmosphere in the capital is too tense right now, we can't let them come over and cause trouble. Just rescued Chao Shanshan, if something happened to any goddess, it would not be enough for Ling Yun. Ling Yun took out his mobile phone, ignored all the overwhelming reminders from the mobile phone, and called Ning Lingyu directly. Ling Yun knew that her sister must not be resting at this time. The phone rang once and was picked up by Ning Lingyu. Brother. Ning Lingyu's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Ling Yu, I haven't finished dealing with the matter here, but because of my college entrance examination results, Xianer and the others are very anxious. If you want to come to the capital to find me, you can tell my aunt to stop them. Don't come to the capital to cause trouble for me. Oh, I got it. Ning Yu knew that her brother was not in a hurry and would definitely not call so late to arrange this matter alone, so she agreed without hesitation. I have good news for you. I have rescued Chao Shanshan. She is fine now. If Zhang Ling wants to come to the capital, she can come over. Zhang Ling and Chao Shanshan shared the same table for 3 years. They are real girlfriends, they talk about everything, and just now, Chao Shanshan took the initiative to ask Zhang Ling. Ling Yun felt it is necessary for the two to meet each other, which will restore Chao Shanshan's mood. Getting back to normal as soon as possible helps a lot. Oh. Ning Yu had mixed feelings, and replied lightly, but she agreed, but didn't say much. Ling Yu, you must remember to practice step by step. Don't rush for success. The more stable your foundation is now, the higher your achievements will be in the future. Do you understand? Before hanging up the phone, Ling Yun did not forget to remind him carefully. Brother, I understand, you are in the capital, you must be careful in everything. Ning Yu also told Ling Yun with concern. Ling Yun smiled and said, tell my aunt, I will go back to Qingshui after I have been busy for the past few days. Then I will hang up first, and you should rest early. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun still didn't read any text messages on the phone, and put the phone away directly. Brother Yun, you've been alone in the capital these few days. The pressure shouldn't be small, right? Tang Meng lit a cigarette, and finally stopped his playful smile, and got down to business seriously. Huh. Ling Yun had nothing to pretend to be in front of Tang Meng. He let out a long breath, completely relaxed his body, and said a little tiredly, it's really a lot of pressure. Ling Yun was right. Not only is he under a lot of pressure, but the burden on his shoulders is too heavy. Take fighting the enemy as an example. If Ling Yun didn't have the dark blood demon saber, the dragon sword, and the dark storm, these heaven-defying magic weapons, he wouldn't even be able to break through the defenses of the innate 7-level early-stage masters now. If Ling Yun hadn't practiced the Diyan Ju Xingju, and didn't have that terrifying defensive power and 4,000 kilograms of strength bonus, Ling Yun wouldn't even be able to deal with an innate 5th-level expert just based on his realm. Furthermore, if Ling Yun didn't have the secret technique of dragon and elephant power, all kinds of talismans, and dragon saliva to provide him with a steady stream of spiritual energy to rely on. Not to mention the earls and marquises of the blood race, Ling Yun couldn't even fight a viscount, and even an ordinary baron was very difficult. If all the above-mentioned reliance is removed, and only relying on Ling Yun's realm, his current combat power is at most the most, and it is on par with the masters of the early stage of the 4th level of innate. And this is just an enemy. Ling Yun has just recognized his ancestors and returned to his family. His biological father Ling Xiao is missing, so he needs to find him. The Ling family is in danger, and he needs to protect it. As for Ling Yun's own affairs, he came to the capital, and there was another important matter. He needed to find out who it was in the first place. He spared no effort to hire a goddamn killer, and he had to take his life. If this secret enemy cannot be found for a day, Ling Yun will feel uneasy in his heart. Ling Yun behaved coquettishly and powerfully in front of everyone, but the increasingly heavy pressure on his shoulders also made him a little out of breath, and he didn't even have time to practice in a peaceful and down-to-earth manner. Things need to be resolved. But Tang Meng is Ling Yun's brother, and he is the roundworm in Ling Yun's stomach. The two of them only need a look to understand each other's thoughts accurately. These days, Ling Yun has been busy with Chao's affairs, he seldom talked to Tang Meng. The sudden reduction or interruption of contact made Tang Meng faintly feel that Ling Yun must be under great pressure and struggling every step of the way in the capital. Tang Meng couldn't help but tentatively said, Brother Yun, anyway, Chao Shanshan has been rescued, why don't we go back to Qingshui City? Let's go back to our own territory and be free and easy, how nice it is. Ling Yun narrowed his eyes and glanced at Tang Meng, making him feel a little nervous, then suddenly smiled lightly, raised his hand, and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. Retreat? Escape? Tang Meng, remember, in my life dictionary, there are no such words as retreat and escape. What is cultivation? Cultivation is something against the heavens. The most important point of cultivation is to withstand all kinds of devastation from God, including the catastrophe. Even the catastrophe has to be crossed. What else can make Ling Yun retreat and escape? If you really want to ask why Ling Yun wants to cultivate, Ling Yun can only say that it is for two reasons now. The first is to become stronger, and keep getting stronger. As for the second, it is natural to cultivate longevity, to pursue the way of longevity. What Ling Yun cultivates is the mind, and the mind is the most important thing. As long as he shrinks or escapes even once, even if he only has such a thought, then his mind will no longer be perfect, and a fatal crack will appear. The short-term impact is not great, but when it comes to the critical moment of crossing the catastrophe in the future, it will inevitably end up being destroyed physically and spiritually by the catastrophe. Ling Yun failed once, and he doesn't want to fail a second time. Therefore, Ling Yun's words were very solemn, unprecedentedly serious. Tang Meng was infected. He took a puff of the cigarette, puffed out the smoke, and nodded heavily. Ling Yun was also hesitating whether to tell Tang Meng about his acknowledgement of his ancestors, but he finally decided not to. Before finding his father, Ling Yun decided not to tell anyone about it. He didn't want to harm his friends, his father and the Ling family, and he didn't want to affect his overall plan. Is there nothing else to do? If there is nothing else to do, go to bed early, and follow me to the airport to pick you up early tomorrow morning. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Ling Yun could bear it, but Tang Meng's eyeballs were red from the boil, and he was running around for days. No matter how young and energetic he was, he couldn't bear it. Tang Meng nodded, said good night to Ling Yun, went back to the 10th floor, and went to a room of Qinglong's younger brother to rest. Ling Yun returned to the presidential suite, meditated cross-legged, and practiced breathing. The sun rises, the long night passes, and a new day dawns. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. He first took a look at Chao Shanshan, who was sleeping very sweetly on the bed, then flew up, and came to the bed first, and gently tucked the thin blanket for Chao Shanshan to prevent her from falling asleep. After catching a cold, he walked to the window, opened the window, faced east, and practiced his own Diyan gathering stars Ju. Ling Yun attaches great importance to the cultivation of the Dianju Xingju, and the importance of breaking through the third realm of the Dianju Xingju. He deeply understands that it is no less than reaching the Qi refining stage. The Diyan gathering star treasure Ju becomes more and more difficult as it goes on. Every big pass is as difficult as climbing to the sky. It needs to be accumulated over time and practiced diligently. Fortunately, Ling Yun felt more and more that he had reached the threshold of the third realm of Baojue. After another hour, there was a cry from behind Ling Yun, followed by the sound of violent struggling, and the sleeping Chao Shanshan struggled and rolled on the bed. Do not touch me. Ah, Qin Jiangui, I'm going to kill you. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Ling Yun, where are you? Where are you? You can't say it. You can't say it even if you die. Don't say it. Absolutely can't say it. I can't hurt him. Chao Shanshan is having a nightmare. Brush. Ling Yun stopped practicing, and came to Chao Shanshan's bed in a flash, bent down quickly, stretched out both arms, lightly pressed Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulders, and called softly. Shanshan, Shanshan. Ling Yun's straight eyebrows were twisted into a pimple, the corners of her lips were tightly pursed, and the flames of anger were shooting out of her eyes. She wished she could tear Qin Jiangui alive right now. Even in her dreams, Chao Shanshan kept reminding herself not to tell Ling Yan's secret, just to protect Ling Yan from harm. In the past 3 months, how intense was the fright she received and the struggle with anger. Hey! There is no doubt that Ling Yan's judgment is absolutely correct. Chao Shanshan's heart has been greatly stimulated after all. What? Chao Shanshan suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were stained with tears. Panting rapidly, she stared at Ling Yan's face in inexplicable horror, stared at Ling Yan's face for a long time, then suddenly plunged into Ling Yan's arms. Wow! Wept bitterly. Okay, it's okay, Shanshan, it's just a nightmare. Chao Shanshan's nightgown was messy, her delicate body was half covered. Ling Yan ignored it completely. He hugged Chao Shanshan, distressfully, and patted her on the back lightly, as if coaxing a frightened child. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Don't wear it. Don't wear it. I won't wear it even if I'm killed. Chao Shanshan wrapped the thin quilt tightly around her exquisite body, and despite Ling Yan's words, she refused to wear the clothes she threw away last night. Shanshan, look, actually, I have washed this clothes for you with a clean water talisman, and I have already dried it for you with a unique method. It is just like new. Just wear it for a while. After we have breakfast, the first thing we do is to buy clothes for you, okay? Ling Yan tried his best, but it was useless. I'd rather just go out in this nightgown, and I don't wear that suit anymore. Throw it in the toilet and flush it away, or just set it on fire. I don't want to see the suit again. Chao Shanshan categorically refused, and at the same time did not forget to wrap the thin quilt tightly on her delicate body. It is broad daylight now, and she doesn't want to let Ling Yan eat her tofu. She will be ashamed to death. Ling Yan was speechless, so he had no choice but to stop forcing. He pondered for a while, then glanced at Chao Shanshan, who was guarded, and said with a grin, "It's really burning? Burn it quickly." Pfft. Ling Yan took out a fire talisman, and a ball of flame appeared in his hand, instantly burning the whole suit of clothes he just finished to ashes. Look, Shanshan, she has completely disappeared. He didn't want Chao Shanshan to have any more nightmares either. Ling Yan flickered, and went straight to the bed. He was condescending, staring at Chao Shanshan's beautiful figure like a big bad wolf and said, it's burnt, but, how do you go out now? Princess Chao Shanshan lost her temper, and she said coquettishly, if you don't care, I'll go out in a nightgown and see who suffers. Sturdy. Ling Yan immediately had black lines all over his forehead. Who suffers? Of course I suffer. Pfft. Chao Shanshan suddenly couldn't help laughing, and said with a chuckle, idiot, don't you still have a lot of clothes in your space ring? People wear yours. That's not a big deal. Ling Yan scratched his head again and said, what about the underwear? You figure it out yourself. He seemed to like to see Ling Yan having a headache for her. Chao Shanshan is tough to the end. Ling Yan had no choice but to call the waiter and specially ordered a brand new set of underwear for Chao Shanshan to put on. Half an hour later, Chao Shanshan was wearing Ling Yan's shirt, Ling Yan's jeans, and hotel slippers, holding Ling Yan's arm. Walked out of the gate of Century Jinyuan Hotel. They were naturally followed by Tang Meng and Qinglong's 5 younger brothers. Ling Yan is now 12 centimeters taller than Chao Shanshan. Of course, his clothes were more than one size bigger than Chao Shanshan's, but with such ill-fitting clothes, Chao Shanshan showed a different sexy look. The 6 hunks behind him didn't even bat an eyelid, and everyone around them looked sideways. TSK, handsome. It smells, it really feels. Could it be that this kind of clothes is popular this year? I'm going to buy a suit tomorrow. There was a lot of discussion around. Chao Shanshan put her arms around Ling Yan's arms, looked at Ling Yan proudly with her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, how is it? Didn't I embarrass you? Ling Yan could only respond with a gentle smile, because he didn't expect that Chao Shanshan would have such a charm when she wore his shirt and rolled up her trousers more than 10 centimeters. Of course, only a goddess-level beauty like Chao Shanshan can do it, if it's like the one who wanted to imitate Chao Shanshan just now. The lower abdomen is higher than the chest, the hair is thin, and the 40-year-old rich woman with yellow teeth wears it like this. It is absolutely disgusting and disgusting to everyone. Ling Yun didn't let Chao Shanshan stay in this state for long. After a few people went out, they found a place to have a hearty breakfast, and then went straight to the nearest shopping mall without stopping. At 8:30 in the morning, this large shopping mall had just opened for business, when a group of robber-like customers broke in and almost robbed them. See what to buy. Shirts, t-shirts, long skirts, dresses, short skirts, hip skirts, denim shorts, transparent stockings, hats, high-heeled sandals, bra underwear. Buy what you see, all international brands, buy everything you like, never bargain, pay in cash, buy it and leave. Welcome again. When Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, and the 5 Qinglong brothers came out of the shopping mall, except for Chao Shanshan who had a completely new look from the inside out, the rest of them, without exception, were carrying big bags and small bags. Chao Shanshan is still taking a cool and sexy route. Her upper body is a round neck, low-cut, sleeveless t-shirt, her lower body is wearing a pair of hot jeans, and she wears a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, hot and enchanting. Today's weather is really nice. Chao Shanshan raised her 2 lotus root-shaped jade arms in a V-shaped victory posture, as if announcing her new life. Nightmares always pass. Ling Yan looked at Chao Shanshan gratifiedly, while secretly muttering in pain. He said to his aunt, "You have spent more than 1 million yuan in one go, can you be in a bad mood? Go. Go to the airport and meet Teacher Kong." Chao Shanshan was in a great mood and completely regained her former self-confidence. She took the initiative to grab Ling Yan's arm and pulled him into the car. The driver had naturally been replaced by Tang Meng. In the miraculous Tianqiao, it is very normal for a plane to be late. Unfortunately, Kong Shiru was shot, and her flight was delayed by 3 hours. Originally, the plane could arrive in Beijing at 8 o'clock, but because it was late, it didn't arrive until 11 o'clock. But even so, they were delayed a lot of time because of the crazy buying of clothes, and they had to hurry up, and the time left for them was less than an hour. Tang Meng, you can't go straight from the city. I suggest you take the 5th Ring Road, then go to the south of the capital, and then go to Nanyuan Airport. The traffic jam in the city was too severe, so Chao Shanshan did not forget to give Tang Meng some advice. In this way, although the detour is far away, there is no hidden danger of traffic jams. It is good. So Tang Meng drove up the 5th Ring Road. It was really fast at first, but when the Land Rover drove to the southwest of the capital, it was still blocked. No matter how much Tang Meng honked the horn, it didn't work, and the road ahead was still blocked. What's going on? Tang Meng was depressed, so he could only stop and ask. Dude, martial law is in place up front. It seems that something big happened last night. The front is full of armed police with live ammunition. Sitting in the car, Ling Yan could hear it clearly. After thinking about it for a while, a smile appeared on his face. The Chen family. The villa area of the Chen family is located in the southwest of the capital. It is only 3 kilometers away from the Chen family. The Chen family was murdered by Ling Yun last night and suffered heavy losses. With their family's influence, it is no wonder that martial law is not enforced today. Brother Yun, what should we do? Martial law had nothing to do, so Tang Meng had no choice but to go back to the car and ask Ling Yun. It's okay, wait. In broad daylight, no matter how good the Chen family is, it is impossible to block the entire 5th Ring Road, and it must be allowed to pass. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, the traffic ahead began to slowly move forward. Tang Meng started the Land Rover again and followed the traffic. Damn, which big leader is here to inspect? 5 steps for one post, 10 steps for one whistle. Tang Meng said in shock. Why do you care so much? Drive your car honestly. Ling Yin reprimanded Tang Meng in the back seat of the car, hugging Chao Shanshan's delicate body. The traffic flow was very slow, and after 7 minutes, the Land Rover moved only 3 kilometers forward and stopped again. If you don't stop, there are people checking the traffic here, and the traffic jam is because of this. Driver's license, ID card. Tang Meng handed over his driver's license and ID card directly. From Qingshui City? What did you come to the capital for? When did you come? Why did you go? There were 4 questions in a row, with a bad tone. At the same time, 2 burly men approached the Land Rover and asked the people in the car to lower the windows to check the situation in the car. Ling Yin swept his spiritual sense and found that these 2 big men were both acquired at the 7th level of cultivation, and he immediately knew it. Tell them, no. Chao Shanshan was sitting in the car. She had just been rescued, and the Chen family blocked the road. The main purpose was to search for Chao Shanshan. Ling Yin could figure this out with his ass. Comrade, do you see if there is any problem with my driver's license and ID card? If there is no problem, please let me pass. Tang Meng gave an eloquent explanation. Sorry, please lower the windows. Ling Yin frowned slightly, and said to Chao Shanshan in a low voice, Shanshan, lower your head first, don't let them see your face. When Chao Shanshan lowered her head, Ling Yin lowered the car window, glanced coldly at the 2 big men, and said calmly, is there anything else? If it's okay, please let me go. A burly man looked Ling Yin up and down a few times, but he didn't notice anything unusual, so he immediately looked towards Chao Shanshan. Hey, lady, please hold your head up. Ling Yin said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, my girlfriend has a cold, and now she has a fever. We are in a hurry to take her to the doctor. She can't see the wind now. Have a cold? Can't see the wind? With so little clothes on, 2 thighs exposed, and you still say you can't see the wind? Kid, I warn you, if you want to pass by, let this woman raise her head quickly, otherwise, your car will be killed. I'll buckle it for you. Awesome. He wanted to impound Ling Yin's car as soon as he opened his mouth. This was the first time in history. Ling Yin sneered, sat still in the car, and said calmly, boy, if you don't want to be blind, you'd better not let her look up. Hey! Are you excited about me? Get out of the car. This car is impounded. The other burly man didn't speak all the time. Seeing Ling Yin talking so fiercely, he immediately became upset and ordered the car to be impounded. Shanshan, wait for me. Ling Yin sent a voice transmission to Chao Shanshan. He let go of Chao Shanshan's slender waist, opened the door and got out of the car. Crack clap clap. Shot like lightning. No one could see clearly what Ling Yin was doing, for crisp slaps sounded, and the 2 burly men were slapped dizzily, their teeth flew flying. I'm out, try to impound my car again? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net said that Chao Shanshan showed her 2 thighs, opened her mouth and kept calling Ling Yin boy, told Ling Yin to get out of the car, and even detained Ling Yin's car. Any one of these 4 rules is enough for these 2 burly men to walk around, but they all committed the crime, so how can one of them not be beaten? In order to pass as soon as possible, it is a miracle that Ling Yin can endure until now. Now that he got out of the car, slapping them is light. After 4 crisp sounds, except Ling Yin and the other 3, everyone within 30 meters around all dropped their eyeballs to the ground. Hit it as soon as you say it, simply and neatly, it's too fierce. Ling Yin has a handsome figure, with a sneer on his face, and staring eyes, turning a blind eye to the reactions of everyone around him, that kind of arrogance that doesn't care about everything, making others swallow saliva in secret. DODTW. Ah. Ah. After 2 screams, the 2 burly men only felt that there were stars in front of them. They stood there thinking for a long time and finally came to their senses. Beaten. They are from the Chen family. They appeared here, to put it bluntly, to help deal with those uncooperative passers-by, but they just ran into a non-cooperative passer-by, and they were beaten without a second thought. Is this okay? Boy, do you dare to hit someone with your hands? One of the burly men, holding Lao Gao's swollen cheeks, pointed at Ling Yun and yelled wildly. The entire capital belongs to the upper class. Who doesn't know that the southwest of the capital is the territory of the Chen family? This is the sphere of influence of the Chen family. Who would dare to act wild here? However, before the burly man could finish his sentence, there were 4 more bangs, and another bang. Ling Yun's palm and a foot kicked the big man away. Roll. Chao Shanshan was sitting in the car, and of course Ling Yun was not polite to the Chen family, no matter it was night or day. Masked or not, it's the same. His face turned cold, he turned his head to look at another burly man, and said calmly, I just want to ask you, my car, should I let it pass or not? Excuse me. Immediately pass, do not let pass. I'm gonna smash your railing right now. The burly man was dumbfounded. It's hard to stumble, this handsome young man in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. Ordinary people can't tell that this burly man is a master of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. Ling Yun made 2 shots, let alone hiding, they didn't even see Ling Yun's shots clearly. Could this be an ordinary person? Just as the burly man was stunned for a moment, he only heard click, click, click. There was a sound of bullets being loaded, and the surrounding armed police with live ammunition all pointed their black muzzles at Ling Yun. Ling Yun frowned again. Tang Meng, get into the car. First transmit the voice to Tang Meng and let him get into the car. Ling Yun walked slowly towards the man in traffic uniform. The police, who checked Tang Meng's documents. Is there any problem with the certificate? Ling Yun came to him and shouted in a deep voice. No. No problem. The traffic policeman hesitated for a moment, and could only tell the truth. That's good, raise the railing and let them go. Ling Yun ordered without any nonsense. The traffic policeman was also dumbfounded. He is an irregular establishment and has accepted the orders from his superiors. He is in charge of cooperating with the Chen family to check the passing vehicles here. Now one of the people sent by the Chen family is beaten all over the ground and howling, and the other is so frightened that he can't hold a fart for a long time. They directly let him go, for a while. He really didn't know what to do. The traffic policeman looked at Ling Yun, then at the burly man next to him, and couldn't help but secretly exclaimed that it was bad luck. In the capital, this kind of task is often the most difficult to perform. As long as he encounters a hard stubble, he will offend both sides. Sorry. Absolutely don't let him pass. The burly man hesitated again, and finally ordered cruelly. After speaking, he pointed to Ling Yun and said, Boy, I warn you, have you seen these armed policemen around? They are all real guys, if you dare to barge in, I guarantee they will shoot. Ling Yun was amused when he heard it, threat me? Until now, Ling Yun hadn't looked at those 7 or 8 policemen, he didn't pay attention to those policemen at all. Shoot? Just because I hit you 2 just now? I really don't believe they dare to shoot. Of course, you can also let them try. Ling Yun smiled lightly, it's all right if no one shoots, if anyone who doesn't have eyesight really dares to shoot, Ling Yun guarantees that he won't see the sun tomorrow morning. Ling Yun turned his head, looked at the traffic policeman again, his eyes flashed, and said coldly, Give you another half a minute, if you don't raise the railing, I'm going to force my way. In half an hour, Kong Shouru's plane was about to land. Ling Yun didn't want to waste time here. After another burly man was kicked by Ling Yun, he rolled and struggled miserably, and secretly took out his mobile phone to make a call. Ling Yun sneered, flicked his fingers secretly, and a sharp wind came out from his fingers, hitting the back of the burly man's hand. What? This time the blow was heavier. The burly man was in pain, his right hand shook violently, and he threw the phone out. Even the battery fell out. Everyone was amazed, with frightened expressions in their eyes, and the car owners who gathered around to watch the excitement couldn't help but backed up a few steps. No promotion, right? Well, I won't embarrass you either. Seeing that the traffic policeman was stunned, Ling Yun didn't want to embarrass an ordinary person. He used the phantom dragon step, kicked the iron railing that blocked the road, and then returned to the original position in an instant. Ling Yun's speed was as fast as if he hadn't moved on the spot. Warning, whoever shoots will die. Ling Yun said indifferently, opened the car door and got in, then said to Tang Meng, drive, let's go. Hey, you think it's not good to provoke anyone? Tang Meng chuckled, sighed for everyone who was dumbfounded, and started the Land Rover directly. In Qingshui City, Tang Meng had seen such scenes many times. He knew that if Ling Yun didn't make a move, others would be dumbfounded. Sure enough, Ling Yun's domineering performance shocked everyone present. The two burly men of the Chen family, the traffic policeman, and the 7 or 8 surrounding armed policemen who were at a loss with their guns were all dumbfounded and watched helplessly. Ling Yun's Land Rover drove away. What's the situation? Why did the roadblock fly into the ditch all of a sudden? Damn, how dare you be so arrogant on the 5th Ring Road in the capital? Which family's son is this coming out to play? It's too fierce. It's awesome, but I looked at the license plate. It's a license plate from a foreign country, a license plate from a foreign country. How dare you be so arrogant in the capital? It's really arrogant. Damn, don't say anything, there are no roadblocks anyway, let's go, it's been a long time. The burly man covered his swollen cheek with one hand, but he didn't care to wipe the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He watched Ling Yun's car go away, and quickly took out his mobile phone to make a call. Boss, there is trouble here at the southwestern corner of the 5th Ring Road. There is a car with a young woman in it. We are not allowed to check, and a young man got out of the car and beat us up. The state is not good. I know, but we have no power to fight back in front of him. The car is heading east. The license plate number? The license plate number is... At this time, Ling Yun's Land Rover was already 1 kilometer away from here. Brother Yun, it's all over now. There was a camera in that place just now. They must have taken pictures of us. Tang Meng drove the car fast, and couldn't help reminding Ling Yundao. There is no way, the camera can not only shoot video, but it is also connected. Ling Yun beat people and kicked the roadblock, as well as the license plate of the Land Rover, all must have been photographed. Well, I saw it, it's all right. Ling Yun held Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulders, still calm and composed, but secretly thinking in his heart, in the future, when he comes out during the day, it seems that he should not drive his own car as much as possible, this goal is too big. Technology is so advanced, there are cameras everywhere, if someone is watching you, passing a car, you can be monitored to death. So far, Brother Yun has not seriously, specifically, and systematically studied the high-tech in this world, nor has he studied the means of countering high-tech investigations. The only way he can do now is to use flying needles to smash those unsightly cameras, but this is obviously not suitable for daytime, and it is not only troublesome, but also has little effect. However, regarding this point, Qin Dongxue once instructed Ling Yun to go to the capital to find Qin Wei. Qin Wei is a member of the Huaxia Condor Group, and he has mastered the top reconnaissance technology. As long as he gets his guidance, Ling Yun will no longer have to be so restrained when he is active in the capital. Of course, Ling Yun still has another method, but he always finds it troublesome and is too lazy to use it, the disguise technique. For a genius doctor in the realm of comprehension, using medicine to change his appearance, or simply practicing kung fu to change the shape of his own bones, is a piece of cake. 7 minutes later, the Land Rover came to an intersection. Tang Meng looked up at the road sign, turned the steering wheel to the left, and the car drove directly north. Going forward is Nanyuan Airport. There was no armed police under martial law on the side of the road. Ling Yun couldn't help but sneer and said, "I thought the Chen family was so capable, so it's only a small place under martial law?" Chao Shanshan glanced at Ling Yun speechlessly, and said coquettishly, "Ling Yun, this is not Qingshui City, this is the capital city. Do you think that setting up cards on the Fifth Ring Road can be done casually? In my opinion, the main reason for the Chen family to set up a card this time is not to find me, but to defend themselves." After listening to Chao Shanshan's analysis, Ling Yun felt the same way. He nodded with a smile. Undoubtedly, before the Chen family could make a move, they had lost troops and generals, and nearly half of the family's power had been wiped out by Ling Yun, so everyone had to be more careful. Nothing happened until Nanyuan Airport. The three of Ling Yun arrived 10 minutes earlier. He and Chao Shanshan got off the car, talked to Tang Meng, who needed to find a place to park, and went directly to the airport lobby. Nanyuan Airport is too big, people come and go, shoulder to shoulder, passenger flow is like a tide. After Ling Yun entered the door, he directly swept it with his divine sense, and then walked towards a certain direction with Chao Shanshan in his arms. To be continued. P.S. I have something to do at home today, so there will be only 1 chapter, and 3 chapters tomorrow. Ben from Reading Net. It's really strange. Teacher Kong's home is in the capital, and her home is in the northeast of the capital, so it must be closer to the Capital International Airport, but every time she comes to the capital, she never takes a flight from the Capital International Airport. You know, there are dozens of flights from Qingshui City to the capital every day, but there are only 2 flights that land at Nanyuan Airport. When they came to the pickup place, Chao Shanshan took Ling Yun's arm, frowned and expressed her confusion. Beijing Nanyuan Airport, located in Fengtai district of Beijing, is the first airport in China's history. The airport used to be a military airport, and it has just opened to civil aviation not long ago, and it is only open to China United Airlines. It is the base of China United Airlines Airport. Nanyuan Airport is 3 kilometers away from the South Fourth Ring Road of the capital, and 13 kilometers away from the most famous square in the capital, directly south of that square. Although Chao Shanshan has lived and studied in Qingshui City for a long time, because of her noble status, whenever she returns to the capital, she always takes a plane, so she is very familiar with the route from Qingshui to the capital. Due to the very good teacher-student relationship, when Kong Xiaoru came to the capital on business trips occasionally, she would ask Chao Shanshan to help her book air tickets. From getting on the plane in Qingshui City to getting off the plane in Beijing, the general flight time is only 2 hours, which is really convenient and fast. Regardless of Kong Xiaoru's home address or the convenience of booking tickets, Capital International Airport is of course the first choice, but Kong Xiaoru takes the flight to Nanyuan Airport every time. This is what Chao Shanshan wonders the most. It's also really puzzling. Chao Shanshan's unintentional words were waiting for boredom, but Ling Yun's heart was moved when he heard it, and he thought that Kong Xiaoru must be hiding from someone, right? Could it be related to her unspeakable secret? Thinking of this, Ling Yun was secretly angry, but said with a faint smile, "Maybe Teacher Kong is taking this flight, and he is used to it." Chao Shanshan nodded, but couldn't help but look back and muttered, "That guy Tang Meng is real, why does it take so long to stop the car?" At this time, Tang Meng had already found a place to park the car, but he didn't have a chance to get out of the car, but picked up the phone one after another. No doubt. Naturally, the calls were all from Qingshui City. Ling Yan's cell phone was habitually thrown into the space ring by him. It was better than turning it off, and he couldn't receive any signal at all. People in Qingshui City wanted to find Ling Yan, so they could only call Tang Meng. After suffering a lot of grievances and complaints, Thunderbolt angered had own lion-like criticism. Tang Meng finally hung up the phone and got a chance to breathe. Of course, he also learned about the current situation in Qingshui City. Qingshui City is really fried. My God, I really blocked the door of the Education Bureau. Now Dad is in big trouble. Qinglong's current leader, a Bing, sent dozens of people according to Long Wu's instructions. Blocked the gate of Qingshui City Education Bureau. Those who want to go to work can't get in, and those who want to get out can't get out. You know, the results of the college entrance examination have just been released, which is the busiest time for the education department. Tang Meng was speechless. His brother sent people from Qinglong to make trouble, and his father, who was the director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, made trouble. How should Tang Tianhao deal with it? Thinking of this, Tang Meng felt dizzy for a while. He was the elder of Qinglong. On one side was Long Wu, which represented Ling Yun, and on the other side was his own father. This is definitely the rhythm of putting Tang Meng on the fire. Zhu Beiji looks in the mirror, he is not a person inside and out. Tang Meng sighed extremely sad, and said to himself that I don't care what to do, I will tell Brother Yun later. However, according to Ninger, Brother Yun's judgment is really correct. In the case of Brother Yun's zero score in the college entrance examination, Lu Guanwang is really just an accomplice. Last night, the two most efficient people in Qingshui City were Miao Xiaomiao and Bai Xianer, who were undoubtedly stunning. They first went directly to Li Yifeng's house, and asked clearly where Lu Guanwang lived. Then the two left quickly, and soon sneaked into Lu Guanwang's home. It is conceivable that a half-step congenital expert who possesses peerless Gu skills and has reached the peak of the 9th level of Ho Tian, and a vixen who is beautiful and charming in the world, whose realm is unfathomable, and who can do all kinds of illusions, jointly interrogate a pampered education director. It was absolutely a piece of cake. The moment Lu Guanwang saw the two stunning beauties, he thought that a fairy had descended to earth, and before he could react, he was directly controlled by Bai Xianer's illusion, asking and answering until the two asked everything and left afterwards. The poor dude danced all night striptease insane. Ling Yan's judgment was not wrong at all. The ostensible instigator behind this incident was none other than Li Tian's uncle, Li Jiujiang, the director of the education department of Jiangnan province. I just don't know if it has anything to do with the Sun family in the capital. Tang Meng held his mobile phone and sat in the car, frowning in thought. Suddenly, the phone rang again. He raised the phone and saw that it was Zhang Ling who was calling. Hey, Tang Meng, where are you? Why can't Ling Yan's phone get through? Zhang Ling's voice was anxious and complaining. Tang Meng had no choice but to answer, Oh, Brother Yun, me, and Chao Shanshan are all at the Nanyuan airport in the capital, and your homeroom teacher, Mr. Kong, will be here soon. Let's come pick her up and discuss about Brother Yun's college entrance examination results. Tang Meng knew that Zhang Ling was coming to the capital today, so he answered truthfully. Zhang Ling was pleasantly surprised, and his voice instantly raised an octave. What? You said, Chao Shanshan? Brother Yun and Chao Shanshan are together? You didn't lie to me, did you? Is Chao Shanshan okay? Tang Meng smiled and said, I'm not lying to you. I saw Chao Shanshan last night. She is fine now, but she has lost some weight. I see, it's alright, I won't say anything. I'm going to get on the plane soon, and I'll arrive at the Capital International Airport in 2 hours. The flight is. Tell Ling Yun and Shanshan. Zhang Ling's excited voice was hasty and excited. She quickly hung up the phone and boarded the plane with Liang Fingyi. Come on, it's still here. Tang Meng hung up the phone, stared at the phone in a daze for a while, muttered, and got out of the car. Inside the airport, Ling Yin took Chao Shanshan's arm and patiently waited for Kong Shiru's flight to arrive, but he did not sit idle, but let go of his powerful and condensed divine sense, and carefully studied the entire airport. This is the first time for Ling Yin to come to the airport. According to his style, of course he has to study the settings and layout of the airport thoroughly. Hey, technology, awesome high technology, airplanes are really amazing. Only when a cultivator reaches the fourth level of Qi training, that is, in the middle stage of Qi training, can he barely fly in the air, and it is impossible to fly thousands of kilometers in one breath, let alone thousands of kilometers. Kilometers is already the limit, no matter how powerful a genius is, at this level, it is impossible to fly more than 100 kilometers in one breath. Ordinary cultivators, if they want to fly thousands of miles in one breath, at least they have to be in the period of heartbeat or even the period of spiritual silence after foundation establishment. Ling Yin saw the plane with his spiritual sense. He had very complicated emotions in his heart about this world, which he hadn't been exposed to much high technology. Whether it's awe or resistance, Ling Yin himself can't tell the difference. His thoughts drifted to Diaogui Island, and he thought of the missile that was so powerful that it directly sank a patrol ship. An ordinary missile is so powerful. What about atomic bombs, nuclear bombs, laser weapons, and biochemical weapons? Ling Yin has been cultivating desperately and frantically, not only to fight against enemies with ancient martial arts, but also to explore and understand this mysterious planet. He also asked himself to be able to have the power to fight against those powerful high-tech weapons that can destroy a city or even a region. So he practiced crazily, racing against time to practice, becoming as strong as possible, and getting stronger again. The cultivators in the great world of cultivation, who have worked so hard to reach the middle stage of Qi training, or even the late stage of Qi training, are not as good as an airplane in this world, which makes Ling Yin feel very uncomfortable and depressed. Well, it will be great if I return to the Golden Core stage sometime. On the Golden Core road, only after forming a Golden Core, Ling Yin will feel truly at ease in his heart, but that goal is too far away. On this planet with exhausted spiritual energy, Ling Yin is directly unwilling to think about it. Ling Yin, what are you thinking? Look, that group of people are dressed so strangely, they are making martial arts movies. Seeing that Ling Yin hadn't spoken for a long time, Chao Shanshan turned her head and took a look, but found that Ling Yin seemed to be in a daze, so she couldn't help but said with a smile. What? Without Chao Shanshan's reminder, Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness had already enveloped the group of 9 people who had just got off the plane. 9 people are coming out of it. There are old people who are more than 70 years old, some mature and stable middle-aged people, and some young people in their 20s. They all have 2 common characteristics. One is what Chao Shanshan said, the clothes of these 9 people are very strange, all of them have long hair, wearing black ancient robes, obviously just got off the plane, except for the 2 old people. The others, they all ignored the tourists around them paying attention and pointing, but looked at the surrounding environment and people curiously one by one, just like Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden. As for another characteristic, ordinary people can't see it, but Ling Yin can tell that each of these 9 people possesses peerless martial arts. According to Ling Yin's repeated battles and his understanding of the realm of China's ancient martial arts, none of these 9 people is below the 6th and 8th level. Especially those 2 leading elders, their divine splendor is restrained, their aura is long, and their strength is unfathomable. Ling Yin can't even feel their breath. Peerless Master. Just when Ling Yin was secretly shocked and vigilant in his heart, several eyes suddenly looked straight at the place where he was standing, and at the same time, 2 of the 9 people let out a cry of surprise. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The strange costumes of the 9 people immediately attracted many tourists to watch. They looked at the 9 people, pointing and talking about them from time to time. VODTW. Look, filmmakers. Ah, what kind of film are they rushing to shoot? They are in such a hurry. They don't even take off the wig or change their clothes, just take the plane. I haven't heard that there will be a remake of Jin Yang's ancient costume martial arts drama soon. Isn't Swordsman already released? TCH, after watching it for a long time, I didn't even have a familiar celebrity. This TV series is waiting to hit the street, it must be sprayed to death by countless netizens. Who said that? I just came from another terminal, and I saw a large number of fans waiting there holding up signs. There are also many reporters. The hottest star, Fan Rubing, is about to get off the plane. Really? I'll wipe it, then I have to take a look. As soon as I heard that the big star Fan Rubing was going to get off the plane at another terminal, many people flocked there, and the place became quite deserted. Ling Yun didn't care whether Fan Ruhua or Fan Rubing belonged to him. At this moment, he held his breath and focused all his attention on a young man who was walking towards him. It's like facing a big enemy. 20 steps, 10 steps, 8 steps. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer. The young man's every step is full of shocking aura, but he doesn't let his aura go out. He just stares at Ling Yun with cold eyes, as if he could kill Ling Yun at any time. To shoot. Ling Yun was still calm and breezy, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a vague smile on his face, he still held Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulders, calm and composed. If people don't attack me, I won't attack others. If people attack me, it doesn't matter whether you are in public or not, the one who strikes first is definitely Ling Yun, and you will step on him. Ahem. An old cough sounded from behind the young man. Then Ling Yun's consciousness noticed that the lips of an old man moved imperceptibly. That powerful young man stopped suddenly, he stared at Ling Yun twice, then glanced at Chao Shanshan who was beside Ling Yun, and grinned for no reason. An evil voice came into Ling Yun's ears, "Friend. Are you very powerful? Which sect?" Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged. Just smiling, but pretending not to hear, completely ignoring the young man's question. The young man was ignored by Ling Yun, and his face turned black immediately. He stared at Ling Yun again, and said through voice transmission, "Boy, I remember. When we meet again, I will fight you." Ling Yun simply turned his head away. Looking at the crowded exit, he still ignored him. Humph. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't respond to his challenge at all, the young man turned his nose in anger, but his parents didn't dare to make a mistake, so he snorted coldly, turned around and caught up with the other 8 people. Walked towards the airport gate. Ling Yun, what happened just now? I think that young man came for us. It's nothing. Ling Yun smiled and patted Chao Shanshan's shoulder lightly, reassuring her not to care. Ling Yun, did you hear that just now? It seems that Fan Rubing is going to get off the plane soon. Do you want to go and have a look? Chao Shanshan doesn't know ancient martial arts, so she didn't notice the thrilling scene just now. She paid more attention to Fan Rubing's arrival. Fan Rubing is without a doubt one of the hottest beauty stars at the moment. She gets in the headlines every day, not to mention her beauty, the main reason is her status as a big star. Ling Yun dismissively said, "Fan Rubing? What does it matter to us? Don't watch. Teacher Kong's plane will land immediately. Let's leave here immediately after receiving Teacher Kong." Ling Yun simply refused. On the way here, Ling Yun forcibly broke into the Chen family's roadblock. If the Chen family sent people to chase here, the two sides would definitely start a war, and the commotion would be too great. Ling Yun is busy with cultivation, rarely watches movies and TV, let alone pays attention to entertainment news. So far, he doesn't know any of the so-called big stars. He didn't want to know him either. Seeing that Ling Yun was completely indifferent to Fan Rubing, Chao Shanshan couldn't help being secretly happy. She smiled, stopped testing Ling Yun, and concentrated on waiting for Kong Shiru's arrival. Hey! Brother Yun, did you see just now that 9 people, all dressed like that Dugumo, came out of the airport and stunned me? Tang Meng ran over excitedly, shouting at Ling Yun as if he had discovered a new continent. Did you notice how they walked? Ling Yun was more concerned about this. Such 9 peerless masters suddenly came to the capital where the atmosphere is more tense than his golden bough. There must be something, and it is a big thing. Maybe, this should be a master invited by a big family in the capital to help. As soon as they got out of the airport, they boarded a luxury bus and left soon. Did you notice the license plate number of that car? Ling Yun asked immediately. Ah? License plate number? Tang Meng was looking at people, so he didn't pay attention to this. He scratched his head for a long time, and then he took a deep breath and said, "It seems that the bus doesn't have a license plate number." What? No license plate number? This is okay? Ling Yun was shocked. Chao Shanshan also heard that something was wrong. Her pretty face became very serious. She turned her head and asked Tang Meng, "Tang Meng, did you really see clearly that bus doesn't have a license plate number?" Tang Meng didn't expect that Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan paid so much attention to these 9 people. He was suddenly stunned by the question, and said with tongue-tied words, "I really didn't pay attention to the license plate. I just focused on their hairstyles and clothes." Forget about being stupid. Chao Shanshan glared at Tang Meng angrily, and said in a low voice, "In the capital, some cars don't need a license plate, and you can pass without hindrance just by relying on the ID of the person in the car. From this point of view, this group of people must be masters invited by the 6 major families. Chao Shanshan's family is one of the 7 major families, and she used to be very good, but she knew that this was definitely not a master invited by their Chao family, so she directly said that it was the other 6 major families. Ling Yun had figured this out just now. Now that Chao Shanshan said that, he felt more certain, but he was wondering which family it might be. No matter which family it is, it will definitely not be the Chao family or the Ling family anyway. How did I see some students coming in with Fan Rubing's signboard? Can't it be such a coincidence? Fan Rubing is also on this flight? Then we are lucky. Tang Meng excitedly talked about another topic. Blessed eyes? Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng in surprise, but saw that Tang Meng's eyes were full of excitement and ambiguity, and his mouth was about to flow down. Chao Shanshan glared at Tang Meng viciously, and said furiously, "I'm sorry, that big star you admire. If you don't come out of this terminal, you have to go over there to see it yourself. When Teacher Kong comes, don't blame me. We won't wait for you." There are quite a few women around Ling Yun, and for Chao Shanshan, who just reunited with Ling Yun, there are too many, and now she is by Ling Yun's side. She didn't want Ling Yun's soul to be hooked by that female star. Chao Shanshan was not only afraid that Ling Yun would fall in love with Fan Rubing, she was even more afraid that Fan Rubing would not be able to move away after seeing Ling Yun. If it is posted upside down, it will be a big trouble. Hey, if Chao Shanshan knew that the beautiful head teacher she was about to meet would almost become a dish in Ling Yun's bowl, she still didn't know what she would think. Hey, I just said it casually, of course it's Brother Yun's matter that matters. Tang Meng saw Chao Shanshan go crazy. She smiled embarrassingly, and didn't dare to bring up the issue again, but said as if she was taking credit, "Chao Shanshan, let me tell you something. Zheng Ling has already boarded the plane, and will arrive at the Capital International Airport in 2 hours. When Chao Shanshan heard about Zheng Ling, she immediately forgot about Fan Rubing. She asked in surprise, "Really? Zheng Ling is coming to the capital?" Tang Meng nodded and said, "Well, it's true, she called me just now, and when she called, she was getting on the plane, before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Be sure to arrive." Seeing that her best friend was coming, Chao Shanshan was so excited that she hugged Ling Yun's arm and said, "Ling Yun, after we pick up Teacher Kong, go to the Capital International Airport to pick up Zheng Ling. Let's have lunch together." Ling Yun knew that Chao Shanshan was very eager, so he smiled slightly and said, "Okay. I will do as you say." Tang Meng was about to talk to Ling Yun about other things, but at this moment, the airport lobby started to announce that the United Airlines flight had landed. "Kong Shuru is here." Soon, the passengers who got off the plane came to the exit. Tang Meng and Chao Shanshan stood on tiptoe, looking for Kong Shuru's figure from the crowd coming out. Of course Ling Yun didn't need to be so troublesome. He released his consciousness early, and when Kong Shuru showed up, he immediately caught Kong Shuru's alluring figure. It was still a snow-white shirt, tucked into the slender waist that could not be grasped, and the two mature and plump chests were big and round, more and more bulging and protruding. The shirt on top was tight, as if it would burst the buttons at any time. "Jump out." Kong Shuru's lower body is still a touching skirt, but it is no longer black, but enchanting red, forever flesh-colored transparent stockings, high-heeled shoes. The knees under the skirt are smooth and crystal clear, her calves are exquisite and attractive, and her long hair is like a waterfall. Kong Shuru's face was obviously modified on purpose. Her face was no longer as serious as usual, and her eyes were no longer so sharp. Because of her anxiety, Kong Shuru's brows were covered with lingering anxiety and melancholy. As soon as she walked out, her beautiful eyes were condescending, and she looked expectantly at the place where she met people at the exit, looking for her this time. When you come to the capital, the person you want to see the most. Ling Yun. Kong Shuru soon found Ling Yun's figure. She only felt a heat in her heart, followed by a sudden, inexplicable blushing. This is Ling Yun, who has graduated, and the relationship between the two has undergone some subtle changes. Since Ling Yun returned to school and began to review and prepare for the college entrance examination with peace of mind, Kong Shuru completely hid her fiery heart for Ling Yun. Instead, she transformed into a strict head teacher. It can be said that she tried her best to find a way to help Ling Yun get a good grade. The emotional distance between the two is much farther, but the friendship between the two of them as teachers and students was really established during that half-month. Until the end of Ling Yun's college entrance examination, Kong Shuru hadn't come out of this change of identity, and Ling Yun had practiced in seclusion for nearly half a month. The relationship between the two of them was really alienated a lot. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The relationship between Kong Shuru and Ling Yun is estranged, and there are many factors in it, which cannot be explained in a simple sentence. And Yuan. There are reasons for age difference, teacher-student relationship, and Kong Shuru's growing inferiority complex in the face of Ling Yun. Of course, the most important thing was because of Kong Shuru's heart disease, because of the lingering shadow in her heart. Before the college entrance examination, the two almost had a super friendship relationship. When the relationship became strong, Kong Shuru, who was almost 60% to 70% cured by Ling Yun, actually voluntarily gave up the treatment. In a bad mood, Ling Yun took this seriously. After that, he really never treated Kong Shuru again. One of the two was busy with work, and the other was busy with review and cultivation. Quite a lot. However, the illness is the illness, and the feelings are the feelings. After returning to the normal life, the feelings that are forcibly suppressed are like a brewing volcano. Sooner or later, there will be a moment when it erupts. Kong Shuru is already 28 years old, her body and mind need a man to comfort her, and this man is undoubtedly Ling Yun. So many things happened before the college entrance examination. Kong Shuru had already fallen in love with Ling Yun irresistibly. She fell into an emotional vortex, and she couldn't stop. But Ling Yun is different, really different. It can be said that Ling Yun's original heart has been cultivating from the beginning to the end, and has never wavered. So far, among the many goddesses around Ling Yun, including Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, who have been eaten by him, as long as they are not stupid, none of them dare to ask Ling Yun face to face. Do you love me? So far, none. Who has enough confidence and courage to ask Ling Yun, do you love me or not? Even the sturdy Ninger and the arrogant Long Wu, they also dare not. They are afraid of getting a negative answer, because this is a high probability event. Everyone has scales in their hearts. When there is no one in the middle of the night, I will weigh my weight. Occasionally, of course, I will ask myself some key questions about my life and future. Like is one thing, love is another. Up until now, Ling Yun faced the stunning beauty who appeared beside him. Extreme goddess, never from the heart. Take the initiative to say a word of love. At best, that is, like it. It's easy to get Ling Yun's love, but it's too difficult to get Ling Yun's love. Some people will wonder, Ling Yun has done so many things for Zhuang Meifeng and Chao Shanshan, fighting desperately to fight the Sun family and the Chen family, is this not love? If Ling Yun really heard this question, he would probably laugh from the bottom of his heart. Refuse to answer. Rather than saying it is love, it is better to say that it is due to Ling Yun's character of never admitting defeat, never compromise, and never suffers. Ling Yun is a cultivator, what he pursues is his own way, the way of heart, I am invincible. He is the only one who respects me, what he seeks is longevity. The goal determines the mentality and behavior. Ling Yun's goal is not the goal of a mortal, but the goal of a cultivator, his vision. Too high. He was even avoiding it deliberately, preventing himself from truly and deeply falling in love with a woman. In other words, the woman who can really touch Ling Yun's heartstrings has not yet appeared. Like and love are not the same thing, the same, sex and love. Absolutely not the same thing. It was precisely because of this that although he had thoughtful arrangements, he was able to leave Qingshui City without hesitation and go to the capital. It was because of this that Ling Yun was able to set off immediately when he saw Chao Tianlong, and didn't even say goodbye to the many goddesses in Qingshui City, causing them to complain. It is also precisely because of this that Ling Yun is so unrestrained, without any fetters in his heart, and he can do what he wants to do to his heart's content. The mobile phone is thrown in the space ring all day long, and he rarely takes the initiative to call any woman if he has no important business. He stays when he wants to, and leaves when he wants to. This made the women around Ling Yun feel empty in their hearts, because they couldn't hold Ling Yun's heart. In fact, they should be worth laughing at. If in Ling Yun's life, he was still practicing Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, it would definitely be these stunning nightmares. Therefore, for various reasons, Kong Shiru alienated Ling Yun intentionally or unintentionally, but he didn't know that Ling Yun didn't take these things as a big deal at all in his heart. He should practice and fight. What Ling Yun thinks in his heart is always the word, become stronger. Everything he did was also based on these two words, including establishing a huge network of contacts, including getting Tang Meng to make money for him. It's all for him to get more cultivation resources more easily and conveniently. Ling Yun deeply understands that only when he becomes stronger can the relatives and friends around him become stronger accordingly. Of course, Brother Yun has 10,000 confidence in his own charm. No one knows himself better than himself. Desperate cultivation is desperation cultivation. If the goddess squeezes her head upside down, and he has to push her out of his arms, then it is not Brother Yun's style. That's a hypocrite. What's more, none of the women around Ling Yun are beautiful, and what's more, Brother Yun is practicing the yin-yang art of Wen Qi. The most important point is that Brother Yun has a flirtatious nature. If he doesn't tease a beautiful woman when he sees a beautiful woman, he will definitely feel that he has suffered a big loss. Some women understand this point, such as Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Chao Shanshan, Long Wu. But some women don't understand, such as Murong Feishue, such as Kong Shiru. Kong Shiru saw Ling Yun, and then she saw another person, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Chao Shanshan. Teacher Kong. Chao Shanshan's eyes are also very good. She quickly saw the figure of the head teacher, and immediately raised her pink arms and shouted. Kong Xiuru didn't expect to see her two best students here at once, which made her very excited. She immediately quickened her pace, stepped on the escalator of the airport, passed several people in front of her, and trotted down all the way. Ling Yun and Tang Meng naturally went up to meet them immediately. Teacher Kong, are you here? Ling Yun smiled, and blinked his left eye at Kong Xiuru. His eyes were bad. But Kong Xiuru didn't care about Ling Yun at the moment. She had hugged Chao Shanshan tightly, and said happily, Shanshan, the teacher sees you now. I can't contact you for a few months, but I'm so worried. Chao Shanshan cried, Mr. Kong, I miss you too. Kong Xiuru patted Chao Shanshan's back lightly, comforted her twice, then stood up straight, looked Chao Shanshan carefully, and asked with concern, Shanshan, why have you lost so much weight? Chao Shanshan wept and said, Mr. Kong, this is a long story. Some major incidents happened in my family, so. Kong Xiuru was shocked. Her guess turned out to be true. Something happened to Chao Shanshan's house. Kong Xiuru generally understood Chao Shanshan's background, and thought that Chao Shanshan had lost so much weight in 3 months, so what happened to the Chao family? Mr. Kong, it's too noisy here at the airport, let's get in the car and talk while walking. Tang Meng saw that he had finally received someone, and he would not stay here for a long time, so he directly proposed. It is good. Kong Xiuru agreed, and she looked at Ling Yun with concern, then took Chao Shanshan's hand and walked directly outside. The 4 people came outside the airport hall, and all got into the Land Rover. This time Ling Yun couldn't sit in the back seat of the car, and he sat directly in the co-pilot's seat. The Land Rover started and left Nanyuan Airport. Before leaving, Tang Mei reluctantly glanced back and muttered, depressed, I don't know what time Fan Rubing's plane will arrive. This guy Tang Meng still wanted to see Fan Rubing. Mr. Kong, during this time are you alright? Did the students in our class pass the exam? In the car, Chao Shanshan took the initiative to ask Kong Xiuru. Kong Xiuru replied with a smile, of course the teacher is fine. The students in our class also performed well. The results of the college entrance examination are relatively satisfactory, but it's just that Ling Yun ate a big duck egg in the college entrance examination, which is what worries Kong Xiuru the most. Seeing Kong Xiuru looking anxiously at Ling Yun in front of her, Chao Shanshan knew what Kong Xiuru meant, and she smiled and said, Mr. Kong, you don't have to worry about Ling Yun's college entrance examination results. This matter should be cleared up soon. Hey, it's useless even if you find out. The matter is not as simple as you imagined. The teacher has taught for so many years, but I have never heard of it. There is a mistake in the college entrance examination score, and it can be corrected. Kong Xiuru frowned slightly, with a sad face. This was what she was most worried about. Ling Yun spoke, Mr. Kong, don't worry about this matter. I promise, as long as my college entrance examination papers can still be found, then my college entrance examination scores will definitely be changed. Ling Yun is full of self-confidence, even if he does not rely on the influence of the Ling family and the Chao family, but only the Qin family. Ling Yun's college entrance examination scores can be re-established and counted again. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he turned to Tang Meng and said, by the way, I asked you to inquire about the #1 scholar in liberal arts in Qingshui City. How did your inquiry go? According to Ling Yun's prediction, the champion of the college entrance examination in Qingshui City is either Ling Yun or Qi Shaoqing. It is impossible to be someone else. Just as Tang Meng was about to speak, Kong Xiuru said first, don't ask, Qingshui City's top scorer in the college entrance examination has come out. It's from Qingshui No. 9 Middle School. A classmate named Li Tian. He only got a perfect score by 1 point. The province's top scorer in the college entrance examination. What? Li Tian? Ling Yun and Tang Meng were taken aback at the same time. They turned their heads at the same time, and looked at each other, and they could see shock and excitement in each other's eyes, as well as a trace of clear understanding. Kang Xiuru didn't know why the two reacted so strongly. She still frowned, and said, "The teacher also felt very strange. It is said that there is indeed one in Qingshui no. It should be Li Tian, but a female classmate, named Qi Xiaoqing." The college entrance examination mock exam has always been a citywide competition, usually 2 or 3 times. Qi Xiaoqing from Qingshui No. 9 Middle School is not inferior to Ning Lingyu from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. She is naturally well received in the education circle of Qingshui City. Pay attention, so Kang Xiuru knows her. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Ling Yun and Tang Meng suddenly burst out laughing at the same time. Li Daitao froze. Li Tian made Ling Yun's college entrance examination results his own. To be continued. Only 1 point away from the perfect score, Jiangnan Provincial College Entrance Examination Champion. There is no doubt that Ling Yun's grades were all right, and Li Tian's grandson stole them. Hashtag. Ling Yun and Tang Meng figured this out in an instant, and they looked at each other and laughed, almost crying. Hey, Tang Meng, can you drive in a serious manner? Why are you two laughing all of a sudden? Seeing that Tang Meng was driving without looking at the road, Chao Shanshan quickly interrupted their laughter. Ling Yun, what's the matter? Kang Xiuru was also puzzled and asked in bewilderment. Ling Yun managed to hold back his laughter, but he still couldn't help hecking for a long time, and then he explained, Mr. Kang, you don't know that Li Tian, the top student in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, is a fake. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yunxin said, Li Tian is such an idiot, I don't care about my back, but he dared to take over my college entrance examination results. This is really not ordinary courage, this is simply a heifer with its hind legs up. So awesome what? Counterfeit? What's going on? Kang Xiuru hurriedly asked in confusion. Ling Yun suddenly withdrew his smile and said solemnly, Mr. Kang, you don't know that Li Tian didn't take the college entrance examination at all. Ling Yun, who had hoped for full marks in all his homework, got 0 points in all subjects, but Li Tian, who did not take the college entrance examination, got the top score in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province with only 1 point short of a perfect score. Now, isn't this a lice on the monk's head? Isn't it obvious? What? He didn't take the college entrance examination? Are you sure? Chao Shanshan and Kang Xiuru exclaimed excitedly at the same time. If they were not sitting in the car, Kang Xiuru would have jumped up long ago. Ling Yun turned his head, gave Kang Xiuru and Chao Shanshan a don't get excited smile, and said confidently, Of course I can be sure, because I, Li Tian, and Qi Xiaoqing from Qingshui No. 9 Middle School happen to be in the same class. In an examination room. It's not just me. There are also many students from our school who were assigned to that examination room, and they can all testify. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he said firmly, he immediately thought of countless ways to solve this matter. Kang Xiuru quickly recovered from the shock. She thought for a while, and immediately analyzed, according to this, then Li Tian's grades, maybe they are your grades? For Ling Yan's strength. Kang Xiuru is absolutely sure, because before the college entrance examination, Kang Xiuru specially made an appointment with all the teachers in the 3rd and 6th classes of senior high school, and each of them gave Ling Yan a super difficult simulation test paper for the college entrance examination. After Ling Yan finished, they used even the most critical I had to give Ling Yan full marks when he checked the papers. It is the same even for Chinese composition and English composition. Even Ling Yan's Chinese teacher said, don't rush to anything else. As for the more than 800 words written by Chong Lingyun on the test paper, no teacher who graded the test paper would not be shocked and excited. Here is a more interesting thing to talk about. Ling Yun's method has sword intent. I won't mention how natural and smooth his method is. In order not to lose points in his composition, this guy's more than 800 words are not anyhow right. Do not forget. Ling Yun is still a formation master. Ling Yun was able to engrave 49 masters of the spirit gathering array densely on a psychic jade box. Ling Yun's composition is not writing, it is simply setting up. The words are those words, but the strokes of these words. They were all pranked by Ling Yun, or in other words, they deliberately used the technique of setting up the formation, so that people who read this composition would fall into it unconsciously. Phantom and Maze. The Chinese teacher repeatedly emphasized that the grading of the college entrance examination is so stressful. In order to catch up with the progress, the grading teachers would grade the Chinese composition. There are 10 lines at a glance, which is not much better than looking at paintings. Ling Yun is such a smart and bad character. If he knows this, can he not use his own advantages to make money for himself? Ling Yun is sure that no matter who it is, as long as he reads the composition he wrote, it is as if he is admiring a pleasing and shocking painting. After reading it, he will feel a special sense of satisfaction in his heart. This kind of satisfaction will make the marking teacher can't help but give this composition a very high score. Even give full marks directly. The same is true for large-scale analytical questions, including history and politics. With such strength, the outstanding man who beat Qi Shaoqing with a total score of only 1 full point is not Kong Xiuru's outstanding student Ling Yun. Who else could it be? It's not that it can't be done well, nor is it very likely, but it is fundamental. Ling Yun immediately confirmed it, and he immediately said, "This kid is in the same exam room as me again, as long as they explain it well, whether it is changing the name of my exam paper when grading the paper, or when counting the results, just change the names of the 2 people, it's too simple, it can be done by one person." Instructed by the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, and with the cooperation of the director of the Qingshui City Education Bureau, it is really easier to do such a small thing than to get something out of a bag. But, the place where the college entrance examination papers are graded is heavily guarded. How could he do this? This is a crime. Kong Xiuru was extremely shocked. She felt that her outlook on the world, outlook on life, and values were shattered in an instant. Tang Meng smiled and said, "Mr. Kong, I'm afraid you don't know that this Li Tian, his uncle, is the director of our Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education." What? It's Li Jiujiang? Kong Xiuru covered Yanhong's small mouth in surprise. Not only him, but also the director of our Qingshui City Education Bureau, Lu Guanwang, he also has a share. Tang Meng opened up the chatter box, and then he babbled on, from Xie Zhenyan, Go Jun, and Lu Qingtian, how they formed a relationship with Ling Yun, and made a 100 million bet to Ling Yun and Tang Meng. How did Lu Qingtian Guanwang's sister-in-law Qiu Fenghua was caught in bed and kicked out of the education circle in Qingshui City, and then how did she clash with the playboy Li Tian? Tang Meng's eloquence was absolutely undeniable, his thoughts were clear, his eloquence flowed like a river, and he was spitting out his words with high spirits, which made Kong Xiuru and Chao Shanshan exclaimed again and again. It took more than 10 minutes for Tang Meng to explain all the ins and outs of the whole matter. "That's what happened, Mr. Kong, do you understand everything now?" Kong Xiuru was completely stunned. She was dumbfounded and said, "So, it turns out that this matter has something to do with me." If it wasn't for Kong Xiuru, Ling Yun would not have bothered to bring down Wang Weiqing and Qiu Fenghua, the adulterer, and further offend Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang. Ling Yun found a mist in Kong Xiuru's beautiful eyes, and with self-blame, he couldn't help but glared at Tang Meng, then smiled and comforted him and said, "Mr. Kong, don't think too much, in fact, these things are all because of me. It's just that we didn't expect that things would be so coincidental, that this group of people would be connected together, and it would cause me such a big stumbling block in the college entrance examination. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan's eyes turned cold, and he said with a mysterious smile, "But this is also good, the old and new debts will be settled together, and I just happen to make a thorough break with them, and settle these cats and dogs together. When everything comes to light, it's time to make an end." Just as Ling Yan finished speaking, Tang Meng's phone rang. He immediately took out his phone, glanced at it, and said, "Brother Yun, it's Uncle Song calling." Ling Yun snorted with a smile, "It must be about the 100 million bet, let's take it." Tang Meng picked up the phone, "Hello, Uncle Song." Sure enough, it was about the 100 million bet. Xie Zhenyan already knew that Ling Yan scored 0 in the college entrance examination, so they asked someone to find Song Xingyang and ask him to fulfill the bet. Listening to Tang Meng's phone call, Ling Yan smiled and said to himself, "It seems that they jumped out all of a sudden. Yes, this 100 million is in their eyes, but a piece of fat is easier than picking up money for nothing. Now that the opportunity has come, of course I am not willing to give up." Tang Meng turned his head, frowned and looked at Ling Yun and said, "Brother Yun, what should we do now?" As he spoke, Tang Meng stretched out a finger with a bitter face, which meant 100 million, and he couldn't just give it to the other party. Ling Yun shook his head angrily and amusedly, snatched the phone from Tang Meng's hand, and said directly to Song Xingyang, "Hey, Uncle Song, it's me, Ling Yun." When Song Xingyang heard that it was Ling Yun, he was extremely excited, and hurriedly exchanged a few words with Ling Yun, and without gossiping, Ling Yun quickly said, "Uncle Song, don't worry, the person who asked for money is still with you, right? You just need to make a bet and read it to him. I guarantee he won't be able to take the money." "Oh? What's going on?" Song Xingyang was very surprised. With a 0 score in the college entrance examination, Ling Yun would definitely not be able to enter Yanjing University. How could the other party not take the money? "Are you going to be tough?" Ling Yun laughed, "Uncle Song, if I remember correctly, the bet said that the bet should not take effect until the admission notice comes out, right? Now that the results of the college entrance examination have just come out, and they haven't started to fill in their volunteers yet, why are they in a hurry?" Song Xingyang originally thought that Ling Yun was going to be tough in a fit of anger, but it doesn't matter if Ling Yun comes hard, that would be a slap in the face of Song Xingyang. He couldn't provoke Ling Yun, of course he had to pay the money himself. Now when he heard that Ling Yun had followed the gambling rules, he immediately became excited. Without hanging up the phone, he opened the betting contract in his hand, scanned it quickly, and found that what was written in the betting contract was true. Down prevails. When making the bet, both parties took this point into consideration, that is, if Ling Yun happened to take a test that might be admitted to Yanqing University, and Ling Yun also filled in Yanqing University's volunteer, of course, he had to wait until the admission notice came out. Song Xingyang was overjoyed and patted his thigh excitedly, but soon the smile froze on his face again. "But, Ling Yun, your college entrance examination score is 0, why can't you get into Yanjing University?" Ling Yun chuckled, and asked back, "Uncle Song, who stipulated that 0 points in the college entrance examination will prevent you from entering Yanqing University?" To be continued. P.S. Thank you Shadow Sniper for your rewards. Thank you Father of the Golden Boot, Sister Cece, Stabbing Heart, Nye, and so on for your rewards. Bow down and thank you. Don't wait tonight, everyone, there will be 3 chapters tomorrow. Song Xingyang was taken aback when he heard that. That's right, who stipulated that if you get a 0 score in the college entrance examination, you can't get into Yanqing University? According to Song Xingyang's understanding of Ling Yun never fought uncertain battles. From the time he knew Ling Yun to the present, he has never seen Ling Yun suffer a single loss. Ordinary people with a 0 score in the college entrance examination will definitely not be able to enter Yanqing University, but Ling Yun is not an ordinary person. Okay, I know what to do, just wait and see. Song Jingyang said something happily, then hung up the phone excitedly. Ling Yan returned the phone to Tang Meng, with a faint smile on his lips. He said to Tang Meng, wait a minute, our enemies are starting to jump out one by one. Tang Meng's blood boiled, he gritted his teeth and said, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, want to pick up 100 million for nothing? There's no way. Tang Meng has yet to avenge his severed arms and legs, by Xie Zhenyan. In fact, according to Go Junfa's original calculation, making a 100 million bet with Ling Yun was not their goal, but just their first step. Go Junfa is sinister and vicious. In order to avenge Ling Yun, he set up a series of vicious schemes with Xie Zhenyan. After making a bet, his original plan was to invite Ling Yun to play in the nightclub opened by their house, and then let Ling Yun suck white powder, send Ling Yun to prison. Even if this plan fails, Go Junfa is still going to spend a lot of money to hire an assassin to assassinate Ling Yun before the admission notice comes out, and it will be over once and for all. But people are not as good as heaven. Ling Yun just made a bet with them. He went down the Tianqing, disappeared directly from the world, and disappeared for 7 or 8 days. These days when Ling Yun disappeared, it can be said that Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were the happiest moments in their lives. With the support of the Sun family, they jumped up and down and did everything they could. Xie Zhenyan pestered Ning Lingyu repeatedly, and Tang Meng was angry. But I asked Xie Zhenyan to settle the score, but was severely injured by Xie Zhenyan, and Xie Zhenyan was so conscientious that Tang Meng cut off his arms and legs, and Tang Meng was alive. This is already a sworn enemy. Under the instruction of Sun Tianbiao of the Sun family, Xie's family, and Luo Zhong, the Hook family formed an unprecedented alliance. It directly caused a fatal impact on Ling Yun's side. Li Yifeng was inspected by the Discipline Inspection Commission, Tang Tianhao was forced to suspend his duties, and even Master Shui, the genius Dr. Shui, had to avoid his edge. But at this moment, Ling Yun came back from the Tianqing, and after returning to Qingshui City, he turned the tables in the shortest possible time. He wiped out all the masters of the Sun family in Qingshui City that night, and chopped Sun Tianbiao into pieces. Then they demolished the demolition office of Go Lianqing, demolished Tian Buotao's 2 villas, and completely destroyed Luo Chong. The record is strong. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were stunned by Ling Yun's heaven-defying strength displayed in a short period of time, because it was beyond their cognition. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were so frightened that they fled Qingshui City that day before Ling Yun had time to retaliate against them. So far nowhere to be found. The so-called grievances and debtors, the people Ling Yun is looking for are Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. At the same time, considering that Xie Zhenyan's uncle Xie Zhentong holds an important position in the capital, under the persuasion of Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, Ling Yun did not immediately attack the Xie family and the Go family. In a bustling city. At that time, Ling Yun was only at the 4th level of physical training, and his own level was not enough. At the same time, he did not have the power to uproot the Xie family and the Go family at one go. Ling Yun endured it for the time being, and since then, he has never troubled the Xie family and the Go family, he, Tang Tianhao, Li Yifeng and others. The strategy formulated was to use all means to suppress the Xie family and the Go family in Qingshui City. So far, Go Lianqing has not loaned out a sum of money from the bank in Jiangnan province. His younger brother Go Lianshan is still in prison, enduring the pain of retrograde meridians all day long. Even all the nightclubs and underground casinos in Golian City are being suppressed and eroded by Qing Long, and there is no way to fight back. Go Lianqing was completely suffocated, and he was struggling to hold on. This is the reason why Ling Yun immediately judged that it wasn't the Xie family and the Go family who were behind the scenes after knowing that he had scored 0 in the college entrance examination. They don't have the guts, and they don't have the time. But Ling Yun scored 0 in the college entrance examination, and Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, who had endured it for 3 months, saw a glimmer of hope, and they started to move again. How dare to send someone to Song Xingyang's place to let him fulfill the bet? It is really a man's death for money, and a bird's death for food. I'm not afraid of you moving, I'm afraid of you hiding and not moving. Ling Yun and Tang Meng had waited for this opportunity for too long, so Ling Yun said that this time, the old and new debts must be settled together. He wants to uproot the Go family, Xie family, Lu Guanwang, Li Tian, Li Jiujiang, and even the Sun family in the capital once and for all. With the peak of the 9th level of body training, coupled with Ling Yun's current power background, there are Ling family, Qin family, Chao family, Lin family, Shui family, Qinglong, etc. These forces, Ling Yun is confident that he doesn't matter if he doesn't make a move, as long as he makes a move, he will definitely it's crushing. Seeing Tang Meng's appearance, Kong Xiuru was very worried, and she couldn't help persuading her. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, the teacher said a lot of words, I advise you, let's try to solve the problems if we have problems, but it's best not to break the law. At any rate, she is also a teacher. Kong Xiuru expressed her own opinion out of concern for Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't refute on the spot, he smiled lightly and said, I understand. Better not to break the law? This is simply a big joke to Ling Yun. In Qingshui City, Ling Yun had killed nearly 100 masters of the Sun family. On Daogui Island, he had killed more than 200 Japanese devils. He had only been in the capital for a few days, and he had already killed more than 100 ancient martial arts masters of the Chen family. Last night, killed more than 200 blood races. Seriously, the number of people who died at Ling Yun's hands was more than 700, if not 800. Why had he considered the law? One will succeed and 10,000 bones will dry up. Kill if you want. The premise is that your strength, your influence, is strong enough, so strong that when facing you, other people have no other thoughts except surrender. A person who completely surrenders to you and is at your mercy, dares to tell you with confidence, let's talk about the law, it is wrong for you to do this. How ridiculous this is, like an ant saying to an elephant, our lives are equal, it is illegal for you to trample me to death, there is no difference. How can life be equal? Always the bloody law of the jungle. The weak eat the strong. Kong Xiuru looked at Ling Yun's handsome side face, and there was a faint disdain in that mysterious smile, she could only sigh silently in her heart. Tang Meng's phone rang again. Tang Meng picked up the phone, only glanced at it, and suddenly looked sad. After all, I still called. He picked it up helplessly, pretending to be stupid and asking, Dad, what's the matter? Tang Tianhao from Qingshui City stared, what are you talking about? Dozens of people from Qinglong have blocked the gate of the Education Bureau all morning. What do you think? Tang Tianhao is now in Li Yifeng's office, he is anxious, like ants on a hot pot. Now there is really no other way, I can only call to find my precious son. Tang Meng simply became the big shopkeeper, Dad, I'm in the capital now, driving a car, how do I know what to do? Tang Tianhao was almost confused, and said angrily, don't tell me what to do, boy. Tell me what to do. I warn you, if you don't say something, you will really think that I, the police chief, am a vegetarian. Don't dare to arrest people? Hey, river crab, I want river crab. Tang Meng saw that his father was really impatient. He smiled, turned his head to look at Ling Yun and said, Brother Yun, Longwu is going crazy, ask Ah Bing to send someone. Block the gate of the Education Bureau now, what do you think we should do? Ling Yun understood it a long time ago, and he said with a smile, it's almost enough, anyway, we have figured out the matter, you tell Ah Bing, let him remove the person. Oh. Don't forget to say hello to Uncle Tang for me. In the back seat of the car, Kong Xiuru was dumbfounded. She had just finished saying don't break the law, when she heard that the gate of the Education Bureau was blocked, and it was another transfer student of hers who came in halfway, instigated by Long Wu. The most ridiculous thing is that the dignified chief of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau He didn't even make a decision all morning, and even called to ask his son. Kang Xiuru knew that what Tang Tianhao asked was of course not his own son, but Ling Yan's opinion. Kang Xiuru felt dizzy for a while. What kind of unnatural students did she bring with her this year? If she knew that another transfer student of hers, classmate Miao Xiaomiao, broke into the home of the director of the Education Bureau last night, arrested the director of the Education Bureau, Lu Guanwang, and interrogated him for a long time, probably Kang Xiuru would have fainted immediately. Tang Meng simply handed the phone to Ling Yun again. Come on, you should tell my dad yourself. Ling Yun took the phone. Hello, Uncle Tang, it's me, Ling Yun. Oh? It's Ling Yun. Are you okay in the capital? Tang Tianhao's tone immediately changed when he heard Ling Yun's voice. He was kind, as if this was his own son. Thank you, Uncle Tang, for your concern. Everything is fine here. I'm really sorry to cause you trouble because of my affairs. Don't bother, your uncle Li said, it's a trivial matter. What the Education Bureau did this time is indeed a bit too much, it's okay to make a fuss. Tang Meng heard it clearly from the side, he couldn't help grinning, and said to his heart, Dad, even if you are polite to Brother Yun, you don't have to be so obvious, right? How come it's just a scolding at my place, but it's just a riot at Brother Yun's side? Ling Yun smiled and said, Uncle Tang, I already know the whole thing, don't worry, I will let those people leave immediately. Tang Tianhao was in a hurry all morning, waiting for Ling Yun's words. He was really relieved, but he heard Ling Yun say on the phone, Uncle Tang, please tell Uncle Li, let him prepare in advance, the director of the Education Bureau of Qingshui City is going to be replaced. Ah? Oh. Tang Tianhao was taken aback for a moment, but he understood in an instant, and couldn't help but shudder in his heart, saying, Lu Guanwang, you are really bumping yourself into a rock. How well Tang Tianhao knew Ling Yun, he knew that with Ling Yun's words, Lu Guanwang, the deputy bureau chief, had fallen. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun's spiritual sense swept the back of the car, he couldn't help frowning slightly, and said to Tang Meng annoyedly, there is a fork in the road ahead, get off the 5th Ring Road, and drive on the trail. The enemy is catching up. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brother Yun, we seem to be being targeted. Tang Meng turned 2 turns in succession and drove the car onto a remote path. However, there were still 5 cars behind the Land Rover, and they hung behind them unhurriedly. Copy address access. Ah? Then what should I do? Kang Xiuru encountered this kind of thing for the first time. She turned her head and looked back, her expression was a little panicked. Ling Yun turned around, gave Kang Xiuru a comforting smile, and said lightly, that depends on what they want to do. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun said to Tang Meng, find a place where no one is around, stop the car, and let them go. Kang Xiuru was so scared that she was scared, she said anxiously, Ling Yun, we should drive to places with a lot of people, so they don't dare to mess around, and we can call the police. Ling Yun Tang Meng was speechless after hearing this, and said to himself, Mr. Kang, to deal with an enemy like the Chen family, even if you call the police, it is useless. So far, the solution that Kang Xiuru can think of to solve the problem seems to be to find the police uncle besides the law. Brother Yun has always used violence to control violence, this is the easiest and most enjoyable way. Tang Meng stopped his Land Rover on a small road. It was almost noon and the sun was scorching and dazzling. This small road was very quiet and few people passed by. You all stay in the car, and when I get rid of these flies, we'll go right away. Ling Yun's tone was very flat, he said something as if nothing had happened. With a mysterious smile on his face, he opened the door and got out of the car. Boom. After closing the car door casually, Ling Yun leaned back on the car, quietly watching the 5 cars chasing after him, with a half-smile. Inside the car, Kang Xiuru looked back nervously. When she saw more than 20 burly men getting out of the 5 cars, she was so nervous that she almost suffocated, and her right hand was clenched unconsciously. Chao Shanshan asked, with a pale face, Tang Meng, what are they doing? They don't want to fight, do they? Such a battle. It's not like Tang Meng met once or twice, he also said calmly, Mr. Kong, don't worry about it, just wait and watch the excitement. Chao Shanshan also said to Kong Xiuru very calmly, Mr. Kong. Don't worry, Ling Yin will be fine. Last night, Ling Yin killed all directions in the torrential rain. That battle was thrilling and left an unforgettable impression on Chao Shanshan. In Chao Shanshan's heart, Ling Yin is the brave god of war. Outside the car, 22 burly men surrounded him silently. All of them had cold expressions and chilling eyes, looking at Ling Yin as if he was their prey. 2 people who looked like leaders stood at the front, and they stood side by side 6 meters away from Ling Yin. One of them spoke directly. Boy from out of town, did your car run into a roadblock just now? Did you hit 2 people? Ling Yin had a half smile, he didn't speak, but just nodded. Boy, looking at your clothes, you don't look like an ordinary person. You should know that in the capital, there are some rules that must be followed. Ling Yin finally spoke, his expression was indifferent, and he smiled casually, I really don't know. The other leader was angry. He shouted violently, Boy, stop pretending to me. Look at the way you talk, you are too crazy? Facing the hostile and murderous 20-odd people in front of them, Ling Yan's eyes, Ling Yan's expression, and Ling Yan's movements. It's just 2 words, contempt. If Ling Yan behaved arrogantly, and domineeringly, it would make the members of the Chen family less annoyed, but his calm and casual attitude of not taking them seriously, in the eyes of the members of the Chen family, is absolutely pretentious, naked pretentious. Ling Yin smiled, Stop writing, just tell me directly, what are you trying to do after so much trouble chasing after you, tell me. I'm in a hurry, I don't have time to waste time with you. The leader at the beginning saw that Ling Yin really didn't take them seriously, he also got angry from his heart, and said in a deep voice, Boy, I don't care who you are, you broke into the roadblock and injured our people, you must come with us. Ling Yin smiled, he looked up at the sky, raised his hand and pointed at the top of his head, Oh? In broad daylight, the world is bright and bright. See what you mean, do you want to arrest me? Why do you arrest people? Just because I beat your 2 dogs? You. The 2 leaders were furiously provoked by Ling Yin, they couldn't help but looked at each other, and they could clearly see the anger in each other's eyes. Boy, it seems that you didn't eat the toast, did you have a fine wine? Ling Yin chuckled and said, I'm sorry, whether it's your toast or penalty, I don't want to eat it. These 2 leaders are all masters of the 3rd level of Xiantian, and the 20 people they brought have also reached the level of Xiantian. Before they came, they already knew that Ling Yin was raising his hand, so they took the 2 people of the 7th level of Hotian. The master beat the shit out of him, so he knew that Ling Yin must be a master of ancient martial arts. But they didn't know which family Ling Yin belonged to, and they didn't know which faction he belonged to, so when they came up with the attitude of wanting to have a good talk with Ling Yin. But who would have thought that Ling Yin didn't take them seriously at all, and didn't even have the slightest intention to talk to them, and made it clear that he wanted to fight. Of course Ling Yin would not talk to them, for the Chen family, he no longer needed to talk. Now that things are up to now, it's good that Ling Yin didn't directly enter the Chen family, what a fart. Then, do you mean not to talk about it? Okay, the last question, which family are you from? Or, which family do you help? Ling Yin smiled faintly, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying at all. The 2 leaders looked at each other again, and they finally decided to kill. Do it. One of the leaders yelled loudly. Following his order, the subordinates behind them, who could not wait for a long time, immediately jumped out of the 4 of them, and rushed to Ling Yin in a flash, without saying hello, they just shot. What? In the car, Kong Shuru saw that the two sides hadn't said a few words, and immediately moved her hands. She couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Clap clap. For crisp slaps sounded at the same time, Ling Yan slapped his hand round, and gave a big mouthful to each of the 4 people who rushed up. Just turn them around in circles. Ah! With 4 miserable howls, the 4 innate masters were slapped in the face by Ling Yan's slap before they even touched Ling Yan's clothes. The 2 leaders were dumbfounded at the same time. From their eyes, they didn't see how Ling Yan made a move. Ling Yan's attack speed is really too fast. Hit a hard stubble. This is the real thought that popped up in the hearts of the 2 leaders in an instant. My God, this boy looks like he will never be over 20 years old. How can he slap these innate masters with a big slap, just like the school head teacher slaps a primary school student? The scariest thing is not this, the scariest thing is that until now, these 2 innate 3rd-level masters have never been able to see through Ling Yan's realm. No matter how they look at it, Ling Yan is in their eyes. He's just an ordinary boy, the only feature is that he looks too handsome. I am going to kill you. A master who had his face slapped had never been humiliated like this before. After covering his cheeks and howling, he immediately became furious and rushed forward frantically again. That's what you said. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and kicked sideways with one kick, that leg swung like a windmill. With the sound of the wind, it was drawn on the head of that master. Snapped. It's not that the innate master didn't want to hide, but he couldn't dodge at all. He was kicked straight by Ling Yun. This time, he didn't even shout, and was kicked by Ling Yun directly. His tall figure was more than 10 meters away. Just landed. Not even a struggle. After landing, it lay there like a dead dog, motionless. This is Ling Yun's Wind and Thunder Vajra legs that are comparable to Tiangang Fumiquan. In broad daylight, he didn't want to kill people, so he only used 10% of his strength to kick this innate 1st-level master, which was seriously injured and knocked unconscious. Let's go up together. Ling Yun sneered and looked at the stupid 21 people on the opposite side, raised his right hand with the palm facing upwards. I made a move to them, I don't want to waste time. The faces of the 2 leaders became ugly at this time, and now they understood, no wonder the other party didn't bother to talk nonsense to them. They, in the eyes of the young man in front of them, were nothing but ants. Oops, it turns out that this kid is hiding something, Brother Liu, what should we do? One of the leaders said to the other, through sound transmission. Another leader gritted his teeth and replied, I'll try it in the past. After finishing speaking, the leader raised his innate chi to the peak in an instant. He came to Ling Yun in a flash, and punched Ling Yun. Not convinced? Ling Yun yelled lightly, and shot like lightning, grabbed the leader's wrist at once, and at the same time used his fingers hard. Crack! There was an extremely unpleasant bone-cracking sound, which could make one's teeth ache. Ling Yun abruptly broke the man's wrist. Roll! Ling Yun was not polite, he threw it away, and flew the leader flying out of the sky, and there was a miserable howl of pain in the sky. Ah! This young man is so ruthless, let's fight together and destroy him. The other leader saw that Ling Yun had crippled the 2 of them with 2 shots. He was so angry that he couldn't care less, and ordered everyone to go together. That's right. Ling Yun chuckled, and used the phantom fish dragon step, leaving a real afterimage on the spot, but his figure has already rushed into the opponent's crowd. Bang, bang, bang sounded one after another. Ling Yun was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his hand was like lightning, his feet were like a wheel, only one back and forth, the other 19 people were all blown away by him, including the leader, none of them returned. Can stand. In a split second, everything was overturned. After beating the man, Ling Yun didn't stop walking, and with a light step, he came to the leader who was lying on the ground, and smiled at him. Do you know why they didn't kill you? He raised his hand and pointed to his Land Rover license plate number, as if reminding him. He said, "Go back, tell your master, let him use his power. Well, check carefully, who owns this car?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Don't dare not. The leader was kicked by Ling Yun and broke the knee of his left leg. He was in cold sweat all over his body in pain, trembling to express the fear in his heart. Hashtag. This is real fear. It was the fear that went deep into the bone marrow and carved into the soul. When a person is killed, once it is over, there will be no fear, because he will lose consciousness forever before he feels the fear. But among the 22 people, Ling Yun didn't kill any of them, but severely wounded them all within one move. That kind of domineering, fierce, arrogant and invincible image was planted in the hearts of these people all of a sudden, and they were all scared to death up. This young man is simply an existence that cannot be offended. Apart from not daring, the leader didn't know what else to say. It was lucky that he didn't die this time, and there was no extravagance. They also took advantage of it. If it wasn't for Kong Shiru sitting in the car, Ling Yun would very likely be killing people today, and none of them would even want to go back alive. Hey, Brother Yun seems to have changed. It's a bit different from yesterday. At this moment, Tang Meng, who poked his head out of the car window and saw the scene clearly, couldn't calm down for a while. He felt that Ling Yun's performance today had changed slightly from usual. What is different? Tang Meng tried his best to use his brain, turned, and finally he patted his thigh lightly, and said from his heart, "Brother Yun seems to have lost a lot of scruples." This is exactly the fact. After saving the Chao family, saving the second uncle Ling Yu, and saving Chao Shanshan, after Ling Yun killed more than 400 people magnificently, when he was taking care of Chao Shanshan last night, he thought deeply. He felt that, relying on the science and technology of this world, as well as his performance against the sky, it was impossible for him to hide his identity in the capital. Unless Ling Yun is no longer active from the capital. What should we do? After deliberation, Ling Yun finally made a decision that made his blood boil: fight for the sky. I even hacked Qin Jianjia, who was at the peak of the 8th level of innateness, so what is there to be afraid of? Now among the 7 major families in the capital, Ling Yun has recognized his ancestors and returned to them. After entering the door of the Ling family, the Chao family was rescued by him again. The Long family and the Yi family have not responded so far, and the Li family is neutral. After all, Ling Yun's enemy in front of him is the Sun family, who was scared by him. It's just the Chen family who was disabled by him. He no longer needs to hide his head and show his tail. At least, he no longer needs to hide the name of Ling Yun in Qingshui City. Like a ghost, secretly facing and resolving various matters in the capital, although this brought great convenience to Ling Yun, it also made him tied up and caused a lot of unnecessary troubles. As we all know, Brother Yun is the person who hates trouble the most. He does what he can and stops when he does. Hit when you need to hit, kill when you need to kill. Flowing clouds and flowing water, with no trace of state of mind, this is Ling Yun's nature. This morning, the moment Ling Yun woke up Chao Shanshan from her nightmare, this thought suddenly became clear and profound in Ling Yun's mind. If you want to protect your relatives and friends, passive defense alone is not enough. Ling Yun wants to walk under the dazzling sky, create a world of his own, make the enemy tremble, make the enemy crawl in fear, and dare not have the idea of against him. Qin Dongxue is right, Lao Tzu is now the capital of China. The authentic dude of one of the dignified 7 great families, okay. When Qin Dongxue met Ling Yun for the first time, she was only at the peak of the 3rd level congenital realm, but why could she show that kind of indisputable domineering? The answer is very simple, not only Qin Dongshue's strength and character, but most importantly, her identity background. Lei Shun, the leader of the Shenying team, was shocked by Qin Dongshue's words. Up to now, He dare not take any action towards Ling Yun explicitly. The real scruple is that Qin Dongxue is from the Qin family. So Ling Yun has changed. And the last catalyst that caused all this to happen, that is, the last straw that broke the camel's back, was the roadblock that the Qin family set up on the Fifth Ring Road. After Ling Yun beat someone under the camera, forcibly broke through the roadblock, and swaggered away, his state of mind has reached perfection, and there are no more obstacles in his heart. Of course, although he was also rampant, today's Ling Yun is no longer the Ling Yun who has been fighting and charging in Qingshui City. The power and reliance behind him are enough for Ling Yun to act recklessly in Huaxia. Boom! Ling Yun flashed into the car, pulled the car door comfortably, and said to Tang Meng, "Let's go to the Capital International Airport." "Brother Yun, these people." Tang Meng was obviously not at ease. Ling Yun smiled slightly. "I asked them to go back and report a letter for me, saying that Ling Yun from Qingshui City has come to the capital." Tang Meng's heart trembled, and he said, "Well, Brother Yun has arrived in the capital all the way arrogantly," and he was so relieved that he quickly started the car. "There is the Sixth Ring Road ahead. Shall we take the Sixth Ring Road?" "It is good." Land Rover moved forward slowly. In the back seat of the car, Kong Shiru's pretty face was pale, with shock and disbelief written all over her face. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun affectionately, her eyes were full of little stars, and her tenderness was like water. Ling Yun was alone against 22 burly men, but the battle ended within 2 minutes. If the time spent talking between the two sides was removed, Ling Yun actually knocked everyone down in less than 20 seconds. What is this concept? Kong Shiru couldn't imagine that from this moment on, Kong Shiru's outlook on the world and life completely changed. She didn't know what to say at all. After thinking about it, she finally thought of her own head, and her heart trembled secretly. If I let Ling Yun accompany me home, will those damned troubles, and that damned person? Ling Yun, they must know who you are through the license plate number now. Chao Shanshan was secretly excited when she saw Ling Yun taking care of the follower, but she couldn't help reminding her. "It's okay, I just want to let them know." Ling Yun said indifferently, and then secretly said to Chao Shanshan, "Otherwise, I would have slaughtered them all just now." "Well, but if that's the case, they can definitely find out that the two of us belong to the same class." Chao Shanshan Bingxue is smart, she thinks a lot. The license plate number is the ID card of the car. Ling Yun's license plate number is real, through the license plate number of the Land Rover, relying on the influence of the Chen family, not to mention checking Ling Yun's identity to the bottom, but also not much to go. "I've thought of all this, don't worry, it's okay." Ling Yun replied lightly, comforting Chao Shanshan, but he said in his heart, "Anyway, the Sun family and the Chen family will not be able to play for a few days." The car drove on the Sixth Ring Road, driving from south to north. This is already the outermost part of the capital. Occasionally, there are hills and trees on the side of the road, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Tang Meng drove the car very fast. "Brother Yun, let's pick up Zheng Ling. Where should we go for dinner?" Tang Meng couldn't stay idle, held back for a long time, and asked Ling Yun himself. Before Ling Yun could speak, Chao Shanshan said with a coquettish smile, "You just know how to eat." After making complaints about Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan then said, "Go eat roast duck. I know there is a place, although the shop is not big, but their roast duck is the most authentic in Beijing. Zheng Ling has been asking me to treat her to roast duck all day long, but I haven't invited her yet." The Quanjued roast duck in Beijing is naturally well known both at home and abroad, but the most authentic roast duck is not in the big restaurants that everyone is familiar with. Chao Shanshan's status is distinguished, so of course she is not within the range of those people. She has always eaten the most authentic roast duck since childhood. With the status of Chao Shanshan, if you want to have a good meal, you no longer choose a restaurant, but order a chef, and you must be a chef. Ling Yun was amused in his heart. He turned his head to make fun of Chao Shanshan and said, "I think you are greedy?" Chao Shanshan's pretty face was blushing, her big watery eyes gave Ling Yun a white look, and she said coquettishly, "Fuck you, I wanted to let you have a good meal by the way, but who knows that you don't know good people." In those eyes, in those words, towards Ling Yun, he doesn't care about other people's coquettish love, even a fool can understand it. Kong Shiru is not an idiot, she naturally understands it. This made her sit on the back seat of the car, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles, with mixed feelings in her heart, and she felt a little sour. This is the rhythm of the vinegar jar being overturned. Okay, since the place to eat has already been decided, why don't you even give us instructions on where to stay tonight, and ask Tang Meng to book a room early. Ling Yin was very happy to see Chao Shanshan smiling and showing more and more ease. Don't worry about it, I know that. Teacher Kong and Zhang Ling will definitely live well, and you will pay for it anyway. Chao Shanshan chuckled. Yes, I will pay, and I will treat guests. Ling Yin was willing to be taken advantage of, but felt that his heart was more open than ever. At 12:40, Capital International Airport. My God, it's so big? Ling Yin got out of the car, looked at the international airport in front of him, and heard the loud noise of the plane taking off or landing, and couldn't help being stunned. Beijing Capital International Airport has countless domestic and international flights every day, so can it be big? Okay, it's not that I haven't seen the airport before, I'll know it once I come here, so why is the reaction so big? Chao Shanshan held Kong Shiru's arm intimately, coquettishly teasing Ling Yun, a real rookie. Tang Meng quickly parked the car, walked back, and said to Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, I know which terminal Zhang Ling came out from, shall we go in?" Chao Shanshan met her homeroom teacher and her best friend Zhang Ling within a day, which made her very excited after being reborn, and said, "Tang Meng, just tell me which flight Zhang Ling is on, I am too familiar with this airport." Needless to say, Chao Shanshan has special treatment, and she never spends money by plane. She used to fly to Qingshui and Beijing once every 2 weeks on average, and she is really familiar with it. The four entered the airport hall with ease and went straight to Zhang Ling's exit. 25 minutes later, the airport notified that Zhang Ling's flight had landed. "Look, Zhang Ling is here." Chao Shanshan cheered and waved to the crowd. "Hey, why is she here?" However, Kong Shiru saw the enchanting woman beside Zhang Ling, Liang Fingyi. To be continued. If there was only one word to describe Liang Fingyi, the most accurate word would be enchanting. But one word is not enough, far from enough, adding another word will be more accurate, it is stunner. Enchanting stunner. And this is not only the characteristic of Liang Fingyi, it is one of the common characteristics of the pair of sisters Liang Fengqin and Liang Fingyi. Both of them are the kind of enchanting stunners who make men's blood boil with just one look. Of course, there are differences. Liang Fengqin is a piano-performing artist of a provincial art troupe. Her enchanting appearance carries a noble and elegant serious temperament, which is suitable for appreciation from a distance, but makes people dare not approach. And Liang Fingyi is the attending surgeon of the provincial hospital. Her enchanting is more pure and charming. The whole person is like a ball of constantly changing flames, and like a powerful magnet, firmly attracting everyone around her eyeballs. I just want to get closer and closer, and I don't want to look away. It can be seen from their occupations that the two sisters have a pair of peerless hands. One plays the piano, and the other is the chief surgeon. The two hands are as white and slender as spring onions, and they are more beautiful and slender than ordinary women's hands. If the two sisters change their careers to be hand models at the same time, I believe their income will definitely be the top. Liang Fingyi's hairstyle was changed. She didn't put her hair in a noble bun as usual, but let her black and beautiful hair spread out, fluttering freely behind her, exuding a wanton sex appeal. She has a ruddy face with melon seeds, a smooth and pointed chin, light makeup, slender crescent eyebrows, and a pair of slightly narrow red phoenix eyes below, with light eyeshadow applied. The corners of the eyes are slanted upwards, and the eyelashes are long and dense, a straight and small nose bridge, and a bright red and seductive sexy mouth. The corners of her lips are slightly raised, and there is a charming beauty mole on the left corner of her mouth. She is wearing a waist-fitting and hip-covering dress. The color is eye-catching fiery red, which makes her already white and crystal-clear skin even more white and dazzling. She has no shoulders and sleeves, a tube top and no suspenders. The hot figure supports this hip skirt. Convex and concave, exquisite and attractive. The clavicle is delicate. The snow-white towering twin peaks extrude an attractive deep groove, the buttocks are round, and the slender and straight snow-white thighs are exposed to the heat wave of the air. As she walks forward, the willow waist swings, and the extremely narrow hem covers the buttocks. The skirt was stretched tightly, twisting and turning, like a mysterious and alluring gorgeous flame. Sexy and charming, hot and alluring. As soon as Liang Fengyi's figure appeared in the airport hall, she immediately attracted the attention of countless men, even several male passengers who took the same flight as her. Can't help but squeeze to her side. Just looking at Liang Fengyi, Ling Yun suddenly froze, his whole body froze, and he felt an evil fire burning from his lower abdomen. The blood surged up, and the brain was not enough. Even with Ling Yun's concentration, if he just looked at it for a while, he would have a nosebleed. But Ling Yun still couldn't bear to look away, as if he was dazed. His eyes followed Liang Fengyi's figure closely. A voice in my heart roared, "I can't take it anymore." Did you do it on purpose? Was it on purpose? Was it on purpose? Under the condition of surge of hormones, Ling Yun subconsciously operates the yin-yang divine eye. Even if he dies, he has to take a look. Let's talk when he is addicted. Gulu. At this moment, beside Ling Yun, there was a clear sound of swallowing saliva, and he swept it with his spiritual sense. But he saw Tang Meng's eyes were straight, his Adam's apple was shaking up and down, his face was flushed, and his nose was about to bleed. Tang Meng was able to relieve Ling Yun by doing this. He bit the tip of his tongue suddenly, and forced his eyes back under the severe pain. He kicked Tang Meng's ass fiercely. Ouch! Who's kicking me? Tang Meng was almost kicked away, and the pain caused him to quickly cover his buttocks with his hands, and shouted in a daze. Sanshan! Zhang Ling! At this moment, Zhang Ling finally rushed in front of Chao Shanshan, and as the four groups of towering soft flesh with amazing elasticity collided intimately, the two girlfriends hugged each other tightly. Shanshan, I'm so worried about you. Zhang Ling, I miss you too. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling hugged each other tightly, expressing their miss after a long absence, and expressing the joy and excitement of their reunion. Teacher Kong. After embracing Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling threw herself into Kong Shiru's arms and hugged her warmly. Zhang Ling, the teacher congratulates you. You performed very well in the college entrance examination, and you got admitted to your ideal university as you wished. Kong Shiru smiled and encouraged her. Seeing Zhang Ling hugging this and that, but not hugging himself, Ling Yun was a little speechless. Now he was looking forward to Zhang Ling's unusually large and full chest hitting his chest fiercely. It must be very ecstasy to say. At this moment, taking advantage of Chao Shanshan's inattention, Zhang Ling lay on Kong Shiru's fragrant shoulder, and gave Ling Yun a shy but bold, ambiguous, and affectionate look. This almost made Brother Yun's soul go out of his body, his excited tiger body trembled, and he thought that no matter what he said today, he had to find a chance to make out with Zhang Ling. Wash it up tonight and wait for me. Ling Yun was so stimulated by Liang Fengyi that he said to Zhang Ling through voice transmission. Then he saw that Zhang Ling Yuan's face turned red all of a sudden. Hello Chao Shanshan. Liang Fengyi also came to the crowd, with a charming smile on her charming face. She seemed to turn a blind eye to Ling Yun and Tang Meng, and took the initiative to say hello to Chao Shanshan. Hello, Aunt Liang. Chao Shanshan had been best friends with Zhang Ling for 3 years, so she naturally knew Liang Fengyi, and she was very polite to Liang Fingyi. Zhang Ling had separated from Kong Xiuru at this time, and Liang Fingyi happened to look over to Kong Xiuru. Kong Xiuru and Liang Fingyi, two pairs of beautiful eyes, met in the air, admiring each other's beauty with critical eyes, but there was an inexplicable feeling in their eyes. "Hello, Teacher Kong." "Hi, Dr. Liang." When Lingyun Clinic opened, the two met and had a chat, so they also know each other. After shaking hands with Kong Xiuru, Liang Fingyi finally looked at Lingyun. There was coquettishness, reproach, majesty, and a trace of anger in her eyes. "Lingyun, you are really good at it, you. After the college entrance examination, you ignored Zhang Lingli of my family. Is there anyone like you who is a boyfriend like this?" Kong Xiuru was dumbfounded. Chao Shanshan seemed to be struck by lightning, her delicate body shook, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Tang Meng, who was still rubbing his buttocks next to him, just stood there stupidly. No one expected that Liang Fingyi would attack Lingyun at this time, and everyone didn't react immediately. They were all stunned. Auntie. What are you talking about?" Zhang Ling immediately knew something was wrong when she heard it. She quickly let go of Chao Shanshan's hand and wanted to explain, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know what should I say. Yes, after the night on the luxury yacht in the middle of Qingshui Lake, Lingyun and Zhang Ling also kissed passionately. Zhang Ling's body has also been touched countless times by Lingyun. The relationship between the two, aunt and mother also know, they are indeed lovers. What's more, Lingyun said just now, let her wash up tonight and wait. What Lingyun wants to do, Zhang Ling knows best. Things have come to this point. It is absolutely impossible for Zhang Ling to withdraw voluntarily, but now is not the time to make it public. She wants to take it slowly. Shut up, what are you? You have chased after your boyfriend all the way to the capital, so there is nothing my aunt can say. How many days have passed? How many times do you have to say about Lingyun? Hundreds of times. My aunt's ears are numb, can't you just ask him today? Liang Fingyi didn't let Zhang Ling explain at all. She spoke huanging like a machine gun, and directly suppressed what Zhang Ling wanted to say. Zhang Ling's parents divorced today. Zhang Ling didn't know. But Liang Fingyi and Liang Fengqin are biological sisters, how could she not know? Liang Fingyi's love for Zhang Ling is no less than that of Zhang Ling's biological mother, Liang Fengqin. Liang Fengqin finally divorced, and she felt relieved, but seeing her sister's family broken up and Zhang Ling becoming a real single-parent family, she was suffocating fire in her heart. Now Zhang Ling madly in love with Lingyun, but not being valued by Lingyun, Liang Fingyi couldn't hold back any longer, so she simply spoke out when they met. The relationship between Chao Shanshan and Lingyun, as well as the relationship between those stunning beauties in Qingshui City and Lingyun, Liang Fingyi is now clear in her heart. She does not want her closest niece to have the same fate as her sister. Liang Fingyi naturally knew Lingyun's strength and excellence, and how many women loved Lingyun deeply. She also knew that she couldn't stop her, but why those women could proudly say that they were Lingyun's girlfriend, and Zhang Ling always swallowing your breath and not daring to admit it. Sister, you broke out, and it was deliberate. She needed Lingyun to give Zhang Ling a title. Zhang Ling didn't know what to say for a while. She first glanced at Lingyun in panic, and then looked at Chao Shanshan cautiously, pinching the corner of her clothes with her small hands. Her face flushed. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled. She clenched her lower lip with her white teeth, almost bleeding from the bite. She was so upset that she didn't say a word. Zhang Ling? Lingyun's girlfriend? This? Kong Xiuru had mixed feelings in her heart. After a little thought, she suddenly blushed. Taking advantage of people not paying attention, she gave Lingyun a hard look. Well, this damn brat, he bullied me like that, and he is not idle on weekdays. The two best female students in his class, one school belle and the other class belle, were all taken down by him. The four beauties were all waiting for Lingyun to speak, as if Ling Yun had suddenly become the target of public criticism. After being stunned for a moment, Brother Yun quickly regained his composure. He brushed his long hair 3 times coquettishly, then squinted at Liang Fingyi, and said slowly, "Who said should I ignore Zhang Ling? The two of us are doing well." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took a step towards Zhang Ling, gave the panicked and embarrassed Zhang Ling a bright and charming smile, then relaxed his right arm, wrapped around Zhang Ling's waist, and gently hugged Zhang Ling. "Take it lightly." At the same time, Brother Yun's left hand was not idle. He stretched out his left hand, and embraced Chao Shanshan, who was throbbing with emotion, into his arms. "Here comes a hug. Go back, open the room," Ling Yun said with a smile. Regardless of Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling's desperate struggle, he directly lifted them off the ground and took the lead to walk outside. Seeing this domineering, arrogant, and heaven-defying scene, Kong Xiuru was dumbfounded, and Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Yujia Liang Fingyi is even more stupid. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. This bastard, every time he does things, he is so unexpected. Seeing Ling Yun's audacity, the enchanting Liang Fingyi blushed suddenly after being stunned by Ling Yun's boldness, muttered something in her heart, stomped her feet vigorously, and then stepped forward happily and angrily. Anyway, Ling Yun did not escape. He answered Liang Fingyi's question with practical actions. Liang Fingyi was still very happy. After Kong Xiuru was stunned, her face suddenly became hot. Ling Yun knew how to act unconstrained and unscrupulous, but Kong Xiuru was an ordinary person, and she was an excellent high school teacher. The reason why Mr. Kong, who has always been serious and conscientious, is blushing is because Ling Yun, who is full of arrogance and embraces left and right, and Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, who are in Ling Yun's arms, are all her students, and they can be said to be the best 3 students. Could it be that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked in the legend? Thinking of this, Kong Xiuru's face turned even redder. Kong Xiuru suddenly discovered that she, the head teacher of Class 3 and Class 6 of high school, had failed very well, and her education had also failed. Huh. It's okay at last, they have all graduated, and now I don't have to manage them like I used to. Kong Xiuru's self-criticism was not thorough. She quickly found a reason for herself, and then quickly chased after her. Brother Yun is Brother Yun. No matter where he is so coquettish. We must study hard and follow in Brother Yun's footsteps. After Tang Meng was stunned, he muttered to himself and criticized himself. While throwing off his footsteps, he strode out of the airport lobby. Next to the Land Rover. Ling Yun, you still don't let us go? Chao Shanshan blushed, and struggled in Ling Yun's arms in shame and indignation. As for Zhang Ling, it's a miracle that she hasn't fainted yet. Hey, don't let go, I'm afraid you'll run away again. Ling Yun deliberately giggled. Shamelessness, this place is in public, not when coaxing your wife, you have to get in the car first. Tang Meng received Ling Yun's voice transmission. He came to the Land Rover first and opened the door for Ling Yun. Ling Yun first put Chao Shanshan into the back seat of the car, and then he also got in with Zhang Ling, who was blushing like blood. But Chao Shanshan shouted, "Let Zhang Ling come in first, the two of us have to sit together." Ling Yun knew that the two must have something to say. He didn't stop him, and pushed Zhang Ling into the car as if nothing had happened. Before the two of them sat down, he also lowered his head and got in, and sat directly next to Zhang Ling. Kong Xiuru and Liang Fingyi came over quickly, as if they were ashamed to sit with their 3 students, and without waiting for others to speak, Kong Xiuru directly opened the car door and took the co-pilot seat. Never come down again. Kong Xiuru has a ghost in her heart, only she and Ling Yun in the back seat of the car know it. Tang Meng was a little afraid of Liang Fingyi's aura. He stood under the scorching sun, waiting for Liang Fingyi to get into the car. Land Rover is very spacious, the back seat is squeezed, there is no problem for 4 people, and now 3 people are seated. Why is it hotter than Qingshui City today? Liang Fingyi couldn't bear the high temperature. She covered the sun with a delicate handbag, muttered dissatisfiedly, opened the rear door and got in. Ah, brat, why are you sitting here? Liang Fingyi saw that the person next to her was Ling Yun, and she exclaimed coquettishly. Ling Yun was speechless, he shrugged helplessly. Then he looked around the car, the meaning was obvious, I don't sit here, where do you want me to sit? At the same time, Ling Yun was a little funny, and deliberately gave Liang Fingyi a provocative and smug look, thinking that this is all there is to it. Do you like to sit or not? If you don't sit, you can find a way to take a taxi. Liang Fingyi looked at Ling Yun's arrogant eyes, and felt very angry. She said that my aunt is 28 years old this year, and she is an attending surgeon in a dignified provincial hospital. She hasn't seen any scenes, and she is afraid to sit next to you? She snorted through her nostrils as a response to Ling Yun, and then said, then you move in. Ling Yun giggled, and moved his body as if pretending to be, but the position didn't move at all. Instead of moving in, it seemed to move out a little, and as a result, Liang Fingyi's space was even smaller. Brother Yun felt secretly refreshed. Didn't you just make trouble for me? So I'm sorry, if you make trouble for me, then you have to pay the price of making trouble for me. You. Liang Fingyi's phoenix eyes were wide open, which made her angry, because the space Ling Yun left for her now can accommodate her half of her but at most. If she really wanted to sit down, half of Liang Fingyi's body would be pressed on Ling Yun's body, which was no different from the legendary sitting on the lap, but there was an even more terrifying problem. Liang Fingyi was wearing a short skirt that covered her hips. If she sat down, even if she didn't have a good time because of her movements, at least her entire snow-white thighs would be exposed. This was 100% sure. Wear less. Moreover, Liang Fingyi's current posture is also very provocative in Ling Yun's eyes. She is standing outside the car with one leg, and the other leg is raised to get in. At the same time, her waist is bent at 90 degrees, which makes her chest. Both groups fell into Ling Yun's eyes. It was too beautiful to behold. Ling Yun didn't care what Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were talking about, he just smiled and waited for Liang Fingyi to make a choice. Tang Mei was stunned, he was keenly aware of this scene, and thought that if I didn't behave at this time, Brother Yun would definitely blame me, so when Liang Fingyi was hesitating, he got into the driving position early and started the car directly. Can you hurry up, the air conditioner in the car is almost gone. Tang Mei urged intentionally or unintentionally. Liang Fingyi's pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful phoenix eyes changed again and again. Finally, she gritted her teeth and got into the car, then bent over, put her left hand on her buttocks behind her, tugged at the hem of her hip-wrapping skirt, and sat down on her buttocks. Down. This bastard must have moved to the right again when I sat down. Liang Fingyi felt that her own space was a little smaller than before, and she immediately knew what Ling Yun had done badly, and couldn't help being secretly angry in her heart. She turned her head and gave Ling Yun a hard look. It's a pity that Ling Yun directly ignored him, he was secretly enjoying himself at the moment. Liang Fingyi is super confident about her figure, otherwise she would not wear such a suit, and she has a pair of straight legs, even the knees that are most distressing to women are not bent, and they are smooth, round and crystal clear, and there is no need for silk stockings and occlusion. So Liang Fingyi didn't wear stockings. Ling Yun, can you move over there as much as possible? Squeeze with Zhang Ling. I can't sit down. Move? Think beautifully. Ling Yunqin said that it's only a fool to move. He chuckled, and said to Liang Fingyi via voice transmission, you've been hugged by me before, what's the point of squeezing me now? When Liang Fingyi heard it, her beautiful face turned red, but she didn't dare to refute. She didn't know that Ling Yun used voice transmission to enter the secret to tell her. And Ling Yun wasn't talking nonsense, Liang Fingyi was indeed hugged by Ling Yun. In order to prevent the painting from getting darker, Liang Fingyi had no choice but to endure it, and sat halfway on Ling Yun's lap, squeezing her flesh close to her body, hoping to get to the hotel earlier. In fact, the Land Rover is very spacious, and the back seat of the car is enough for 4 people who are not too fat to sit down. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling are both slender, so they don't take up much space at all. The one who occupies the most space now is Dalma Jindao sitting there Ling Yun. There is even a little distance between him and Zhang Ling. The atmosphere in the car became very complicated, no one spoke, only the sound of long or short breathing. Tang Meng was afraid of getting burned, so he drove the Land Rover silently, leaving the airport first. Shanshan, Zhang Ling finally recovered from the state of infinite tension. Her voice was extremely low, and she was extremely guilty. Chao Shanshan didn't speak, she just gave Zhang Ling a look with a sincere smile, and then gently took Zhang Ling's hand. I see. Chao Shanshan gently wrote these 3 words on the palm of Zhang Ling's hand with her index finger, and then wrote, "Leave here first." Chao Shanshan had encouraged Zhang Ling more than once to pursue Ling Yun boldly. Now that Zhang Ling got her wish, although she had mixed feelings in her heart, overall, she was still the same as before. Zhang Ling was not wrong, nor did he steal Ling Yun secretly while she was away. If you want to blame, you can only blame that guy for being too good and against the sky. Then there was no more sound in the car, and the Land Rover quickly left the Capital International Airport. After getting on the airport expressway, Tang Meng asked Chao Shanshan, how can I get to that roast duck restaurant you mentioned? Where is it? Chao Shanshan told Tang Meng the address, and then gave a general route. Tang Meng was so greedy, he started to step on the accelerator to accelerate, calling the Land Rover to go fast. Half an hour later, the Land Rover arrived in front of a quaint old courtyard house. This place is already within the 3rd ring road, and it is almost close to the 2nd ring road. Is it here? Why isn't there even a sign? Tang Meng stopped the car and looked up at the gate of the courtyard. Chao Shanshan had already opened the car door. She giggled and said, "Come down, if there is a sign, all the people in Beijing who want to eat roast duck will come here, and you won't be able to get in the queue." Boom. Before the words were finished, only the sound of the car door was heard. Liang Fingyi jumped out of the Land Rover in a hurry as if she was running away from a plague. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched into a delightful smile. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Spit. Zhang Ling was sitting next to Ling Yun, and she had 15 big white rabbits in her heart, jumping up and down all the way, but accidentally glanced under Ling Yun. Her face turned red instantly, and she spat softly, quickly turned to Chao Shanshan. Shanshan, let's go down quickly. Zhang Ling was a little panicked, and even pushed and shoved Chao Shanshan to get out of the car. Only Chao Shanshan was familiar with this place, she didn't need Zhang Ling's urging. She got out of the car immediately, first glanced at the gate of the courtyard, and then looked up at the surrounding environment, with a feeling of being a human being in 2 lifetimes. Ling Yun is really bold, he dared to do that to my aunt. Auntie is really good, she can't wear anything, but she has to wear such a body. With her figure, women are tempted by seeing it, and no man can stand it. After Zhang Ling got out of the car, he took the initiative to hold Chao Shanshan's arm, stomping his feet secretly. Ling Yunkai didn't care what everyone was thinking, he was still sitting in the same position, habitually scanned the surrounding environment with his spiritual sense, and then said to Kong Xiuru, who was in a daze in front of him, "Teacher Kong, you're hungry, let's go eat first." Kong Xiuru was turning her head, looking at the courtyard house through the car window, in a daze, until Liang Fingyi, who got off the car in a hurry, broke into her field of vision. She suddenly woke up, noticed a certain detail, her pretty face became dizzy, feeling jealous. That detail is Liang Fingyi's skirt. Liang Fingyi was wearing a slim and waist-wrapping dress. This dress was undoubtedly valuable, and wearing it on Liang Fingyi made her curves show off, like icing on the cake. But now in Kong Xiuru's eyes, Kong Xiuru, there is always something wrong. It seems to be crooked, and there are 2 more folds behind the buttocks. This is of course caused by Liang Fingyi sitting on Ling Yun's thigh and rubbing it repeatedly. But Kong Xiuru had to admit it. That little crookedness and those 2 wanton folds made Liang Fingyi's back look even more mysterious and sexy, and even Kong Xiuru, who claimed to have a perfect figure, couldn't help being envious and jealous. Hey, what a sexy woman. Kong Xiuru secretly sighed. Suddenly, thought of something again. Ask Ling Yun, you just beat up those 20 people. They won't come to make trouble again, will they? This is what Kong Xiuru has been worrying about. Ling Yun is really capable of causing trouble. After hearing this, Ling Yun knew that Kong Xiuru cared about him, so he grinned. Mr. Kong, don't worry, just relying on those scraps, you won't be able to stand up again in 10 days and a half months. If someone else dares to come, it will be the same fate. Ling Yun's tone was very casual, but it also revealed a domineering self-confidence, giving people a great sense of security. It is true that Ling Yun is capable of causing trouble, but he is indeed a man so powerful that he defies the sky. He has strength. A big stone in Kong Xiuru's heart finally fell to the ground. She nodded silently, pushed the door to get out of the car, and walked out. Brother Yun, are we really eating here? After the 4 beauties got out of the car, Tang Meng, who had been pretending to be blind and deaf, finally turned his head and asked Ling Yun. Come down and have a taste. Chao Shanshan is so bored, we can eat whatever she wants. Although Ling Yun was laughing and cursing, he understood Chao Shanshan's thoughts best in his heart, so even though he knew that it would be dangerous to bring Chao Shanshan to appear in public, he was duty-bound. This is the silent responsibility of men. Taking responsibility like a mountain, Ling Yun decided to support Chao Shanshan, the frightened girl who had lost more than 10 pounds in 3 months and whose family had undergone tragic changes, to hold up a piece of sky for her. When the soldiers come to block the water and cover them with soil, just fight. This is what Ling Yun is thinking now. Go and park the car. Ling Yun said to Tang Meng. With a vague and mysterious smile on his face, Jun got out of the car. Good place. After getting off the car, Ling Yun couldn't help secretly praising him. The size of this courtyard is small. It is within the 3rd ring road and close to the 2nd ring road. The street outside is full of flowers and busy traffic. The surrounding high-rise buildings surround this small courtyard. Looking up from below, the people here seem to be right in a well. The high-rise buildings block a lot of sunlight, and also block the hustle and bustle of the city outside. In addition, the surrounding green trees are verdant, and even the temperature in the scorching heat has dropped a lot, making people feel calm and indifferent. Ling Yun looked at the surrounding environment, seemingly slowly but quickly. He arrived in front of the courtyard gate in a few steps, and stood with Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling. Ling Yun, the owner of this roast duck, is surnamed Sunday. His ancestors cooked roast duck exclusively for the emperor in the imperial dining room of the Qing Palace. The craftsmanship has been passed down from generation to generation. Chao Shanshan smiled and introduced Ling Yun. Hey, no wonder you insisted on bringing us here. I also enjoy the treatment of the emperor. Ling Yun joked with a smile. Chao Shanshan's face turned red and she didn't speak. Liang Fingyi, Kong Xiuru, and Zhang Ling around her also blushed inexplicably at the same time. It's a pity that Ling Yun pretended not to see anything and just ignored it. Come on, let's go in quickly. I hope that no one in their store will come to eat today, otherwise we will have to change places. As Chao Shanshan said, she dragged Zhang Ling to the courtyard. Ling Yun frowned. It's over if you add another table? Where should I change it? Chao Shanshan turned her head and glanced at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, Master Sun only cooks 2 tables a day, 1 table at noon and 1 table at night. Even if you want to make an appointment in advance, you have to check the identity of the other party. Ling Yun was stunned. What a big shelf. The heirs are indeed not small, but for Ling Yun, this is very normal. His registration fee for seeing a doctor is 300,000 yuan. Don't others have to obediently pay it? How much is a table? Ling Yun asked, casually. It's too vulgar to mention money. Come here to eat not only for the taste, but also for status, and face. If the status is not enough, no matter how rich you are, you can't buy it. Ling Yun was speechless, and said in his heart that it was indeed the emperor's treatment. Maybe the ancestor of Master's son was a eunuch cook, and he was used to serving the emperor. It's just to make more money and pretend to be coercive. In the final analysis, it's not to make more money for me. No matter how delicious you cook, can I have as good a dish as I stir-fry with dragon saliva? Think about it. Ling Yun couldn't help but smirk again. He slowed down, waiting for Tang Meng, who had parked his car and ran in to catch up with him. Ling Yun took a step back, and Chao Shanshan in front had already talked to the person who heard the voice in the room. Are you here for dinner? Sorry, we only accept guests with reservations here. A well-dressed man in his late 30s was very polite but indifferent. If you open your mouth, you will drive people away. Chao Shanshan was very calm. She nodded with a coquettish smile. Please go in and talk to Master Sunday. Just say that people from the Chao family are coming to eat. Huh? People from the Chao family? The man was startled immediately. His face changed into a bright smile in an instant, bowed extremely politely, and said with a pleasant smile, then please go inside and wait, I will go to the back and talk to Master's son. As soon as he reached out his hand, he let Chao Shanshan and others in. Tang Meng, do you think my private clinic has to be operated in this way to be dignified? Look at them. Ling Yun was a little upset. His ancestor was an imperial cook. I am still a fairy doctor. Tang Meng laughed straight. Brother Yun, this is a business method. If you set up such a clinic in the capital, it will definitely be much better than theirs. Tang Meng had a lot of confidence in Ling Yun, and flattered him frantically. That's really, ha 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 ha. Ling Yun raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly, strode into the door. But as soon as he entered the house, Ling Yun found out. Kong Shiru's complexion was not quite right. Her complexion was very pale, her beautiful eyes were flickering, and her delicate lips were trembling. Ling Yun glanced at Kong Shiru in surprise, but he didn't ask any questions in front of so many people. Just keep this scene in my heart. What kind of place is this? I've never seen such an arrangement. Ling Yun looked at the walls, tables, and chairs in the room, and asked in surprise again. Before he finished speaking, Tang Meng and the four beauties in the room couldn't help laughing. Brother Yun, we won't blame you, you really don't watch too much TV. Finally, it was Tang Meng's turn to laugh at Ling Yun. The room where Ling Yun and others are located is the main room of the courtyard house. All the decorations are decorated with carved dragons and painted phoenixes. They are antique and not much different from the layout of the Qing Palace 100 years ago. If Ling Yun usually watched too many palace dramas, or went to the Forbidden City once, he would definitely be very happy. Calm down, the problem is that Brother Yun doesn't have them yet. So he, Xiao Bai, was completely despised by everyone once. Before Ling Yun and others could sit down, the man had already rushed in. He came directly in front of Chao Shanshan, nodded and said, I'm really sorry, because there is a table of guests coming over today, and my master is preparing dishes in the kitchen. So he has no time to come out to see you. Zhang Ling looked at the time and asked in surprise, it's already past 1:30 in the afternoon, why are there still guests coming over for dinner? No wonder Zhang Ling was puzzled, except that they had just arrived in the capital by plane, who would treat guests like this? It's past lunchtime. The man knew the people who came here. Of course he would not reveal the identity of the visitors. He just smiled and said to Chao Shanshan, however, my master said, because it is someone from your family who came here, and it has been a while, so I can make an exception and give you an extra table. If you don't mind, please come this way. The middle-aged man raised his hand and pointed to the west wing. Ling Yan sneered again, rules are meant to be broken, it has always been the same since ancient times, it's just for whom. It seems that because of the change of identity and mood, Chao Shanshan doesn't care too much about these now. She smiled and said, thank you so much, let's go there. Chao Shanshan didn't care, and the others didn't care, and everyone went straight to the West Wing room, which was a private room. At this moment, there was a booming car sound from the entrance of the courtyard, and it was definitely a luxury car. The sound of the engine was like a roar. Who the hell took my parking space for me? Get out and drive me away. Hearing this, Ling Yan and Tang Meng's expressions turned cold at the same time. Ling Yan's eyes were like knives, and he immediately swept towards the door with his powerful spiritual sense, and his heart skipped a beat. He has seen the person coming, Chen Sen, from the Chen family. And, it's not just him. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The first time Ling Yan visited the Chen family at night, looking for Chao Shanshan's whereabouts, he was frightened by the hidden forces of the Chen family. When he retreated, he met Chen Sen once. At that time, Chen Sen was frantically pumping on a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and using very abnormal methods to ravage that young girl in various ways. At that moment, in Ling Yan's eyes, Chen Sen was already a complete dead person, until Chen Sen finished having sex with that girl and told some secrets to himself. Ling Yan wanted to kill him on the spot up. But at that time, Ling Yan hadn't found out Chao Shanshan's whereabouts yet. He didn't want to startle the enemy, so he spared Chen Sen's life temporarily, which allowed him to live until now. But now it is different. Chao Shanshan has been rescued by Ling Yan, and she is by Ling Yan's side. Qin Jiangui has also been captured alive by Ling Yan. Ling Yan has even rescued his second uncle Ling Yu, and there is no need to be wary anymore. Although Chen Sen didn't know, Ling Yan knew that between Ling Yan and Chen Sen, only one of them could live, and they already had a sworn feud. Because Chen Sen's biological father, Chen Haiken, was slaughtered by Ling Yan not long ago. What's more, even if the two didn't have the hatred of killing their father, they still had family hatred. After the battle the night before yesterday, the Ling family and the Chen family were already in a state of endless death, and only one of the two major families could remain. With so much hatred added together, Ling Yan felt that if he didn't kill Chen Sen, he would be sorry for his name. The moment Ling Yan swept Chen Sen with his divine sense, a raging murderous intent erupted in his heart in an instant. It's true that there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you come in. I don't know that I am going to open up to your Chen family. Killing ring? As soon as Ling Yan saw that it was Chen Sen, he immediately locked the door firmly with his spiritual sense. When his murderous intent surged, his two handsome sword eyebrows frowned suddenly, and a cry of surprise came from his throat. This is because he noticed a car, and he also noticed a person. It was a black Audi Q7 with the license plate A, this car. Ling Yan and this license plate number are haunting in Ling Yan's heart, and he really has been thinking about them for too long. As for the driver who was driving, although Ling Yan had never seen him face to face, even if he turned into ashes, Ling Yan would still be able to recognize him. The man was very strong. Very strong. The hair is a standard short cut, such a hot day. But he was wearing a very tight shirt and black trousers, his eyes were indifferent and serious, and his face was serious. After Ling Yan saw this person, he was definitely more excited than when he saw Chen Senator. His blood boiled all of a sudden. Damn, there's really nowhere to find it, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. After Ling Yan came to the capital, he was busy rescuing the Chao family and rescuing Chao Shanshan. Against the Chen family, he hadn't had time to find out the whereabouts of the enemy who assassinated him. He didn't expect to see him today. Almost in an instant, the vaguely mysterious smile on the corner of Ling Yan's mouth disappeared, and Jun's face was gloomy and terrifying, replaced by a cold murderous intent. The enemy's road is narrow. Not only are there new grudges, but there are old grudges too. Good time. The center of Ling Yan's mind twitched. Suddenly withdrew all the murderous intent from his body, and the corners of his mouth curved into a perfect arc, and said with a sneer. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Ling Yun, what's wrong? Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan and others were shuddered by Ling Yun's sudden murderous aura, and they discovered Ling Yun's abnormality. Can't help but ask with concern at the same time. It's nothing, Shanshan, our enemy is here. Ling Yun had already made up his mind. He hid his murderous intentions, regained his composure, and said calmly. What? Enemies? Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling couldn't help exclaiming at the same time. Kong Shouru just slightly frowned her slender willow eyebrows. The corners of her graceful mouth curled up, then she shook her head and sighed softly. She suddenly found helplessly that she couldn't understand Ling Yun's world at all. From the time Kong Shouru got off the plane, she followed Ling Yun all the way, and trouble followed her all the way. Now that she came to such a remote place for a meal, she couldn't stop. How many enemies did Ling Yun have? He started retreat after graduation, and came to the capital just after leaving the customs. What was it for? Chao Shanshan lost contact with her for 3 months. Why did she appear beside Ling Yun now? Kong Shouru was puzzled. She felt that she was getting farther and farther away from Ling Yun's world. When Chao Shanshan heard that her enemy was coming, she acted extremely calm. She just frowned her pretty eyebrows a little, and then asked, casually, who is it? Is it from the Qin family? After the battle last night, Chao Shanshan was so relieved of Ling Yun, she wasn't worried at all. Ling Yun didn't speak again. With a thought, he silently took out 2 sunglasses from the interspatial ring, raised his hand and put one on himself, covering most of his handsome face, and then handed the other sunglasses to Chao Shanshan. Only then did he calmly say, that's right, he's from the Qin family, Qin Sen. Do you know him? Chao Shanshan's tender body froze suddenly, almost gnashing her silver teeth into pieces. She said angrily, of course I know him, even if I peel his skin off, I can still recognize his bones. The Chao family was almost wiped out by the Qin family. Chao Shanshan had a deep-seated hatred for everyone in the Qin family, and she couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. Put on the sunglasses first, don't worry, just wait for the good show. Ling Yun knew what Chao Shanshan was thinking, and he gently patted Chao Shanshan's shoulders to comfort her affectionately. Seeing this scene in the eyes of Kong Shouru and Zhang Ling, the 2 beauties couldn't help biting their lower lips at the same time. Liang Fingyi frowned, but when she heard Ling Yun say that the enemy was coming, she knew something big was about to happen, so she held back and said nothing. What the hell, I'll go out and have a look first, who dares to be so arrogant? Tang Meng became impatient. He left a sentence and rushed directly to the gate of the courtyard. Ever since he became Ling Yun's life and death brother, Tang Meng has become a veritable king of Qingshui. He has been rampant for a long time. Even if he came to the capital, he would not allow others to ride on his head and shit on his head. The 4 of you stay in the room and wait for the food to be served. Tell Master Sun that he doesn't have to make 2 tables, but only 1 table is enough. Ling Yun smiled and gave instructions, and came to the courtyard with a sway of his shoulders, caught up with Tang Meng in 1 step, and was already outside the door in 1 step. Chao Shanshan and the other 4 beauties felt that there was a blur in front of their eyes, and Ling Yun was no longer in the room. They froze at the same time, and then rushed to the door. Of course, no one would sit obediently in the room and wait for the food to be served. What, the car from other places is also worthy to come here for dinner? I don't know if I have already made a reservation? Ling Yun was the first one to come to the street outside the door, and saw Qin Sen sitting in a luxurious business car, with a pair of dark and narrow eyes like a falcon, staring at the spot where Tang Meng parked the Land Rover, showing off his power there, laughing and cursing wildly. Ling Yun didn't move anymore. He was tall and fit, with a slender and elegant figure standing at the door, with his hands behind his back, smiling, quietly looking at the 3 cars parked in front of him. The front one is of course the black Audi Q7, and the middle one is the black luxury business car that Chen Sen is riding in. There is also a stunning beauty in the back seat of the car. She is in her 30s and she is so beautiful, like a goblin. She has black hair high, a gorgeous all-face, heavy makeup, and even more sexy and revealing clothes. The stunning beauty's every move is very stylish, and in a fashionable word, she is full of aura. It's just that the stunning beauty, when she inadvertently looked at Chen Sen in front of her, there was a deliberate respectful smile in her beautiful eyes with heavy shadows, and she didn't know why. Although she was sitting in the car, this stunning beauty was also wearing dark sunglasses, which covered most of her face, but the shade of the sunglasses had no effect at all under Ling Yun's yin and yang eyes, so he really looked at it. Really, clearly. Beside this stunning beauty, there is another woman. Her ordinary appearance is not surprising, she just put on light makeup. She seems to be the assistant of this stunning beauty. This woman smells so dusty, and she has had knives on her face and body. Ling Yun only glanced at this stunning beauty, and immediately made his own evaluation. He could tell at a glance that although this woman was extremely beautiful, she was no longer a virgin, and had undergone plastic surgery. For such a woman, no matter how stunning and beautiful she is, Ling Yun is not interested at all. He sneered in his heart, and immediately looked at the last luxury car. Ling Yun just took a look and then took his eyes back. There were 4 people sitting in the last car. Just by looking at their clothes, you could tell that all of them were playboys from the capital. There was excitement and playfulness in his mouth, and the topic of heated discussion in his mouth was the stunning beauty in the commercial vehicle. Third brother, tell me, can young Master Chen take Fan Rubing down tonight? Hey, second child, let me tell you, absolutely 100%. Young Master Chen said that if he doesn't give Fan Rubing to Japan today, he will lose 5 cards to me. Damn, 5 million? It seems that young Master Chen is determined to win this time. That's right. Young Master Chen rarely shows up these days. He has been bored at home and doesn't know what to do. This time Fan Rubing came back from filming, and he came out directly. Of course, he must be determined to win. Fifth, tell me, if young Master Chen finishes playing with her, will our brothers have a chance? Hey, as long as you can afford the money, there is no chance. Don't look at that woman who claims to be a master. In our eyes, isn't she a low-level actress? Think about it every day. Listening to the crazy discussion of the 4 dandies in the 3rd car, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. So this is the big star Fan Rubing, who was greeted by a large number of fans at Nanyuan Airport? It turned out that Chen Sen had brought her here. Chen Sen, I'm really sorry. If you think about Fan Rubing, you have to have a chance to leave here alive. In the eyes behind Ling Yun's sunglasses, a murderous intent flashed again. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The street at the entrance of the courtyard is not very wide, and it can only accommodate 2 cars, parallel at most. The luxury business car that Chen Sen was riding in stopped at the main entrance of the courtyard. At this moment, Fan Rubing in the commercial vehicle inadvertently spotted Ling Yun at the door, and a strange look burst out of her beautiful eyes hidden behind the sunglasses. Ling Yun stood under the mottled sun. Although he was wearing sunglasses, he was tall and slender, elegant and extraordinary, with a straight nose bridge as sharp as a knife, sharp lip lines, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In the eyes of Fan Rubing, who had seen all the men, it was like a ray of light shooting in from a dark secret room. He's so handsome. This was Fan Rubing's first impression of Ling Yun. Fan Rubing didn't bother to pay attention to Chen Sen, who was deliberately domineering and flaunting his might, but she only glanced at Ling Yun, and was immediately attracted by Ling Yun, and she couldn't bear to look away. There is no doubt that this is the charm of Brother Yun. Could it be the newly recruited male waiter for Sun's imperial dining room? Fan Rubing's eyes showed joy, and he looked at Ling Yun, who was standing at the door with a half-smile. His heart trembled, and he suddenly said to Chen Sen, "Young Master Chen, I have been to the Sun's imperial dining room several times, and I know it's here. The rules of eating, it seems that there is only one table for noon and evening, right?" Chen Sen was taken aback for a moment when he heard this, then turned around. His dark eyes had already been replaced with a flattering smile. Ru Bing is right. The rules here are indeed the same. I have already made a reservation for today's lunch, and I will wait for you to come back from filming. Fan Rubing seemed to be afraid that the world would not be chaotic. She showed a charming smile, the corners of her mouth curled up seductively, and said lightly, "But I just heard from you that your parking space has been taken by someone." Chen Sen was furious when he heard this, and cursed secretly in his heart, "A stinky bitch is really capable of pretending. I don't even look at what I am. What is your identity?" But for Chen Sen to succeed at night, of course he would not say these things in person, but just smiled arrogantly. "Rubing, don't worry, I saw that Land Rover. It's a license plate from another place. I don't know why flies are hitting it. It just happened. Come here, don't worry. I will drive them out immediately." Chen Sen's heart is on fire now. What he's thinking about is how to get Fan Rubing to Japan as soon as possible. But he didn't know, what Fan Rubing was thinking now was, how to find a way to get Ling Yun's contact information, and then entrust him for a period of time for his own pleasure. Even if she beat Fan Rubing to death, she would never have imagined how outrageously wrong her idea of raising Ling Yun was. "Ru Bing, please wait a moment, I'll go down right away. Ask the waiter outside to drive away those country folks who don't understand the rules, and they will definitely not let our interest be spoiled." When Ling Yun came to the door, Chen Sen obviously noticed it too. He and Fan Rubing thought the same, and regarded Ling Yun, who was in a shirt and trousers, as a waiter who came to receive them at the door. Chen Sen finished speaking, immediately opened the door and got off the car. At this time, in the front car, Chen Sen's bodyguard just happened to come outside the commercial car. He took a cautious look at Ling Yun and ignored Ling Yun. Instead, he greeted Chen Sen, who got out of the car respectfully, and called out in a polite manner, "Young Master Chen. Hey San, go over and tell that kid, tell him to let the people inside get out, this afternoon, only my table is allowed in the Sun's imperial dining room." Although Chen Sen got out of the car, he didn't pay attention to Ling Yun at all. He was too lazy to say a word to Ling Yun himself. "Yes, young Master Chen." The bodyguard named He San nodded solemnly, and then walked in front of Ling Yun with steady steps. He also didn't even look at Ling Yun, and ordered, "Did you hear me? I don't care how many people are eating in your imperial dining room. I'll give you 2 minutes, let them go." "Let me go, you fucking fart." Tang Mei rushed out of the courtyard just now. When he heard He San's words, he became angry on the spot and yelled at him. Tang Mei had originally rushed out of anger. Now that He San was so arrogant, it would be strange for him to be polite to him, not to mention that he had heard Ling Yun say that the person who came was the enemy of Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. Tang Mei's voice was so loud, his yelling was immediately heard by Chen Sen, Fan Rubing in the business car, and the 4 dandies in the last car. When people come, they don't care about their identities, they don't even ask about their identities, they just scold them when they open their mouths. I wipe. It's interesting. Ha ha. The 4 dandies were immediately overjoyed, and said in their hearts that they did not expect a more exciting drama to be staged. Under the feet of the Emperor, in the 49 city, there are still people who dare to oppose them. Frankly speaking, for these dudes who are used to showing off their power in the capital and are able to have fun on weekdays, playing with a celebrity is not exciting at all. They think the most exciting fun is to bully others. Especially bullying outsiders who don't have long eyes. The 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, hurry up, get out of the car quickly, that stunned young man has scolded young Master Chen. I'm having fun watching it today, hurry down and take a look. In the last car, the second child urged the other 3 people to get out of the car, eager to come down to watch the excitement. They were not worried about their side at all, for fear of missing the good show. Being scolded by Tang Meng, He San's complexion suddenly sank. With a gloomy face, he turned his head to look at Tang Meng, narrowing his cold eyes slightly. Boy, who did you scold just now? Tang Meng was tall and tall. He put one hand in his trouser pocket, looked at He San disdainfully, and said provocatively, "You are deaf, I scolded you, can't you hear me? Shall I get a pick the donkey hair or dog feces in your ears with a stick?" Before Black 3 could react, Chen Sen's expression changed instantly. It depends on the owner to beat a dog. Now Fan Rubing is sitting in the car with one of the windows open. If Tang Meng scolds He San like this, it is no different from scolding Chen Senator don't mess around in the capital. He San also turned his head and looked at Chen Sen, his eyes filled with inquiries. He San was the first to bear the brunt, and of course he was the most angry, but he was Chen Sen's bodyguard, and Chen Sen had to decide everything himself. "Call me." Chen Sen's eyes became dark and cold, and he said something coldly through his teeth. Tang Meng didn't give Chen Sen face so much, it's up to now. Naturally, Chen Sen didn't bother to talk nonsense. If he offended Chen Sen in 49 City, there was nothing to talk about. He San got the order, he smiled grimly, moved his footsteps, his tall figure leaped, and punched Tang Meng. See this scene. A cruel and tyrannical smile appeared on the corner of Chen Sen's mouth. He San is an acquired 8th-level master, if his punch hits Tang Meng. Can directly cripple Tang Meng. Boom. A bang. Including Chen Sen, everyone just felt a flash in front of them, and they didn't know what happened. They saw a tall figure flying upside down like a kite with a broken string, and hit a big one on the thick trunk of a plane tree. When everyone looked again, they saw the scolding Tang Meng still standing with one hand in his trouser pocket, smiling, just like the person who was about to be beaten just now. Not at all like him. Gah? What? What the hell is going on here? Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the 4 big dudes who rushed over and waited to watch the fun. They couldn't believe their eyes. The person who was beaten was fine, so the person who flew out just now was naturally Chen Sen's bodyguard, the Black 3 who punched someone. In broad daylight, the sky is bright. You are going to beat someone if you disagree, isn't it too arrogant? Ling Yan slapped He San away with a slap, as if he was afraid of getting his hands dirty. He deliberately clapped his hands lightly, and said with a smile in his mouth. Since it was his enemy who murdered him, Ling Yun would certainly not be polite to He San. There was a huge gap between the two in strength. Although he slapped him lightly just now, he directly crippled He San's entire body of skill. Of course, Ling Yun still has a lot to ask He San. He didn't kill him, otherwise, it was at that moment. 10 Black 3s are dead. It's you? Chen Sen's current state is the peak of the 6th level of Hotian, and he hasn't even passed the most important hurdle of an ancient martial arts practitioner. With his eyesight, of course he didn't see how Ling Yun made a move. Now that Ling Yun speaks, he can start to react. Aren't you the waiter here? Chen Sen exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost, and thought in his heart that it was terrible. How could he be so unlucky? Because he hadn't come out for a long time because of the family's order. Why did he encounter such a hard stubble when he came out? Kicked to the iron plate. Ling Yan looked at Chen Sen as if he was looking at a dead person. He stretched out his index finger, pointed at the tip of his nose, and said with a faint smile, "Sorry, didn't you just ask who took your parking space? Well, that person is me." I also blame Chen Sen for being unlucky. His thoughts today have been on Fan Rubing, and he has not participated in family affairs at all. When they saw Tang Meng and Ling Yan's Land Rover, they would become vigilant and call someone. Heisan's realm surpassed that of Qin senator. Now Heisan was spitting out blood from the beating, and lay down on the side of the road. He didn't even know whether he was alive or dead, which made Qinsen stunned. Do you know who I am? Qinsen's expression changed, and he asked sternly. Most dandies are arrogant, relying on their own identity and background, as well as their own status and influence of Lao Tzu, but not on their own strength. Therefore, when they have conflicts with others, the first thing they think of is whether the other party's background is stronger than their own. As long as the other party's background is not as good as their own, they have the right to be arrogant than the other party. Qinsen, and the 4 dandies he brought with him are undoubtedly this kind of dandies. Now that they meet Ling Yun and Tang Meng, who don't care about power and status at all, it's no wonder they are not confused. I know, of course I know, if I don't know who you are, I won't beat you. A calm smile appeared on Ling Yun's face. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Qinsen, and swung his palm like lightning. It was you who hit today. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Snapped. The back of Ling Yun's left hand slapped firmly on Qinsen's left face, and the clear and sweet applause was transmitted to the quiet street for more than 100 meters. Ah! Qinsen held in pain. It's not that he doesn't know martial arts, but he raised his hand to block and evade as soon as Ling Yun made a move, but no matter how he blocked or evaded, Ling Yun's slap still did not receive any hindrance. After a short delay, he was drawn unhurriedly. 4 blood-colored fingerprints immediately appeared on Qinsen's left face, and they swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, he felt that the entire left face was numb, gold stars flashed in front of his eyes, and his vision changed, it's blurry. VODTW. Strangely, Ling Yun slapped Heisan with one punch, but he slapped Qinsen, who was of a lower level, on the face with such a firm slap, but Qinsen just turned around on the spot and was not sent flying. Qinsen is also considered a ruthless character. Although he knew that he had met a tough guy, he was known for being arrogant and domineering since he was a child. After being slapped in the face by Ling Yun, although half of his cheek was in pain, he found that he was not seriously injured. That courage immediately became a lot bigger. Puff. Qinsen sprayed out the 2 teeth that had been pulled out, as well as the blood foam in his mouth, raised his finger, glared at Ling Yun angrily, and said, "You dare to hit me? Do you know that I am from the capital city? From the Qin family?" Ling Yun smiled, with a spring breeze on his face, and looked at Qinsen, who was still domineering, thinking of domineering others, and said lightly, I knew it a long time ago, as I said just now, you are the one who hit today, don't you think so? Did you forget so quickly? Before the words were finished, Ling Yun swung his left palm again. This time it was not so cheap, he directly bowed left and right. Papa. That big air photon slap really doesn't cost money, Ling Yun only uses one left hand. Crackling, it's a frantic fan. Don't care about anything else, let's talk about it first. Woo. Qinsen, who has always been known for being arrogant and domineering, showing off his power in the capital and bullying men and women, was beaten to tears by Ling Yun in the end. I don't know if it hurts. Still, because he felt ashamed, Qinsen burst into tears. Holding his head with his hands, his body was about to collapse, trying to avoid Ling Yun's slap like this. He is not stupid, and his ideas are also very good, but Ling Yun did not fulfill his wish. Ling Yun would neither fly him out, nor let him fall down. Every slap of Ling Yun contained a clever strength, as long as Qinsen's body is tilted. Immediately slanted upwards with his backhand, straightened his figure with a slap, and continued to slap him wildly. If you want to talk about beating experts, Brother Yun dares to be the second, no one dares to be the first. And this is no longer a fight, but a complete humiliation, a real humiliation. This. I wipe. Didn't young Master Chen show us a one-palm crushing stone? And he also knows the legendary lightness kung fu, why doesn't he know how to dodge it? What should I do now? It's the first time I've seen such a person, and I just hit him without asking his identity. The four big dudes who just got out of the car to watch the excitement were completely dumbfounded. They had seen beating people before, and they often beat people themselves, but let them beat people. It is also necessary to find out the identity of the other party before making a move, otherwise the hidden dragon and crouching tiger in the capital, as long as they hit someone who shouldn't be hit, their family will be overwhelmed and walk away. But this one in front of him was fine, he just hit him without saying a word, and he didn't even ask Chen Sen's identity. Of course, even after Chen Sen reported his family name, the tough man on the other side kept saying he knew it, and hit him if he knew it. When did the signboard of the Chen family in the capital become so worthless? The four dandies all came from ordinary powerful families in the capital, and they all followed Chen Senator. Seeing Chen Sen being beaten like this, he was angry, shocked and frightened, but they were all intimidated by Ling Yun's aura and ruthlessness. As well as the calmness shown between gestures, I didn't know what to do for a while. If you don't help, you can't help, and if you help, Chen Sen can only be beaten, and they are the only ones who are beaten, and the collective is dumbfounded. Ling Yan's slaps fell like rain, and after a while, more than a dozen slaps were thrown on Chen Sen's face, until Chen Sen's head was slapped like a pig's head, tears and blood flew together, and finally stop. Boom! Chen Sen fell heavily on the ground all of a sudden. After being beaten like this, he was so dazed that he couldn't even speak. This. The four dandies stood there dumbfounded, all of them helpless, and they were also dumbfounded. Also in a daze were the big star Fan Rubing in the luxury business car, and her female assistant trembling with fright. Fan Rubing was dumbfounded, her delicate little mouth was open to the widest, she could definitely stuff an egg in, and she thought to herself, oh my god, isn't my film already finished, or the producer moved the set here, what is this? Why is beating someone more ruthless than filming TV? The handsome boy in the shirt and trousers is not a waiter? However, this boy was really stunned. If he really knew that the person who was beaten was the young master of the Chen family in the capital, would he still be able to smile so brightly? Fan Rubing was shocked, but somehow worried about Ling Yun in front of him. Tang Meng came up to pick up the leak, he raised his foot to kick a dead dog, and kicked Chen Sen who fell on the ground fiercely, and said with a smile, it's just that I took your parking space. If you can still stand, get up, let me drive away. This, so fast? Is this the end? Ling Yun hit people as soon as he went out, with one punch and dozens of slaps. Four beauties, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Kong Shouru, and Liang Fingyi, had just walked out of the door. When they saw the situation on the street clearly, they couldn't help shouting coquettishly. After being dazed for a moment, Chao Shanshan settled down and took a look on the ground. After looking carefully for a long time, she finally confirmed that the pig's head lying on the ground was undoubtedly Chen Sen from the Chen family. Kill you! After a sound, Chao Shanshan rushed to Chen Sen's side at a speed of 100 meters, and kicked with her feet. Although Chao Shanshan didn't reach the second level of Ho Tian, she had practiced a little bit of kung fu anyway. Now she was full of hatred, and of course she would not show mercy, kicking Chen Sen's belly like crazy. Ling Yun stood aside. The divine sense locked onto Chen Sen, but did not stop Chao Shanshan's actions. Now, it is the revenge of the wronged and the wronged, otherwise, he would have killed Chen Sen in seconds. How could he have kept his life until now? Chen Sen fell to the ground in pain, and was kicked in the lower abdomen by Chao Shanshan one after another. He groaned in pain, his tall body bent like a shrimp on the ground. No way. Bear with it, who kicked himself to the iron plate. However, although both Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan were wearing sunglasses, Chen Sen had deeply imprinted their images in his mind, thinking that once he escaped from here, he would immediately return to his family to ask someone to come to take revenge and get back his identity. Face. Please, don't fight, I'm wrong. Chen fell to the ground. He let out a miserable cry in extreme pain and began to beg for mercy. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Now the other party obviously doesn't care about his identity, let alone give him a chance to speak. He can't even call someone. There is no other way except begging for mercy in a humble manner. Chen stole a glance at the 4 playboys he had brought with him. Those who said he was really 4 idiots. I was beaten up like this. Don't you guys know how to secretly call and report a letter? Even call the police. Chen is still having sweet dreams, thinking that Ling Yun, Tang Meng and the others will blow the lamps and burn the wax, but they don't know. His own 2 feet have all stepped into the palace of the king of Hades now, and his life cannot be saved even if the gods come. Shan, stop, it's not worth the effort for such a trash. You won't get your feet dirty. Seeing that Chao Shan was about to vent, Ling Yin sent a voice transmission secretly to tell Chao Shan to stop. Then he lowered his head and smiled at Chen who was on the ground. Oh, now you know your mistake, then tell me where you are wrong? Chen, who fell on the ground, put his head in his hands, looked up at Ling Yun, rolled his eyes, and thought countless thoughts in his mind, and said with a flattering smile, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so arrogant, I shouldn't come here, I'm just scolding you here, I shouldn't have robbed you of space, it's all my fault, I don't dare anymore. For some people, face is more important than life, but for more people, dignity and face are worthless in the face of death threats and physical pain. There is no doubt that Chen is someone who doesn't take face seriously. He grew up among the dandies in the capital, and he knows best in his heart that when facing a real strong man, he only needs to give up his dignity and face, kneel down and beg for mercy, and the other party will beg for mercy instead. We'll let him go as a fart. It's a pity that Chen didn't know how much enmity he had with Ling Yun, and he didn't even know what would happen to him after offending Ling Yun even if he had no grievances with Ling Yun. When Ling Yun visited the Chen family at night, he heard Chen talking to himself. He called Ling Yun a bastard and Chao Shan a whore. Although Chen said it and forgot it, Ling Yun remembered it. Clearly, just hitting these 2 items is enough for Ling Yun to kill Chen many times. Hey, it seems that you have made a lot of mistakes. Ling Yun listened patiently to Chen and he smiled, since you have made so many mistakes, it seems that you are not sincere enough to just apologize and beg for mercy. Hearing what Ling Yun said, Chen thought there was a way, and he shouted with joy, I understand, I understand. I understand. Tell me, as long as you can make an offer, I will give you whatever you want. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, give me what you want. What a big tone, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Impossible. Don't worry, as long as it is what you want, you tell me, I will definitely give it to you. Chen seemed to be grasping at straws, and shouted with all his strength, if you don't believe me, you can ask some of them, and some of them can testify for me. Chen raised his hand and pointed at the 4 big dudes not far away. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that it was not enough, he pointed to the luxury business car, and said to Ling Yun flatteringly, friend, do you know who is sitting in this car? She is Fan Rubing, the movie star Fan Rubing. I can ask her to accompany you to dinner, just, do anything else. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The dude in the capital, arrogant and domineering, pretends to be chic, or jealous, and has some conflicts and fights with each other. Such things are very common, very common. At Yuan. However, it is common to have conflicts and fights, and each find a way to settle things afterwards, but it is rare for the other party's life to be killed for a small matter. Killing and killing is a mortal enmity. No one is willing to establish such an irreconcilable enemy for themselves in the circle of Huaxia capital. There are more than 1 billion people in Huaxia, and a secular family has disappeared without a sound, and there is not even a wave of waves. Therefore, although Ling Yun knocked Chen Sen's bodyguard He San away with one punch, and slapped Chen Sen dozens of times in one breath, in the eyes of the four dandies, they would only think that Ling Yun was pretending to be coercive. As for Ling Yun, they would never believe that they would kill someone. Therefore, the four big dandies didn't think about that at all. Seeing that Ling Yun's side had stopped and they wanted to negotiate, they immediately gained confidence and said in their hearts that they finally let us talk. As Chen Sen pointed his fingers at them and asked them to testify, the four big dudes nodded desperately like chickens pecking at rice. The expressions on their faces were firm and swearing. Big. When Chen Sen was beaten just now, they were hesitant and didn't dare to come forward to help, but now the fight is over, and the other party wants to make a condition to solve the problem. If they don't come out to testify, as long as Chen Sen leaves here, they don't want to follow Chen Sen anymore. Sen mixed up. They have been with Chen Sen for a long time, so they naturally understand Chen Sen's character. They know that Chen Sen is a master who must take revenge. Yes, we can testify. As long as you want, our young master Chen will definitely have a way to get it for you. Brother. You may not have heard clearly just now, this young master Chen is the third young master of the Chen family in the capital, the Chen family in the capital. The third child was considered to be a good person. He wondered if Ling Yun didn't know how powerful the Chen family in the capital was, so he made a big oolong, so when he was talking, repeatedly emphasizing that Chen Sen is from the Chen family in the capital, he kept blinking at Ling Yun. Pity. Ling Yun didn't even bother to take a look at the four dandies, and even took their words as fart, but when Chen Sen pointed to Fan Rubing in the commercial car, he raised his head nonchalantly, and glanced at Fan Rubing in the car. Undoubtedly, Fan Rubing's forehead was full of black lines, her delicate body was trembling, and even her breathing became much heavier. Anyway, she is also a big name now. The most dazzling existence under the flashlight of the media, now accompanied Chen Sen over for dinner, before entering the door, was sold as a prostitute by Chen Sen. No matter how good-tempered she was, she couldn't bear it. But if she couldn't bear it, she couldn't bear it, she had to bear it. She couldn't afford to offend Chen Senator, not to mention offending the Chen family. Humph. For shy and angry scoldings sounded at the same time, Chen Sen never imagined that what he originally said to please Ling Yun turned into a hornet's nest. What kind of thing is Fan Rubing? What a big star. Chao Shanshan said. Chao Shanshan is one of the 7 major families in the capital, the jewel in the palm of the Chao family. Of course she has the right not to take Fan Rubing seriously. Fan Rubing? TSK, if you don't use a knife on your face, it won't even be half as beautiful as your aunt's. And it's so fat. This is Liang Fingyi whispering disdainfully. She is absolutely confident, because what she said is the truth. Only Kong Shiru and Zhang Ling didn't say anything after scolding. This is where Kong Shiru's personality lies. Relying on her status as a teacher, she yelled coquettishly, just annoyed at Chen Sen's last sentence, "You can do whatever." But after Zhang Ling was ashamed and angry, she couldn't help looking into the commercial vehicle. Her ambition was to get into Huaxia Communication University. In the future, she would have to deal with film and television stars. The position in the heart, of course, can be imagined. Could it be that the person sitting in the car is really that Fan Rubing who calls himself a master? I never expected to see her here today. Zhang Ling's eyes were full of excited anticipation. I'll wipe. When Tang Meng heard that Fan Rubing had been taken here, his tall body froze suddenly, and he was stunned. He thought that today it was a good deal and he missed it at Nanyuan Airport. I didn't expect to see Fan Rubing here. I am really lucky. Only Ling Yun remained calm as usual. Firstly, he didn't know how famous Fan Rubing was. Secondly, he had yin and yang eyes, so he had seen Fan Rubing thoroughly. He can also see the tattoo clearly, and feels that this woman is just made up. As long as the makeup is removed, she can't compare with the women around him. Moreover, Liang Fingyi whispered. Ling Yun listened to every word. He felt the same way. Fan Rubing is indeed a bit fat, but her chest is small, so fat and squeezed hard, just squeezed out a groove on her chest. Liang Fingyi is a beauty of Lin Minghan's and Shuang Meifeng's level. She can kill Fan Rubing in seconds without makeup, not to mention Liang Fingyi's figure is 10 blocks away from Fan Rubing. In fact, it was Fan Rubing's bad luck. Under such circumstances, she was introduced by Chen Sen, and she wanted Fan Rubing to accompany Ling Yun to dinner and add something. Would that make a good impression on Sime? What's more, the impression Fan Rubing gave people all the time was not very good. Ling Yun looked at Chen Sen, who had stabbed the hornet's nest, with some pity, and said with a playful smile, "Look, even if I want to agree, I dare not agree now. They don't seem to be very happy." Chen Sen finally regained consciousness. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look at the 4 beauties beside Ling Yun. This sight immediately surprised him, and he was so shocked that he almost didn't cry out. Damn, what is the origin of this kid? Why are there so many real beauties around him? It is a well-known fact that big stars are not equal to real beauties. Real beauties are often hidden by capable people before they become famous. This point, the dudes in the capital are well aware. At least, there are 10 beauties in the capital. But among the top 10 beauties, none of them are in the film and television industry. For example, Ling Xiao and Ling Shui of the Ling family are 2 of the top 10 beauties in the capital. They will not show their faces and go out to act in those crappy film and television dramas. More like Lin Minghan, Shuang Meifeng, Miao Xiaomiao. By Sienner, Shui Mining. Morong Fei Shue, wait, you let them come out and try to be a star? Absolutely, who shoots who dies. It's no wonder Ling Yun didn't smash up that studio. It can't be blamed that there are many beauties around Ling Yun. Since ancient times, Qing Shui has produced beauties. Ling Yun comes from Qing Shui. Among the stunning women around him, which one is not beautiful and fragrant? Therefore, real beauties are all invisible. Playboys play with celebrities, purely for the feeling of playing. Liang Fingyi, Kong Shouru and the others scolded at the same time, and immediately attracted the eyes of the 4 dandies. Only then did they realize that, at some point, there were 3 more beauties in front of them. The 4 dandies were stunned at the same time, looking at each other in blank dismay. June could understand the shock in each other's eyes. Damn, 4 at once? All of them are stunning? This dude is amazing. After they looked at each other, they turned their eyes to the commercial vehicle at the same time, and the excitement and anticipation in their eyes suddenly dropped by 90%. People's aesthetics are the same, if the big star gets rid of the star halo. There is really no comparison with Liang Fingyi, the stunning beauties who come out of hibiscus in clear water and are naturally carved. Buddy, I was the one who spoke out indiscriminately just now, so I guess I was wrong. Tell me, as long as you say what you want. I will definitely do it for you. Chen Sen took the initiative to apologize and stopped mentioning Fan Rubing. He hurriedly changed his words. The 4 dandies, including Fan Rubing in the commercial vehicle, all set their eyes on Ling Yun, wanting to see what conditions he would put forward. Ling Yun smiled brightly, and said in a very indifferent tone, "Okay, as long as you have this sentence, then I will not be polite." "You are welcome, you must not be polite. As long as we can untie this beam, we will give you whatever you want." Chen Sen was eager to escape, he was desperate now. The smile on Ling Yun's face became even brighter. "I'm sorry, I want your life." The flattering smile on Chen Sen's face suddenly froze. He even forgot the pain in his body. He only felt that his heart went cold all of a sudden, his back went numb, and he felt uncomfortable like an electric shock. What? This? What? The 4 dandies, as well as Fan Rubing in the luxury business car, were all dumbfounded. On Ling Yan's side, apart from Tang Meng and Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Kong Xiuru, and Liang Fingyi were all dumbfounded, their beautiful eyes wide open, and they looked at Ling Yan incredulously, dumbfounded. Kill, Ling Yan wants to kill? You are not allowed to mess around. Kong Xiuru was the first one to stop her after being shocked. After all, she is a teacher by example. It's just a beating, it's broad daylight, what are you kidding? Liang Fingyi is a doctor, medical ethics are the first, and she pays attention to saving lives and healing the wounded. When she saw that Ling Yun wanted to kill someone even if she disagreed with her, she hurriedly stopped her. Zhang Ling was even more stunned. Only Chao Shanshan is the calmest, of course she knows why Ling Yun said that. Tang Meng, he just didn't care. He knew that there were too many lives in Ling Yun's hands, so he didn't take it to heart at all. Finally, after Fan Rubing heard that Ling Yun wanted Chen Sen's life, she really couldn't sit still. Looking at Ling Yun's beating style just now, she felt that Ling Yun didn't seem to be joking. If Ling Yun really killed Chen Sen, then she would be the yellow mud on her ass, either dead or dead, her future ruined. Fan Rubing was in the car, took a few deep breaths, first tried to calm herself down, then pushed away the hand of the assistant who was holding her, pushed the door to get out of the car, and walked slowly towards Ling Yun. Excuse me, I'm Fan Rubing. Excuse me, can you save me and stop making such a big joke? Fan Rubing took off the sunglasses on her face as she walked. She smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes were alluring, she didn't look sideways, she just stared at Ling Yun. She is full of confidence and believes that Ling Yun will give her this face. To be continued. Fan Rubing's aura is indeed very strong. She looks charmingly, with a smile on her lips. Although there is heavy makeup on her gorgeous all face, there is no doubt that this kind of makeup is very suitable for her status as a big star, which makes her the glamour index soared in an instant, giving people a penetrating shock and shocking the eyes of everyone present. In addition, she has participated in various feasts countless times, participated in various film and television annual awards and walks on the red carpet, and the enchanting walking movements she has practiced, with her head held high, her back straight, her waist swaying, every frown and smile, every look there is a seductive style in every action. This is undoubtedly the strong confidence and aura displayed by the hottest female star in China's entertainment industry. Except for Chao Shanshan and Tang Meng, when everyone heard that Ling Yun wanted Chen Sen's life, they all thought Ling Yun was joking and pretending too much, and Fan Rubing was no exception. So Fan Rubing has absolute confidence, Ling Yun will definitely give her this face. Because the person to be saved was Chen Sen, the son of the Chen family, the top 3 of the 7 major families in the capital. This made Fan Rubing more confident. If she could really save Chen Sen, she would never be just a girl again. Star is so simple, she will become a real rich. As long as she has the support of the Chen family, her strength will change from the previous soft power to real hard power, and she can run rampant in the capital and even China, and no longer need to act according to anyone's face. This is also the reason why Fan Rubing stepped out of the car on his own initiative. A few words can save the young master of the Chen family. Where can I find such a good thing? Therefore, Fan Rubing was not only full of confidence, but also looked forward to the moment when Ling Yun let Chen Sen go. Humph. Chao Shanshan and Liang Fingyi naturally couldn't understand it, they once again scolded in unison, expressing their disdain and dissatisfaction with Fan Rubing. Kong Xiuru stood there quietly, looking at this woman standing at the pinnacle of Huaxia Vanity Fair. She didn't make any statement, she didn't know what she was thinking. Zhang Ling was very excited. He used to see Fan Rubing in various media, magazines, movies, and TV. This time I finally saw a real person, but Zhang Ling's eyes were somewhat disappointed, because Fan Rubing was obviously not as beautiful as the pictures on the internet, so she discounted it a bit. Tang Meng was the worst. When he saw Fan Rubing approaching, his tall figure was shocked, and then he froze. His Adam's apple trembled so violently that he almost didn't run up to ask for his autograph. Or shake hands or something. I'll be good. It's really fan-rubing, let's see how Brother Yun handles it. Fortunately, Tang Meng still retained the last sliver of reason, and was still thinking about the next business. Watching fan-rubing approach, Ling Yun never opened his mouth, nor did he take off his sunglasses. A pair of handsome eyes hidden behind the sunglasses stared at fan-rubing indifferently. Until she came close to her, she finally opened her mouth slowly. Are you kidding me? Give you face? I know who you are. Fan-rubing? I'm sorry, I don't know, I haven't heard of it. So, your face is not worth a penny to me. Puff. When Liang Fingyi heard Ling Yun's words, she almost burst out laughing. Covering her mouth directly, her tender body trembled wildly. You. Fan-rubing froze for an instant, she hadn't stood still, she still kept walking, her whole body froze there, her pretty face turned pale. Dumbfounded, her delicate body trembled. Slap in the face. This slap in the face was really too ruthless, even worse than the dozens of slaps that Ling Yun slapped Chen Sen just now. Face? The person Ling Yun wanted to kill, not to mention fan-rubing, even the heavenly King Lao Tzu would not be able to save him. And it's not that Brother Yun is pretending to be aggressive, it's really awesome. He doesn't need to care about anyone's face. We don't dare to ask Ling Yun for anything. Just because you are a film and television star, you want to save face with Ling Yun, isn't this looking for abuse? Chao Shanshan originally thought that based on Ling Yun's style, maybe because the other party was fan-rubing, she would really make fun of her and sell her face, but she never expected that Ling Yun would actually be doing it for the Chao family this time. None. Chao Shanshan was moved in her heart, full of tenderness, she turned her head away. The pair of beautiful eyes behind the sunglasses blinked again and again, flirting wildly, her heart was about to melt. In fact, Chao Shanshan also misunderstood, she only guessed a small part of it right. No one knows that Ling Yun's current space ring contains the surveillance video copied from the speed bar, and in that surveillance video, Black 3 is impressively listed. This is the person who wants to kill himself, or in other words, this is the person who killed his predecessor. Now that Ling Yun recognizes his ancestors, he has countless reasons to kill He San and Chen Senator, let them go now. Daydreaming. Tang Meng scratched his head speechlessly, sighed with his big mouth curled up, and said to himself, my goddess, it's not that I don't want to help you, you think you are so famous and great, and you come to provoke Brother Yun, you can only do it yourself. Tang Meng didn't know anything else, but since he came into contact with Ling Yun almost never watched TV, let alone went to a movie theater. Tang Meng knew this well. Moreover, Ling Yun's life is much more exciting and gorgeous than movies and TV shows. Will he give face to a movie star? Joke. Fan-rubing was dumbfounded, Chen Sen and the 4 dandies who came with him were also dumbfounded, and Chen Sen was even dumbfounded. He sifted the chaff all over his body and began to tremble involuntarily. Chen Sen finally knows what to do. For the first time, he feels what it means to be shuddering and what it means to be in a catastrophe. Although he was lying on the ground, he could fully feel the unbridled murderous intent that Ling Yun unleashed on him. Second and third, what are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up, call my family and let them send someone over to rescue me. It was useless for fan-rubing to come out, Chen Sen couldn't hold back any longer, raised his neck desperately, and yelled frantically at the 4 dandies, telling them to notify the family and send someone to help. No matter whether the other party really wanted to kill him or deliberately frightened him, Chen Sen couldn't care less, saving his life was the most important thing. I wipe. When Tang Meng heard this, he rushed over unceremoniously, slammed his feet at Chen Sen, and cursed angrily, you still want to call someone? Trouble you to get closer to reality even in your dreams, okay? Ling Yun smiled, and he didn't even look at fan-rubing, who was completely stunned in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up in a perfect arc, and he said to Tang Meng, "Call, let him scream to his heart's content. We will have dinner here today. I will see how many people they can come." As soon as these words came out, Chao Shanshan was also stunned. What happened to Ling Yun? Is this against the sky? Different from the night, different from the deep mountains and old forests, this is the daytime, this is in the bustling city, and this is near the second ring road of the capital. Moreover, Ling Yun broke through the Chen family's roadblock in the morning, and disabled more than 20 masters sent by the Chen family, and now he is directly killing Chen Sen. This is really awesome to a certain level, ignoring the law, ignoring everything, and killing as much as you want. The most important point is that this will anger the Chen family and lead to their craziest counterattack. Are you really going to kill someone? Fan Rubing asked in disbelief after he had been dazed for a long time, his shoulders trembling, his delicate body trembling, even his voice was trembling. It's really unbelievable, this is not a movie or TV series, this is a living reality. Ling Yun looked serious, stared at Fan Rubing for a while, and suddenly smiled. Well, a big star, right? Beauty, let me tell you frankly, this matter is beyond your control. I can give you a suggestion, or leave now, or go back to your car obediently. I can guarantee that the next scene will definitely be much more exciting than what you guys made. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't care about Fan Rubing's pretty pale face anymore. He walked slowly, his pace sometimes fast and sometimes slow, giving the people around him a sense of suffocation caused by dislocation of time and space, and soon came to the side of He San, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Boom! Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at He San, who was lying on his back, struggling to breathe, and raised his foot when he got to his side, like a volley, kicking him into the air, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. Heavy fell into the courtyard. With this kick, Ling Yun also sealed He San's 2 acupoints, making him unable to move anymore, making suicide impossible. Regardless of the inconceivable exclamations from the surroundings, Ling Yun floated and came to Chen Sen's side again, bowed his head indifferently, and said with a playful smile, "Now it's your turn, you won't be able to eat this meal, but I can let you watch us eat. Besides, I know you are not seriously injured now, so I will give you a chance to escape." Chen Sen was indeed not seriously injured. He was just stunned by Ling Yun's slap and was also shocked by Ling Yun's ferocity and strength. It is impossible for Chao Shanshan and Tang Meng to cause him substantial harm. Chen Sen was lying there, his dark and narrow face was swollen like a big bun at the moment, his eyes were squinted, revealing a deep-seated viciousness, and he asked in a hateful voice, "My friend, this is the first time you and I, Chen Sen, shall we meet? We have no grievances. I really want to know, why do you insist on killing me? If it's a family matter, you can ask our Chen family to reason. Why do you have to deal with a waste like me who eats and waits to die? Chen Sen can't be soft, but he can be hard again, soft and hard. What he said is well-founded, and he wants to die to understand." Even if Ling Yun didn't wear sunglasses, Chen Sen couldn't recognize him now, not to mention Ling Yun was wearing sunglasses, and he didn't reveal his identity at all. Chen Sen felt that he was wronged. He was very cunning, and immediately thought that the relationship between him and Ling Yun should be a family hatred, so he directly said that he was a waste, and let the other party treat him like a fart. "Do you want to die to understand? Don't worry, after I finish eating, let's change places, and I promise you will understand to death." Ling Yun smiled faintly, knowing that Chen Sen was delaying time on purpose. He had no fear at all. He had too much to say to interrogate He San and Chen Sen, so of course he wouldn't kill them now. Hearing that Ling Yun would not kill him right away, but had to finish his meal and change places, he was overjoyed, and quickly took a peek at the few dudes who were busy on the phone and sending text messages, and directly gave up the plan of running away. In the capital, as long as you have time, everything will be easy to manage. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chen Sen really didn't know why Ling Yun would give him enough time to let his cronies call someone for help, and he didn't even know that in Ling Yun's eyes, he was already a dead person through and through. After Ling Yun came to the capital, he fought against the Chen family with his own power. He successively killed Chen Haiken, Chen Jianjia, and captured Chen Jiangui alive. After that, he didn't want to hide anymore. From now on, he will no longer be suspected of throwing a route weapon, and as Ling Yun of Qingshui City, he will declare war on the Chen family openly and aboveboard. Of course, Ling Yun will not reveal his identity as the fourth young master of the Ling family now. Ling Yun doesn't care about anything. What he is worried about is the life and death of his father, Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao has disappeared until now, and his whereabouts are still unknown, and there is no news of him. At this moment, Chen Sen suddenly got up from the ground. He deliberately raised his throat and shouted dryly, "I won't run away. I just accidentally scolded you just now, but you beat me to death after doing this. You still say you want to kill me, but I don't accept it. I don't believe it, so there's no room for reasoning in such a big capital?" Chen Sen's words were not only for Ling Yun, but also for the four big dandies nearby, and at the same time, for himself to embolden himself. Hearing it suddenly, indeed, what Chen Sen said seemed to be quite reasonable. On the surface, there was indeed no deep hatred between the two parties. The cause of the whole thing was simply because Chen Sen came to the door of Sun's imperial dining room and yelled, shouting so prestige, he scolded Ling Yun a few words. It's a pity, if Chen Sen knew that the young man standing in front of him was the Ling Yun whom he arranged to lure Wang Lei with money and drive Stare to death, would he still dare to say such a thing? I'll go in by myself, I really want to know. Why do you keep your mouth shut and insist on killing me? Chen Sen yelled, not only did not escape, but took the initiative to walk towards the gate of the courtyard. However, no matter how reasonable what Chen Sen said, if he wanted to pretend to be aggressive in front of Ling Yun, it would be absolutely impossible. He had chosen the wrong partner. Ling Yun sneered. Let Chen Sen walk by him, his eyes are like lightning. It can even be clearly seen that Chen Sen is actually stern and soft-hearted. If he hadn't tried his best to restrain himself, Chen Sen's body would have wobbled a long time ago. Want to go in by yourself? There is no door. Ling Yun sneered. He kicked Chen Sen's ass like lightning. Boom. What? Chen Sen only felt that his ass had suffered a heavy blow that he had never experienced before, and he was almost about to have an anal fissure. He held in pain, and his body flew into the sky involuntarily, flying over the gate wall of the courtyard. It fell heavily on the green bricks in the courtyard. Boom. With his face down and his limbs on the ground, Chen Sen fell a dog gnawing shit, and couldn't move anymore. Ling Yun naturally also sealed several acupuncture points of Chen Sen. It was impossible to give him freedom. Come on, let's go in and eat. Ling Yun arrested Chen Sen and He San, and no longer cared about Fan Rubing, who had a pretty pale face. Even more disinclined to pay attention to the four big dudes who were stunned by the side, they took the lead and walked towards the courtyard. Just now, the four big dudes called the Chen family, some called their friends, and some even called the police. Ling Yun could hear them all clearly. He didn't stop him, and let the other party call for someone. It is said that to fight for a piece of sky is to fight for a piece of sky. Ling Yun wants to show the Chen family what is called absolute strength today. In the face of absolute strength, what family, power, relationship, contacts, laws, everything will become pale and vulnerable. Unless someone from the Chen family can come out and really suppress Ling Yun by force, there is no other way. But, does the Chen family have such a person? Even if there was, would the Chen family send him out for a dispute between playboys, to save a Chen Sen, and to deal with a little-known Ling Yun? The current Chen family is in a state of desperation, messed up by Ling Yun, so many troubles can't be dealt with, and it's too late to hide their strength. How could they send a strongest expert to rescue Chen Sen in broad daylight? Chen Haiken said that the Chen family has 3 masters who can completely suppress Ling Yun. Last night, Ling Yun killed a Chen Jianjia. Of course, he is confident today. As long as it's not the 2 strong men from the Chen family who come over, he doesn't care if someone else comes. Still eating? Seeing Ling Yun walking into the courtyard so calmly, Liang Fingyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled sweetly, and glanced at the big star fan Rubing in front of her. Her gaze was full of disdain and provocation. Then she tossed her long hair, twisted her waist, follow Ling Yun and go in. Kong Shiru pondered for a moment, and she also glanced at Fan Rubing, then at the 4 big dandies over there, sighed lightly, shook her head, and turned back into the courtyard. Go. Zhang Ling, let's go in too. Chao Shanshan lightly tugged Zhang Ling's arm, and pulled her in. Zhang Ling turned her head in 3 steps. She felt a little unbelievable that such a beautiful star as Fan Rubing was humiliated by Ling Yun like that. That's Fan Rubing, Ling Yun seems to have changed a bit. Tang Meng was naturally at the end. Before entering the door, he smiled disdainfully at the 4 dandies in the distance, whistled again, and then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Hey, brothers, we are going to eat here today. You can call people as much as you like, the more you call the better, but I can tell you in advance, this bastard surname Chen is hard to save even a god. With provocative eyes, disdainful smiles, arrogant actions, and the resolute sentence that immortals cannot be saved, Tang Meng drew the most satisfactory end to the incident just now. Tang Meng knew best in his heart, when he was with Ling Yun, he never suffered a disadvantage. For the last time, he took a deep look at Fan Rubing, whose delicate body was stiff and stupefied, sighed secretly, shook his head, then turned around, and went back to the courtyard. How could it be? Is there such a person? There is such a person? Fan Rubing stood still for a long time until there was no one in front of him, and finally he was at a loss, muttering to himself, his eyes full of inconceivable expressions. Now, she finally understood. The idea that I want to keep Ling Yun as a good face for her is such an outrageous idea. Not to mention asking Ling Yun to make her a badass, judging from the current situation, she just wants to be Ling Yun's 5th wife, 6th wife. Ling Yun doesn't even look down on her at all. Ling Yun simply ignored her. Even on purpose, humiliating her naked. Fan Rubing was the first to ask back. I just don't believe that in Huaxia, there are people who don't even bother to talk nonsense to her. Humiliated her cruelly and even cruelly as soon as they met, so she said that there are still such people. As for Fan Rubing's second rhetorical question, it was because she never expected that someone once told her that there are many powerful beings in Huaxia, which are stronger than those in martial arts movies and fantasy novels. In the past, she just listened to it as a joke. Yes, but now I actually see it. With an easy punch, a burly man can be sent flying so far, and with a random kick, a person can be kicked more than 4 meters high. Flying that far from the sky, how much power does it take? Ling Yun's personality, Ling Yun's strength, any one of them was taken out, and Fan Rubing was slapped resoundingly in the face, like a double bow, which made her never forget it in this life. So powerful. Such a man with personality and taste. Fan Rubing stared blankly at Ling Yun's calm and unrestrained back, his pretty pale face gradually turned red, and he was actually a little dazed and out of his mind. She claims to be a master to the outside world, and once wore a dragon robe at an international film festival. When she was the most proud and arrogant, she even shouted crazily that she was a wealthy family. How brilliant and arrogant. Now, after being slapped in the face by Ling Yun, she suddenly realized that she was just a little woman after all. The people on Ling Yun's side have all gone in now. Chen Sen and his unlucky bodyguard were also kicked into the courtyard by Ling Yun. This meal must not be finished, so what should Fan Rubing do now? According to what Ling Yun said when he advised her, leave here? Fan Rubing hurriedly shook her head subconsciously. Although today's incident has nothing to do with her, she is one of the witnesses, and she cannot get rid of it, no matter what. There was no other way but to admit that he was unlucky. Van Rubing put on his sunglasses, glanced calmly at the four dandies next to him, turned around silently, and went back to the luxury business car. What should I do? That person is so powerful, he didn't ask anything at all. Yeah, we brought the Chen family out, but he doesn't care at all. It's fine if he doesn't know how powerful the Chen family is, but judging by his appearance, he knows the power of the Chen family in China. Young Master Chen is really in big trouble this time, hey, but in this state, we have no other choice but to wait. I called the police. The police should arrive in a while. Let's see if the police will help. The four dandies were helpless, scratching their heads anxiously, like ants on a hot pot, circling around, discussing in a low voice how to solve the problem. In terms of family background, and in terms of personal martial arts, these four dandies are at most serving as shoes for Chen. Senator Chen Sen is already like this, and they have no choice but to wait. It would be nice to be able to make a phone call. If it was before today, it would be no wonder that Ling Yun would let them report the news. Inside the courtyard, the middle-aged man in his 30s, sweating profusely, stood in front of everyone and Ling Yun with an embarrassing face, and said to Ling Yun respectfully and apologetically, that, this gentleman, if you do this, it will bring big trouble to our Sun family's imperial dining room, you see. The people who can come here to eat are all the upper-class figures in the capital, all of them are high-ranking dignitaries and playboys. They usually fight for face, jealousy, and so on for a table of meals, and have conflicts in the Sun's imperial dining room. Usually, the people in the Sun's imperial dining room have always pretended not to see it. After all, the more these people fight, the more beneficial it is to them. This is a superb marketing method. The middle-aged man is not surprised, so when Chinsen came, when he was showing off his power outside the door, he just smiled and didn't even bother to go out the front door, but who knew that in just a short while, there were two bang-bangs, one after another from the courtyard wall. Two people entered Shangfei, and it seemed that they were both seriously injured, so he was dumbfounded. It is true that the one who came this time is the god of wealth, but not the god of wealth, but the god of evil. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing the embarrassed and anxious look of the middle-aged man, Ling Yun was very calm. He smiled and asked, "Oh? Trouble? This matter has nothing to do with you. What trouble can you have?" Ling Yun turned his head, deliberately glanced at Chen Sen, who was on the ground, and continued to smile. "Tell me about it." The middle-aged man was so depressed, he thought, where did this living ancestor come from? The young master of the Chen family is our official guest today, and now you have beaten him like a pig's head and lay on the ground. What's the trouble with asking seriously? However, depression is depression, what should be said has to be said. The middle-aged man scratched his head, raised his finger and pointed at Chen Sen, who was on the ground. These two were beaten like this by you, and they were placed in our yard again. How do you say, we are a place to eat and we are in business? If you do this, the police will arrive immediately. If this matter gets out, how about our business? Ling Yun listened with a smile, but didn't speak. Seeing this, the middle-aged man had no choice but to say again, besides, as soon as the police arrive, there will definitely be many people who will be questioned. You won't be able to eat this meal. Liang Fingyi and Kong Xiaoru are also looking at Ling Yun with their beautiful eyes at this moment, thinking that this guy is really lawless. He has made such a mess, and he doesn't want to leave the place of right and wrong quickly, but he still wants to eat here. It depends on how you deal with the eviction order. Ling Yun chuckled. I just want to ask you one thing, can you cook our meal or can't you? Ling Yun's question was very simple and direct, but it immediately stumped the middle-aged man. May I ask what you can do, and what if you can't? At this moment, an old man in his 60s with a red face walked through the main house from the backyard and came to the front yard. His steps were steady, and there was a hint of sullenness on his face. This is the owner of Sun's Imperial Dining Room and also the chef here. He has been busy in the backyard for several hours, just waiting for the guests to arrive, and now that the guests have come, but this has happened, he is not angry. Boss Sun sells culinary skills, his cooking skills are exquisite, and his roast duck skills are the best in Beijing. This is the only family with no semicolon, and his dishes are expensive. The same selling spirit, only arrange one table at a time, not just for pure commercial profit. Just imagine, the people who come here to eat are all dignitaries, what they eat is taste, level. And I feel that only one table is prepared in half a day. The guests eat well, and the treater gets face. The benefits must be Boss Sun's. Moreover, every time he served the best roast duck in the capital, Boss Sun would come to the room to show it in person. After coming and going, he got to know too many dignitaries in the capital. Once you get to know each other, it's easy to do things, so Boss Sun is on the ground in the capital, socializing a lot and eating very well. This Boss Sun seems to be trapped in this corner, unshakable every day. He only serves 2 tables of meals at noon and in the evening, but who knows how many 5-star restaurants Boss Sun has opened with sole proprietorship or cooperation with others in the capital and other places? All roads lead to Rome, and Boss Sun used his culinary skills to connect with the upper class. The business outside is getting bigger and bigger. Master, look, what should we do now? When the middle-aged man saw the master came out, he rushed forward as if he had met a savior. He couldn't serve Ling Yun anymore. Seeing Boss Sun coming out, Ling Yun knew that it was the rightful owner, so he turned directly to Boss Sun, smiled calmly and said, "That's an interesting question, are you the boss here?" "It's very simple. If you dare to do it, we'll eat here. If you don't dare to do it, then we can change places." "It doesn't matter." Ling Yun deliberately changed what Boss Sun said about what he can do and what he can't do into what he can do and what he can't do. It's just a meal, it really doesn't matter where Ling Yun eats, but since he came today, he doesn't want to make the trip in vain and return with an empty stomach. Boss Sun is a well-known character. When he heard something in Ling Yun's words, he was shocked in his heart, and finally raised his eyes seriously, and looked at Ling Yun. It's a pity that Ling Yun is wearing sunglasses at the moment, covering half of his face. Boss Sun can't see Ling Yun's eyes. In fact, even if he saw it, he could only see Ling Yun calm and complacent, with a half-smile, and maybe he would give him a provocative look. This kid is amazing. Boss Sun stared at Ling Yun for a long time, but seeing Ling Yunyuan looking at Yu Ji, calm and composed, completely confident, he was even more shocked. You know, Ling Yun is after beating someone. Boss Sun stopped looking at Ling Yun. He turned his head to look at Chen Sen and He San, who were on the ground, glanced at each of them, feeling really happy. Chen Sen from the Chen family came here to eat quite a few times, but he basically ate the overlord meal. He never took the initiative to check out in time. Any restaurant hates such customers, and Boss Sun is no exception. However, due to the power of the Chen family, Boss Sun did not dare to offend Chen Sen. Now that Chen Sen was beaten into a pig's head, lying on the ground half dead and moaning, Boss Sun was actually very happy. Even if Ling Yun let him waive the bill, he would be very happy. Damn, let you be arrogant, let you run amok, kicked on the iron plate now? I dare not mess with you, God will accept you. Boss Sun was relieved. When he saw that something had happened, the reason why he came out was mainly because he was afraid of getting into trouble. If Chen Sen was thrown in his yard and he would cook in the back kitchen as if nothing had happened, then he, the Sun family's imperial dining room, would not want to do it again. However, if you want to relieve your anger, you should go against your will. There is no way, the power of the Chen family crushes a person. If you really want to move him, it is no different from crushing an ant to death. I'm sorry, I dare not do it, and the police will come soon. Even if I want to do it, I can't do it. You should please. Boss Sun waited over and over again. He didn't want to get into trouble. With Chao's family on one side and Chen's family on the other, he couldn't afford to offend either, so he had to pretend to be his grandson. Survival in the capital is not just a matter of passion. At critical moments, you still have to be self-aware and learn to protect yourself wisely. Cut. Ling Yin smiled disdainfully, shook his head indifferently, turned his head and walked out. He walked very slowly, accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance all the way. The courtyard was full of fragrance, the rich fragrance tangled his nostrils. At the same time, Ling Yin said in disappointment, "One table during the day and one table at night. It sounds very good, but I didn't dare to do the door-to-door business. Really think how delicious my roast duck is?" At this moment, no one cared what Ling Yin was talking about. Everyone inside and outside the courtyard was crazily inhaling through their noses. Fragrant. It smells so good. Intoxicating, seductive, the kind of fragrance that makes the mouth saliva, wishing to suck all the surrounding air into the stomach. What scent? Ambergris, of course. As Ling Yin turned around and walked out, with a thought, he had already taken out the magic gourd, but he didn't take out all of it. Only one mouth of the gourd was exposed, allowing the fragrance of ambergris to waft out. That's enough. Boss Sun is a real famous chef, with a keen sense of smell. At this moment, their eyes are staring like copper bells, and their noses are not enough. They just opened their mouths wide and inhaled wildly, trying their best to smell this refreshing and intoxicating aroma, and quickly found the source of the aroma. "Hey, young man, please wait, wait." Boss Sun couldn't keep his composure anymore. He couldn't care about anything else. He just threw off his footsteps and trotted all the way to catch up with Ling Yin. Brush. With a thought, he directly took the magic gourd back to the interspatial ring. Ling Yin intentionally let Boss Sun catch up, turned his head and smiled at Boss Sun. "Boss Sun, you said you dare not do it. We are all hungry. So what are we waiting for? Do it, do it. Who said not to do it? But I have a small question. What was that just now, and why is it so fragrant?" Boss Sun couldn't be tense anymore. After one morning plus one noon, he had all the materials ready, and the young master of the Chen family would definitely not be able to enjoy them. If Ling Yin also left, his day's work would be in vain. Of course, this is still an insignificant matter. After all, it's just a table of ingredients. What Boss Sun is most excited about now is the shocking aroma coming out of Ling Yin's body. Ling Yin stopped in his tracks, smacked his lips indifferently, and said with a light smile, "Oh? That's the seasoning I usually use when I cook and stir-fry. Is it delicious?" "I don't think so." Tang Meng stood there without moving at all, and he desperately breathed in the fragrance in the air, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Brother Yun pretended to be in a state of ecstasy. "Ah? The usual seasoning for cooking?" Boss Sun had an unbelievable look in his eyes. He couldn't help swallowing saliva, slammed his mouth, and thought about it infinitely, and then said, "It's delicious, it's really fragrant, it's really delicious." Boss Sun had an intoxicated and flattering expression on his face, and he said excitedly, "Hey, can you show me? Can you cook?" "Can." "Can you waive the bill?" "Definitely no problem." "Want to see it?" "I want to, I really want to." Ling Yin chuckled. Since this is the case, then Boss Sun should stop standing here and go to the back kitchen to cook. I have known you for a long time and want to try your cooking skills. Ling Yin doesn't hold it anymore. He has achieved his goal and can eat for free, so of course he won't leave. Besides, he had no intention of leaving at all. But, what about these two people? Boss Sun finally came back to reality from the dream, peeked at Chen Sen and He San on the ground, and lowered his voice to ask Ling Yin. "Don't worry about cooking your meals. You don't know who is coming. Leave the front yard to me." I promise you won't get into any trouble. Ling Yan is very straightforward, he is a cook, he can get a meal, there is no need to drag him into the water. Okay. Boss Sun readily agreed, cast a contemptuous glance at Chen Sen, then turned around, gave a few earnest instructions to the middle-aged man who was chasing him, and ran to the kitchen in the backyard to cook. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Please. 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 The middle-aged man got Boss Sun's advice, and now he is completely convinced by Ling Yan, his eyes are full of respect, his whole body is full of sincerity and enthusiasm, he bends down and bows, and invites Ling Yan and his group into the house one by one. Copy address access. Liang Fingyi and Kong Xiaoru couldn't help but looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Is this meal really worth it? Moreover, according to what Boss Sun said, this meal is still free? Ling Yan is too awesome. Ling Yan is indeed a cow, and not just an ordinary cow, he put the cow on the cart, what a cow. Ling Yan was not polite, and took the lead, and was the first one to enter the main room, and sat down on the main seat, facing south, and muttered, this toss, I have tossed to death. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling followed closely, and accompanied Ling Yan on one left and one on the right. Then Kong Xiaoru sat down next to Chao Shanshan, Liang Fingyi sat next to Zhang Ling, and they sat opposite each other. Tang Meng was the last one to enter the room, and he sat directly opposite Ling Yan. Just looking at Tang Meng's overjoyed expression, he could tell that this kid was so complacent that he couldn't stop laughing. Only by following Ling Yan can one have such a wonderful and exciting life with ups and downs. Tang Meng has already begun to enjoy this kind of life. Others are fake, and they are fun. Ling Yan got cheap and acted like a good boy, while Tang Meng was so cool that his pores all over his body felt comfortable. Liang Fingyi and Kong Xiaoru frowned at the performance of the two of them. Liang Fingyi glared at Tang Meng directly with her beautiful phoenix eyes, making him stop laughing, then turned her head to look at Ling Yan and said angrily, you're really good, just as we got off the plane, you put on such a big show for us, eat, where to eat is not to eat, as for beating people like this? Liang Fingyi had seen Ling Yan show his power with her own eyes, and she had seen Ling Yan get angry with her own eyes. After demolishing the two villas of the family, and coming to the capital this time, Ling Yan beat the two of them to death, before they had even had a bite of food. She felt that while being thrilled and shocked, she was actually a little terrified. Ling Yan looked at Liang Fingyi with a grin, but didn't speak. Liang Fingyi said heartily, there is really nothing to do with this guy. She bit her delicate lower lip helplessly and said, I heard those people call the police just now. The police will be here soon, can this meal stop? Frankly speaking, I'm still worried. If the police really come to take Ling Yan away, then they don't want to eat this meal, they just go to the police station to find someone. Ling Yan could feel the worry inside and outside Liang Fingyi's words. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not very hungry now. I'll be your bodyguard for free today. You can just sit here with peace of mind and enjoy yourself. Eat, no matter what happens outside, just pretend nothing happened, and I'll settle it for you myself. Ling Yan said this to Liang Fingyi, and also to other people present, in order not to worry everyone. Ling Yan was indeed not hungry. His body is full of aura now, and there is no other problem except that he is slightly weaker than the peak state caused by the sequelae caused by the dragon elephant power last night. While talking, the real waiter came from the backyard. There are 4 of them in total, all of them are gentle and graceful ladies, with pure and beautiful looks, graceful figures, and 1.7 meters tall, all of whom are over 80 in appearance. What blinded Ling Yunliang was that each of them was wearing ancient palace attire. Colorful, wearing a court bun, with a bright smile on his face, serving tea and pouring water like a butterfly wearing flowers, full of enthusiasm. This is really the imperial dining room. Except for Chao Shanshan, everyone else, including Ling Yun, was shocked in their eyes and hearts. Damn it, it's really the Emperor's treatment. Tang Meng had never seen this kind of scene before. He was dumbfounded, and couldn't take his eyes off it, and finally understood why the Sun family's imperial dining room was so awesome. Ling Yun was really shocked, not because he saw so many beauties all at once, but because 4 waiters in palace costumes suddenly appeared in front of him, which reminded him of the big world of cultivation. The buns on the heads of these beauties and the palace clothes on their bodies are still different from those of the women in the big world of cultivation, but the feeling of being graceful and elegant has completely come out. Ling Yun's sunglasses had already been taken off. His handsome eyes stared at the 4 beauties in palace costumes in front of him without blinking. His eyes were a little dazed and absent-minded. He thought of many people and many things. Those people and those things were all on another planet, the big world of cultivation. I have really failed. I have practiced for more than 3 months, and I have not yet reached the Qi training period. If this kind of thing spreads in the world of cultivation, I will definitely be laughed out of my teeth. My reputation as a peerless genius will be completely abolished. Ling Yun laughed at himself first, then sighed secretly, can I go back? In the first minute after the 4 beauties in palace costumes appeared, everyone except Chao Shanshan, who was not surprised when they saw it, was an eye-opener. They kept watching their costumes and attires, so no one noticed that Ling Yun was in a trance. But Chao Shanshan noticed. Her beautiful oval face blushed instantly, stomping her feet secretly, wondering if she brought Ling Yun to the wrong place. There is no way. Ling Yun is staring at the 4 beauties in palace costumes without blinking, looking stunned. It's no wonder if Chao Shanshan is jealous. Calmly, Chao Shanshan quietly made her move from under the table, and lightly pinched the soft flesh around Ling Yun's waist, but she was surprised that there was no trace of fat on Ling Yun's body. The perfect figure who changed clothes in the car made her face even redder. Although he was not pinched, but Ling Yun's sense is so keen, he immediately broke away from the state of being absent-minded, and returned to reality all at once. Ahem, this place is not bad. Old Ling Yun blushed, and coughed twice as a cover-up. Hello, sir, would you like some drinks? The palace costume is just a kind of dress, and what these waiters said is still very normal. Kong Shiru just wanted to say no, but Ling Yun said, yes, bring 2 bottles of the best wine here. Just kidding, this meal is free. Ling Yun has no reason not to drink. The palace clothes worn by the 4 waiters are of different colors, but they are all the same style, with V-shaped open fronts, and at least 1/3 of the pink and white flesh balls are exposed to the air, and a deep and dark line is forced out. In the ravine, the waitress who asked Ling Yun's words saw Ling Yun's appearance. Her heart was already trembling, and now seeing Ling Yun staring at her, her pretty face instantly blushed. Sir, please wait a moment. She bit her delicate lower lip, turned around gracefully, and went to get the wine with brisk steps. The long purple dress dragged the floor, and the hem of the skirt fluttered. Ling Yun looked at it in a relaxed and happy manner. When the waiter disappeared, he turned his head and looked aggressively at Chao Shanshan and other beauties. Well, if Shanshan is dressed like this, she will definitely be able to wear the noble feeling of a saint. If she has enough skill, if she uses lightness kung fu. If Teacher Kong wears it, it must be shy and cowardly, delicate and charming. It is best to wear flesh-colored silk stockings inside. The outside is ancient beauty, and the inside is modern beauty. How can I be so evil? Liang Fingyi doesn't need to be said. She puts on the palace attire. She is the queen, and she must be the empress of the West Palace. Zhang Ling is not suitable for wearing palace clothes. She is a little short. Ling Yun's thoughts were evil, and his eyes were even more evil, so he looked over one by one. Chao Shanshan and Kong Shiru seemed to have guessed what he was thinking in his heart, and each bowed their heads, not daring to look at Ling Yun. Only Liang Fingyi stared at Ling Yun fiercely, as if she was warning Ling Yun not to think bad things about her. Ling Yun laughed aloud. He didn't take Liang Fengyi's warning seriously at all. He quickly withdrew his gaze, but let go of his spiritual sense. Eating here is a trivial matter. Taking the opportunity to clean up the rescue soldiers brought by Chen Sen is a major matter. Ling Yun wants to see the situation outside. The 3 cars remained as they were, and were parked at the gate of the courtyard. Fan Rubing and her assistant sat anxiously in the back seat of the luxury business car, fidgeting and discussing something in a low voice. Sister Bing, the police are almost here. What should we do then? You ask me, who should I ask? It's really unlucky today. I should have come if I knew it earlier. I'm so mad. Fan Rubing is anxious and angry. She has nothing to do now, and she still dare not leave here. Since she was really famous, since when did she suffer from such a useless attitude? Sister Bing, that boy looks young. How could he be so powerful? Have you heard of him before? The female assistant asked unwillingly. If only I'd heard of him. I've never seen such a domineering person. Speaking of this, Fan Rubing seemed to be thinking about the humiliation she received just now. She only felt her face burning hot, subconsciously turned her head, past the open gate of the courtyard, and glanced into the main room. The female assistant had lingering fears, and she said in fear, Sister Bing, I thought about it just now. This person doesn't take anyone seriously at all. He doesn't even bother to say a word of nonsense. This is not something we can afford, people. In my opinion, when the police come, I'll go down and explain the matter clearly, so let's get out of here quickly. Fan Rubing wanted to agree subconsciously, but when he changed his mind, he pondered again, biting his delicate lower lip and meditating. Don't be afraid, it seems that he is only targeting Chen Sen, and he doesn't even pay attention to the 4 dudes behind him. They will not bully us. I'd like to see, what is the background of this man, and how can he be so arrogant? Doesn't he know how deep the water in the capital is? By coincidence, Fan Rubing's curiosity soared, and she was reluctant to leave. She wanted to see how Ling Yun would deal with it next. The conversation between the two, Ling Yun listened to every word. He couldn't help laughing secretly. He said that not only did I know the depth of the water in the capital, but now he wanted to muddy the deep water. However, if this Fan Rubing wears a palace attire, it will definitely be shocking. Ling Yun didn't know that Fan Rubing had once played the role of concubine Yang Gui. The beauty released on TV really caught the attention of countless people in the country. The police are here. At this moment, one of the 4 great dudes suddenly shouted excitedly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Sun's Imperial Dining Room, a courtyard building, faces south from north, and the street in front of the courtyard runs across from east to west. Hashtag. 3 police cars, with piercing sirens, turned into the entrance of Dongtu Street and drove towards them at a high speed. From a long distance away, they could already hear the frenzy of wah wah wah, and they seemed very urgent. The distance from the intersection to the gate of the courtyard was only 500 meters. 3 police cars came here quickly and stopped one after another. 8 policemen came out of the police cars with serious expressions. It was Director Mu who came in person. Young Master Chen is saved. As soon as the policeman came down, the youngest of the 4 big dandies glanced anxiously, and saw the leader at a glance. Seeing that it was one of his own, he immediately turned from worry to joy, and almost jumped up to meet him. Mu Tianshou, male, 38 years old, is the deputy director of the police station in the surrounding area. He is tall and strong, with a thick back and waist. He wears a standard police uniform and looks majestic. Young Master Tang, what happened? Is it worth calling me again? My own people are my own people. First, young Master Tang has a house in Mu Tianshou's area, and he lives there on weekdays. When he usually gets into any trouble and doesn't need his family to come forward to settle it, he will let Mu Tianshou come forward to solve it. Of course, Mu Tianshou also received many benefits from young Master Tang in private. Young Master Tang, the third youngest of the four dandies, made a bet with Chen Sen that if he offered 5 cards, that would be 5 million, betting that Chen Sen would not be able to deal with fan rubbing today. In the eyes of these dandies in the capital, 1 million is just one lot for them, and 5 million can buy a house of 100 square meters near the Third Ring Road. They gamble with 5 million, just like ordinary people. It doesn't make much difference for a person to gamble with $50 for fun. Young Master Tang glanced at the police officer behind Mu Tianshou. He grinned, pulled Mu Tianshou aside, and said in a low voice, "Hey, Mu Sua, this time it's really not my business. Let me tell you, if you can handle this matter satisfactorily today, I will guarantee you a promotion and salary increase, and even becoming the top leader of the sub-bureau." Mu Tianshou was taken aback for a while, and then his heart trembled. Promotion and salary increase? Director of the Public Security Bureau? I'm still a few levels behind, so I'm on the verge of rising to the top. However, Mu Tianshou has been in the public security system in Beijing for more than 10 years. He is not stupid, he knows that there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Immediately, my heart became vigilant again, and I asked in amazement, "What's the matter? It's so serious." Young Master Tang turned his head and glanced into the courtyard, but from his direction. But he couldn't see Chen Sen on the ground, so he turned around and said, "Mu Sua, let me tell you, this is what happened." What? Mu Tianshou was stunned after hearing this. Someone is going to kill? Moreover, after beating someone up to a serious injury, are you still eating there peacefully? The most important thing is that the young master of the Chen family in Beijing, Chen Sen, was the one who was injured? Does this still put the police in the eyes? Does this still take the law to heart? This is to regard the capital as their back garden, right? Mu Tianshou was dumbfounded when he heard this, and at the same time he was also furious. He heard it at the end. Even the nose started to smoke. Where are people? Mu Tianshou asked in a deep voice. Young Master Tang pointed at the gate of the courtyard with his chin. "Mu Sua, they are all inside." Although the kid who hit someone was not very old, even we people have never seen that kind of arrogance. Nobody cares. Oh. Also, young Master Chen is also lying in the yard now, and there has been no sound coming out so far. We don't know what's going on. I gonna go see. After Mu Tianshou said a few words, he was about to walk in, but he stopped as soon as he took a step. Xinxing asked young Master Tang, "Young Master Tang, you have to tell me the truth. It's really because young Master Chen scolded the other party a few words, and the other party beat him when he came out, and then threatened to kill young Master Chen?" Young Master Tang stomped his feet anxiously. He raised his hand and pointed to the other 3 dandies not far away, and said solemnly, "Old Mu, what time is it now? Do I have to lie to you? If you don't believe me, look, that business car sitting in the car is the beautiful star Fan Rubing and one of her assistants, they can testify for me." Hearing that Fan Rubing was sitting in the commercial vehicle, Mu Tianshou didn't react too much. This group of dandies hang around with some female stars all day long, and he has seen too many things about drug addicts, so he is not surprised. Mu Tianshou understood almost everything. He turned around, waved his hand, and gave an order to the other 7 policemen. "The murderer is in the courtyard right now. Don't go in. Go outside and investigate the scene, looking for evidence and testimony." After finishing the order, Mu Tianshou felt his heart heat up suddenly, his blood flow accelerated, his blood boiled, and he felt that his life path was finally about to undergo a gorgeous turning point. The person to save is Chen Sen, the young master of the Chen family. As long as Chen Sen can be rescued smoothly, he doesn't need to worry about what will happen to the murderer. At least he can really rise to the top, as young Master Tang said, and he can even be promoted to the 5th level. Out of police instinct, Mu Tianshou made an accurate judgment in his mind about the current situation in an instant. The other party must be from another place, and has a certain status in the local area. It sounds like he can fight well, arrogant and domineering, and arrogant. He is only the deputy director of the police station in this area, so he may not be able to offend the other party, but he has several obvious advantages now. First of all, he is a policeman, and his identity as a policeman is his greatest reliance. He is here to handle the case, which can be regarded as a business. The second is that he has a gun. The 7 police officers he brought this time also heard about the seriousness of the matter before they came. They all brought guns. If the other party really dares to come hard, he can at least use guns to warn, use guns to suppress. No matter how powerful the opponent is, isn't he afraid of guns? In addition, Chen didn't make a big mistake, or he was beaten into a pig's head by the opponent before he had time to pretend to be aggressive. He just scolded the opponent a few times, and the opponent threatened to kill him. This made Mu Tianqiu not need to deliberately favor Chen, as long as he handled the case according to the normal procedures. In other words, even if something goes wrong in the future, as long as he says it is his responsibility and handles the case impartially, he can take care of himself alone. The last and most important thing is that the person he wants to save is Chen, the young master of the Chen family. As long as he can successfully rescue Chen, even if he gets into big trouble, the Chen family will definitely help him. He settles down, and guarantees him a smooth career. With a special status, armed with live ammunition, and a strong background, Mu Tianqiu felt that he no longer had to worry about anything. An opportunity that ordinary people will never meet once in a lifetime. Mu Tianqiu decided to seize the opportunity God gave him no matter what, and not let the opportunity slip away in vain. Wait for me a while. Although Mu Tianqiu's blood boiled with enthusiasm, the dumplings he had made for more than 30 years were not for nothing, and he didn't really trust young Master Tang. Mu Tianqiu strode to the side of the luxury business car, and together with another female police officer, they listened to Fan Rubing explain the situation from beginning to end. What Fan Rubing and young Master Tang said were basically the same, and Mu Tianqiu was overjoyed. Xiao Li, Xiao Zheng, Xiao Lu, the 3 of you come in with me to have a look. The other 4 are in charge of guarding outside. In addition, please dial 120 as soon as possible. There are wounded inside. Mu Tianqiu asked about everything, and without any scruples, he led 3 policemen directly into the courtyard. As soon as the 4 entered the courtyard, they immediately saw Chen and He San lying on the ground, unable to move. The 4 policemen were all dumbfounded. It's like this? Mu Tianqiu looked at Chen, who was like a pig's head on the ground, and was dumbfounded on the spot. Although Chen was beaten into a pig's head and looked miserable, he was only slapped and kicked by Ling Yun, and he was only slightly injured. But He San was really doomed. Ling Yun broke several ribs with a punch, and sealed his acupuncture points. It was definitely a serious injury. Here, beating people like this in broad daylight in the capital. Isn't that too cruel? Mu Tianqiu was stunned and muttered to himself, then immediately waved his hand and asked 3 police officers to check on Chen and his injuries. Inside the courtyard house, Ling Yun was still calm and composed, talking and laughing happily. He knew the situation outside like the palm of his hand, so he didn't care at all. When the 4 policemen entered the door, the waiter in purple palace clothes just brought up Baijiu, 2 bottles of old Matai. The 4 palace costume attendants all noticed the police entering the door, and their expressions began to become unnatural, obviously a little panicked. Don't worry about the outside has nothing to do with you. Open both bottles of wine. There was a bright smile on Ling Yun's face, like a spring breeze, not only comforting the 4 waiters, but also comforting Chao Shanshan, Kong Shiru, and others. Don't worry, no one can enter this house. Waiting for the waiter to open the first bottle of Matai with a shocked face, Ling Yun got up calmly, took the bottle of wine gently, said a word casually, and walked towards the outside of the house. It's enough for me to have this bottle of wine. You can eat what you want and drink what you want. Don't worry about me. I'll play with them alone. Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. There were 8 beauties in the room. Seeing Ling Yan's aura as he walked out clutching the wine bottle, all their hearts trembled. Tang Meng watched with enthusiasm, and thought that Brother Yun is really awesome. Even in a strange capital, he is still so awesome. He doesn't care about anything. Don't care about anything, it's easy to say, but if it weren't for Ling Yun, who in the world would dare to be so crazy? Mu Tianxiu was furious, and said righteously, who beat people like this? Come out. Ling Yun suddenly appeared at the door. He raised his hand and poured a few mouthfuls of strong wine into the mouth of the bottle. The aroma was strong. I did it, and it came out. Mu Tianxiu was even more shocked. He has been a policeman for so many years, and he has never seen such an arrogant person. When you are scolded, you beat someone like this, and you don't leave after you beat someone, and you stay and eat with peace of mind. When the police come, you voluntarily admit to beating someone and don't say anything, and you still hold a bottle of wine and drink mouth to mouth? This is the real arrogant. But what was even more awesome was what Ling Yun said next. Mr. Police, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let me tell you that today's matter is beyond your control, and you can't afford it. If you don't want to cause trouble, I will give you a chance to leave quickly before there is still time. To be continued. Ling Yun speaks less now, but he speaks too harshly. A word can choke someone to death. Yuan. Fists are much easier to use than mouths. Hitting if you don't accept it, hitting a piece of the sky is more effective than speaking a piece of the sky. Mu Tianxiu was choked immediately, and froze on the spot like a straight stick, dumbfounded again. The 3 policemen who were squatting on the ground to study why the 2 wounded were motionless were dumbfounded and turned their heads to see who was so arrogant. A handsome young man, wearing sunglasses, a white shirt and black trousers, but wearing a bohemian and elegant feeling, holding a bottle of wine in his right hand, standing there calmly and leisurely. It's crazy. What kind of attitude is this to talk to the police? To beat a person to such a serious injury, even if it is a legitimate defense, he can be arrested and locked up for a few days, but he still drives us away so arrogantly? Moreover, listening to the tone of the other party, he didn't want to give any explanation at all, nor was he discussing with them, but ordered them directly. It's almost like saying, you guys have nothing to do here, get the hell out of here. It doesn't make any difference. You. Mu Tianxiu almost choked to death, but after he realized it, he felt the blood rushing up and his lips trembled. He raised his hand and pointed at Chen Sen and He San on the ground. You admit that you beat these 2 people? Ling Yun didn't speak, but raised his hand again, drank 2 more sips of wine, and then nodded nonchalantly. Mu Tianxiu was furious. Do you know that beating someone is against the law? Ling Yun smiled, maybe, but whoever beats who? Ling Yun was telling the truth. Mu Tianxiu was angry. Okay, that's great. You beat someone seriously, that is, you hurt someone for no reason. Now that you have admitted it, please come with us. Ling Yun smiled. Go for a while? Where are you going? When Mu Tianxiu saw that Ling Yun asked the question knowingly, he gritted his teeth and said, You asked the question knowingly, of course I took you back to the police station. Ling Yun smiled and said, It depends on what you mean. You didn't hear anything I told you just now? Then I'll stop wasting my tongue. Let me remind you again, you can't manage today's matter. It's still too late to leave now. At this time, he was in the house. How could Chao Shanshan and the others sit still, including the 4 waiters? Those who were already standing at the gate, and those who climbed the window, were all dumbfounded, watching the fierce confrontation between Ling Yun and Mu Tianxiu. The same is true for the gate of the courtyard. The 4 big dudes, Fan Rubing and her assistant, and the 4 policemen who were on standby outside had already surrounded the courtyard completely. Ling Yun's performance was too domineering, and Mu Tianqiu felt inexplicably panicked. But when he turned around, when he looked at the 7 police officers he had brought, he regained his confidence, his thoughts changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Where are you from? What's your name? Show us your ID." This is the normal questioning procedure, but unfortunately, when he came up just now, Mu Tianqiu was choked to death by Ling Yun, and he was not given a chance to ask. So he held back until now. "I don't have that time, and I don't have that mood." Ling Yun coldly refused. He already hated those messy ID numbers very much. This is the biggest difference between this world and the big world of comprehension. With an ID card, you can find out the 18 generations of your ancestors. In the world of cultivation, where is all this trouble? Therefore, if Tang Meng hadn't said that having an ID card was convenient for transportation, accommodation, and many other things, he would have burned his ID card long ago. Ling Yun choked again. Mu Tianqiu completely gave up. Ling Yun didn't cooperate at all. He asked everything for nothing. "Then that means, are you going to resist arrest?" Ling Yun laughed. "With red lips and white teeth, if you really want to catch me, it's really like this. But, I advise you, you'd better listen to me, otherwise you will be the one who is unlucky." Mu Tianqiu couldn't hold back any more. "Humph. In broad daylight, you injured someone for no reason, and you refused to cooperate with the investigation. I think you are audacious. Come here, take them all back to the police station and interrogate them one by one." "Yes." The 3 police officers in the courtyard were the closest to Ling Yun. When they heard the order, they immediately stood up and rushed towards Ling Yun. Then, each of them felt a flash in front of them. Ling Yun's body was as still as a mountain. He flicked his fingers lightly, and the 3 fingers shot out in the wind, hitting the soft numb points of the 3 policemen with incomparable precision. Ling Yun had no intention of hurting anyone. He was very measured in his strikes, and his strikes were extremely light. He would only immobilize the 3 policemen for a short period of time. Bang bang bang. Ouch, ouch. Following 3 exclamations, the 3 policemen fell limply to the ground, feeling powerless and unable to move at all. Ling Yun still stood where he was, raised his hand and took another sip of the wine, smiled, and said to Mu Tianqiu, "Look, I told you not to let you catch me." This. Mu Tianqiu was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. You dare to hit the police?" After Mu Tianqiu was shocked, he yelled again, already stern. Ling Yun shook his head, helplessly, "Tsk tsk. Everyone saw that I stood still and didn't even move. What does it have to do with me when they fell on the ground by themselves? You know spells?" Mu Tianqiu was flustered. He subconsciously stretched his hands to his waist, and was about to grab the gun. The 4 policemen at the gate of the courtyard saw 3 colleagues fell to the ground suddenly. They immediately pulled out their guns without ordering. Click, click, the sound of bullets being loaded. "Don't move!" subconsciously shouted out, and everyone saw that before the words finished, Ling Yun took 3 steps forward one after another. "I moved, what can I do?" Tang Meng, who had already come outside the door, frowned deeply again after seeing Ling Yun's performance, puzzled. "Brother Yun, what happened today?" Before he came to the capital, he kept a low profile, but judging by today's situation, Brother Yun is going to poke a hole in the capital, the heavens. Arrogant and domineering, no one will give face, do whatever they want. Boom. Flames spewed out, and gunshots sounded sweet. Among the 4 policemen outside the door, a female policeman had never seen such a scene. She was flustered, her fingers trembled, and she even pulled the trigger. The bullets shot at Ling Yun, exceeding everyone's reaction speed. This point was completely accidental, no one had thought of it, and Ling Yun hadn't thought of it either. At this moment, Ling Yun suddenly put his spiritual consciousness to the maximum. The Yin-Yang Divine I was activated to the extreme, and at the same time, the Diyan Ju Xing Bao Ju was promoted to the peak. The two fingers of the left hand stretched out like lightning at a speed faster than a bullet ejected from the chamber, aimed at the flying bullet, and raised his hand to pinch it. Godlike reaction speed, godlike shot. Without any suspense, Ling Yun clamped the hot bullet between his two fingers, and at the same time, with a thought, he directly put it into the space ring. It's hot. It was the first time he came into contact with the bullets that came out of the chamber. Ling Yun didn't expect it to be so hot. Even if he was invulnerable to water and fire, he still felt the bullets were hot. Actually, if Ling Yun didn't shoot, the bullet would not be able to hit Ling Yun, it would just fly over Ling Yun's shoulder, but Ling Yun had to catch it. If he didn't answer, the one shot would be Liangfengyi, behind Ling Yun. When Ling Yun was at the peak of the third level of physical training, he was already able to dodge 8 bullets from his guns. Now that he has reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training, although the distance is very close, he can already easily catch it. Dare to shoot? Although Ling Yun knew that the policewoman shot unconsciously, he was still furious after putting away the bullet, and without hesitation, he used the phantom fish dragon step, and came to the policewoman in a flash, and snatched it away, still smoking the pistol, grabbed it to pieces. Give me a rest. Ling Yun threw away the gun, and sent out 4 fingers in succession, all of which hit the soft numb points of the 4 policemen, and then jumped back. The whole process of catching the bullet, grabbing the gun with his hand and hitting the 4 of them was completed in a flash. When he returned to the original place, in the eyes of everyone, the afterimage of Ling Yun in the same place had not disappeared. Outside the door, an ambulance roared. Ling Yun's expression turned cold, and he said to Mu Tianshou, who was completely dumbfounded, "The ambulance is here, and your people will be fine. I will let you go. If you don't know people again, don't blame me for being rude." In this world, there are always some ordinary people who will see some strange and impossible things. The probability is very small, but some people will really see them. Otherwise, there will not be so many strange legends. I don't know whether it was luck or misfortune, but Mu Tianshou, who thought his life opportunity was coming, saw this impossible scene with his own eyes, and he fell silent. The other party is arrogant. There is really a reason to be arrogant. The other party says he can't control it and can't control it, he really can't control it and can't control it. Mu Tianshou silently withdrew the hand that was about to draw the gun, carefully, and even opened his palm on purpose, as if to tell Ling Yun that he didn't have the gun. Where is the person? Where is the person? Several people rushed down from the ambulance, all in white coats, and rushed directly into the courtyard. It's okay. I'm Mu Tianshou, the deputy director of a certain police station. My subordinates have suffered from heat stroke. Help me carry them into the car and get out of here. With his worldview completely destroyed, Mu Tianshou no longer has any thoughts. He just wants to leave this place now. He would rather treat everything just now as a dream. These 2 people, whoever moves, will die. Fists are indeed better than mouths. After Ling Yun said this lightly, he raised his hand and took a sip of strong wine before turning around and entering the room. But before Ling Yun could take a step, he frowned and stopped again. On the street outside the courtyard, 6 black cars drove in from east to west, and soon appeared in Ling Yun's consciousness. It's time to come, it's finally here. Ling Yun swept away with his divine sense, smiled slightly, and immediately sent a voice transmission to Tang Ming and others, asking him to call all the beauties to enter the house, and don't come out, and then strode towards the gate of the courtyard. There is no doubt that the ones who came this time were experts sent by the Chen family. To be continued. Before the 6 cars stopped, Ling Yun had already arrived on the street outside the gate of the courtyard. 6 cars, divided into 2 groups, came in from the east and west corners. As soon as these 6 cars entered, the entire street was blocked directly, and no vehicles could leave. In this way, Ling Yun's Land Rover, Chen Sen's first 3 cars, Mu Tianshou's 3 police cars, and the ambulance that had just arrived were all blocked here. It was silent, but implied a kind of low-key arrogance. This was the momentum of the Chen family. 3 ancient martial arts masters walked out of each car, wearing straight samurai uniforms, and even the drivers of the 6 cars were burly men, who looked like they were soldiers. 18 ancient martial arts masters, of all ages, with indifferent expressions and sullen eyes, walked over from the farthest parking place, and quickly gathered at the gate of the courtyard. After the 6 drivers got out of the car, they didn't come over. They guarded the parking place vigilantly, blocked the street, and prevented anyone from entering, let alone let anyone out. When the Chen family is doing business, everyone who has nothing to do with it, stay away. To avoid accidental injury. A man who looked like a leader was as indifferent as ice, and spoke in a deep voice, without looking at anyone at all, only staring at Ling Yun standing at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing the situation, the 4 dandies, as well as Fan Rubing and her assistants, immediately ran away in fright, not daring to come forward at all. 2 medical staff had just carried a policeman to the door. After seeing the 18 people, they felt inexplicably tense and hurried back into the hospital. Huh? It turned out to be acupuncture? It happens to block the acupuncture points for an hour, but it can prevent people from being injured at all. Such a precise technique, which is a bit interesting. The leader only glanced at it, and immediately saw the clue. He said something lightly, then ignored the policeman, and continued to walk towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun couldn't see through the realm of this leader, but he knew it. The person who came here must be a master, even if he didn't reach the 7th level of Xiantian, it would not be too far behind. After killing more than 100 ancient martial arts masters from the Chen family, they can still send people here. It seems that the hidden background of the Chen family is really not small. Ling Yun muttered inwardly, raised his hand and took another 2 sips of matai. Boy! Why don't you get out of the way? Similarly, the leader couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm. But he had an intuition that Ling Yun would definitely not be an ordinary person, because ordinary people would have been scared as far as possible under such arrogance. Because I'm the one who wants to kill Chen Sen, why do you think I got out of the way? The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up, and he smiled coldly. He was outspoken. Papa. The leader smiled and applauded, nodded his head and said, okay, courageous. You are against the Chen family, in broad daylight. It seems that you did it on purpose? Ling Yun nodded and admitted, you are right, I did it on purpose. Can you tell me why? No comment. The leader looked at Ling Yun in surprise, then pondered for a moment, and said in an inquiring tone, how courageous. Then I want to ask, is there any possibility of turning hostility into friendship? Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, Chen Sen must die. Then it seems that we must fight? Where are so many nonsense, if you want to save someone, come here. Ling Yun became impatient. He wanted to send the other party away quickly. Superior. Following the leader's order, a congenital strong figure flickered, and rushed towards Ling Yun. With momentum, he punched him in the chest. Ling Yun made a fist with his left hand, no moves. Just punch it casually. Boom. Crack, click. What? A shrill scream resounded through the sky. The innate strong man who shot first flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. His right forearm was shattered and his shoulder was dislocated. Ling Yun seemed to punch casually, but he was not polite. He used the power-absorbing method, and the moment his fists touched, he absorbed at least 10% of the opponent's power. Ling Yun seriously injured the enemy with one punch, and immediately withdrew his fist, and took another 2 gulps of strong wine. His eyes squinted, and the corner of his mouth smiled. The 4 dandies and Fan Rubing, who were watching the battle from a distance, were all stunned. At the beginning Ling Yun punched He San, it was too fast, and it used dark force, so on the surface, He San's injury was not serious, they couldn't see why, but this scene is too shocking. The two fists faced each other. Ling Yun didn't move at all, calm and composed. The opponent flew out with broken muscles and bones, with that shrill scream. This, so powerful? Mu Tianzhou at the door was equally shocked and scared when he saw this scene, and secretly thanked himself that he hadn't pulled out his gun just now. How can that be? The leader was completely stunned. Ling Yun's strength was unfathomable. You four, go. The leader sent 4 other 3-level ancient martial arts masters to deal with Ling Yun together. It's useless. Ling Yun smiled and shot, stepping on the mysterious footwork, only using the Dian Juxing Baojue to protect the body, and his left hand Tiangang Fumo fist, hitting with 60% strength. Bang 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 bang. There was no need for any moves, it was pure head-to-head. Ling Yun only punched 4 times, 1 punch at a time, and knocked all 4 innate masters flying up again. The vortex of Yin and Yangzhenqi was reversed. Every punch of Ling Yun could absorb the power from the opponent's punch and palm wind. Not only was the energy he consumed immediately replenished, but he could also earn an extra point. He became stronger as he fought. Don't waste time, why don't you just go up together? Since you're here, even if you want to retreat, it's impossible. Ling Yun deliberately stayed here today to further consume the strength of the Qin family and facilitate his next plan. These masters are all sent by the Qin family, and he will not be lenient in the slightest. Of course, it wasn't that Ling Yun was in a hurry. He couldn't kill people in broad daylight, but he had seriously injured the opponent. After one blow, the opponent would not be able to recover for at least 3 months. In a short period of time, he would no longer be able to serve the Qin family. It turns out that fighting in the city during the day is so exciting. Ling Yun felt refreshed in his heart. He no longer hides himself, and fights whenever he wants. He will rely on his own strength to break the situation with all his might. Anyway, after solving the matter of the college entrance examination, Ling Yun will be able to break through the Qi training period properly. When he reaches the first level of Qi training, it is the moment when the Sun family and the Qin family are wiped out. The 4 innate masters fought together, but they were still not Ling Yun's all-in-one generals. All their tendons were broken and their bones were broken. They fell to the ground and vomited blood, completely losing their fighting power. No wonder this kid is so crazy, so his strength is so terrifying. People are deader than people. That leader is a master close to the 7th level of innate, a real person who knows the goods. Now he finally understands why Ling Yun dares to be so crazy. He has nothing to worry about because of his strength. What realm is it? Where did this young man come from? And he doesn't seem to be performing any exercises at all. He is beating people entirely with his physical strength and strength. No matter how exquisite your moves are, in the face of absolute defense and absolute strength, you can only be beaten. The leader felt very bad, and he suddenly felt that he seemed to have come by mistake this time. In addition to this leader, there are still 12 masters in the Qin family's masters, but most of them are masters of the 9th level of acquired, and there are only 6 of them in the mid-innate realm. This kid is very evil. He seems to be able to absorb my skills. On the ground in the distance, an innate 3rd-tier peak master discovered something was wrong after being seriously injured. He endured the pain and struggled to say to the leader. What? The leader was even more stunned, his face turned pale in an instant, the corners of his mouth trembled, both shocked and angry. Suction skills? Boy, are you from the demon sect? In the whole world, in the ancient martial arts world, only the masters of the demon sect can use such creepy ways skills. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Oh? So I can absorb people's skills, so I am from the demon sect? Then you guessed it right, I am from the demon sect. As soon as Ling Yun pulls out the dark blood demon knife, everyone will say that he is a member of the demon sect. Now that he has performed the power-absorbing method, Ling Yun will not be able to cleanse himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Of course, Ling Yun didn't bother to wash, and there was no need to wash. His biological mother was the previous generation of demon sect saintess, so why wash? At this time, Ling Yun's spiritual sense suddenly noticed the leader's lips moving, and a voice came in his ears instantly. Are you the holy son of the demon sect? Ling Yun's heart trembled when he heard this, and he said in his heart, the holy son of the demon sect. Where does this go? Could it be that the demon sect not only has a saint, but also a saint's son? The other party came via voice transmission, and of course Ling Yun also returned via voice transmission. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he smiled and said, no comment. Ling Yun believes that the Chen family has already found out his identity in Qingshui City through the Land Rover license plate, and now he is pretending to be sophisticated in order to make the Chen family unpredictable. The leader saw that Ling Yun still didn't say anything, his eyes became fierce, and he said in a deep voice, the demon sect is evil, the world's martial arts are righteous, and everyone can be punished. Don't tell him any martial arts rules, let's go together. Kill. After finishing speaking, the leader took the lead, concentrated all his energy, swung his palms together, and rushed towards Ling Yun. He made a move, and the 12 masters behind him immediately followed suit. It was broad daylight and in the city, it was impossible to use weapons, so the group sent by the Chen family were all masters of hard work. Head-to-head confrontation is Ling Yun's forte. He used the phantom fish dragon step, and with a flash of his figure, he easily avoided the leader's attack, and then rushed into the crowd of 12 other people. Tigers join the sheep. Ling Yun used the Dian gathering star treasure to protect himself. He didn't need to defend at all. He just relied on his own treasure body to go on a rampage, and swung his left fist continuously. Bang 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 bang. The sounds of bones breaking, joints shattering, screams of serious injuries, and injuries falling to the ground sounded one after another. In less than half a minute, regardless of their level, all 12 young people had fallen to the ground. This fight is really cool. After Ling Yun finished the fight, he raised his hand and drank the remaining half of the wine in the bottle, shouting happily. Then, he threw the empty wine bottle away and pointed at the furious leader. Now, you are the only one left. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. You. What a hot hand, what a cruel heart. Your skills are so much higher than theirs, and you beat them all to serious injuries. The leader's eyes turned red when he saw Ling Yun's ruthless attack. Even if he was a member of the demon sect, it was impossible for him to be so disrespectful of the rules of the world and the morals of the martial arts world. Now, among the people brought by the leader, the least injured were broken arms and shattered joints, lying on the ground unable to move, rolling and screaming. Moreover, it was still daytime, and it was in a bustling city. There were wounded all over the place, and they didn't know how to deal with them later. Ling Yun dared to leapfrog and fight against immortals, but he didn't care about crushing an ant. In his eyes, an enemy was an enemy. Even if ordinary people wanted to kill him, he would definitely not show mercy. That would be cruel to himself. Others are going to kill you, and you are still talking about the morals of the world. Isn't that making yourself uncomfortable? If an expert who is many times higher than Ling Yun's realm comes to kill him, he will find a way to fight on his own. If he can't beat the opponent, he can run away shamelessly, but he will never reason with others stupidly, saying that your realm is higher than mine. Duo, you can't bully me or something. As long as there are people with this kind of thinking, there is definitely something wrong with their brains. To be strong is to be strong, to win is to win, to be 10 points higher than you is high, to be 1 point higher is to be high. There is no essential difference at all. Who stipulated that elephants cannot step on ants? The law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak. Ling Yun has seen too much in the big world of comprehension. Rules of the rivers and lakes? Martial arts morality? Hee, you are thinking too much. In my opinion, you should think more about your own affairs. Ling Yan sneered disdainfully, "A dozen of you hit me one, why didn't you mention the rules of the rivers and lakes at that time? Now you can't beat me. And what are the rules of the rivers and lakes to talk about? It is really more shameless than Lao Tzu." However, such a big reason. If Ling Yan were to talk about it, he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights, so now he only talks about fists and doesn't recognize the truth. Come on, didn't you come to save people? Where did all the prestige just now go? What are you talking about, so much nonsense? Ling Yan drank a bottle of old-fashioned Matai, which was somewhat alcoholic, and his blood surged. Just want to fight. The voice did not fall. Ling Yan started to move forward. He clenched his hands into fists, walked calmly, and walked towards the leader step by step. In a place where the street is only this wide, for experts like them, there is no room for change. They have to fight or escape, and there is no other choice. This is what Ling Yan was sure about, he couldn't see the opponent's realm. Knowing that the opponent must be a congenital master above the 6th level, and his hard work is superb, he wants to try his own strength. For the first time, Ling Yan didn't need sharp blades such as the dark blood demon knife and the dragon sword to cut iron like mud. He had to rely on a pair of fists and brute force, barehanded, to blow up the masters above the 6th floor. The leader saw Ling Yan approaching. He didn't dare to neglect at all, knowing that Ling Yan's lightness kung fu was much higher than his. He had no intention of fighting or running away, so he started to stand in place and use his kung fu all over his body. Chi-chi. The muscles all over his body swelled up like a dragon, and quickly tore through the samurai uniform on his upper body, showing off a body of bronze-colored muscles, bullying copper and iron. This is a phenomenon that only masters of hard work have cultivated to an extremely high level. Beat. Ling Yan stopped walking slowly, he rushed to the front of the leader with one stride, and with one stroke of his fists, he smashed towards the leader's chest. Woohoo! The sound of fists breaking the wind. Like a howling wind. Well done! The leader yelled violently, activated his innate Jinchi to protect himself, and swung his fists in the same way, facing Ling Yan's fists, and bumped into them. Bang bang! The fist wind was violent, and Ling Yan's fist collided with the opponent's fist fiercely. The leader only felt that Ling Yan's punch was as powerful as an overwhelming sea. He groaned, and took a half step back with his right foot, then his face flushed suddenly, he groaned, gritted his teeth, and didn't move back. My God! The leader's heart was shocked. What a strong fist, what a powerful force, such a fist, even he couldn't bear it, let alone those masters he brought. Happy! Ling Yan's strength was boundless and his defensive power was astonishing. He didn't take a step back, closed his fists, used his strength again, and punched out wildly. When the leader saw Ling Yan, it was either a coincidence or a head-on confrontation with him. He had no choice but to punch him again. Bang 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 bang. 2 punches, 4 punches, 10 punches. The 4 fists slammed into each other fiercely, and the fist wind stirred up. Within 3 meters of the two of them, all the small stones on the ground were blown away by the fist wind, flying sand and flying stones. Bang bang. Ling Yan used more force each time, and he had already used 90% of his force in these 2 punches. Crack. The asphalt road under the leader's feet was shattered inch by inch. The leader received Ling Yan's 2 punches hard again. He had already become very strenuous, his face was flushed so red that he was about to ooze blood. This time he finally couldn't hold back. The tall figure flickered, and with a muffled grunt, the leader involuntarily took 2 steps back. Each step was accompanied by a clicking sound, and the place he stepped on, the asphalt road, was all shattered. Punch me 2 more times. Ling Yan, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as he fought. His fists were crackling loudly, his vigorous figure rushed forward, and he threw 2 punches again. 100% strength. Of course, Ling Yun didn't use the dragon elephant strength, and he didn't need to use the dragon elephant strength either. Hey! The leader knew that this was Ling Yun's full-strength blow. He exhaled loudly, the muscles on his two thick arms trembled rhythmically, and with all his last strength, he desperately met Ling Yun's two punches. It's a pity I didn't catch it. Reaching the peak of the 9th level of body training, Ling Yun's fist, with a full blow, already has tremendous power, which cannot be blocked by a master at the peak of the 6th level of innate. Bang bang. Crack, click. With the last pair of fists, the leader's tiger's mouth burst open from the shock, the backs of his hands were ripped apart, and all 16 knuckles were shattered. The tall figure was thrown back abruptly. What? After roaring like a slaughtered pig, the leader stopped more than 10 meters away, and 2 gullies more than 10 centimeters deep appeared on the road where his feet slid. This is what he dragged on the ground with his 2 heels. Seeing this, Ling Yun was overjoyed. The body-protecting true chi of the innate 6th-level peak masters can finally be broken with fists. Undoubtedly, after days of fierce fighting, coupled with the skills absorbed by using the method of absorbing energy these days, Ling Yun's strength has made a new breakthrough. Boom! The leader didn't fall down, but sat down on the ground. His face was bloody red, he spurted blood from his mouth and nose, gold stars flashed in front of his eyes, and his ears roared. With his bare hands, Ling Yun completely smashed this expert who was 7 floors away from Xiantian and only a layer of window paper. Ah! It's over. The true energy of the body protection was broken, and all 16 knuckles were shattered. The hard work of this leader was crippled by Ling Yun's fists on the spot. 48 years of blood and sweat, and 48 years of continuous practice day and night, have brought him to such a state. One can imagine the pain once his skills are crippled. What's more important is the humiliation of defeat. Ling Yun is not very old, only 18 years old, 30 years younger than this leader. He didn't use any fancy moves, just head-to-head, defeating his most proud hard work. This kind of frustration is really hard to bear. Speech. Who, ph. Ph. Ling Yun stood on the spot, his hands were naturally hanging down, his fists were still clenched, and he took a deep breath. His face was also flushed, and the true energy in his body surged wildly. Last night, he killed more than 200 blood clans in one breath, and then used the dragon elephant power to kill Chen Jianjia, who was at the peak of the 8th level of congenital. Amidst the stunned eyes of everyone around, Ling Yun gradually calmed down his breathing, suppressed the churning blood, and raised his eyes to look at the leader with a trace of pity in his eyes. So far, he doesn't know the other party's name, and he doesn't want to know. The two have no enmity. After a fierce battle, the other party is over. I can only blame you for helping the wrong person. When you met me, the Qin family has a master like you, and there is only one less. Ling Yun did not say this. The other party did not choose to escape from the beginning to the end, and had already won Ling Yun's respect. Of course, if he really escaped, Ling Yun wouldn't mind stabbing him in the back. Brother Yun, are you okay? Ling Yun was fighting outside. Of course Tang Meng couldn't hide in the house obediently. He had rushed to the door a long time ago. Now that Ling Yun's battle was over, he hurried to Ling Yun, stretched out his hand to support Ling Yun's back, caring asked. Ling Yun's heart became hot, and he smiled lightly. I'm fine. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Chao Shanshan, Zhang Lingliang, Fingyi, Kong Shouru who were crowded at the gate of the courtyard, and smiled at their worried and affectionate gazes. He was worried about the safety of Chao Shanshan and the others during the battle, so he kept his consciousness out, and he knew that they had all escaped. You all go in, I'm fine. Ling Yun gently transmitted her voice, telling Sime not to worry. In the previous battle, Ling Yun's speed and shots were too fast, everyone was dazzled and didn't know what happened. Only the final battle, everyone who watched was breathless and extremely nervous. It was so shocking. Chao Shanshan ran over suddenly. She hugged Ling Yan's arm tenderly, and said softly, "Why don't we eat here?" At this time, there were people everywhere inside and outside the courtyard, and even more people were lying down. Those who were seriously injured were all members of the Chen family, and there were 7 policemen. "How can this meal be eaten?" Ling Yan smiled with red lips and white teeth. "Eat, I can already smell the aroma of roast duck. Why don't you eat it?" "You must eat it. Everyone stay still." At the intersection on the west side, a thunderous voice rang out, and then a black car slowly drove in. Hearing the sound, Ling Yan turned his head, glanced to the west, and then suddenly smiled. The leader of the Huasha Condor team, Lei Xing. "See you again, Condor." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Lei Xing and his best partner, GFA, rushed here immediately after receiving the news, but they were still one step too late. With the identities of the 4 big dudes, they still can't get along with the Shenying group. The person who conveys the news to the Shenying group is naturally a member of the Chen family. The 6 drivers who drove the 18 innate masters sent by the Chen family were not just drivers. They were always watching the battle between the 2 sides and relayed the battle situation back to the Chen family in time. The patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Haipeng, has been closely watching the situation here. He was shocked, furious, and hesitated again and again, but he didn't send anyone over. Instead, he ordered someone to transfer the news to the Shenying team so that the Shenying team could come forward solve. In just a few days, the Chen family suffered an unprecedented blow. The eldest brother, Chen Haiken, was taken away and is nowhere to be found, with little chance of survival. The second son, Chen Jianjia, was split in half by someone last night. Now that the 2 halves of the body have been found, they are displayed in the secret room of the Chen family and stitched together. The third son, Chen Jiangui, also disappeared last night. No one was alive or dead. Now, in broad daylight, the eldest brother's son, Chen Sen, was beaten up for no reason, and threatened to take his life, and he must be killed. The above is only the loss of the Chen family's own family members. As for the ancient Chinese martial arts masters sent to support the Chen family, the ninjas of the East, and the blood clans of the West, the loss is even more immeasurable. What kind of bad luck has the Chen family suffered in their lifetime? Especially Chen Jianjia, the second son of the peak congenital 8th level, was cut in half, making Chen Haipeng bald overnight, and his heart was bleeding. Ling Yan's judgment was right. The Chen family was beaten into a daze, and Chen Haipeng was really devastated. He couldn't figure out how many enemies were targeting the Chen family, and he didn't dare to take the risk of sending the Chen family out to save people. However, although the elder brother's son, Chen Sen, was the most ineffective, after Chen Jianren died in Shenangjia, Chen Sen was already Chen Haiken's only bloodline. Now that Chen Haiken's life and death were unknown, it was impossible for Chen Haipeng to watch Chen Sen be killed. After much deliberation, Chen Haipeng decided to take a risk and bring this matter to the Shenying team, so that the Shenying team could solve it. Of course, let the Condor Group come forward. Another very important reason is that the office of Shenying Group is within the Red Wall. They were very close to the place where Chen Sen's accident happened, so they could make it in time. Seeing Lei Xing, Ling Yan immediately saw a peerless, pretty, fairy-like face, extremely domineering, happy, and angry, Qin Dongxue. When Ling Yan beheaded Sun Tianbiao with his own hands in Zhuang Tianda's Qingshuiwen villa. It was the first time I saw Lei Xing from the Condor Group, and it was also the first time I saw my aunt Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue shocked Lei Xing with just one sentence, and since then, Lei Xing has never troubled Ling Yan again. Thinking of Fairy Qin, Ling Yan felt warm in his heart for an instant. Ling Yan turned around and looked around the messy battlefield. He smiled and said, "I was worrying that no one would take care of this mess. Now it's all right, the firefighting captain has arrived, we can eat with peace of mind." In the eyes of Ling Yan now, Sheng is the firefighting captain who cleans up the battlefield and cleans up the mess for him. The last time Ling Yun killed more than 60 members of Sun's family in one go, it was Sheng who worked all night and collected the corpses for him without leaking any water. Old Lei is such a good man. Ling Yun laughed out loud, ignoring the countless police cars that followed closely on both sides of the street, and embraced Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling swaggeringly returned to the courtyard. Don't be dumb, except for those two people who can't move, let me get out of everyone else. Ling Yun stared at the audience in disbelief. In fact, his words were mainly aimed at Mu Tianshou, who was standing blankly at the gate of the courtyard. It's all messed up like this, really want to eat. Also stupid, there are Liang Fingyi and Kong Xiuru, they are beauties and goddesses, but they are all ordinary people. What happened just now, to them, is far better than any American blockbuster. Ling Yun nodded nonchalantly, trust me, I can really eat this time. Tang Meng grinned, this guy's trust and admiration for Ling Yun now is beyond description, his blood boiled with enthusiasm, and he once again had a strong urge to learn martial arts from Ling Yun. Any power, wealth, connections, relationships, or methods are worse than using a pair of fists to forcefully blow up the enemy, hitting them until they dare not speak out, hitting them until they can't resist. It's more direct and exciting. The 6 of Ling Yun entered the room one by one, and then Ling Yun greeted everyone and asked everyone to take their original positions. Then Dima Jin Dao sat on his seat, and said to the 4 stunned beautiful waiters with a smile, please close the door, can we serve food now? Ah? Oh. The beautiful eyes of the 4 waiters have been locked on the strongest boy they have ever seen in their lives, and their hearts are beating. Obviously, Ling Yun's invincible and domineering performance shocked everyone present. The beautiful waitress in the purple palace attire was the first to come back to her senses. She blushed, hurriedly agreed, and hurried over to close the door. Serve. The middle-aged man reappeared in the house again. He really obeyed his master boss Sun's instructions. No matter how big things happened in the front yard, he turned a deaf ear to it, pretended not to see it, and only worked in the backyard. Boss Sun was even more so. After he agreed to Ling Yun, he plunged into his kitchen and concentrated on cooking for Ling Yun, and never came out again. Boss Sun knew that if Ling Yun said he wanted to try his handicraft, he would definitely try it. This is a top-notch smart guy. When some things are beyond your control and cognition, the smartest thing to do is to protect yourself wisely, and it is best not to mix it up, so as not to cause trouble to your upper body. When the door is closed, the main house and the outside world are separated into 2 worlds at once, as if everything that happened outside has nothing to do with the house. The 4 attendants in palace costumes looked at Xian Lingyun differently from before. They were bold and enthusiastic, and those eyes could really seduce people. They quickly calmed down, shuttled like butterflies between the back kitchen and the main room, and began to serve dishes one by one. There was no doubt that each dish was delicious and exquisite. It was the first time Ling Yun had seen most of the dishes, which made Ling Yun his eyes were wide open, and he felt extremely comfortable. It was worth the meal. Ling Yun laughed heartlessly. Liang Fingyi and Kong Xiuru each glanced at Ling Yun. Xiafei's cheeks were full of coquettish eyes, and she didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. On the street outside the courtyard, Sheng and Xiafei had already got off the car. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all stunned on the spot. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. On the edge of the second ring road, away from the center of Huaxia, the red wall is only 10 kilometers away. How dare they make it so big? Will this make them unable to survive? Fortunately, countless police officers, armed police, special police, plainclothes police, and traffic police who arrived recently were already in place quickly. Block the scene. Not even a single bird is allowed to fly out. This was Sheng's first order after being shocked, using the most advanced intercom system. The whole street was instantly blocked. Huh. It's against the sky. Lei-Xing raised his head and wiped the cold sweat that was seeping from his forehead, turned his head and said to Jiefei, "Now, you report the situation here to the superior immediately, and I will first ask what is going on here." What happened? In the capital, this is definitely a big deal. For them, such a scene has already threatened national security, and they must be treated with caution, and they must not be careless. Jiefei immediately took out the special communicator, got back into the car in a low-key manner, and began to report to his superiors. Lei-Xing quickly ran to the gate of the courtyard, and began to understand the situation just now. It was not difficult to understand the situation. He quickly understood the whole process clearly, and finally his eyes fell on Ling Yan's Land Rover. Then, Lei-Xing felt his head hum, as if a thunder had exploded out of thin air. It turned out to be him? What does the Sheniying group do? Although Qing Dongxue drove Lei-Xing away at the beginning, Lei-Xing clearly did not dare to provoke Ling Yan, but his duty is to investigate everything that Ling Yan has revealed to the bottom. For the Condor group, with special powers and abilities, this is not difficult, even very easy. Lei-Xing has been paying close attention to Ling Yan, because he knows that Ling Yan has a mysterious origin in his hand, and he has the Dark Blood Demon sword in his hand. Ling Yan's ID number and license plate number were firmly engraved in Lei-Xing's heart. So he only took one look at Ling Yan's Range Rover, and immediately knew that the person who caused such a big mess must be that heaven-defying guy from Qingshui City. Ling Yan is undoubtedly. It's over. After Lei-Xing heard the whole story, he was already so angry that his lungs exploded, but when he saw Ling Yan's Land Rover, he was like a deflated ball, limp. Lei-Xing's whole body tensed up, and suddenly he felt his ass hurt. This is how to do? Back then, Lei-Xing was driven away by Qin Dongxue out of fear of the Qin family, and he knew that he could not do anything to Qin Dongxue and Ling Yan, but he was the real team leader of the National Secret Department, and he was working for national security. Maybe he was really scared away by Qin Dongxue. Lei-Xing didn't dare to provoke Ling Yan. In fact, there was another unknown factor, and that was the direct order from above. Ling Yan's affairs can only be investigated, not managed. It's a very simple sentence, but this sentence was passed down by the supreme person in China, an order from the number one person in China. Who dares to disobey? No one dared, and no one even knew why, so when Lei-Xing saw that what happened now was caused by Ling Yan, he felt very helpless. He even had the urge to turn around and walk away. Lei-Xing stood still, hesitating again. Finally he gritted his teeth and asked Mu Tianshou, "You said, that person is in the room now, and he hasn't left yet?" Mu Tianshou said honestly, "Yes, after the beating, I went back to the house for dinner. I didn't intend to leave at all." "Well, I see, I'll go in and have a look." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net.